Chapter 321. When Richard arrived at the land of quicksand, the first thing he saw was the body of the ancient godly tree, which was emitting endless dark energy. No one could ignore this extremely terrifying existence. It stood there like a mountain that would never fall. This boss, who had swallowed countless dark energy, was emitting a faint light that dimmed the sunny sky. Even from a very long distance, he could sense the other party's breathtaking breath. Extremely evil life. If he got a little closer, he could see dense and poisonous wasps flying on the bare tree trunks, and the buzzing sound of their wings could be heard from a very far distance. If he waited for the ancient godly tree to reproduce 5,000 tree people, this boss would probably be invincible. After approaching 100 meters, Richard discovered that the ancient godly tree had grown 5 or 6 meters taller than before, and its trunk had also become thicker. If it continues like this, it may grow into a towering tree 100 meters high in the future. Master. Sensing a familiar breath, the twisted face slowly emerged on the gray tree trunk. After landing on the sand, Richard did not waste words, and directly took out the dark blood in the wooden box. Before he spoke, the ancient tree of the evil god became excited. Master, my soul is trembling. The treasure in your hand is of great benefit to me. Richard sneered. This is a mythical item exchanged for 8 million points. How can it be bad? This is a treasure that can transform your soul and activate the evil power in your body, the dark blood of the god. I spent a huge price to get it. He handed over the dark blood of the god. Thank you for your gift, great master. The ancient tree of the evil spirit was rarely excited. The words fell. A root slowly rose from the bottom of the sand, like a snake's tail, and took the box of divine blood, then retracted into the ground again. A moment later, the boss's momentum began to rise gradually. But just when Richard thought that the ancient tree of the evil spirit would transform in one go, the other party's surging breath gradually subsided. Raised his eyebrows, he looked at it with some confusion. Tree beard, what happened? The ancient tree of the evil spirit hesitated. Master, my soul can sense that it is not the time to swallow this drop of divine blood yet. Not yet? Richard was stunned for a moment, and opened the other party's attribute panel. The status column above made him frown. Status, transforming, transformation degree, 80%. He thought carefully about what the black-robed merchant said when he recommended him to buy the dark god blood. The ancient godly tree can absorb dark energy to transform, but this transformation is imperfect. You can wait until it absorbs enough dark energy, and in the last step, use the energy of the dark god blood to activate the power of the godly evil in the body. Richard figured it out. That is to say, the transformation progress of the ancient godly tree must reach the maximum value, and the use of the dark god blood can play the expected role. Thinking of this, his face looked a little ugly. What he was most worried about at the beginning was that the ancient godly tree had not completed its transformation when he left the copy. For this reason, he bought the dark god blood, and now he was told that it must reach the maximum value before it can be used. It is really Murphy's Law. What you are most worried about will happen. Richard touched his forehead and left the dungeon. Where could he find the special dark energy for the ancient godly tree to devour? After thinking for a moment, his eyes narrowed. He turned his head to look at the ancient godly tree and asked with some expectation. Can you still sense the tree species left in that dark plane at this time? The ancient godly tree responded immediately. Master, I can sense it, but the sense of connection is not as strong as when I was in that plane. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still hope. But a new problem has arisen. How can he open that plane? While hesitating, he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. He glanced around and looked at the quiet sand around him. The power of the yellow sand on his body surged out. Rustle, the quicksand not far away began to move. After a few breaths, more than a dozen sandworms that had grown to 20 meters broke through the ground and appeared in the air. After more than a month of growth, the skin of the sandworm cubs has begun to age gradually. The huge mouth that looks like a blooming petal also has a strong killing power. In this battle, these little guys who are still larvae secretly killed a lot of void monsters. But what attracted Richard's attention the most was the top life form, the void sandworm, which was emitting golden light and engraved with countless mysterious patterns. Ordinary sandworms feed on meat and sand, but the void sandworm does not need any food and can directly devour the power of the void to grow. The existence that was praised by the president of the Scarlet Council and the big boss of the barehanded plane in the previous copy was born at level 14. Its strength is self-evident. But what concerned him most was the characteristics of the void life form, which could freely shuttle in the void outside the main plane. With this characteristic, it is just a small matter to connect the two planes. The boss of the Scarlet Council told him a lot of information about the Void Sandworm. The only thing that made him hesitate now was that although the Void Sandworm was more than 20 meters long, it was still a larva after all. I don't know if it has the power to penetrate the void now. Richard thought about it, and called the huge Void Sandworm to his side. After sensing his breath, this little guy immediately made a humming sound, and even wanted to rub his head against him. He was very intimate. Before the eggs hatched, the souls of these 11 sandworms were bound by Richard. After hatching, in the perception of the sandworms, Richard was no different from their father. Richard ignored these, he just needed these guys to obey his orders. Slowly stretched out his right hand, and pressed it on the tightly closed mouth of the Void Sandworm. At the same time, mental power emanated, directly connected to the other party's soul. The Void Sandworm's consciousness was still very immature, and it was temporarily unable to communicate normally. Richard tried for a long time before he found a way to communicate with the other party. Directly transmit your thoughts to the other party's soul through mental power. Because it is an interaction of mental energy, it can be directly understood by the other party. But even so, it took the Void Sandworm a long time to understand. In the end, the Void Sandworm responded very happily, just like a child getting an interesting toy. Richard didn't say much nonsense, and asked the godly ancient tree to share its link to the tree species with the Void Sandworm. The Void Sandworm was still a little afraid of the godly ancient tree that often disciplined itself. Very obediently, the other party's mental power penetrated into his mind. After a communication, not long after, the golden light on the Void Sandworm suddenly became stronger. It was like a light switch was turned on. The surrounding space rippled like water waves in the golden light. It seemed that ordinary people could break the space by waving their hands. After the fluctuation reached a certain limit, crack, a crisp explosion sounded. The rippling space was like glass falling from a high altitude and shattering, splashing up. An irregular space gap with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters appeared in front of Richard. At the same time, an evil and dark creepy breath surged out along the space gap. Dark Plane, sensing the familiar breath, Richard opened his eyes suddenly, and a strong surprise appeared on his face. It actually worked. Void Sandworm, it's amazing. At this moment, roar, a low roar came from the other side of the gap. Along with a chilling sound, a void hunter with sharp barbs on its back and limbs, as sharp as daggers, appeared in Richard's sight. Sensing a strange breath, the void hunter rushed towards the space gap, like a shark that smelled blood. But when passing through the space gap, something strange happened. Bang, the monster seemed to hit a layer of transparent glass, and its body was bounced back fiercely. Unable to pass, Richard's eyes condensed when he saw this. Failed, before he could figure out the specific reason. Behind the void hunter, a black mass of void lickers crawling on all fours suddenly surged. These monsters have curved backs and 2-meter-long tongues with hideous barbs. The twisted and hideous appearance makes people feel palpitating even if they just look at it. These level 6 and 7 monsters did not encounter obstacles like the void hunters, and they came out in a line. The ancient tree of the evil god saw this. The dry branches swung violently. The terrifying power could split mountains and rocks, and the void lickers that emerged from the space gap were smashed into pieces before they could react. Blood and limbs splattered all over the ground. The Void Sandworm was frightened by this sudden scene and trembled. The energy it emitted suddenly dimmed, and the space gap was directly broken. The space that was just rippling suddenly returned to normal. Richard saw this, and immediately looked at the Void Sandworm. The little guy's mental power escaped, and he felt a little annoyed and apologetic. After Richard comforted the other party for a while, he tried to ask if the space gap could be opened all the time. After thinking about it, the Void Sandworm replied that he could open it for a while, but not continuously. Richard told him to be at ease, and not to be afraid. Then, the Void Sandworm calmed down and opened the space gap again. The same scene as before appeared in front of him. This time, the Void Sandworm was prepared, and was not frightened by the sudden appearance of the Void Monster. The divine ancient tree showed no pressure for this whack-a-mole method of killing monsters. The trunk with terrifying power could easily smash the emerging void monsters. Not one was missed. It was not until 4 hours later that the Void Sandworm closed the space gap due to exhaustion. Richard had a good idea after several hours of observation. This little guy's strength has not yet reached adulthood. He can only open a space gap with a diameter of about 7 meters with all his strength, and it can only last for 4 hours at most before he is exhausted. As for how long it will take for the Void Sandworm to recover and open for the second time, it still needs to be tested. And because of insufficient energy, the space gap can only allow void lickers below level 8 to pass through. Void monsters above this level will be blocked by the space barrier. After getting the information he wanted, Richard was quite satisfied. Although the time was a bit short, at least the transformation progress of the ancient tree of the evil god can continue to advance. As the void sandworm grows, sooner or later one day, the space gap will be open 24 hours a day. And the fact that the space gap can filter out high-level monsters made him feel relieved. What he was most worried about was that after the space gap was opened, a high-level boss that the Dusk City could not deal with would appear in the Dark Plane, and now this hidden danger has been cut off. As for the gods in the Dark Plane, the main plane does not allow gods to appear. If the other party uses the method of God's descent, then he has the big killer weapon of the old ancient god statue. How was the clone sent down by the god of dogs killed? There is another point that he values very much. After the godly ancient tree completes its transformation, it can still use this gap to hunt void monsters and upgrade. In the future, it can even establish a leveling point in the quicksand land to let the newly recruited soldiers level up here. Yes, this wave is considered to kill several birds with one stone, which is worth it. He touched the little guy, the void sandworm, which is more than 20 meters long, with satisfaction. Then he told the godly ancient tree to let this boss not stay too long after hunting monsters in the dark plane with the void sandworm. If the godly ancient tree wants to reach 100% transformation, it still has a long way to go. There are so many monsters in the dungeon that it is difficult to meet its huge needs. Now it is not possible to kill them in a few days by using the space gap. We can only wait slowly. After returning to the City of Dusk, Richard did not rest, but took out two treasures from the system space, the fusion crystal and the psychic gem. Holding the treasure, he went straight to the front of the army nest in the front yard of the Lord's mansion. Looking at the army in front of him, he couldn't help but fall into thought. The fusion crystal can fuse two into one army and retain the characteristics of the two army. It is undoubtedly an extremely powerful treasure. But there are only 3 of them, and each one is extremely precious. Although the psychic gem is as high as level 5, the number of 14 seems quite abundant. What made Richard hesitate was whether to fuse the troops first, or to use the psychic gem to improve the characteristics of the troops first, and then fuse them. I wonder if I can get additional improvements when I fuse them if I improve the characteristics first. Richard hesitated and looked at the system panel of the psychic gem. Psychic gem. Level, 5 stars. Characteristics. 1. It can enhance a troop to the extreme, and you can choose the enhancement direction after using it. Restrictions. 1. Enhancement is to enhance the characteristics of a certain aspect of the troop itself. Characteristics that the troop does not have cannot be enhanced. 2. After use, all newly recruited troops will be enhanced. 3. Only a single characteristic of a troop can be enhanced, and the overall enhancement cannot be enhanced. The enhancement process is irreversible. 4. It can only enhance the troop produced from the troop nest, and cannot enhance summons and mechanical puppets. Anyway, there are 14 gems in hand, so I can use one to try the effect. Richard looked at his favorite troop, the Axe of the Dead. Take out a psychic gem and walk to the battle axe cabin. Silently recite to use. Ding! Please use it when opening the technology research of this unit. Richard heard the prompt and was immediately in tears and laughter. Why didn't you say this condition earlier? It's a waste of expression. Shaking his head, he looked at the fusion gem. Now he can only use the fusion gem to test the water. But which units should be fused together? Focus on his unit nest panel. Twilight City recruited a total of 9 units from the unit nest. 1. Scorpion Warrior. 2. Curse Pharaoh. 3. Bandage Mummy. 4. Guardian Mummy. 5. Crazy Sand Mage. 6. Condensed Sand Archer. 7. Giant Axe Death Knight. 8. Axe of the Dead. 9. Dark Gargoyle. The 2 Crown 1-star units, Skeleton Blood Dragon and Skeleton Demon, need to be recruited from the corpses of dragons and demons. There is no unit nest, so fusion cannot be performed. Looking at the army nest in front of him, Richard fell into deep thought. How to match them is a problem. Chapter 322. Among these 9 arms, except for the bandage mummy, which is given at the beginning, the other arms are carefully selected by Richard. They have considerable potential and advantages that can be shown off. Melee, ranged, cavalry, air force, spellcaster, archer, everything is available. But this does not mean that Richard is satisfied with the current configuration of Twilight City. After actual combat testing, he found that not all armies can play the effect on the battlefield as well as he thought. There is still a lot of room for improvement and perfection. Just like the Giant Axe Death Knight. This cavalry carrying a giant battle axe is definitely not weak in combat power. But he led the army to fight so many times, and the presence of this arm has always been pitifully weak. What does the cavalry need? Charge. Crush all enemies in front of them. The fighting style of Twilight City has always been to suppress with firepower advantage, and then eliminate them after gaining absolute advantage. This type of tactic has the Axe of the Dead and the condensed sand archers, and with the cooperation of the Air Force, it is implemented very thoroughly. This puts the Great Axe Death Knight in an awkward situation. Launching a charge at the beginning will undoubtedly cause huge damage to itself. But if it is attacked later, there will be no difference with or without them. Moreover, being accustomed to the mobility of flying arms, the Great Axe Death Knight's inability to travel long distances and maneuver will undoubtedly make its status in Richard's hard decline again. And several other arms with low presence also have similar common problems. After thinking carefully, Richard sighed. There is a long way to go. I have to adjust my thinking in the future. The most important thing to change is the army configuration. The structure of the entire army must be more in line with the fighting style of the City of Dusk. Secondly, we must improve tactics and use all the troops, not just the Air Force. If we rely too much on a single type of soldier, once an accident occurs, the consequences will be fatal. In the dungeon, the air band of the Sky Arena put Twilight City in an awkward situation. After thinking for a long time, Richard retracted his thoughts and focused on his favorite type of soldier, the Axe of the Dead. This powerful type of soldier has firmly occupied the top position in Twilight City, with its explosive combat power since its birth. Even the appearance of the skeleton blood dragon failed to squeeze it out of its high position. However, as the enemies faced by Twilight City became stronger and stronger, the weaknesses of this type of soldier began to be exposed. The low mobility and short attack distance are defects that cannot be ignored. This time, his first choice for the fusion of soldiers is the Axe of the Dead. But what type of soldiers can be matched with the Axe of the Dead? Thinking of this, Richard's eyes moved slightly, and looked at the Dark Gargoyle lair. Similarly, after obtaining the Dark Gargoyle lair from the single-player dungeon, this unit was used as the main force from the beginning, and later became a mount without knowing it. This also explains a lot of problems. Although the melee is strong, Richard will not charge them first when facing a powerful enemy, because this often causes additional losses. He always likes to use the minimum effort to exchange for the greatest results. This is also the consistent fighting style of the City of Dusk. The Dark Gargoyle is strong in flexibility and strong defense, especially the feature of immunity to magic, which makes this unit valuable. The weakness is that it is short-handed and can only fight in close combat. The Axe of the Dead is strong in its terrifying lethality, and its range skill Axe Break makes it a well-deserved violent soldier. The weakness is its short range, slow movement, and average survivability. If these two soldiers can be combined. Richard thought of this, and carefully looked at the properties of the fusion crystal. Fusion crystal can fuse two types of soldiers. After fusion, it will solidify into territory characteristics, retaining the characteristics of the two soldiers and gaining enhancement. After the fusion is successful, you can spend rare resources to fuse all the same soldier nests in the territory. Restrictions. 1. The probability of failure when using soldiers from different camps to fuse is extremely high. 2. The soldiers that are fused must have the same level and potential. 3. The fusion process is irreversible. After thinking for a while, Richard did not hesitate, and made a decision directly. Among so many soldiers at present, only these two are the most suitable. The mind moved. The system prompt sounded quietly. Ding, the troop type has been selected. The dead statue, the Dark Gargoyle. Do you want to use the fusion crystal to merge the two troop types into one troop type? Okay. The moment he made the choice, the fusion crystal he held tightly in his hand suddenly shattered, turning into a brilliant stream of light that merged into the two troop-type nests in front of him. The next second, the two adjacent troop-type nests began to emit a dazzling white light. The already dim sky seemed to have two suns rising. The light was brilliant. In the power of the fusion crystal, the two nests began to melt gradually like candles approached by flames. Richard observed carefully, and the two melted troop-type nests slowly flowed and intertwined together, turning into a ball of constantly squirming jelly. A few minutes later, the arms nests were completely integrated into one, and the melted energy slowly condensed into a new arms nest. It was a house made of stone, about 6 meters high. The walls outside the stone house were still like the battle axe wooden house, full of sharp battle axes. Looking carefully, you can vaguely see a hideous gargoyle phantom carved on the wall full of battle axes. The two arms nests were combined in this special way. After the last ray of light dimmed, the system prompt sounded. Ding, Axe of the Dead, Dark Gargoyle fusion completed, new arms born. Statue of the dead, you can recruit new arms from the arms nest. Seeing this scene, Richard immediately became excited. He quickly opened the attribute panel of the arms nest in front of him. Dead stone statue layer level. Brilliant 3 stars recruitable troops. Dead stone statue. Brilliant 3 stars. Number of recruits. 20 weekly output. 10 recruitment conditions. 200 units of gems. 200 units of crystals introduction. A troops layer formed by the fusion of 2 troops, very rare. Looking at the attributes of the troops layer, Richard's expectations soared. The dead stone statue, as the name suggests, is a combination of 2 troops. I just don't know if the attributes of this new troop can meet his wishes and achieve what he wants most, which is to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. With strong expectations in his eyes, he chose to recruit. In an instant, the dead stone statue's lair in front of him rose a light gray light like a rock. The light quickly condensed in the stone house. In the looming, a vague figure appeared. After a few breaths, the shadow condensed into a solid body, walked out of the stone house, and indirectly took down a battle axe from the wall with a click. The moment the battle axe was held in his hand, countless chains condensed out of thin air and tightly wrapped around his arm. The stone statue of the dead was born. Seeing this new soldier, Richard's eyes lit up immediately. It was sturdy, more than 3 meters tall, and its momentum was unspeakably fierce. There was a pair of brown wings on its back that looked like they were carved from rock. On the surface of the stone statue of the dead, pieces of stone armor, like dragon scales, stood out. Those were armor pieces that grew out of the body, no longer armor worn, all black and extremely strong. The arm was thick, holding the battle axe firmly, with chains wrapped around it. Once the battle axe was thrown, it would definitely cause exaggerated damage. The eyes were empty, and the fire of the soul burned in the head. The dead statue is worthy of its name. This is a stone statue driven by the soul of the dead. From the appearance, this new soldier completely inherits the physical characteristics of the axe of the dead and the dark gargoyle. Open the attribute panel. Dead stone statue level. Level 9 potential. Brilliant 3 stars skills. Dead stone body, B level. Special body structure can make dead stone statue immune to magic damage and instant death skills, while piercing and armor-breaking damage are reduced by 50%, and evil-type buff magic can be obtained. Crazy Axe Slash, B-level, can throw a battle axe to attack enemies within 80 meters, causing huge magic damage to the enemy, and can pull the battle axe through the chain on the arm to carry out continuous attacks, and has exquisite control over the battle axe. Explosive Shattering Axe, B-level, after throwing the battle axe, let it explode and shatter, causing huge magic damage to enemies within a diameter of 30 meters. After the battle axe fragments hit the enemy, a secondary explosion will occur, with strong penetration, causing physical damage, and the fragments have the instant death property of the bond. Dead Colossus, B-level, can transform into the Dead Colossus. Body size increases by 200%, defense increases by 600%, restores 20% health per minute, with additional characteristics. Life Stealing, each attack can convert 30% of the damage caused into its own life. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 120 minutes. Iron Destroyer, B-level, strength increased by 70%, battle axe sharpness increased by 70%, sturdiness increased by 70%, penetration increased by 70%. Extreme Speed Flight, B-level, agility increased by 70%, and speed increased by 70% during flight. Racial Talent, after the battle axe is broken, it can consume power and recondense. The soul is immortal, and the person is immortal. Bond Battle Axe. When the battle axe is thrown, the damage caused is increased by 60%, and there is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death skill Soul Slash, which directly executes the enemy. The higher the enemy level, the lower the triggering probability. Introduction. A specially synthesized half-undead and half-constructed life with powerful attack power. Awesome! Richard's eyes were full of surprise. The attributes of the dead stone statue completely inherited the characteristics of the 2 arms, and also greatly strengthened it. 6 B-level skills, a racial talent, and a bond. None of the skills are weak. The bond that Richard values most, the original skill of the dead axe, is limited to a certain range with a chance to cause instant death damage. At this time, it has evolved into a skill that can cause instant death damage as long as it is thrown out, without a distance limit. At the same time, the skill of axe breaking has also been greatly strengthened. The original axe breaking was only range damage, and now there is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death feature, which is simply awesome. The smile on his face could not be concealed. Although it is 2-in-1, The combat power of the dead statue is definitely stronger than the axe of the dead and the dark gargoyle combined. The fusion crystal is simply a magical artifact. What makes him most satisfied is that this new soldier has been solidified into a territory characteristic. In the future, as long as you get the troop nests of the axe of the dead and the dark gargoyle, you can directly consume rare resources for fusion, and no longer need fusion crystals. This wave of blood is fucking profitable. Looking at the 2 remaining fusion gems in his hand, Richard's mouth is almost grinning. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement. No, there are no good soldiers worth synthesizing now. Go buy a few more powerful troops first, and don't waste the fusion crystal. He calmed down, looked at the troops' nest in front of him, waved his hand, and recruited all the dead stone statues. 4,000 units of gems and crystals were consumed. After the fusion, ordinary resources can no longer be used for recruitment. Only gems and crystals are rare resources. In other words, 4,000 units of rare resources are needed every week to recruit 10 dead stone statues. Thinking of this, Richard's excitement faded a little. There will be more advanced troops in the future, and the recruitment alone will cost an astronomical figure. But looking at the neatly arranged and fierce dead stone statues in front of him, the corners of his mouth were curved again. With such troops, no matter how great the price is, it is worth it. With a thought, the yellow sand light on his body surged out. It directly enveloped the new troops in front of him. Give them the iconic skill of the City of Dusk, desertification. In this way, the dead stone statue has 2 powerful life-saving skills, the dead colossus and desertification. Its survivability is close to the level of abnormality. Richard saw this and understood why the high-level soldiers are so durable. These skills are more exaggerated than one another. After handling it, he seemed to think of something and opened the soldier panel to take a look. It has been 7 days since the last time the level of the soldier's nest was upgraded. He can continue to upgrade with the black gold system. Seeing this, Richard smiled bitterly and shook his head. He only had more than 16 million ordinary resources left. According to the 5 million required for each upgrade, he can only upgrade 3. It's far from being fully promoted. But there are still nearly 200,000 units of rare resources. Richard thought about it, spent 5 million ordinary resources, bought 10,000 arms nests, and promoted a rare level axe of the dead nest to brilliant 3 stars. Then, in the newly appeared fusion panel, merged the remaining dark gargoyle nest with it. Ding! Do you want to consume 5,000 crystals to fuse the axe of the dead and the dark gargoyle? Fusion requires 5,000 crystals. Richard touched his chin. The price was not low, but compared to the properties of the dead statue, it was completely acceptable. Confirmed. The moment of making a choice. The scene just now appeared again. A few minutes later, the 2 arms were successfully merged. Richard did not hesitate and directly recruited 20 more dead statue from it. In this way, this newly born arm has a full 4 teams. The dead stone statue has flexible mobility, strong attack power, and also has exaggerated defense and survivability. It can be described as a perfect soldier. The only regret is that the recruited soldiers cannot be integrated with each other. Otherwise, the combat power of the Dusk City army will definitely be greatly improved. If you want to integrate them next, you must cultivate a new dark stone ghost nest. The 2 nests brought out from the single-player copy have been used up. However, the dead axe was exchanged for 10 points in the previous copy. At this time, there are still 9 left after synthesizing 2. Richard saw that he could not continue, and he did not hesitate. He recruited all the output accumulated from the soldier nests in the past 2 weeks. In an instant, the resources on the attribute panel dropped sharply. The power of the City of Dusk immediately soared. Rare troops. Mummy Guardian 360420. Axe of the Dead 380470. Bandage Mummy 84,126. Scorpion Warrior 7,892. Great Axe Death Knight 198240. Condensed Sand Archer 400500. Crazy Sand Mage 225250. Curse Pharaoh 4555. Glorious Troops. Dark Gargoyle 240. Axe of the Dead 70. Stone Statue of the Dead 40. Heavy Sword Warrior 20. Crown Troops Skeleton Blood Dragon 30. A total of 408 rare troops were recruited, each with a unit price of 12,000 units of resources, consuming 4.896 million resources. Plus the 5 million consumed to upgrade Axe of the Dead Nest from rare to glorious. The original 16 million resources, the remaining 6 million. Rare resources consume 13,000 gems and 8,000 crystals, and there are still 37,000 gems, 42,000 crystals, 50,000 mercury, and 50,000 sulfur. This is the total number of resources at present. Richard saw this, and couldn't help but have a headache. Rare resources are still enough for now, but ordinary resources are a bit lacking. More than 8 million seems a lot at first glance, but it is only enough to upgrade a troop nest. It's still poor. At present, he has given up the way of occupying wild resource points to obtain resources. The barren desert does not allow him to develop in this way. And the previous main source of income, hunting, has gradually reduced its role due to the increasing thirst for resources in Twilight City. If the underground world had not been developed, I'm afraid that the resources would be stuck for a long time. At present, if you want to earn enough resources for the development of Twilight City, you still have to start from the underground world and establish a trade system for Twilight City. The difficulty of earning resources through trade is far better than hunting. As for commerce, the treasures he now has are enough to cultivate the industry of Twilight City. There are 7 or 8 resource treasures waiting to be placed, as well as dark crystals that can enhance potential, plus enhanced crystals that can directly upgrade heroes' skills to Super A level. These are top treasures that can enhance the foundation. Richard has absolute confidence that he can make Twilight City take off by using them in farming. Chapter 323. Blacksmith Shop. Whoosh, the apprentice with a sweat towel hanging around his neck wiped the hot sweat while pulling the bellows. A large amount of air blew into the furnace, making the green fire more and more intense. A young man with only one arm was staring at the ore in the fire. When the ore was red hot, he immediately took it out with pliers and placed it on the forging table beside him. There was a slightly concave hole in the center of the forging table, which was just enough to hold the ore. After the young man put it firmly, he immediately picked up the hammer leaning against the side of the operating table. The arm was like a muscle poured by copper water, and the huge force made the hammer go over his head. At this moment, the hammer smashed down fiercely with the help of gravity. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. Although he only had one arm, he did not see any stiffness in his operation, and his skill was shocking. Hammer after hammer, the fist-sized ore kept shrinking. After the temperature of the ore dropped, he put it into the fire to burn. The young man seemed like a mechanical puppet who never knew fatigue, and this process was repeated again and again. The apprentice who pulled the bellows was full of admiration. After who knows how many times, the ore has shrunk to half of its original size, but he has not stopped. Sam, the Lord said that the whole city will have a 2-day holiday. You have not rested during this period. Go back and accompany Shauna. Hearing the voice, the young man who was staring at the fire turned his head slightly. Seeing the person clearly, he immediately showed a respectful look. Lord Andal, good night. After the salute, he shook his head and rejected the other party's proposal. Now we are only one step away from success. As he was talking, he saw the ore was red again, so he took it out immediately. He waited with tongs, felt the weight in his hand, and was relieved. Without hesitation, he threw the ore directly into the stone bucket filled with black liquid next to the furnace. With a sizzling sound, the black liquid seemed to boil and began to bubble. The color changed from black to red like magma. Seeing this, Sam's eyes were full of excitement. The last step. He took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, turned his head, and signaled the scorpion warrior next to him to come over. Then he picked up a special tool and poured the liquid from the stone bucket carefully onto the scorpion tail of the scorpion warrior. After pouring it, the fiery red liquid was immediately swallowed by the scorpion tail. After the temperature dropped, it condensed into a layer of black hard armor on it. When the entire scorpion tail was covered with hard armor, a special force escaped from it, and the surrounding magic power flowed faster. Red spiderweb-like marks emerged from the hard armor, as if drawn with a pen. Just from the appearance, one can feel that the scorpion tail has become extremely extraordinary at this moment. Seeing this, Sam turned his head and looked at Andal, his voice choking with excitement. Lord Andal, I have not failed the Lord's expectations. He had an unimaginable respect for the great existence that gave him everything. The research was successful? Andal showed a surprised smile. Lord Richard would be very happy. Let's go. Come with me to see Lord Richard. The Lord will give you a more important task. After Sam calmed down, he looked at his sloppy dress with some embarrassment. Lord Andal, should I go change my clothes first? Forging iron by the fire, his body was already soaked. Go ahead. Yes. After a while Sam, who had changed into clean clothes, followed Andal respectfully, not daring to say a word. In Richard's eyes, Andal was a soft, cute, and somewhat research-crazy little girl. But in the blacksmith shop, she was a queen-like figure who held the power of life and death and could decide the fate of the apprentice with just one word. And with her superb forging skills and Richard's unconditional trust, her prestige in the eyes of the apprentices was enough. Even looking at the entire Twilight City, few people could be presumptuous in front of her. Approaching the Lord's mansion, Sam immediately became nervous. For him and all the residents of Twilight City, this Lord's mansion was full of sacredness. Because the great existence they respected the most lived here. On weekdays, almost no one was qualified to enter the Lord's mansion. Therefore, even if he could go in to deliver food and rice, he could brag to others. When he stepped into the gate, the mummy guard looked at him with empty eyes. The creepy soul fire seemed to be able to freeze everything. Sam's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to look around. He lowered his head, and followed Andal immediately. Not long after, the two crossed the front yard and entered the hall. Andal greeted first. "Good night, Lord Richard." Sam was relieved to see the familiar figure, and immediately stepped forward. "Good night, Lord." Richard, who had just heard the system prompt that the intermediate technology research of the Scorpion Warrior was successful, saw the two people enter the house and smiled. "No need to be polite, sit down." After the two sat down, he looked at Sam with appreciation. "You have worked hard these days, Sam. I have also seen your efforts. You have done a good job." Sam stood up excitedly, and supported his chest with one arm again. "My lord, all this is your gift." Richard smiled, and waved his hand for him to continue sitting down. "Keep working hard in the future. I have high hopes for you. I will live up to your trust." Richard nodded, and didn't say much on this topic. Although the intermediate technology of the Scorpion Warrior is worth celebrating, he has gained too much from this copy. He has a strong immunity to these relatively ordinary progress. He looked at the girl beside him, and got to the main topic of today. "Andal, you can postpone the forging of the dragon hunting crossbow. Now, I will give you an important task," he said, and put 14 psychic crystals on the table. "These treasures are the treasures I got in the Dark Plane. Their function is to strengthen the characteristics of the troops." He explained the function and limitations of this 5-star treasure in detail, and finally said, "This mission is of great importance. It can enhance the foundation of the City of Dusk. I need you to devote yourself to it." Andal's eyes lit up immediately. For this girl, nothing is more interesting than research and forging. This is her favorite. "My lord, I will never let you down." The tone is clean and neat, without any procrastination. This is the confidence of the A-level hero, and also the pride and confidence of being a special blacksmith. This is the troop you want to study and strengthen, the stone statue of the dead. Richard pointed to the dead stone statue that he had left in the corner. This is a new soldier of Twilight City, with strong combat power and potential. Andal's eyes were like a child seeing a favorite toy, holding the psychic crystal while looking at the dead stone statue. "My lord, I will produce results as soon as possible. There is no need to be so anxious. It is not too late to rest for a few days." Andal hummed a few times, but obviously did not listen. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and gave a few more instructions. Seeing that the other party's heart had flown away, he stopped talking nonsense. He waved his hand, and let the impatient girl leave with 5 psychic gems. He collected the remaining 9 first. The most important thing now is to find out how much the psychic gems can improve the soldiers, so that we can make arrangements with a clear mind. After Andal left, Richard looked at Sam, who was sitting in front of him. He still admired this blacksmith, who was given the power of a B-level hero by him. Not to mention that the other party has already given research results, and proved himself. He can become a blacksmith even after losing an arm, and even protected a blind girl across the desert before being taken back to Twilight City. This experience is enough to make people look up to him. He admires those who are self-reliant, and do not succumb to fate. After thinking for a while, under Sam's somewhat nervous gaze, he took out the strengthening crystal. This is a treasure exchanged for gold points, which can strengthen a hero's skills to Super A level. Andal is already an A-level hero, with unlimited potential in the future. If she continues to be promoted, there is a great probability that her own skills will be upgraded to Super A level. It is obviously not cost-effective to use it on the other party. Sam is undoubtedly the right person. Maybe there are others who have more potential than him, but who can make him admire him so much? As the only ruler of this land, he can easily change the fate of any resident as long as he wants. Even if the other party has a broken arm, so what? While thinking, he opened the other party's attribute panel. Sam. Hero unit level, level 7 potential, B-level profession, blacksmith, advanced, skills, natural intelligence, can increase the research success rate by 20% when conducting research, and can increase the attributes by 20% when improving and optimizing equipment. Perseverance, determined will, will not be shaken by any failure when forging. Progressive and hard-working, when forging, can do his best and devote himself to it for 10 years. Hero characteristics. Single-arm forging can increase the attributes of forged equipment by 20%. Racial characteristics. Can quickly learn various forging techniques and integrate them. Bond childhood sweetheart. When you are in the same city with your lover, Sana, the forging speed is increased by 35%, and the forging equipment has a 10% chance to have the additional feature of love is stronger than gold, which can instantly restore 30% of life. Introduction. A blacksmith with a broken arm, his eyes are full of determination, and no one knows what he can achieve in the future. Although Sam's overall attributes are not as good as Andal, the Pearl of Twilight City, he could also be regarded as excellent. After making a decision, Richard did not hesitate and picked up a strengthening crystal. Looked directly at the other party. Sam, now I will give you new power. Remember, when you have more powerful power, you must also take more responsibilities. Twilight City needs your efforts. Sam immediately stood up, looking at Richard with anxiety and excitement. He wanted to say something, but Richard didn't give him a chance. Ding, do you want to strengthen Sam's skill, natural intelligence B-level? Yes. The moment he made the choice. The strengthening crystal in his hand turned into a pure energy and poured into Sam's body. In an instant, Sam trembled all over, and he felt as if thousands of rivers were flowing in his body. In the majestic energy surge, the power deep in his blood was rapidly strengthened. Richard observed carefully, and there was nothing unusual on Sam's face except for a little pain. The whole strengthening process lasted about 20 minutes before it ended. Because he was a life-type hero, there was no overwhelming momentum that made people breathless. It just fluctuated slightly for a moment, and then returned to normal. When Sam's frown relaxed, Richard's ears rang with a reminder. Ding, strengthening completed, natural intelligence, B grade, promoted to peerless intelligence, super A grade. Peerless intelligence, when conducting research, increase the research success rate by 50%, reduce research time by 50%, and improve the original equipment by 30%, and reduce material consumption by 30%. Richard's smile immediately brightened. Super A-grade skills are still powerful. Andal, the A-grade hero, the special blacksmith, only increased the research success rate by 60% after a series of attribute additions. Sam now has 50% with one skill. This level of skills is really unreasonable. And a new feature of reducing research time by 50% has been added, which made his original idea of training a hero who specializes in technology research perfectly realized. At this time, Sam finally came back to his senses. Feeling the new power in his body, his eyes became extremely enthusiastic. He knelt down suddenly, with his head on the ground, and saluted with the most pious attitude. Lord, thank you for your gift. Sam swears with his soul that he will be loyal to you forever. From this moment on, your will is the direction of my progress. Richard waited for the other party to calm down before letting him stand up. Looking at this young man, who was so excited that he could not control himself, he said earnestly, Sam, you must remember that the power given to you is to enable you to protect your lover and the City of Dusk. You are a member of the City of Dusk. Everything you do is for yourself and for your lover. Try to do your best, and don't let me down. After saying that, he arranged the task without waiting for his response. After returning, immediately study the advanced attacks of the Scorpion warriors. I need to see results within half a month. Sam, who was still excited, said firmly, It will be as you wish. Richard nodded, and after giving 2 more instructions, he let the other party leave. Andal studied strengthening the stone statue of the dead, and Sam studied advanced technology. The two of them were making progress together. If Twilight City wants to upgrade from a small city to a medium city, the first condition is to have an advanced technology. This requirement seems not high, but because of the need to prepare for the dungeon, not all resources have been invested in it, resulting in Twilight City being stuck with this technology for more than 2 months. And if it continues to upgrade like this, the promotion of Twilight City will definitely require more advanced technology. Technology is an indispensable item for future development. But when Richard thought of having 2 top scientific researchers, he felt comfortable. Although the current progress may be slower than other players. But with Andal and Sam, catching up is not a problem at all. The enhancement of technology to the arms is visible to the naked eye. The combat effectiveness of the previous bandaged mummies and Scorpion warriors can be described as soaring every time the technology is upgraded. Therefore, even if there is no reason to upgrade the territory, he will invest a lot of resources in this. A technologically powerful country is also applicable to this world. In the future, The military level of Twilight City will become higher and higher. At a certain level, it will definitely not be possible to promote as quickly as it is now. At that time, upgrading technology will undoubtedly become another option to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the troops. It will not be wrong to plan ahead and prepare for a rainy day. Chapter 324. The effect of the first strengthening crystal made Richard feel the power of this treasure directly. He hesitated while playing with the remaining 2 crystals in his hand. How to distribute them next is a problem. The blacksmith shop has Andal and Sam to conduct scientific research for the time being. The remaining departments with high hopes include the tailor shop that produces yellow sand robes, the brewery and food workshop, and the alchemy workshop mainly composed of grey dwarves. Now the decision is in his hands. He can make any department he wants to develop catch up. The tailor shop is limited by the raw material of the flame dragon rabbit, and it cannot be mass-produced in a short period of time, so it can be postponed. The food workshop currently has no obvious development path, and the benefits are not very profitable, so it can also be delayed. The positioning of the alchemy workshop in Twilight City is mainly to manufacture defensive weapons. It is impossible to develop alchemy technology as the core of the territory like the Fortress clan. Twilight City does not focus on this. After thinking about it, Richard still focused on the winery. Wine has always been a highly profitable industry, and it is an absolute rigid demand. As long as a few top-grade wines can be developed, a huge amount of resources will be earned. Because of the existence of the black gold system, his thirst for resources is stronger than that of all players. But it is still the same old problem. Twilight City is still short of talents. Before, he thought that if he promoted the brewer to a B-level hero, the other party would bring him good news. But 2 months have passed, and the winery has developed several wines during this period, but the taste can only be described as mediocre, with nothing to recommend it at all. Now, he has a strengthening crystal, but he can't find a suitable person to use it on. It would be a waste to use it on people now. Talent. Richard was quite troubled. The heroes of Dusk City in terms of combat can be said to be superior to others. Looking at the tens of billions of players, no one can compare with them, and even one can beat 100. In contrast, heroes of life are very scarce. Although there is also Andal, a special blacksmith, sitting in the position, it is more than 1 level lower than the talent reserve of the army. While he was worried, Richard's ears rang with a notification sound of receiving a message. He didn't continue to struggle, and opened the chat forum to take a look. The private message was jumping continuously. Check. Manta lover, Chinchil boss, save my dog's life. Richard's mouth twitched. Why does this guy look a bit like the Italian cannon? Have those orcs attacked your territory? The steamed bun lover was relieved when he saw the reply in seconds. He responded hastily. Not yet, but their exploration of the territory is getting more and more intensive. After thinking about it, I think it's better to solve it in advance. It will be too late when the other party launches an attack. Contact me anytime when the space transmission scroll is ready. Richard did not shirk at all, and was very straightforward. Since he made a promise, he will definitely fulfill it. This is his bottom line. And the steamed bun lover used the world tree seeds to exchange for his action. He would agree to this deal without hesitation 10 times. The steamed bun lover was immediately cheered up. No problem, I can get the space scroll by September 3rd at the latest. Richard answered, and it took only a few days. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, do you have winemaking talents in your territory? Then he added, no need for heroes, just talents with winemaking talents. I am planning to develop the winemaking industry, and there is a shortage of talents in this area. Steamed bun lover, Boss Chinchio has a good vision. Wine has always been a bestseller, and this industry will definitely not have trouble selling. But unfortunately, my subordinates are all eagles, and they really know nothing about winemaking. There is no talent you want, boss. Richard was not disappointed when he saw this, and it was just a casual question. But just as he was about to respond, the other party sent another paragraph. Boss Chinchio, I wonder if your territory can accommodate orcs? Although I don't have talents in this area, that orc tribe rules a special tribe, and is very good at winemaking. Oh, special tribe? Richard became a little interested. Is this news confirmed? Steamed bun lover responded immediately. I sent people to get information before, and encountered the transport vehicle of that tribe. At that time, I stole half a barrel of wine. The taste was definitely the best I have ever tasted. There is no wine on Blue Star that can compare with it. And what's more exaggerated is that after drinking it, it can instantly improve the attributes. As long as your territory can accommodate the orcs, I will never let you down if I take back the tribe. This made Richard more interested. What race is that tribe among the orcs? How many people are there? How strong are they? The other party is the Whitetail cat tribe, with a number of about 200 people. The strength is relatively low, and they have always relied on the protection of the orcs. The orcs in Glorious Era belong to the tribal camp. They look similar to the orcs in World of Warcraft, with two fangs exposed outside their lips and a strong, fierce, and ferocious body, full of aggression. In addition, there are a large number of half-orc races in the tribal camp, including lions, tigers, rhinos, hippos, and cats. As the most powerful existence in the tribal camp, orcs have always occupied an absolute dominant position, and half-orcs are in a dominated position. Richard was completely moved. It's not as good as moving a tribe of the other party with just a few talents. Try to find out as much information about the Whitetail cat tribe as possible in the next few days. In addition, try to find as many winemakers as possible for me. As long as there is a suitable person who can satisfy me, there will be a big reward. Boss Qingqiu, don't worry, I will make arrangements. Wait for my good news. I will contact you immediately when I get the teleportation scroll. After the two finished talking, Richard seemed to think of something and opened another private message. Are you still alive? A few minutes later, your Italian cannon replied. Brother-in-law, you are so mean. You took so long to send me a message. Richard was too lazy to pay attention to this guy's complaints. Did you get the scroll that can improve the hero's potential in the dungeon? Before entering the dungeon, the Italian cannon reminded him that as long as he could hunt down the boss between the two players' territories, he could get the scroll that could improve the hero's potential. At that time, he was quite excited and ready to do it. But after entering the dungeon, he found that the boss's level was as high as 19, and the potential was also a level. This made his plan aborted. After conquering the Dark Valkyrie, he had the strength to fight. But the endless survival mode has been activated, and there is no time to operate. This made him quite regretful. Italian Cannon was immediately tickled, and said proudly, Brother-in-law, do you know why I didn't send you a message later? Hee, that's because my sister took me to kill 2 level 19 bosses. That's right, the potential A level 19 Void Hunter heroes. After killing those 2 bosses, we also died together with the remaining Void Hunters. As for the hero promotion scroll, my sister and I each split one. Now I won't hide it from you, I already have an A-level hero. Ha ha ha. A-level hero, what a strong and domineering existence. Thinking of the exaggerated attributes of his A-level hero, Italian Cannon couldn't help grinning. So cool. Richard was amused and helpless when he saw this. An A-level hero? That's it. If this guy knew that he had tied up all the hidden bosses of level 15, I wonder what his expression would be. Congratulations. After a perfunctory reply without much interest, he repeated the story of asking the steamed bun lover for winemaking talent. The Italian Cannon, still immersed in his pride, responded immediately. There is no talent, but my sister seems to know where to find the wine recipe, and it is a very high-grade top-grade wine. Wait a minute, I will ask for you. A few minutes later, the other party appeared again. Brother-in-law, my sister said that the wine recipe is legendary, and the tasks involved are very tedious. She doesn't have time to do it now, but she can give you the relevant task items, and you can do it yourself. Richard was in a good mood. The steamed bun lover and the Italian Cannon were both his lucky stars. Chapter 325. Solen City. Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. In a luxurious and elegant room, Windsor, the controller of Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, was sitting behind a large desk and carefully reviewing documents. Sometimes his brows were slightly frowned, and sometimes his face was relaxed. O'Neill stood in front of the desk with 2 documents in his hands, waiting respectfully, and even his breathing was deliberately slowed down, for fear of disturbing the other party. Although he was cautious and meticulous, the girl wearing a silver crown at the tea table on the side did not care about it. Looking at the other young man who had just entered the room with interest, she asked loudly, Have you heard the latest news about Lord Shannon? Seeing that the other party hesitated and didn't know whether to answer, the girl immediately turned her head to Oni, who was standing in front of the desk delivering documents. Onik, can you help me ask Sister Windsor about the news about Lord Shannon? Is it convenient for me, an outsider, to hear it? Onik looked at the smart girl and smiled bitterly. Your Highness Chris, given your relationship with President Windsor, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has never kept any secrets from you. The girl smiled sweetly at these words. After Windsor, who was sitting at the desk, finished reviewing the documents in his hand, he looked up at the young man who was in a dilemma. What's the matter? The other party immediately breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps forward, and said with his head down without daring to look at her. President, according to the latest information, all the Lords of Divine Grace have returned from that alternate dimension. Windsor frowned slightly. Have you found out why those Lords of Divine Grace could go to the alternate dimension at the same time? The reporter's eyes became serious. There is only one possibility at present, the great gods. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Windsor's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword that could pierce armor. The pressure on his body surged like a tsunami. Everyone's heart seemed to be pressed by a huge stone, and even breathing became difficult. God. He whispered this word that could make all the natives of the glorious era tremble, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Windsor came back to his senses, and retracted the terrifying breath. He looked at the reporter with a majestic look. Besides this, is there any other news? The other party's forehead was dripping with sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off, and responded with a trembling voice. Mr. President, we also heard that in that special plane, the gods selected the most powerful 1 million people from the 20 billion gods' grace lords to fight a death battle. Oh! Windsor narrowed his eyes. Death fight? Millions of people? Yes, and each lord can lead 300 troops to participate in the fight, but only one lord can win the fight. The young man said with a bit of surprise and yearning in his eyes. And the one who killed millions of Shannon lords and ascended to the throne in this death fight was a lord named Qingqiu. Not only did the opponent show his powerful strength in the previous battles, but in the last battle, he led 300 troops alone to fight against the 30,000 troops composed of hundreds of lords. In the end, Qingqiu's opponents were all beheaded by him, and he became the final winner with an absolute advantage, the well-deserved king of the fight. In addition, there is. He then repeated everything Richard had done in the dungeon, such as the instant surge in points, and the overwhelming power over 10 billion people. This information, which all players knew, could not be concealed at all. At the end, he seemed to have been involved in it, and his tone was extremely excited. That Qingqiu is a legend among the Lords of Divine Grace. The strongest among 20 billion people. After hearing all this, even Windsor, who was used to seeing big storms, could not help but look at it. The strongest 1 million were selected from 20 billion people to fight. In the end, facing countless pressures, he fought out for millions of people, and won the crown under the attention of countless people. How heroic was that Lord of Divine Grace! It's a pity that the other party was not in Solen City. If he could meet him, he would have taken him in. Onik next to him was also full of amazement at this time. Although the current Lord of Divine Grace is still far from being powerful in his opinion, he can reach the top among 20 billion people, so it is easy to know how terrible his strength is. For some reason, the territory deep in the desert suddenly appeared in his mind. Who will win if Lord Richard fights head-on? Although the Lord of Divine Grace named Qingqiu has a brilliant record, Onik feels that Dusk City is not worse than him. The girl wearing a silver crown is thinking the same thing as Onik at this moment, and looks at him with interest. Onik, who is better, the Desert Lord you highly respect or this Qingqiu? Last time you said that Lord Richard has unlimited potential, and even the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce is not qualified to let him join. He blinked as he spoke. I wonder where Mr. Richard ranked in the competition among all the Lords of God's Grace this time. Onik naturally understood the other party's joke, but he still responded seriously. Your Highness Chris, even if Qingqiu won the first place, I don't think Mr. Richard will lose. Do you have such great confidence in that lord? Onik nodded firmly. Of course. Chris shook her head. She really didn't understand why the other party was so optimistic about that territory. Although she heard a lot of extraordinary information about that territory from Onik, it shouldn't make a merchant hero who has been doing business for decades so stubborn, right? He didn't dwell on this topic, and looked out the window with some emotion. I don't know where Rebecca is now. I hope she can get a satisfactory answer when she goes to find Lord Richard this time. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of the Ice and Snow Empire had gone to the City of Dusk 3 days ago, with a heavy gift to buy the rabbit fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit. As for whether the other party can get what she wants, it is unknown. Onik comforted. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. There is no danger that cannot be dealt with on the road to Twilight City. At Miss Rebecca's speed, she will arrive on September 15th at the latest. Mr. Richard is a man of great trust. With the letter between me and the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, no matter whether the deal can be reached, Miss Rebecca will not be embarrassed. Chris looked at Onik strangely. Rebecca is with 3 squadrons of level 15 soldiers. Does that territory have the ability to embarrass Rebecca? Onik did not argue, but just added. Your Highness, Twilight City is not the territory of Lord Shannon as you know it. There is Twilight City, a city full of miracles. After saying that, He seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at President Windsor, who was a little absent-minded. "Mr. President, I have invited Mr. Richard to come to Solen City before. Now all the Lords of Divine Grace have returned from the other planes. I am afraid he will leave soon. Maybe he will come back with Miss Rebecca." Hearing this, Windsor nodded slightly. "I would like to meet this Lord of Divine Grace, whom you respect so much. See if he can have some of Chincho's brilliance." Chapter 326. Twilight City. After Richard arranged things, he had a deep sleep. The next day, August 27th. He got up comfortably at noon. After washing up with the help of the maid, he comfortably enjoyed a lunch carefully prepared by the chef. During this period of time, his spirit was always tense in the copy. Now there was no life and death pressure, not to mention how comfortable it was. The whole person felt lazy, and didn't want to move. It was quite like the feeling of finally having a holiday after working overtime for a month. After having a good meal and a good drink, while drinking tea in the hall, he suddenly thought of something and took out a very special treasure from the system space. Sandstorm. Richard opened the black wooden box and watched the mini sandstorm that had shrunk countless times and kept turning in the palm-sized space, with great interest. This scene was very similar to the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean, where Captain Jacko's black pearl was put into a glass bottle. "This is a treasure that I exchanged from the black-robed merchant for 5 million points. This kind of treasure that can change the terrain is extremely rare, and can only be encountered by chance. As for how powerful it is, the quicksand land is the best example. After matching with the ancient tree of the evil god, the sand land has become a well-deserved place of death. In several wars, it has played an irreplaceable role. Open the attribute panel. Sandstorm, unbound, level, 5 stars. Features, 1. After placing it, a sandstorm with a diameter of 30 kilometers can be formed on the ground, which never stops. 2. After binding the owner can freely control the intensity of the sandstorm, and the enemies killed by the sandstorm can provide certain experience. 3. You can place wind attribute hero units to assist in controlling the sandstorm, with a maximum of 3. Richard nodded with satisfaction. The diameter of 30 kilometers is several times wider than the quicksand land. Although the specific power is still unknown, it is definitely not garbage based on the 5-star level and 5 million points. With a thought, his mental power slowly merged into the mini sandstorm surging in the wooden box. In an instant, he seemed to merge into the sandstorm, and the terrifying roar resounded through his mind. Richard slowly closed his eyes, and the light on his body surged out. The yellow sand halo was turned on at the same time. After a few breaths, the sandstorm no longer resisted him, but became as gentle as the breeze. When his eyes opened again, a bright smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already imprinted his mental power on the core of the treasure. Now, this natural disaster completely belongs to him. He took the wooden box back in his hand, and looked at it for a long time before closing it. He stood up and left the hall, and headed for the desert. 10 minutes later. East of Twilight City. Richard sat behind Alvis, looking at the yellow sand land in front of him. The system map showed that this place was 30 kilometers away from Twilight City. The quicksand land was in the north. If it was placed here, it would just allow 2 special natural disaster areas to be directly connected. Seal the north and the east. He didn't hesitate, punched the wooden box, and connected his mental power to the mini sandstorm. After a few breaths, the wooden box exploded inch by inch. A violent wind-attributed force was like a beast that had escaped from a cage. Whoosh! A violent whistle suddenly sounded in my ears. In an instant, with him as the center, a strong wind rose. The yellow sand on the ground was immediately blown by the violent wind. The originally clear air immediately became turbid. The wind howled across the sky and earth. Sandstorm. Richard stood in the center, and his vision was blurred in a few breaths. There was only the breath of the wind, and the sound of sand breaking through the air due to high-speed flight. Although the ears could not hear other sounds, the perception was not hindered by the sandstorm. Instead, it surged outward along this natural disaster. A special picture emerged in my mind. Wherever the sandstorm passed, the sand and boulders were rolled back into the sky. And within this 30-kilometer range, there are still a large number of field army bases. Facing such a fierce sandstorm, those monsters had no time to dodge, and were directly rolled into the sky. In the terrifying sandstorm, some field soldiers with weaker bodies were directly torn into pieces. Blood and limbs were instantly submerged in sand. Even the desert buffalo weighing several tons was mercilessly swept into the sky at this moment. It was sent to the most terrifying area of the sandstorm with a moo. Under the tearing of countless sharp gravel, its body was like a sieve, with large and small holes. It lost its life in a few breaths. This is the real natural disaster. This terrifying scene amazed Richard. What's even cooler is that he can gain experience for every soldier killed. Ding, the desert buffalo was killed by the sandstorm, and you gain 5 experience points. Ding, desert wolf. Although only a part can be obtained, it still increased slightly due to the huge number. The terrifying sandstorm spread to a very long distance before slowing down. Looking from the outside, you can see a horrible natural disaster with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a height of more than 800 meters, like a 10,000-foot-high solid wall, standing on the east side of the city of Dusk. Richard felt that the surroundings were no longer expanding, and with a thought, he drove Alvis to fly up to the sky. Whoosh, the damaged dragon wings fluttered wildly, and it quickly floated up from the ground. After a dozen breaths, the undead dragon broke through the obstruction of the sandstorm with a powerful momentum. Swish, the gravel on its body fell wildly. Richard's vision suddenly opened up, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. After flying away from the sandstorm area, he looked down suddenly. On the ground, the sandstorm that covered everything was like waves in the sea, surging. It gave people a strong visual and psychological impact. In the vast desert, sandstorms are the most terrifying killers, no one else. Ding, the sandstorm is placed successfully, and the attributes have been refreshed. As the system prompt sounded, Richard's eyes lit up. Attribute refresh? There is such a good thing? Immediately open the panel. Sandstorm, bound, level, 5 stars range, 30 kilometers in diameter skills. 1. Tornado. Can control the sandstorm to condense 20 tornadoes with a diameter of 80 meters, with wind force up to level 26. Natural disaster. Can be summoned 3 times a day, each time for 1 hour. 2. Control the sandstorm. Can freely control the intensity of the sandstorm. The outermost radius of the sandstorm is 5 kilometers. The highest is level 18, hurricane. The innermost 10 kilometers is the highest, level 24, natural disaster, and the enemies killed by the sandstorm can provide a certain amount of experience. Currently placed heroes. 0/3 Introduction. A real natural disaster. After reading the properties, Richard's eyes were full of surprise. After placing it, it actually became stronger. Although the sandstorm has only 2 skills, they are both extremely abnormal. The tornado storm can reach a wind force of 26. He doesn't know what 26 means, but on Blue Star, the highest hurricane is only 18. And the diameter reaches 80 meters, and the number is as many as 20. This is definitely a well-deserved natural disaster level. The control of the sandstorm is not weak at all, with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a radius of 15 kilometers. The outer radius of 5 kilometers can reach level 18, and the highest wind force of 10 kilometers inside is 24, which is the same natural disaster level damage as the tornado. After reading it twice, Richard looked down in amazement. With a thought, his mental power connected to the sandstorm below again. At this moment, the sandstorm that was originally exploding immediately seemed to be twisted by a giant hand. It started to spin wildly. In less than 10 breaths, the central area began to form a reeling state, like a vortex in the sea. A moment later, 20 tornadoes with a diameter of more than 80 meters appeared in front of him, highly connected to the sky and the earth. The already terrifying sandstorm immediately increased its lethality because of the appearance of these tornadoes. Looking at the natural disaster under his nose, Richard could clearly feel the violent power in it. He couldn't imagine what kind of life could withstand such terrible damage. In the future, when encountering a battle similar to the siege of the monster, the north will become an insurmountable wall. After Richard was amazed, he suddenly thought of something and took out a special treasure from the system space. The Heart of the Sun. This treasure, which was obtained for free in the Giant's Furnace, can make an ordinary life directly become an A-level fire element hero. Feeling the surging hot energy in it, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity. If this treasure can transform ordinary life into wind attribute life, it can directly control sandstorms. Wind attribute heroes are not so easy to find. After sighing for a moment, Richard suddenly had an idea. My super A-level skill, Fiery Sandstorm, is also a combination of flame and sandstorm. Is it really impossible to use fire attribute life? Before placing it, the prompt on the sandstorm said that a wind attribute hero could be placed, but after placing it, the attribute was refreshed and there was no such prompt. Richard touched his chin. Seriously think about the feasibility. Chapter 327. After careful consideration, Li Cha felt that he could still give it a try. Whether he succeeded or not, he would not lose anything. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly increase the lethality of the sandstorm by several levels. Imagine 20 tornadoes with wind force reaching level 26 suddenly burst into flames like gasoline. The terrifying high temperature would melt the steel in a breath. However, now he had to use the heart of the sun to get the fire element hero. There was no rush. The gains from the dungeon had greatly enriched the power of the City of Dusk, and there was not so much defensive pressure at present. After retracting his scattered thoughts, Richard's mental power escaped again. It enveloped the sandstorm again. After careful perception, a bit of joy appeared on his face. Like the quicksand land, the sandstorm could also be set rules for it with thoughts, with a total of 3 rules. When no one was in control, the sandstorm would flow according to the rules. He immediately became alert. First, set the wind speed of the sandstorm to the lowest level during normal times. Once a large number of enemies enter the core area, immediately turn on the maximum storm. As for the tornado, it needs to be actively cast and cannot be set. After the simple setting, Richard did not stay any longer. He drove Alves from high altitude and crossed the sandstorm. After leaving the coverage area, it dropped to a low altitude of 100 meters. At this time, the picture from the outside was completely different. It was as if a sandstorm was attacking him on the sand. Coupled with the exaggerated height of 800 meters, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. It seemed to fall down like a mountain. Richard nodded with satisfaction. Just based on this appearance, most lives would be afraid. After watching for a while, he let Alves land and rolled down from his back. Just when he was thinking about how to use the heart of the sun, he thought of the heart of rock that he had not yet given to the Lord of Fire Element. This is a top treasure that can help the Lord of Fire Element break through the extraordinary. When he was in the dungeon, he promised the other party that he would contact it and send the heart of rock to it when he returned to the main plane. Now he is free, and he can also ask the boss if he can use the life of the fire element to guard the sandstorm. The old monster who has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years can give some useful suggestions. While thinking, he took out the element core that could contact the Lord of Fire Element. The mental power escaped and directly triggered the energy inside. The core of the fire element immediately burst into a scorching light, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a vague figure in the air. At the moment when the phantom took shape, a somewhat dull voice of joy rang out. "Sir Richard." Seeing this, Richard also smiled. "Sir Close, I have left that special plane." The fire element lord heard this, and the joy in his words became more intense. "Wait a moment, I will break the void immediately." The voice fell. The fire element core in his hand cracked and exploded directly. It turned into pure energy and poured into the air. In a few breaths, the energy caused countless cracks in the void, as if a spider was weaving a huge web. At this moment, bang, a huge arm burning with terrifying flames passed directly through the cracks, like breaking glass with a hammer. Crack, the space exploded directly. Along with the space fragments splashing, the hot air surged out. The air became unbearably hot. Richard's face did not change at all. He had the characteristic of reducing 50% of the fire element's damage. Although he didn't have many opportunities to use it, it did not affect his strength. Under his gaze, the second 2 arms grabbed the space that had not been opened. Then the 2 hands suddenly opened to the sides. The posture was extremely arrogant. Crack, the sound of explosion sounded, and the space was like a torn sheet with a huge gap. A terrifying existence with a body of more than 10 meters, burning with hot flames all over, and whose true face could not be seen stepped out from the wide-open space gap. Although the main plane does not allow the power above the gods to descend, it does not have too many restrictions on the life below the gods. As long as it is not from the evil places such as hell and the abyss that are opposed to the will of the main plane, there will be no big problem. The fire element lord is obviously not within the scope of the main plane's exclusion. After several months, I finally met this boss again. But Richard's mood at this moment is different. Although the opponent is still so powerful that it makes people tremble. But he is no longer like the first time he met the opponent in the ancient ruins. He has no power to resist. At this moment, his subordinates, who are boss units with the same potential as the opponent, have 3. In the control ring in his hand, there is a damaged level 20 extraordinary hunter. Even if he fights hard with the opponent at this moment, he still has the strength to fight. Strength is the greatest confidence. "Sir Close, my friend, I am glad to see you again." The fire elemental lord, who had restrained his violent power, looked at Richard, who remained calm, with eyes brighter than the sun, full of admiration. "Sir Richard, your growth has exceeded my expectations." When they first met, the other party was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Although he had excellent talent, that was all. But in just a few months, he even felt a trace of danger from the other party. Although it was very weak, it was enough to explain everything. Richard sneered. Sir Close, I think this may be a good thing. You need a stronger friend. That's right. The Fire Elemental Lord nodded. Richard didn't say too much to the elemental life, and directly took out thousands of lava hearts. He controlled the gravel and held it in the air. Looking at the neatly stacked lava hearts piled up into a small mountain, the fire on the Fire Elemental Lord suddenly became hot. The light around him began to distort. It looks full of violent power. Lava heart. This is its chance to be promoted to the extraordinary, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 500,000 years ago, in order to find the lava heart, it ventured into the main plane. Finally, it was imprisoned forever. If it weren't for Richard, it would probably still be imprisoned in that small furnace. At this moment, the obsession of hundreds of thousands of years ago was finally satisfied, and the emotions in his heart can be imagined. Sir Close, this is the promise I made to you. Now, these treasures belong to you. After the voice fell, the heart of rock dragged by the sand table flew to the front of the Fire Elemental Lord. This level has grown to level 19 boss. The flames on his body suddenly surged, directly covering the heart of rock. Then, thousands of rock hearts seemed to lose gravity, and slowly rotated around each other's body. Under the burning of the flames on the surface of the body, the rock hearts gradually emitted a special energy. The Fire Element Lord was like a long, thirsty traveler who found an oasis and immediately swallowed up the energy. It only takes 1 month for me to break through to the extraordinary. Feeling the change in the power in his body, the Fire Element Lord was overjoyed. It has been longing for the extraordinary for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years, what a long time. After a long time, he suppressed his excitement. He looked down at Richard, opened his mouth, and spit out a pure golden flame. The flame was filled with unspeakable holy power, and slowly floated towards Richard. Sir Richard, I originally planned to use 200,000 fire element cores as a transaction, but after thinking about it, this treasure may be more suitable for you. Seeing this, Richard immediately became very curious. What treasure can be worth 200,000 fire element cores? With some expectation, he opened the attribute panel. Original fire. Level, legend. Features. When non-water attribute soldiers are baptized by the origin fire, they can strengthen one of their own skills to make it carry fire element damage. Restrictions. 1. Soldiers must be above the brilliant level to withstand the baptism of the origin fire. 2. Each soldier can only be strengthened once. 3. Only 100 soldiers can be strengthened every day. Introduction. The most original flame of the fire element plane has incredible power. Original fire? Legendary treasure? Richard was greatly surprised. It is indeed a treasure worth 200,000 fire element cores. This thing is inestimable. No matter how many fire element cores there are, they will be consumed, but the origin fire can be continuously strengthened. A chicken that can always lay golden eggs. Sir Close, I am very satisfied with your gift. The joyful voice of the Fire Element Lord sounded. This is a flame that accompanied me when I was born. If you encounter a powerful enemy, you can use it to call me at any time. My friend, this is the testimony of our friendship. As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt suddenly rang. Ding, the Fire Element Lord's favorability towards you has increased, and your current relationship with him is respect. Richard's smile also brightened. Comfortable. This transaction not only got a legendary item that can continuously strengthen the army, but also made this top boss, who is about to become extraordinary, become his trump card that he can summon for battle. And this time it is not just one summon. With his current relationship with Duifeng, as long as he doesn't shake the other party every day, isn't it easy to summon 3 or 5 times? This wave is not a loss. Thinking of this, a special place suddenly emerged in his mind. It was the dungeon under the broken temple, where the Dark Lord was imprisoned. When he went to look for refugees, he accidentally triggered the mechanism, which led to the appearance of the dungeon. At that time, the dragon hero Alvis was dragged into the ground by a tentacle and died directly. That was also the first time Alvis died, causing him to spend tens of thousands of gems to revive him from the hero altar. What he couldn't forget was that if he took down the dungeon, he could subdue the imprisoned hero. After a while, when the City of Dusk is strong enough, he can try it. At that time, let the extraordinary Fire Elemental Lord support him. Perfect. Chapter 328. After putting the origin fire into the system space, Richard took out the heart of the sun. He explained the effect of this treasure, and then pointed to the sandstorm behind the Fire Element Lord that swept the world. He also told the other party about his idea of promoting a Fire Element hero, placing him in the sandstorm, and controlling the sandstorm. He planned to ask for the opinion of this boss, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He originally just wanted to ask, but he didn't expect the Fire Element Lord to give him a big surprise. I have gained a lot of knowledge in that damn wizard tower, and similar treasures are also recorded. And your treasure does not have such a big limit. Wind element life can maximize its power because they can control hurricanes by themselves. Fire element life is not bad either. Hurricanes plus flames can greatly enhance their power. If you can use wind element heroes and fire element heroes together, the effect will be better. When you have a fire element hero, I can help it enter the fire element plane. I will protect it inside, and it will not be dangerous. When necessary, it can open a channel from the fire element plane and let the fire burn everything. This made Richard's eyes light up. Sure enough, the longer you live, the more you know. And connecting to the fire element plane is something he has never thought of. If the fire element plane is opened at a critical moment, there may be no need for sandstorms. The high temperature alone can destroy everything. As he thought of this, a scene suddenly emerged in his mind where the fire elemental lord broke through the void in the ancient ruins, allowing endless flames to pour back and destroy everything. That stunning scene left a deep impression on him. Mr. Close, thank you for your help. I will contact you when I find the right person. After agreeing on this matter, Richard suddenly thought of something and continued to speak. If Twilight City wants to conduct long-term trade with a fire elemental plane, is it feasible? Cross-plane transactions contain huge profits. This is a plan he had thought of a long time ago. Before, the relationship between the two sides was not in place, so it was a bit abrupt to propose it. Now it is possible, but he suddenly thought that elemental life seems to have no demand. What can a ball of fire buy? The Lord of Fire Element answered this question seriously, but the result was not so good. Elemental life does not have too many human desires, and becoming stronger is the only pursuit. If you can provide the lava heart for a long time. Richard was speechless after only saying half of the words. This thing is a treasure found in the giant's furnace. It is not something that can be obtained casually. He was a little disappointed. Damn, the cross-plane transaction was not going well. He was still thinking about making a fortune. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt a little funny. It would be strange if there was any follow-up if he went to trade with a group of fire elements. I can only blame myself for not having enough education and suffering from lack of education. He didn't have too many strange emotions in his heart, and immediately adjusted his plan. If he conducts cross-plane transactions in the future, he must choose a plane with normal life. Anyway, he has the Void Sandworm, which is a strategic treasure, and he will definitely not worry about not finding a suitable plane. After Richard chatted with the Fire Element Lord for another 10 minutes, the two sides ended this meeting. The other party broke through the void, and returned to the Fire Element plane with strong excitement. When we meet again next time, the other party will be a boss of extraordinary level. Of course, it will also be his important trump card. Riding on Alvis again, he returned to the City of Dusk. Looking at the streets with a bit of prosperity, Richard was in a very good mood. This city was built from scratch by him bit by bit. That sense of accomplishment is difficult for outsiders to understand. After letting Alvis rest, he went straight to the east wall. Looking at the sandstorm blocking one direction more than 10 kilometers away, the corners of his mouth curled up high. The harvest from entering the dungeon, this time was too rich. And in the next period of time, these treasures will continue to enhance the power of the City of Dusk. While thinking, it suddenly occurred to me that I had been preparing for the dungeon for the previous month. Now that the dungeon has ended, how should the City of Dusk develop in the future? This question made Richard start to think seriously. First of all, the most important core is to insist on farming and development without wavering. Development is the hard truth. Development can be divided into several directions, internal and external. The internal industry part, the brewery he attaches the most importance to, has already found a target, the white-tailed cat tribe mentioned by steamed bun lovers. When he helps the other party to clean up the orcs in 2 days, he can grab it and let it become a member of the Dusk City. And he has 2 strengthening crystals in his hand. As long as the other party is really talented, he can fully support him. In addition, the food workshop and the tailor shop must increase investment. It is always right to walk on multiple legs. In addition, the foundation of everything, agriculture, must find a safe planting area as soon as possible, which is also the top priority. He already has nearly 10 resources and treasures in his hands. The resources needed for brewing in the future must be produced from agriculture, and this link cannot go wrong. For the outside world, the focus is still on responding to threats. Fortunately, The Death Desert does not pose much threat to Twilight City at this stage. But the information before the Italian cannon made him always worried. The reason why there are no players in the Death Desert is that this is an advanced map, and will merge with other planes in the future. The current safety of Twilight City does not mean safety in the future. So he must develop and expand Twilight City as much as possible, because no one knows when the Death Desert will merge with other planes. At that time, what kind of risks he will face is unknown. This is the biggest uncertainty, and it also makes him tense and dare not slack off. Secondly, the second important threat is the god of dog-headed men. This evil god, who was accidentally offended, has become a mortal enemy of Twilight City. As long as there is a chance, the other party will flatten them at all costs. Last time, after using the statue of the ancient god to devour the opponent's divine power, although it can make him quiet for a while. But it is certain that once the opponent attacks again, he will definitely burst out with a trembling attack. And there is only one solution to strengthen himself. Fortunately, this time he gained enough from the dungeon. As long as he is given some time to continue to develop, he will become more and more confident. Thinking of this, Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. Now, in addition to what he is doing, there are still a lot of things he needs to deal with. First, conquer the underground world. Last month, before entering the dungeon, the Grey Dwarf used an alchemical bomb to sneak attack, causing him to die once in Bloodhoof City. At that time, the dungeon was about to be opened, and he had no time to deal with this matter. For this reason, he set up a plan with Bloodhoof City to conceal the information that he was still alive and lure the snake out of the hole. In the past month, the Grey Dwarves must have launched a fierce attack on Bloodhoof City. The first thing he did was to completely flatten the underground world and make Bloodhoof City the overlord. Harvesting resources from the underground world several times made him taste the sweetness. In his heart, he had already regarded this underground world as his own private territory. As long as the Grey Dwarves were eradicated, a stable and peaceful underground world would surely provide a steady stream of resource income for the City of Dusk. Second, the gods in the Broken Lake. The little centaur Merida, the former demigod stationed in the Broken Lake to imprison the gods. And the god has revived. This one can tell that it is a high-level dungeon map. Before entering the dungeon, he even saw the kingdom of God hidden deep at the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, he had the ancient god statue, and the newly revived god was frightened by it. And what kind of exaggerated benefits can be obtained by conquering a kingdom of gods with gods? Just thinking about it makes him excited. But the biggest problem is that he is not sure of victory yet. At present, he can only wait for the Fire Element Lord to break through the extraordinary before starting the attack. With the ancient god statue as a killer weapon, and using an extraordinary boss as a trump card, there is definitely hope to capture it. Third, the ancient ruins buried with a large number of treasures. There are still 8 of the 9 bronze doors in the ruins that have not been explored. Last time, I met the Fire Element Lord in the ruins and got a legendary profession. The benefits gained can be said to have laid the foundation for the rapid growth of the City of Dusk. He must take time to explore it again, as he doesn't know how many treasures are buried inside. The current City of Dusk is not the same as it was a few months ago. It is not impossible to open the remaining 8 bronze doors at once. Fourth, the dungeon where the Dark Lord is imprisoned. Capturing the dungeon can subdue the heroes inside. This system prompt has always made him feel full of temptation. But the problem is that the dungeon is too fierce. Even a thick-skinned dragon hero like Alvis was dragged into the ground by a tentacle. The life inside definitely has power above the extraordinary level. This can be slowed down, and it will not be too late to send troops to attack after it grows up. In addition to these urgent and important matters, there are also many things. For example, the Krina tribe where Xena is. Xena did not respond to Xena's request for help last time. Xena also applied to leave the copy and go back. Maybe he will go with him then. He is quite curious about this famous race in the desert. It would be great if he could recruit more powerful heroes like Xena. In addition, he also needs to take time to go to Solen City. First, he has longed for the city of the indigenous people. Second, he also wants to see how such a big city solves the problem of agricultural areas not being disturbed by war. And he also has to help the steamed bun lovers resist the orcs and rob the Whitetail cat tribe. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but have a headache. There are too many things to do, and now he can only deal with them urgently. First solve the steamed bun lovers problem, snatch the Whitetail cat tribe back, then send troops to the underground world to flatten the Grey Dwarves, and then go to Solen City. Why do I feel that I am busier than on Blue Star after becoming a lord? What went wrong? Richard smiled bitterly and helplessly. Chapter 329. After sorting out the plan for the development of Twilight City from beginning to end, Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. The goal became clear. In the next period of time, we still have to convert the benefits obtained from the dungeon into real power. The current Twilight City can be said to be unmatched among players. But looking at the entire glorious era, it is still far away. This world has gods who control the power of rules, forces that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless powerful races. Facing a group of indigenous people whose background is unknown to what extent. Twilight City is still too weak now. It can only respond with the greatest caution. However, no matter how powerful the enemies to be faced in the future are, he always believes that one day Twilight City will no longer need to look at the face of any force. Even if the opponent is a god. Thinking of this, Richard slowly raised his head and glanced at the sky. The scene of the arrival of the god of dog-headed men that night seemed to reappear in his sight. A swaggering arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. God, ha! After a long silence on the city wall, Richard returned to the Lord's mansion. Without resting, he took out the origin fire given to him by the fire element lord in the front yard. He took it out in his palm and looked at the pure golden flame with admiration. Although it is a flame, the breath emitted by the origin fire not only does not make people feel hot, but makes people feel relaxed and happy, like being hugged by a mother. Full of warmth. A legendary treasure that can strengthen 100 arms every day and allow their skills to gain fire element damage. Worth more than 200,000 fire element cores. Richard felt it carefully in his hand, and after a moment he felt a little regretful. This treasure can only strengthen the army, not the hero. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and asked someone to call the stone statue of the dead. The strengthening of the origin fire is limited, and only the army above the brilliant level can bear the baptism. At present, most of the soldiers in the City of Dusk are rare, which is a pity. If you want to strengthen them all, I am afraid you will have to wait for a while. A few minutes later, 39 stone statues of the dead occupied a large area of the front yard, and the fewest ones were being studied by Andal in the blacksmith shop. Richard looked at the sturdy and fierce army, and was quite satisfied. After merging the two arms into one, in his opinion, the stone statue of the dead has reached perfection. He stretched out his right hand, and spread the origin fire in the air. The next second, the origin fire bloomed with pure golden flames, like ink dripping into clear water, and in the blink of an eye, all the stone statues of the dead were covered. A special force began to flow into the body of the dead stone statue. The momentum was gradually rising. The first thing to move was the chain wrapped around the wrist of the dead stone statue. Blood-red lines appeared on it. Not long after those lines appeared, they spread to the battle axe in his hand like a spider web. When the battle axe was covered with lines, a hot breath began to escape. But just when Richard thought that something big would happen, the breath returned to calm. The blood-red lines just now gradually lost their luster and turned into dim lines. But this was not a failure, but the restraint of energy. When looking at the battle axe again, it can be found that the originally deep cold light on it has turned into violent fire element energy. If you stare at it for a little longer, you will feel your eyes stinging as if they were burned by fire. Ding! The dead stone statue is baptized by the fire of origin, and the skill, Crazy Axe Slash, is enhanced and promoted to Crazy Axe Fury. Crazy Axe Fury, B-level, can throw a battle axe to attack the enemy within 80 meters, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. At the same time, after hitting the target, the opponent will explode, causing high temperature damage to the surrounding enemies within 10 meters. The battle axe can be pulled by the chain on the arm for continuous attack, and the battle axe has delicate control. Crazy Axe Fury? Richard was a little surprised. This skill is so powerful. The original Crazy Axe Slash has the characteristic that if it misses the target will explode and cause high temperature damage to the surrounding 10 meters. After strengthening, this characteristic makes Crazy Axe Slash, which was originally an ordinary attack skill, immediately has strategic attack power. Every time an enemy is hit, it will explode once. Isn't this a replica of War Gunner's corpse explosion? Although the coverage and power are far less, this thing is free of consumption. It is equivalent to having a corpse explosion every time you attack. The scene makes him excited just thinking about it. And more importantly, strengthening such a domineering skill does not require investment, and you can get it for free for a long time in the future. In one word, worth it. The Fire Elemental Lord is indeed a treasure, and we must continue to build a closer relationship in the future. If we don't get some good things from him, it would be a waste of their feelings. He likes to make friends with rich people the most. After strengthening 39 dead stone statues, he summoned 70 brilliant dead axes. Like the dead stone statue, after strengthening, they all gain the characteristic of making the enemy explode after hitting. After the transformation was completed, Richard looked at the battle axe covered with dark red lines, and his interest was particularly high. He couldn't wait to take the dead stone statue to find a field army base nearby. With such a powerful skill, he couldn't eat without trying its power. It felt like a child who got a wooden sword and had to go to the fields to find wild grass and vegetables to test its sharpness. 10 minutes later, Richard rode on Alvis's back and overlooked the desert. Below was his target, a group of desert giant lizards, with a number of more than 50 and an average level of 8. The potential was rare, with a body length of 7 to 9 meters and looked quite strong. So strong, it must be very durable, right? With some expectation, he waved his hand. A team immediately swooped down from the dead stone statue hovering in the air beside him. After approaching the limit of 80 meters from the ground, the battle axe in his hand whistled out. Clang! The sound of the chain rubbing resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the battle axe thrown first had already hit the desert giant lizard on the ground. The majestic monster only heard the sound of breaking through the air, and before it could react, it felt a sharp pain from its back to its abdomen. Puff! Blood spurted more than 10 meters high. Richard's perception was fully open, and he looked carefully. At the moment the battle axe penetrated the giant lizard, the dark red lines on it suddenly became bright. A hot energy exploded from the opponent's body. Like a steelmaking furnace exploded. Bang! The terrifying high temperature swept around. The several desert giant lizards that were densely packed together had no time to react at all, and were directly enveloped by the air wave. At the moment of high temperature surge, the tough thick skin became scorched, and weak organs such as eyes and nose were directly roasted. The stench of burnt hair and flesh spread all around. More than 5 monitors were directly roasted by this high temperature. Roar! The rest of the monitors finally found something wrong, and roared to the sky, as if to tear the enemies in the sky apart. But what greeted them were more battle axes. Facing these lives that could not fly, the dead stone statues crushed them thoroughly. Every time they attacked, as long as they caused damage to the enemy, the battle axes would release terrifying high temperatures, causing greater damage to the surroundings. Richard expected this skill to be strong, but from the actual combat effect, it still exceeded his expectations. The 10 dead stone statues only launched 1.5 rounds of attacks, and the 5 teams of desert monitors on the ground were cleared. Only a charred corpse was left. Richard was very satisfied when he saw the scene. Although the test object is not strong, the strength of the skill of the dead stone statue, after being strengthened, has been clearly demonstrated. In the future, once encountering a big battle like a monster siege, this skill will definitely play a crucial role. And not only that, when Andal succeeds in using psychic gems to improve the characteristics of the army, the combat effectiveness of the army in her hands will be improved. A series of means are used, including fusion of army, scientific research, psychic gems, and strengthening of the origin fire. Even if the level and potential of the opponent's army in the future are the same as those of the City of Dusk, the combat effectiveness will be several levels lower. Chapter 330. After knowing the power of the skill Crazy Axe Rage, Richard did not stay for long and returned directly to the City of Dusk. Just after he sat down and drank half a sip of tea, his private message started to pop up. Your Italian cannon, brother-in-law, my sister has already taken the treasure, and will email it to you now. Seeing this message, Richard immediately perked up. Yesterday he asked Italian Cannon for winemaking talent, but the other party did not have any. Then he said that his sister had information about the legendary wine recipe, which could be obtained by completing tasks. He thought the other party would be delayed for a few days, but he did not expect it to be so fast. Just when he was about to reply to the message, he saw the email bar pop up. Ding! You received an email with a 2-star treasure, Dacro's key. The other party set the transaction fee to 0 units of resources. The system determined that this treasure is worth 10,000 rare resources. Please pay 3,000 rare resource transaction fees. Seeing the prompt, Richard's mouth twitched. 30% handling fee, it's enough. And the other party will force it even if they don't want money. Shaking his head, it is precisely because of the unique rules of the trading market that players have to consider offline trade. It is hard to say whether it is good or bad. After paying 3,000 mercury, Richard got the 2-star treasure, a rusty bronze key. Dacro's key. Level, 2 stars. Features. When the moon is high in the sky, you can use the moonlight to open a space door and enter a special plane. Introduction. Maybe you can use it to find some special treasures. This introduction made Richard confused. Does this key lead to a copy? Or can it lead to a special area such as ancient ruins? I couldn't figure out why, so I decisively opened the black gold system. As expected, I got more detailed information on it. I found the special treasure, the key of Daklo, which can open the single-player copy of Daklo Winery. Copy level, 2 stars, average strength of troops, rare 3 stars. Are there any hero units? Yes. The highest level of heroes, level 16. Factions, dwarves, humans, elves. Tip, the copy level cannot be upgraded. Single-player copy? Richard immediately became interested. The last single-player copy he entered was the Burning Village. At that time, he got Gray, an A-level hero in it. After playing with it for a while, he replied to the Italian canon. I received the treasure. Does your sister have more detailed information about this copy? Italian canon replied in seconds. No, my sister also got it as a reward for completing tasks, not from the company. The only information now is that there is a legendary wine recipe in it. As for how to get it, you can only figure it out by yourself. Richard understood. I didn't dwell on it. With the current strength of the City of Dusk, if it was a 3-star or 4-star dungeon, I still need to be careful. But a 2-star dungeon, as long as you pay a little attention, there won't be too much of a problem. The highest level hero in the dungeon is only level 16, which is not a threat. After thanking Italian canon, Richard didn't say anything more, and just closed the forum. Neither of them mentioned any reward. After a few months, the relationship between the two sides has become closer, and Richard also regards Italian canon and his black long-legged sister, who has always existed in the other's mouth, as friends. Although this guy is not very reliable sometimes, his character is beyond reproach. He never hides good things. He can't remember how many treasures he got from him. In the future, if there are treasures suitable for him, he can just send them back. There is no need to waste time. After finishing the work at hand for a short time, Richard, like other residents, took a few days off. He comfortably enjoyed the decadent life that the Lord should enjoy. However, the leisurely life was interrupted before he could enjoy it. On September 2nd, the steam bun lover sent a message. The space teleportation scroll was obtained. Boss Chinchio, I have completed the chain task and got the space teleportation scroll. When are you free? Richard immediately perked up when he saw the private message. I'm always available. What's the situation with the orc now? Have you found out his specific strength in the past few days? I found out clearly. The orcs have 30,000 troops, ranging from level 6 to 9. The potential is mainly rare, about 20,000, and the rare is about 10,000. But it is worth noting that the opponent has thousands of brilliant 2-star flying dragon cavalry, level 13, and fierce strength. Richard's eyes lit up. Flying dragon cavalry? How long has the skeleton blood dragon not expanded? Finally, there are suitable materials to summon. At this moment, he is more interested in going on the expedition. Where are the orc heroes? There are 4 orc heroes in total, led by the orc chieftain Barbaro, who has reached level 17, has potential of a level, and is very fierce in combat. In addition to this chieftain, there are 3 B-level orc heroes, who have reached level 16, 2 warriors, and a shaman who is proficient in magic. After reporting the information, he added another sentence. I have sent people to keep an eye on the Whitetail cat tribe you asked me to investigate. They will definitely not get away. Richard saw this and had a plan in mind. A 17th level, potential A-level chieftain plus 3 16th level, potential B-level heroes. There are also 30,000 rare and uncommon troops. This force may not be a big deal for those powerful indigenous forces, but for the current players, it can definitely be called invincible. For heroes above level 15 alone are enough to form a deterrent. However, that is for ordinary players. Those orcs have to face the City of Dusk. His eyes were full of confidence. After collecting his thoughts, he continued to ask, how long can the space scroll be opened? It can open a space door with a diameter of 10 meters, which can last for 10 minutes. Don't worry, I got a total of 5 scrolls this time, so you don't have to worry about the return problem. Open the space door according to the coordinates I gave you in 1 hour. Yes, I will be on time. The system map has the detailed coordinates of the City of Dusk, so there will be no embarrassing situation of not knowing where you are. After closing the private message, Richard came to the army nest in the front yard of the Lord's mansion. Yesterday was September 1st, Monday. The army nest has been refreshed, and he has not had time to recruit. Looking at the millions of resources left on the panel, he did not hesitate to recruit all the soldiers. Rare units. Mummy Guardian 420,450. Axe of the Dead 470515. Bandage Mummy 126,147. Scorpion Warrior 9,299. Great Axe Death Knight 240261. Sand Archer 500,550. Sand Mage 270,295. Curse Pharaoh 5,560. Total 2,377. Glorious Troops. Dark Gargoyle 240. Axe of the Dead 70. Statue of the Dead 4060. Heavy Sword Warrior 20. Total 390. Crown Troops. Skeleton Blood Dragon 30. Skeleton Demon 0. After careful calculation, the number of troops in the City of Dusk reached 2797. An exaggerated number close to 3 battalions. And all of them are rare level troops. The quality is the best in the field. This does not include the 3,000 poisonous wasps carried by the boss, the ancient tree of the gods, and the 5,000 tree people that can be planted in the future. After granting all troops desertification, Richard was full of a sense of accomplishment. The weak City of Dusk has finally grown up. And in the future, he will take this city to a higher peak. Open the troops panel and take a closer look. The troops to go out still need to be carefully selected. This time, the attack on the orcs should focus on flexibility and high attack strength. First, the most powerful dead stone statues, except for one to be left for Andal to study, the other 59 were taken away. The rest were also selected one by one: 61 Giant Axe Death Knights, 240 Dark Stone Ghosts, 515 Rare, 70 Brilliant 3-star Dead Axes, 30 Skeleton Blood Dragons, 295 Wild Sand Wizards, 300 Sand Archers. The total force is 1,600 people, 16 squadrons. He has a hidden soldier card that can accommodate 1,000 soldiers, so he can carry a lot of troops without worrying about being affected by a certain soldier. After determining the soldiers, he immediately selected the heroes to go out. Divine Soul Renee, Dark Valkyrie Cena, Alvis, Gunter. In addition, the already level 7 Centaur Amirida, Grey, and the ancient tree of the godly evil stayed in the territory. In this way, the top combat power reached 5, plus 1 Amirida, a total of 6. They are all fierce and domineering characters. There is no weak one. Presumably, the 17th level Orc Chieftain will be very surprised to see these heroes. Under Richard's will, the army was quickly summoned. The most excited one among them was the little Centaur Amirida. The little guy's face was flushed, looking at her heroic father, her big eyes full of admiration. This was her first time to stand in the army as a formal participant in the war. She was in the square of the Great Axe Death Knight. This cavalry was commanded by the D-level hero who had been leading it before. This time, Amirida will fight with the cavalry. Although the level of this former demigod has only been restored to level 7, his sense of smell and combat power on the battlefield still make him a dazzling existence. It won't be long before the third giant will be born in Twilight City. The current peak combat power Dark Valkyrie, the ancient god tree, Renee is the soul of the old statue of the ancient god. Although immortal, it also has natural limitations. Sheena, the super A-level hero, is a step behind. Richard has always placed high hopes on Amirida. Looking at the neatly arranged army, without any nonsense, he waved his hand and led the army to leave Twilight City and head to the Land of Quicksand. The coordinates for the steamed bun lovers are the Land of Quicksand. With the ancient god tree in charge, even if there is any trouble, it will not be a big problem. If even the ancient god tree can't deal with it, there will be no problem. The ancient tree of the evil god, which had just cleared a group of void hunters, was still covered in blood. The void sandworm can open a space gap for 4 hours every day. These 4 hours are the happy time for the ancient tree of the evil god to hunt void monsters and devour dark energy. After a few days of fighting, the opponent's upgrade progress has increased to 85%. According to this progress, it will be full by the end of September. Devouring the blood of the dark god and undergoing the ultimate transformation is just around the corner. Every time I think of this, I will have a strong expectation. After waiting for a while, an hour has passed. The void sandworm, that was happily playing not far from Richard, suddenly stopped and turned to look in a certain direction. Roar! The throat made a harsh sound like rubbing sandpaper on the rough ground, which made people's backs cold. The next second, click, a space gap with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly exploded on the sand. After the space stabilized, the figure of the steamed bun lover appeared on the other side of the gap. Boss Chinchio. Richard smiled when he heard the familiar voice. He waved his hand and asked Renee beside him to step into the space gap first. After the other party indicated that there was no danger, the Dark Valkyrie Cena, Alvis, this powerful hero entered one after another. After everyone was safe, the army entered, and Richard was the last to step into the space gate. The moment he crossed the gate, the originally hot air immediately became cool. Looking around, there was a wide grassland under the feet of the army, and 100 meters away, the towering trees blocked the sky. Through the branches, you can vaguely see the eagles flapping their wings and shuttling through the forest. The steamed bun lover who was waiting in front saw Richard appear and immediately stepped forward excitedly. "Boss Chinchio." Richard saw the other party and smiled. "Don't look like you're dying." When communicating with players, he immediately became more friendly and relaxed, a feeling that is hard to find in the natives. The steamed bun lover smiled and gestured behind him. "Boss Chinchio, you're tired from the journey. Go in first to welcome the guests. Don't rush to deal with the orcs. I prepared the best food and wine." He moved closer and smiled a little ambiguously. "Last time, I got a few cat-eared girls from the orcs. They are great at jumping into clothes. I've asked them to prepare them. Of course, there are also harpy people. TSK, this harpy person is even better. Except for the feathers on his back, the rest of his body is even shinier than his face. What they dare not do on Blue Star can be done freely in Glorious Era." These players who have been constrained by modern rules and civilization for a long time encounter this opportunity. After listening, Richard immediately thought of this guy's ID, and his mouth twitched. With a big enemy in front of him, he is still playing so fancy. Lead the way. Chapter 331. It was Richard's first time to visit a player's territory. What made him feel interesting was that the territory of the steamed bun lover was different from that of ordinary players. His territory was built in the forest. One after another, unique tree houses were built on tall trees. There was not even a ladder, and ordinary people could not go up. But this was very suitable for the Eagle Man to live in. He was very curious. The Lord's mansion of the steamed bun lover was in a towering tree with a diameter of more than 40 meters. The whole tree was hollowed out. But what was interesting was that the branches and leaves outside were still green, and the tree was not dead. The natural camp was indeed different. However, the layout of the house was relatively ordinary, with only a long wooden table in the middle, and the surroundings were empty, which was somewhat unworthy of this tree house. After the steamed bun lover entered the house, he asked Richard to sit at the main seat of the long table, and he sat on the left. Richard did not refuse, and sat down peacefully. Strength determines the right to speak, and it applies at all times. The other heroes stood in the room, quietly waiting for the two decision-makers to discuss. After the harpy maid brought the tea and snacks to the table, the steamed bun lover looked at him with an ambiguous look. "Boss Chinchio, the beast-eared girl is ready inside, dress-up dance." Richard laughed dumbly. "It's broad daylight. Let's talk about business first." The steamed bun lover showed an expression of "I know," smiled, and then his face became serious. He waved his hand to take out a map from the system space and spread it on the table. The traces were brand new, and it was obvious that it was drawn not long ago. He pointed to a wolf head mark on the map. "The orcs have a city built in the valley, about 50 kilometers away from my territory. The enemy's sphere of influence completely covers the forest where I am. However, because there are a group of psychedelic fairies that can create illusions in the forest, the orcs are not immune to illusions, so the enemy doesn't like to come. But as my territory grows and my range of activities increases, friction with the orcs is inevitable, and even small-scale battles have occurred 7 or 8 times. Over the past few months, the orcs have noticed the abnormality in the forest. The pressure I feel is getting greater and greater. Even before entering the dungeon, the enemy sent a wolf cavalry to search for my location. Once the orcs realize that my territory is a major danger to them, they will definitely launch an attack at the first time." Richard looked at the mark on the map and had an idea in his mind. This guy is also unlucky. He was born directly in the sphere of influence of the orcs. But fortunately, although the orcs are alert to him now, they have not taken it seriously. The two sides are now in the dark. This gives him a lot of room for operation. This time, he had 3 goals. First, to eradicate the orcs, eliminate the threat of the steamed bun lovers, and fulfill his promise. Second, to find the white-tailed cat tribe and bring back all the half-orcs who can brew wine. Third, to hunt the orcs' flying dragons and expand the number of skeleton blood dragons. With this matter, the attack direction of Dusk City must focus on the underground world. Yesterday, Bloodhoof City conveyed the news to Dusk City's messenger in the underground world that the Grey Dwarves were gathering a large army and preparing to launch a general attack on Bloodhoof City. Retracting his thoughts, he continued to ask questions. "How many troops are stationed in the Orc City?" the steamed bun lover said in a serious tone. 1.5 legions, that is, 15,000 people. This is the information we got from the orc captives. The 4 heroes of the orcs have also been stationed in the city for a long time, and will not leave easily. Richard nodded. Where is the Whitetail cat tribe? They live near a mountain spring suitable for brewing wine, 40 kilometers away from the orc city, and 30 kilometers away from my territory. He pointed to a tail mark on the map. Richard remembered it in his heart. After the steamed bun lover finished speaking, he looked at the heroes of the Dusk City with some hesitation. If we fight head-on, the pressure we face will be great. Boss Jinxio, my idea is to surround the point and attack the reinforcements. First, deal with the orc army outside, use these armies as bait, use the strong to attack the weak, eat up most of the opponent's strength, and then combine into the orc city to decide the outcome in one fell swoop, he said with a more confident tone. Based on my experience fighting against orcs, this is the safest way. Richard listened and nodded without commenting. Looking at Richard, who didn't have much expression, the steamed bun lover suddenly felt guilty. Boss Jinxio, am I too radical in doing this? How about we follow your plan? Radical? Richard shook his head. He glanced at the heroes waiting for orders behind him. The orcs have 4 heroes, 1 at level 17, 3 at level 16, and one of them is a shaman. After the war begins, I need you to behead them directly, leaving no one behind. After saying that, he looked at the confused steamed bun lover and tapped twice on the location of the orc city on the map. After the orc city is destroyed, you will deal with the remaining orcs. Is there a problem? The steamed bun lover swallowed his saliva, looked at Richard with a calm look, and stammered. Boss, are you going to attack the orc city directly? I don't like to waste time. But the other side has a half-legion stationed, and also has complete city defense weapons. I'm afraid that if I do this, I'm afraid. Richard ignored this sentence and looked at him leisurely. Didn't you hear my question? You will deal with the remaining orcs. Is there a problem? The steamed bun lover was about to cry. No problem, the orc city fell, and those orc armies became scattered sand, and they can't pose a threat to me. But? Richard ignored his but, slowly stood up, and synchronized the map on the desktop to the system map. Step out of the wooden house. Looking up slightly, the sun was hanging high in the sky at this time, but the light was mostly blocked by the leaves, and only sparse spots penetrated through. Turning his head, he glanced at the manta lover, who was still a little dazed, and his mouth curled up slightly. I've never seen a dress dance performed by a beast-eared girl. Let your beast-eared girl get ready. I'll be back before the sun sets. As the voice fell, a terrifying breath surged out from a distance. Whoosh, as the wings flapped, Albus's huge body flew across the white forest. The unbridled dragon's might seemed like a 1,000-foot wave that was afraid of hitting his chest. In the treehouse in the air, the eagle-like people trembled one by one, and even lost the courage to spread their wings and fly away. The pressure that penetrated into the soul. Richard turned over, and sat on the back of this behemoth. Without looking back, he drove the undead dragon to spread its wings and fly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heroes followed immediately, without a word of nonsense. Not long after, the harpy in front reported that the army of Dusk City had all left. Looking at the empty woods, the steamed bun lover was still in a daze. He originally thought that this battle would be discussed in detail for a long time, and in the end Richard would ask him to cooperate with all his strength, and even go forward to lead the charge. But the two sides met for only 10 minutes. After the other side learned about the orcs, they left directly, aiming directly at the heavily guarded orc city. And the reason was simply that he was too lazy to waste time. A sense of absurdity came to his mind. The emotions in his heart were so complicated that they could not be expressed in words. After holding it in for a long time, he suddenly shouted fiercely. Bring me the most beautiful beast-eared girls, and let them prepare to dance. Chapter 332. Richard looked at the orc city built in the valley in the distance. His eyes were playful. The orcs' architectural style is more rugged than the desert, or it can be described as barbaric and primitive. The city wall is built with huge stones, more than 30 meters high and 100 meters long, connecting two hills hundreds of meters high horizontally. The surface is uneven, and ordinary people can even climb up with their hands and feet. It is called a city wall, but it is more like an enlarged version of a wall. Above the city wall, sharpened giant wood wrapped with steel pestles is facing outward, which is completely opposite to the meticulously carved setting of human cities, and is wild to the point of being outrageous. One by one, orcs with fangs exposed outside their lips, and a body size of more than 2 meters are patrolling back and forth, and their ferocious eyes are always vigilantly looking outside the city wall. Once the enemy attacks, These soldiers with scars of all sizes will tell the enemy who is the owner of this land in the first place. Looking over the city wall, you can see dozens of arrow towers that look like the teeth of giant beasts. The densely packed shooting holes on them are frightening. The 200-meter-high hills on the left and right are also covered with large and small fortifications. If the enemy wants to climb over the hill, the attack they will receive will not be weaker than the attack from the front. This is a rough but also well-armed city. However, what puzzled him was that the orcs were extremely strict at the moment. The flying dragons in the sky kept rising and falling, the heavy crossbows on the arrow towers were already strung, and the army on the city wall even exceeded the normal number. The orcs seemed to be guarding against something. Did the other party know about the arrival of the City of Dusk? But it doesn't make sense. This level of alertness can be seen at a glance that it has been going on for a while. Can the other party predict it in advance? Or, had they been exposed? Turning his head to look behind him, the power of concealment enveloped the entire army, and the outside world could never sense it. Just as he was wondering, Gaunt rode a dark gargoyle and approached quickly. "Master, we have captured 2 teams of orc wolf cavalry." Richard listened carefully. After interrogation, we learned that the total number of orc troops is currently 12,000. 3,000 less? What's the reason? 3,000 people have been killed. The orcs went out to conquer 10 days ago. At that time, more than 2 legions of troops were mobilized, and they returned 3 days ago. Richard nodded slightly. With the aggressive character of the orcs, this kind of thing is not surprising. No wonder the security is so strict, it's the sequelae of war. What forces did the orcs fight with? A vampire castle. They seem to have gained something. They have been on the most severe alert in the past few days. Vampire? Richard frowned. In Glorious Era, vampires belong to the standard evil camp. Although there are not many in the main plane, they are famous for their strong fighting power. What else did you find out? Gunter shook his head with a bit of regret. Nothing. The other party couldn't bear my mental erosion, and his soul collapsed. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Understanding the reason, the uneasiness in his heart dissipated. Looking at the orc city with dozens of flying dragons lingering in the sky, his eyes gradually became sharp. Tightly guarded, he wanted to see if the other party could withstand the edge of the City of Dusk. On the towering wall built with rocks, the orc commander, who was a circle stronger than other orcs, brought more than a dozen guards to check the defense on the wall. Once they see a slack soldier, they will immediately step forward and shout at him loudly. The high frequency of patrols keeps the city defense on the highest alert at all times. After walking around twice, they just stopped and several guards looked at the orc commander in confusion while drinking water. "Sir, didn't we win the last time we attacked those vampires? Although we failed to flatten the castle, we also killed and injured more than half of the vampires. Why do we have to be so careful? The orcs are the most powerful kings in this land. Who can threaten them?" The orc commander heard this and thought that he had not seen many flies in the past few days, let alone enemies, and his face relaxed a little. "Don't be careless. This is the order of the chief." He lowered his voice a little, and his face showed a little excitement. "Don't tell others. The shaman seems to have got a lot of good things from the Blood clan. In order to prevent those lowly lives from jumping off the wall, he has been on high alert. Those who can become personal guards are the most trusted people, and the orc commander did not hide it." The guards suddenly realized it, but then they seemed to think of something and said with some disgust, "My lord, when will we expel those gods' lords? I feel sick when I see those cunning and greedy humans." The orc commander shook his head. "Without the information provided by those gods' lords, we can't break through the vampire castle so easily. Although those lowly humans are greedy, they are still capable of doing things. You will." Before the voice fell, a rumbling sound, like a waterfall rolling down from the sky, exploded. The orc commander had a bad feeling and turned his head to look outside the city wall. The next second, I felt cold hands and feet. I don't know when, the green grass outside the city wall turned into yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, countless gravel surged up from the sand, forming a huge sand wave with a height of more than 50 meters. Standing on the city wall with a height of more than 30 meters, you have to look up to see the whole picture of the sand wave. "What is this?" The orc commander was horrified. But when he was about to make a move, the huge sand wave had condensed to the extreme. The next second, the mountain collapsed. Rumble, sweeping towards the city wall with a terrifying breath that swallowed everything. Natural disaster. All the orc soldiers on the city wall swallowed their saliva together, and their hands holding their weapons trembled uncontrollably. The orcs dared to charge even when facing the dragon. But these brave and fearful soldiers felt uncontrollable fear at this moment. That was the emotion that ordinary life exuded from the depths of their souls when faced with a natural disaster that they were powerless to prevent. Even the strongest and bravest veterans felt cold all over. The orc commander finally came to his senses, turned his head sharply, and roared hysterically with all his strength. Enemy attack! But the rolling sound waves were drowned out before they reached 20 meters in the rumbling sound of the huge waves. At this moment, there was only the roar of the sand waves between heaven and earth. Even if the orc soldiers were only 1 or 2 meters apart, they had to shout at the loudest voice to hear each other's words. This caused the orcs on the city wall to fall into chaos. Some soldiers turned around and ran, some raised their thick shields and prepared to fight hard, and some were at a loss, not knowing what to do at this moment. The speed of the sand waves was too fast, not giving the orcs much time to react. In a panic rumble, the terrifying huge waves rushed to the front of the city wall. The huge waves 20 meters higher than the city wall were about to surge into the city. At this moment, a translucent magic shield emerged and enveloped the entire orc city. Rumble, sand waves bombarded the magic shield, like a huge wave hitting a reef, and gravel splashed 100 meters high. This scene is extremely visually impactful. The panicked orcs on the city wall saw this, and they felt a sense of relief for surviving the disaster, and subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw a hunched orc with an old face floating in the air. On the top of the black staff in his hand, a transparent gem exuded a faint blue magic energy, forcibly supporting the magic shield. Everyone was overjoyed. Shaman! The panicked heart just now immediately settled down. Morale began to soar. With the great shaman here, no one can capture their city. Everyone was excited. The sky and the earth suddenly dimmed. In the eyes of the orcs, a dazzling blade light slashed out from the endless sand waves. Wherever the blade light passed, the space was broken like glass. The shaman floating in the sky showed unspeakable fear on his face. He wanted to struggle and escape, but he seemed to be pressed in place by an invisible giant hand. Under the gaze of all the orcs, the only blade light in the world at this moment slashed the shaman priest with a domineering and unparalleled attitude. Puff! The moment the body was broken into 2 pieces, the blade light behind it directly shattered it into countless fragments. After the blade light slashed the shaman, it continued to move backwards. The tops of the towering arrow towers were cut off and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust all over the sky. The blade light extended hundreds of meters away before disappearing in the air. The orc soldiers who had just shown surprise on their faces were now, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes widened with disbelief and disbelief. The 16th level shaman was gone. He was killed by the enemy right under their noses? The situation changed too quickly, and they were not mentally prepared at all. In the orc city, several players who had just received rewards from the orc chief heard the noise outside and immediately came out with great interest, intending to see if there were any new tasks that could be triggered. But the first thing they saw when they walked out of the building was the scene of the 16th level orc shaman, who was almost invincible to them dying. Shocked, unbelievable, unacceptable, the expressions on their faces were like Sichuan opera face-changing. The 16th level hero unit was killed instantly. Who is attacking? Why is he so powerful? Why do these damn orcs want to provoke an existence that they cannot afford to provoke? Before they could come to their senses, a crisp sound resounded through the sky. Several players subconsciously looked up at the city wall where the sound came from. An even more horrifying scene was reflected in their pupils. The translucent magic shield that resisted the sand waves had countless cracks at this moment. The next second, bang! Without the support of the shaman's power, the magic shield shattered. The extremely accumulated sand waves smashed down violently. The densely packed orcs on the city wall were directly swallowed by the huge waves. The sand waves, with an extremely violent attitude, submerged everything. The towering arrow towers collapsed one after another, the houses were washed away, and the orcs who wanted to escape were powerless, and were directly swept into the sand waves. Chapter 333. In order to maintain a high level of alert, the orcs concentrated almost all their troops near the city wall. When the arrow tower was washed away, the area hundreds of meters behind the city wall was swallowed by the sand waves, and the city's defense power was directly reduced by 70%. Richard, who caused this natural disaster, consumed all the 100,000 points of magic stored in the magic crystal at one time. The orc city in front of him had been submerged for the most part after he was empty. Looking around, only a few arrow towers that were not washed away stood alone. Seeing this scene, Richard felt very subtle. After several months of growth, he, a novice who couldn't even beat a bandaged mummy, has a combat power that can destroy a city. The future is even brighter. After calming down, he looked into the distance. The battle is not over yet. The opponent's hero is still alive. Wave. All troops attack, hunt down the remaining orcs. The moment the order was issued, 6 teams of stone statues of the dead plus 3 teams of skeleton blood dragons flew forward quickly. 260 dark gargoyles carrying the same number of axes of the dead followed closely. The battle started behind the orc city that had not yet been swallowed by the huge waves. After being attacked by the sand waves, the orcs' command system had collapsed, and those surviving troops could not form effective combat power without command. Facing the overall situation of the City of Dusk, they were immediately slaughtered crazily. Behind the sandstorm, the little centaur Amirida had already been eager to try. After the order to attack was issued, she immediately led the 3 squadrons of giant axe death knights behind her to charge. Although the city wall was covered with gravel, there were still enough enemies on the hills on both sides for her to hunt. This little centaur, who lost his demigod power, seemed to enjoy fighting naturally. Because the gravel had submerged the city wall, there was no obstacle on the way to charge, and Amirida led the army directly into the hill. The little centaur held a long-handled giant axe. He led the way alone. Wherever he passed, the battle axe danced up and down. The fierce and strong orc veterans were knocked down, like chickens being slaughtered. Although the level of this boss was only level 7, the fighting power he showed was already impressive. Wherever he passed, no enemy could stop her iron hoof. Moreover, Amirida also had an extremely powerful racial talent that could run in all terrains and exempt from the negative effects of terrain. Although she could not be as dazzling as the Dark Valkyrie, Renee, and Cena fighting in the air, her killing speed was not slow at all. Further back, the remaining 2 squadrons of the Axe of the Dead and 3 squadrons of the Condensed Sand Archers formed a formation and advanced slowly. Although there are no flying troops, the steady attack is still thrilling. The long-range Ningsha archers can also provide fire support for the army in front. The surviving orcs around, who want to attack them, will have to face the fierce Axe of the Dead. The army of the City of Dusk has become a meat grinder on the battlefield, making the orcs, who have failed to organize, taste the taste of death. Looking at the huge battlefield, the most dazzling one is naturally the stone statue of the dead. This fierce troop, formed by the fusion of 2 troops, has a brutal combat power that makes the orcs on the battlefield feel their souls tremble. The killing range of the axe throwing has reached 80 meters. They fly flexibly in the air, and once they find the enemy, the battle axes in their hands whistle out immediately. The battle axes not only have a 30% instant death feature, but also have fire damage after being strengthened by the origin fire. Once the enemy is hit, the instant death skill will be tested first. If it is not triggered, the fire energy will burst out, covering the surrounding 10 meters. In this way, the battle axes they throw can cause several rounds of damage. Even if they are not killed by the battle axes, they will lose their lives in the high temperature. The stone statues of the dead have become the spokespersons of the god of death. No one can stop their edge. Looking at the wanton slaughter in the City of Dusk, the chaotic orcs finally reacted. Especially when the level 17, potential A-level orc chief appeared in the city center square, half submerged by gravel. The remaining orcs immediately found the backbone and began to gather around the orc chief. 2 level 16 orc heroes also joined the action of gathering the army. In the sky, the glorious 2-star flying dragons that were not affected by the sand waves also quickly flew over the orc chieftain. If the players who were mixed in with the orcs had seen this scene in the past, they would have been full of confidence. But at this moment, they were frightened and their eyes were full of panic. Those unknown enemies were too fierce. They had also inquired before that the orcs did not have any powerful enemies. How come a powerful enemy suddenly jumped out and razed most of the orc city? Just when they were feeling complicated, suddenly, the leading player seemed to have seen something unbelievable. His eyes suddenly widened, and a strong shock rose on his face. He suddenly reached out and pushed the 2 companions beside him, signaling them to look forward. The other 2 players were discussing who was attacking the orcs, and they were almost pushed down without noticing. Just when he was about to curse the player, he subconsciously glanced in the direction indicated by the other party, and then his pupils suddenly dilated, and he subconsciously held his breath. An extremely familiar figure appeared in their sight. A giant undead dragon with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, blood-colored energy burning outside its body, and crystal-clear bones, like rubies. The opponent's terrifying dragon power gushed out unscrupulously, and every flap of its wings was like hitting their hearts with a hammer. Horror and horror. Along with the undead dragon, there were dozens of shrunken dragons, and a large number of soldiers riding on gargoyles. Although these armies were fierce and powerful, this was not the key to their horror. The key point was Qingqiu. They watched the scene of the final battle in the death arena. Qingqiu, who rode the undead dragon and crushed hundreds of players, has tens of billions of players. No one can forget it. It was not the indigenous forces that attacked the orcs, but Qingqiu. After discovering this fact, several players felt dry mouths, and a sense of absurdity and fantasy rose in their hearts. Although they knew that Qingqiu could fight against hundreds of people alone, strong and fierce. But that was in the dungeon, and he was also facing players. In the final battle, each player could only carry 3 squadrons of troops. It was far from the strongest state of the players. But now, what they couldn't accept was that the other side was attacking an orc force that they thought was invincible at this stage. They racked their brains and completed countless tasks to get closer to the orcs. This indigenous force, that they regarded as a long-term target and even as a backer, was actually conquered by Qingqiu, who was also a player. That strong impact made them feel extremely complicated. How could this pervert be so strong? This is a powerful city with 17 level orcs stationed and an army of more than 10,000 people. How could the other party break through so easily? The orc chieftain, wearing full armor, had murderous intent in his eyes that almost pierced the sky. The moment Aldous appeared, he immediately knew who the ruler of this mysterious force was. His eyes were fixed on the heroic figure behind the undead dragon. The other party wore a black and red crown on his head, and a black cloak with dark red patterns on his back. His temperament was full of strong charm and unforgettable. The black eyes were also staring at him. When the 4 eyes met, the orc chieftain suppressed the anger that was about to erupt and roared. "Human, why are you attacking my city?" Richard glanced at the orc chieftain and said casually, "Do I need a reason to attack you?" This made the orc chieftain's face freeze, and he didn't know how to vent the curses and anger in his heart. When several players heard this, they felt an uncontrollable enthusiasm in their hearts. Damn it, this is the attitude that players should have. The orc chieftain clenched the heavy sword in his hand, glanced at the dark Valkyrie floating in the air with a sword over 3 meters long and Renee with a somewhat illusory body, and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He felt the danger of the sword against his throat from these 2 people. "Tell me your intention." Richard looked at the orc chieftain, who was constantly suppressing his roar, his eyes indifferent. "You are not qualified to ask me. Now, I only give you one choice, surrender or destruction." Although the tone was calm, the domineering and strong words made several players feel a surge of blood rushing to their heads. Fuck. How can this be so cool, pointing at a level 17, potential A-level orc chieftain and asking contemptuously, surrender or destruction? This attitude is killing me. Thinking of how I had been servile in front of the orc chieftain before, and even completed a lot of tasks, but was not taken seriously, a strong sense of revenge arose again. Qingqiu is awesome. Chapter 334. The orc chieftain was inexplicably dazed when he heard this. A special feeling rose in his heart. This was the temperament that a leader should have. This charming existence seemed to be someone he could really rely on. But this thought rose for a moment before he was forcibly suppressed. Orcs will never be slaves. A low roar resounded through the sky, and a scarlet energy suddenly escaped from his body. The energy directly enveloped the surrounding army. The next moment, the orcs, who were originally a little shaken, immediately had bloodshot eyes, and their momentum soared. He became extremely fierce, and no longer had any thoughts of surrendering. Frenzy. The orc's iconic skill. "Human, you are courting death." The orc chieftain's red eyes stared at Richard. He saw a large number of flying dragons flying in the sky from the corner of his eye, and his face gradually became ferocious. His reinforcements have arrived. Richard, who was sitting on Aldous' back, saw this scene and his mouth curled up slightly. "Are you stalling for reinforcements?" "Coincidentally, I'm waiting for your reinforcements too." The indifferent voice gave the orc chief a bad premonition. The next second, Renee, who looked a little illusory, suddenly disappeared from the spot. He turned his head subconsciously. He saw the other party flashing and appearing directly in the group of flying dragons. Bang! A burst of black flames broke out, covering a range of 100 meters. The dense flying dragons immediately felt that their souls were thrown into the furnace. Painful wails continued to be heard, and the creepy voices made people's backs cold. There was no damage to the body, but in the blink of an eye, one flying dragon after another fell from the sky like raindrops. Some intact houses were smashed to pieces. This scene looked quite spectacular. Every 0.3 seconds, Renee could use space movement. Every time she appeared, she could take the life of a flying dragon. The huge sky became her own performance. In the square, the orc chieftain, who was ready to launch a counterattack immediately after the flying dragon arrived, was stunned. Damn bastard, how dare she? He saw more than 10 flying dragons coming through the blockade from the flank. He immediately turned over, and sat on a flying dragon. Kill! After slightly adjusting his posture, he clenched the heavy sword in his hand, which was as thick as a door panel, and immediately rushed towards Richard. The two majestic orc heroes around him were not to be outdone at this moment. One of them rode a flying dragon and followed the footsteps of the orc chieftain. Richard's expression was still indifferent, without any extra reaction, and he just watched the orc chieftain attack calmly. At the moment of approaching the critical point of 50 meters, the dark Valkyrie beside her slowly raised the long sword in her hand. Her pale golden eyes glowed with a deep cold light at this moment. A level 17 hero dared to provoke her master, he deserved to be killed. The next moment, the figure suddenly flew out and killed the orc chieftain directly. At the same time, Xena rushed straight towards a level 16 orc hero. Although the two sides were 3 levels apart, there was not only no fear in her eyes, but even her fighting spirit was extremely high. Only level 16, how many people have she killed? Xena controlled the blood and flew out of thin air. This super A-level hero held the 5-star weapon dragon-slaying long sword and fiercely collided with the level 16 orc hero. The sword light crossed the sky and the knife light shone. The figures of both sides were blurred. The dark Valkyrie held a sword and faced the strongest existence, the 17th level orc chieftain. As the peak combat power of the City of Dusk, the dark Valkyrie's 3-meter-long sword was shining with a sharp blade, facing the enemy. The orc chieftain, who was in a frenzy, tightly grasped the heavy sword in his hand and rode the flying dragon to launch the most fierce attack on the floating dark Valkyrie. At the violent speed, the blade in his hand could almost cut off the head of the giant dragon. At the moment of approaching the dark Valkyrie, he slashed it with absolute power. Clang, the two weapons collided directly. Sparks flew up. The orc chieftain, who had the speed of the sitting dragon, should have had the advantage, but at this moment his body suddenly paused, and he only felt a landslide-like force transmitted from the weapon. The tiger's mouth hurt, and the battle axe in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. The terrifying power was transmitted to the sitting dragon. Roar, the bones behind the dragon were directly broken and collapsed. Although this type of soldier flapped its wings continuously, it still inevitably fell down. The moment the two sides collided, the situation was almost clear. The dark Valkyrie did not hesitate for a moment, and swung the long sword in her hand again. Clang, one sword after another. Although the orc chieftain was frightened, he did not have any fear in his frenzy, only fierce killing intent. The axe collided. In a dozen breaths, the two sides collided dozens of times in midair. The sitting dragon snorted, and blood spurted out of its mouth. Finally, it could not hold on at all, and fell directly with a wail. The orc chieftain's face changed, and he suddenly stood behind the dragon, staring angrily at the dark Valkyrie floating in the air. The dark Valkyrie looked at the rapidly falling orc chieftain, and moved her body, falling down together. At this height, the orc chieftain would not be killed with the dragon as a support. The orc chieftain roared, and his body suddenly swelled up, and the armor on his body was bulging, as if it was about to burst. He clenched his battle axe, and slashed at the dark Valkyrie again. The dark Valkyrie did not retreat at all, and forced her way forward, and the battle knife collided hard. Clanging, sparks exploded. The power was transmitted to the dragon, and the bones burst again. The orc chieftain's feet were already stained with blood. After several collisions, his feet flew and fell on a 3-story house. Crack, a crisp explosion sound came. Stones and wood chips flew all over the sky. The dark Valkyrie suddenly floated above the rolling dust, looking at the figure in the ruins, who was soaked in blood, with a cold killing intent. The orc chieftain didn't stop for a moment, bent his legs, and kicked the ground hard. Bang, the body was ejected like a cannonball. Suddenly, it rose more than 10 meters, and rushed towards the dark Valkyrie again. The battle between top heroes is often extremely exaggerated. The destructive power brought to the surrounding environment is also terrifying. Xena and the dark Valkyrie each had their own targets to fight. The remaining level 16 orc hero set his sights on Richard. He rode the flying dragon and rushed directly towards Aldous. The most dangerous ones on the field are only the two heroes of the opponent. The remaining dragon is not a problem for him. But just approaching Aldous, he has not had time to take action. The orc hero only felt an unspeakable danger surge in his heart. Death was staring at him. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't mobilize any strength, as if his soul had been frozen. Before he could even blink, a black arrow pierced through the void. It instantly pierced the orc hero's head. This top-level hero of level 16 fell down, rolled down from the back of the flying dragon, and hit the ground hard, splashing blood. Weak divine arts, death hunting. Several heroes were fighting, and the army of the City of Dusk was also showing its edge. In the sky, the The flying dragon that escaped the net was forcibly blocked by the stone statue of the dead. The combat effectiveness of these brilliant 3-star troops is already so strong that it makes people shudder. To them, troops of the same level are almost like chickens that can be slaughtered at will. Every whistle of the battle axe in his hand represents a life being harvested. With wings, the dead stone statues became extremely flexible, and with the battle axe with an attack range of 80 meters, they almost explained what a perfect soldier is. After a team of flying dragons bypassed the hunting, they aimed at a lone dead stone statue and rushed directly. After the flying dragons of this team approached 50 meters, a battle axe broke through the air. The prepared flying dragons immediately flapped their wings to avoid the attack of the battle axe. But before they could get excited, a crisp sound rang out. The battle axe exploded directly. The sharp fragments covered a range of 30 meters. In an instant, the bodies of the 7 flying dragons were directly pierced, and the moment the battle axe fragments pierced into their bodies, bang, the fragments exploded for the second time. Several flying dragons that were not originally fatally injured had exaggerated large holes blown out of their bodies. The remaining few flying dragons were affected. After being hit by the dense fragments, they felt a terrible pain in their souls and lost their life in the blink of an eye. Exploding axe, causing huge magic damage to enemies within a diameter of 30 meters. After the battle axe fragments hit the enemy, a secondary explosion will occur with strong penetration, causing physical damage, and the fragments have the characteristic of instant death. Level 9 Dead Statue. One skill wiped out a team of level 13 flying dragons. This terrifying record made the players, who were closely following the trend of the battle, feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Originally, it was thought that Qingqiu's ability to create sand waves to destroy the city was exaggerated enough, but now even his troops are so strong that they make their scalps numb. Is this Qingqiu's true strength? The opponent's brilliant record of fighting 1 against 100 in the death arena is not his true strength. Several people looked at each other, and they couldn't say 1,000 words in their hearts. Chapter 335. In the sky, Renee and the dead statue forcibly blocked more than a legion of flying dragons. On the ground, the dark gargoyle carried the dead statue and continued to harvest the souls of the orc warriors below. On the flank, Amarita led the great axe Death Knight to conquer a hill, and most of the troops on it were slaughtered by it. In the back, the axe of the dead and the condensed sand archers formed a 4-sided army formation, advancing steadily and strangling the orcs who fled in all directions. Xena and the level 16 orc hero have already hit the ground from the sky. The orc hero is much stronger than the level 16 void hunter hero in the dungeon. The opponent is also an elite who has fought out of the life and death battle. Although his potential is 2 levels behind that of Xena, his level of 16 plus the surge in power after Berserk can forcibly block Xena's edge. And Xena's fighting madness has always been known for its violent fighting. She swings the dragon-slaying sword in her hand at a dazzling frequency. The battlefield between the two has become a demolition team. Wherever they pass, all houses and streets will be destroyed. The most eye-catching one is the key battle between the Dark Valkyrie and the Orc Chieftain. A potential A-level 15 boss vs a potential A-level 17 hero. Although the Orc Chieftain is 2 levels higher than the Dark Valkyrie, there is no qualitative gap between the two sides. Both are in the range of 15 to 20 levels. The Dark Valkyrie also has the metamorphosis that the Orc Chieftain attained after being promoted to level 15, and because of the boss template, she is stronger than him. After the frenzy, the Orc Chieftain can still force the Dark Valkyrie to fight, but as time goes by, the power of the frenzy is weakening, while the opponent is getting braver and braver. From being able to fight head-on at the beginning to having to use clever strength to maintain each attack later, the Orc Chieftain became more and more nervous. He even felt that his power, like a river and sea, was gradually drying up. The opponent was like a bottomless sea. He used all his means, even inflicting injuries on the opponent, but he could not achieve the desired results. This cannot be dragged on. The opponent must be killed in order to win this battle. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. The next moment, the blood and energy that soared into the sky surged out of his body. The momentum instantly rose several times. The blue veins on his body wriggled violently like earthworms. Horrible and crazy. The terrifying breath made the surrounding beings who sensed this scene subconsciously turn their heads. Looking carefully, they suddenly found that not only was the Orc Chieftain's momentum soaring, but behind him, a 10-meter-high phantom was rapidly condensing. The phantom held a long sword, with 3 war flags fluttering in the wind behind it, and his eyes were closed. At the moment when the phantom was completely condensed, the Orc Chief immediately became the center of the world. The unspeakable terrifying aura on this level 17 hero was like thousands of rivers rolling back to the sky. The power exploded to the extreme. The orc chief clenched the heavy sword and pointed it at the dark Valkyrie from a distance. Then, under the expectant eyes of the orc warriors, he swung the sword and slashed. Kill! A low roar resounded through the sky. The 10-meter-tall phantom behind him suddenly opened his eyes. Following the orc chief's movements, he swung the long sword in his hand. The void around the dark Valkyrie was neatly cut off at the moment the orc chief moved. She retreated violently, trying to avoid the edge. But no matter how fast she was, the space around her continued to explode. There was no escape. Crack! A terrifying sound resounded in her ears. The invisible heavy sword directly slashed the dark Valkyrie. The orc chieftain, who was staring at her closely, wanted to roar to the sky at this moment. Finally kill this terrifying enemy, but the moment this thought just emerged, a dark light suddenly appeared on the dark Valkyrie, directly offsetting the invisible attack that cut off everything. The joy that just appeared on the face of the orc chieftain suddenly froze. How is it possible? How can this be blocked? Ah! With a long roar, he raised the sword in his hand again and chopped it open. The 10-meter-high orc phantom behind him also took action at the same time. This time the dark Valkyrie did not move, but her golden eyes stared coldly at the orc chieftain. The surrounding space exploded again, and the moment the shapeless attack slashed through, she once again glowed with a dark light, blocking the unavoidable damage. The orc chieftain spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Unspeakable despair emerged in his heart. The other party could not be killed. He turned his head and looked at the shadow behind him, gritting his teeth. He swung the heavy sword for the third time. This time, the dark Valkyrie did not retreat and rushed towards him. The victory and the defeat, life and death. The sharp edge of the sword in the orc chieftain's hand tore through the void. Kill! The terrifying roar roared the world. The originally black hair of this level 17 hero suddenly turned pale, and his face aged more than 10 years at this moment. At the same time, the orc shadow behind him almost turned into substance, and the sword slashed. The space around the dark Valkyrie exploded again, and the damage was several times stronger than before. The invisible blade slashed at the dark Valkyrie for the third time. Under the expectant gaze of countless orcs, the dark light emerged for the third time. Crack! Silently, the attack was offset. The orc chieftain was heartbroken. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and shock. He gritted his teeth and wanted to attack again, but a graceful figure in front of him had already crossed with him like lightning. Puff! A huge head flew up. The level 17 orc chieftain died after 3 consecutive slashes. Seeing this scene, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared at the dark Valkyrie floating in the void with a 3-meter-long sword in hand, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. The other party's pale golden eyes seemed like gods and demons looking at the earth at this moment. The moment they swept across them, their souls would tremble. The body of the god of war, Super A level, immune to instant death skills, soul control, curse, plague, poison, aura pressure, morale is always high, immune to light, natural camp's damage bonus to the dark camp, can ignore all forbidden air magic, suspended in the sky. When attacked by fatal attacks, it will automatically consume 1,000 points of blood to exempt this attack. 3 consecutive ultimate skills were forcibly resisted by the passiveness of the body of the god of war. Lenny, this divine soul once used the divine art of death hunting, and the killing move that penetrated the soul could not end the life of the dark Valkyrie. Needless to say, the orc chieftain was fierce, but it was not as good as the hunting of divine arts. And in the battle on the other side, the moment the orc chieftain was killed, Cena sees the flaw of the orc hero on the opposite side in fear. Cut! A brilliant sword light cut through the void. The sky was cut furiously. The orc hero hurriedly swung his sword to block. But the terrifying force made the weapon in his hand slip out of his hand. When he wanted to save the situation, Cena had already come straight to kill him. Puff! The dragon-slaying sword swung down from the head. Her figure passed directly through the middle of the opponent. The 2 neatly aligned corpses fell to the ground on the left and right. The 16th level orc hero died. This scene was violent and crazy. This fearless warrior once again proved his strength with the blood of the enemy. The last 2 orc heroes were killed. The orc army, which could only barely resist, immediately fell into a huge chaos. Some were directly violent and rushed towards the army of the City of Dusk regardless of everything, while others wanted to meet up with their companions and organize a defense line again. The situation was completely out of control. A group of orcs without a commander faced an army with fierce individual combat power, complete organization, and led by a powerful hero. Even if they tried their best to resist, the final outcome was nothing more than a dying struggle. When most of the remaining orc army was cleared and the resistance force completely collapsed, the system prompt suddenly rang. Ding, you commanded the army to capture an orc city, achieved a brilliant victory, and gained 200,000 experience points. Ding, some orc warriors, 326 people, were shocked by your strength and hoped to join you. Do you accept it? Richard heard the prompt, and his interest immediately soared. Gaining 200,000 experience points is a good harvest, and what made him feel more novel was that finally a field army joined him. This is the first time in a few months. Is it because of the characteristics of the Dark King's suit, or the role of leadership, or is it the effect of legendary, or is it the result of the addition of these? As his thoughts turned, Richard, in a good mood, chose to agree. The next moment, some of the surviving orcs directly put down their weapons and knelt down to Richard. Respected strongman, I am willing to submit to you. Please stop attacking, I surrender. In this way, the situation that was already under control no longer had any unexpected situations. After a while, the orcs who chose to surrender were gathered together and guarded. Richard was excited to go and see these first batch of surrendered orcs, but when he got off Albus's back, he saw Gaunt coming to report that he had found several God's Grace Lords. Richard was interested when he heard the news. Players? What are these guys doing in the Orc City? Are they doing quests or trading? Bring them here. Yes. Gunter turned and left. Not long after, 3 players with their wrists tied by chains were brought up dejectedly. After seeing Richard, the expressions of several people were very interesting. This is Qingqiu. I want to open the attribute panel to check the other party's attributes, but it prompts that it is covered by energy and cannot be detected. This makes them smile bitterly. This gap is too big, even the attributes cannot be seen. The leading player reacted first, took a deep breath, and took the initiative to speak. Boss Qingqiu, we are here to do the quest, and we didn't expect you to attack these orcs. If I knew, I would definitely not get involved. No, we didn't participate in the battle, and we didn't help the orcs from beginning to end. They wanted to help at first, but when they found out that it was Richard who attacked, they immediately withered. The name of the Shadow Man of the Tree, the status of the ID Qingqiu in the hearts of the players, even exceeded the understanding of Richard, the person involved. Richard heard this, and didn't comment. What mission are you here for? Seeing his emotionless eyes, the 3 players panicked. Wait, don't die on the battlefield, but be killed by Qingqiu. They don't believe in gods, and they won't be taken to the kingdom of gods if they die. If they die, they will really die. The leading player said immediately. Boss Qingqiu, we found this orc force and wanted to get some benefits from it, and then we kept attacking and doing all the tasks. Seeing Richard frowning slightly, the leading player's heart trembled immediately. Dare not to talk nonsense. Boss Qingqiu, I have an important news. I hope to use this news to exchange us to leave. Richard narrowed his eyes. Important news? Tell me about it. The player breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately. We helped the orcs get the holy object of the vampire castle, the blood coffin. Blood coffin? Richard became a little interested and thought of the news he had learned from the orc wolf cavalry before. The orcs had attacked the vampire castle 10 days ago. What is the function of that treasure? The player was relieved to see that he was interested and answered immediately. Boss Qingqiu, the blood coffin has been studied by the orc chieftain these days. We don't know what it is used for. But there is a great possibility that a vampire duke is sleeping in that blood coffin. Vampire duke? Richard was shocked. Chapter 336. Because of their characteristic of feeding on blood, vampires have been vigorously promoted by humans, and have a particularly loud reputation in Glorious Era. In addition, the combat power of these dark lives is very strong, which also adds a bit of legend. However, due to the small number of vampires, it is relatively difficult to encounter. The title of Grand Duke among vampires is not an ordinary title, but a real strength. Only blood clans with extraordinary levels are qualified to be called Grand Duke. Richard stared at the 3 players, as if he wanted to see some clues from their faces. He said word by word. Is this news true? The player responded immediately. Brother Qingqiu, it is absolutely true. We dare not lie to you. The blood coffin is in the residence of the orc chieftain. Richard's interest has been raised. Lead the way. If it is true, I will not embarrass you. After getting the promise, several players immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were all a little relieved that this big guy was not a bloodthirsty person. Richard hadn't realized at this time that he had unknowingly become a top power holder whose eyes could make people tremble. Power is the best coat for men. This sentence is never false. And he who ruled the city of dusk, The coat on his body at this moment was already burning people's eyes. Even in the future, it will be as bright as stars. Led by 3 players, they crossed several ruined streets. Richard saw the blood coffin mentioned by the players in a huge building that collapsed halfway. It's just as the name suggests. The coffin is 3 meters long and 70 to 80 centimeters wide. It's blood red all over, and the light on it is like human blood flowing. It gives people a strong visual impact. With some expectation, he opened the attribute panel. Blood coffin. Level, special. Features, a special treasure of the Blood Clan. It can improve the quality of blood by holding blood. The Blood Clan can slowly increase their strength when sleeping in it. Introduction. Don't open it, otherwise you will encounter unprecedented disasters. With this attribute, no wonder it is said that there may be a Blood Clan Duke sleeping inside. The introduction and characteristics are hinting that there are Blood Clans inside. After Richard turned off the panel, he reached out and pressed the blood coffin. He felt the cold touch and his expression was very subtle. He never thought that he would attack the Orc City and finally get the treasure of the Blood Clan. It was also quite strange. The light on his body surged out and slowly penetrated into the blood-colored coffin. But the next second, the power was blocked. Unable to penetrate into it. Richard frowned slightly. After several unsuccessful attempts, he walked around the blood coffin and looked at it carefully. Finally, it was discovered that the blood coffin had no gaps and was completely integrated, so it was impossible to open it. Turning his head to look at several players. Did you find anything unusual when you got the blood coffin? No, after the orcs attacked the vampire castle, they took the blood coffin out of their forbidden area, and it looked like this. Then how do you know that the vampire duke is sleeping inside? The vampire told us. When we were doing a mission in the vampire castle, we accidentally heard that the other party's duke was sleeping in the blood coffin. Later, we found that the intimacy with those guys could not be improved. If we want to continue to develop, we can only transform into vampires. But we don't want to become that thing, so we told the orcs the news. Richard's mouth twitched. This style is really like a gamer. What did the orc chieftain get from it? No, nothing. He has been trying to open the blood coffin but failed. Before you came, the orc chieftain also issued us a B-level task to find a way to open the blood coffin. Richard couldn't help but fall into thought after hearing this. This blood coffin is obviously a good thing. But the possibility that there is a vampire duke hidden inside made him a little hesitant. If the vampire duke, who is above the extraordinary level, is sleeping, then isn't it equivalent to carrying a time bomb? But if not, what if there is something good hidden inside? This thing is obviously his reward for conquering the Orc City. If he gives it up like this, wouldn't it be a huge loss? After thinking for a while, Richard suddenly seemed to think of something, patted his head, and almost forgot about the black gold system. Open the black gold system. The original information of the blood coffin changed immediately. Blood coffin, the vampire duke is sleeping inside, and cannot be awakened for the time being. 1. You can collect the water of the temple, the water of life, and the gem of light to kill the opponent. 2. You can put it in blood, let it drink blood and restore its strength. It's true, there is really a vampire duke sleeping. Richard was greatly surprised. This trip was not in vain. After reading it twice, the 2 tips in those 2 days made him very interested. One is how to kill the opponent, and the other is to restore its strength. Choose one of the 2. It's a pity. If there is a way to subdue the opponent, this would be amazing. Richard felt a little regretful. After closing the attribute panel, he was relieved. As long as the opponent does not wake up for the time being, it will be easy. You can take it back and keep it. Anyway, it has become meat on the chopping board. There are many ways to deal with it in the future. The best way may be to get a few more treasures similar to the Dark Contract, and make this vampire duke kneel down and sing Conquer. Thinking of this, Richard's mood immediately improved. After asking his subordinates to take good care of the blood coffin, he looked at the 3 players with nervous eyes. Where is the orc's treasure house? Do they have any valuable things? Boss Chinkyo, I know. I take you there right away. Okay, you take my army with you. He looked at Xena and the Dark Valkyrie. You continue to stay here and search for spoils. If you encounter an invincible existence, evacuate immediately and don't fight. After saying that, he glanced at the players. When I come back, you can leave. Although the players wanted to leave now, they didn't dare to say anything more, and immediately agreed with a smile. Richard didn't pay much attention to them. After leaving most of the army, he took 6 teams of stone statues of the dead and 30 skeleton blood dragons, and left the Orc City directly. Target, Whitetail Cat Tribe. Conquer the Orc City to fulfill the promise to the steamed bun lovers. hunt flying dragons to expand the number of skeleton blood dragons, and plunder the Whitetail cat tribe to develop the winemaking business. Only the last of the 3 goals of this trip is left unfinished. The Whitetail cat tribe is about 30 kilometers away from the orc city. It may take several hours to walk this distance, but at high speed. It took about 10 minutes to reach the location marked on the map for the Whitetail cat tribe, a spring suitable for winemaking. But after Richard arrived, he immediately found something wrong. There was no one in a relatively unique small village below. The Whitetail cat tribe had been deserted. His eyes suddenly became sharp. What was going on? He attacked the orc city so decisively, but the other party heard about it. He was very upset. If they ran away, the harvest this time would be less than half. When will the winemaking business of Dusk City start? After letting Aldous land, he turned over and went to investigate in person. After looking at a few houses, Richard keenly discovered that the other party's food was still warm. This cheered him up immediately. The Whitetail cat tribe had obviously left not long ago. Scatter out and search immediately, and never let the other party leave. It had to be found quickly. He had to go back to clean up the orc spoils, and there was no time to delay. And the fat meat at his mouth? How could he let them fly away? Chapter 337. The army dispersed in all directions. They began to search for traces of the Whitetail cat tribe. The flying troops were extremely fast, and the surroundings were all plains with no complicated bottom line. Richard originally thought that he would be able to find the other party's traces soon. But unexpectedly, the search range expanded from 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, and finally 50 kilometers. The Whitetail cat tribe seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Richard, who was waiting for news at the Whitetail cat tribe station, heard the news and his mind was racing. The fat meat at his mouth really flew away, since the other party left in a hurry, and the old, weak, sick and disabled were transferred together. How could there be no trace left? While thinking, he began a second search in this village. After looking through most of the houses and buildings, a detail made him move. Many winemaking tools were found in the village, but no brewed wine was found, not even a wine jar. Those white-tailed cats left in a hurry, but could they also move the brewed wine so quickly? It's impossible under normal circumstances. Either they have space storage treasures, or they didn't go far at all, or they hid it on the spot. As a vassal of the orcs, the white-tailed cats have a small chance of having such precious space storage treasures. It's more likely that they hid the wine. After unraveling the mystery, Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. Since they can hide the wine, can they hide people as well? No matter how fast the white-tailed cats are, they can't escape from the search of the flying soldiers, and they haven't left any traces. The undead don't search with their eyes. While thinking, Richard once again went around the places in the village where people might hide, and finally walked slowly to the side of the spring. The spring pool is about 30 meters wide, and the surroundings are very neatly built. The constantly gushing water carries countless bubbles, making it difficult to see the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, his heart moved, and the yellow sand light on his body surged out and dissipated towards the bottom of the pool. But just after the perception penetrated the water surface for a few meters, he felt a special energy bar in front. His eyes lit up immediately. Sure enough, there is a problem. After noticing the abnormality, Richard did not rush into the water, but retreated a distance. Seeing this, Albus, who had been following silently, spoke in a deep voice. "Master, do you need me to go underwater?" Turning his head to look at this behemoth, he shook his head with a smile. "If you go down, can this small pool accommodate it?" Waved his hand, and asked him to wait by the side. Then he waved his hand, and the gravel on both sides of the stream, where the spring water flowed, suddenly surfaced. In a moment, it condensed into a sandman with a body size of more than 8 meters. Plop! After the sandman took shape, he stepped on the water step by step, and finally jumped into the spring. Bang! The water surface splashed with waves. The sandman did not sink, but stood in the lake. It was as if he was stepping on transparent glass. Richard's mind moved, and the sandman suddenly bent down, his arms squirmed, and condensed into a sharp cone. Then he stabbed directly into the water. Bang! The waves on the water surface splashed even bigger. The Sandman was like a perpetual motion machine, attacking continuously for hundreds of times. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, crack, a crisp sound of porcelain breaking penetrated the water. Richard's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled the Sandman to increase his strength. The next second, a panicked voice sounded. "Dear Strongman, stop attacking, we will come out soon." "Sure enough, it's inside," Richard laughed. With a wave of his hand, the Sandman floated out of the water. A moment later, a burst of bubbles emerged from the water, and a transparent sphere slowly rose from the bottom of the water. What surprised him was that the sphere could be seen through, and it seemed that no one existed inside. But when the side with the crack turned around, light and shadow could be seen through the crack. The transparent sphere was only 10 meters in diameter. How could this thing hold so many people? Richard was curious, and the sphere rolled from the water to the shore, and then a gap slowly opened. A cat with an old face, furry ears on his head, and a long white tail walked out from inside. The moment the other party appeared, he subconsciously glanced at the 8-meter-tall Sandman and the even more terrifying Alvis behind him. His body froze on the spot, and even taking a few deep breaths could not suppress the horror in his heart. Finally, he stepped forward with a trembling body and saluted Richard with the most respectful gesture. Respected strongman, Brook Whitetail, I extend my most respectful greetings to you. Richard nodded slightly. Your clansmen are hiding in there? They are quite smart. The old Brook Whitetail smiled bitterly. If they were really smart, they would not be found. But he did not dare to talk nonsense, and responded cautiously. Yes, sir. Richard looked at him curiously. It took me less than half an hour to crush the orcs. You were dozens of kilometers away. How did you get the news? Brook Whitetail turned pale. The orcs were crushed. He felt more and more uneasy. He said cautiously, the chieftain gave us a magic item. Once they input magic power, the color of the magic item will change. Richard finally understood. This thing is good for warning. Brook took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Respected sir, the chieftain. Richard smiled. Your protector is me now. As for the orc chieftain, maybe you can go back with me now and see his body. Although he had guessed that there was a problem with the orc city, he still shocked Brook when he said it himself. Such a powerful force. How long has it been? It just disappeared? Richard saw that the other party couldn't recover for a long time, and he was not interested in explaining anything. He looked at the transparent ball. Let your people come out. Brook's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to refuse. His old face forced himself to be energetic, slowly turned around, and then whispered a few words to the open door. After a while, the uneasy white-tailed cats came out one by one. Not long after, the number of people at the spring exceeded 200. This made Richard marvel. Could the ball be the legendary artifact? Open the attribute panel and check them one by one. The attributes of these white-tailed cats are almost the same, but their racial characteristics are very special. The brewing master has a special way to process brewing materials, and can brew top-quality wine, with a 50% increase in taste and a 50% reduction in the negative effects of alcohol. This made Richard quite excited. As the steamed bun lover said, this race is proficient in brewing. Even the racial talent is like this. How can it not be proficient? Brook, where is the wine you brewed before? As the patriarch of the white-tail cat tribe, the aging Brook knows better than anyone that the most important thing to survive in this world is to master power. The white-tailed cat tribe does not have strong power, so it can only rely on other forces. Now, the orcs have been wiped out by the terrifying existence with a giant dragon in front of them, and they have no other choice. As for loyalty to the orcs, I'm sorry, there is no such thing between genocide and inheritance. The white-tailed cat tribe has long been accustomed to relying on the strong. I immediately adjusted my mentality and said respectfully, Sir, there are 50 jars of 100 kilograms stored in it. They were brewed before, but have not been sent to the orcs yet. I will ask someone to get it for you right away. Realizing the subtle change in the other party's attitude, Richard looked at him with interest. Get the best jar. Yes. A moment later, 2 young white-tailed cats carried out a half-man-high fat wooden barrel and placed it in front of Richard. After getting consent, he skillfully opened the lid of the barrel. Instantly, a mellow aroma of fine wine came to my face. Unlike the pungent smell of ordinary alcohol, this smell is like the wind blowing in the wilderness, fresh and comfortable. It is definitely not an ordinary product. With some expectation, I opened the system panel, and the properties of fine wine immediately appeared. Whitetail Absolute Brew. Level, 4 stars. Taste, 90. Intensity, 52. Fragrance, 92. Features, 1. After drinking, life recovery speed is increased by 50%, duration, 30 minutes. 2. Overdrinking has no sequelae or negative effects. Introduction. A specialty of the white-tailed cat tribe, nothing else. Wow, it's actually a 4-star wine. Richard's eyes lit up. The properties of wine are different from weapons and equipment, with a few more data. But these data all looked very good. And what satisfied him most was the introduction at the end. Whitetail Absolute Brew, only this one, no other branches. He looked at the anxious Whitetail cat tribe with a good mood. This time he finally found a big treasure. As long as they can be managed properly, these guys are goose that can lay golden eggs. Chapter 338. Manto AI was almost anxious when he saw the harpy in front of him panting. Are you breathing well? If you are, let go. How far has Boss Chinchio attacked? Have you taken down the city wall? The enemy is so strong that the battle between the two sides is probably very intense at this moment. The harpy with a red face took 2 deep breaths and then stammered. Master, it has been taken down. Manto AI was finally relieved of his hanging heart. It's good to take down the city wall. The city wall has been broken, which means that the initiative has been taken. Before he asked for more details, the harpy, who had finally calmed down a little, said hurriedly in a trembling tone. The orc city has been taken down. The orc chieftain was killed on the spot. All the orc troops were wiped out, and Lord Chinchio is searching for supplies. Manto AI looked at the other party in confusion. What the hell? Not taking down the city wall? Taking down the orc city? The level 17 orc chieftain was killed on the spot. Boss Chinchio is already searching for supplies? He looked at the harpy with suspicion. Are you under the illusion of the forest goblins? Come on, give him 20 slaps to wake him up. The harpy jumped up immediately. Master, I am not under the illusion. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Chinchio summoned a huge wave of sand and flattened the orc city. After explaining again and again, the steamed bun lover was sure that the harpy who delivered the message was not under the illusion. But when he came to his senses, his eyes showed deep confusion and bewilderment. How long has it been? Excluding the time of traveling back and forth, it has been less than half an hour. That is an orc city with tens of thousands of troops and so heavily guarded that he didn't have the courage to fight with it. The opponent's chieftain level is as high as 17. There are even 3 16-level heroes assisting. It was captured just like that. If this wasn't his spy, who would dare to believe it? Then he immediately asked about the specific battle situation, and the harpy began to vividly recount the scenes on the battlefield. What sand waves swept everything? What dark valkyries slashed the orc chieftain with a knife? The steamed bun lover heard the words, and thought of the scenes he saw in the dungeon. Finally, he fell into a long silence. The emotions in his eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. After a long time he sighed. Let the beast-eared girls I carefully collected prepare them, and give them to the Chinchio boss later. In the orc city, the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead carried the uneasy Whitetail cat tribe one by one and landed on the flooded square. From the moment they saw the city flooded with sand and gravel, the original happiness in the hearts of the Whitetail cat tribe no longer exists. Their protector had really been trampled. Brook Whitetail, the elder of the cat tribe, was the first to recover. He commanded the tribe members to stand in order and prohibited any disturbance. Their average level was only 7 or 8. Facing the terrifying existence that could trample the orc city, any movement would be a way to death. The Whitetail cat tribe relied on the strong to survive. Since the orcs were a thing of the past, and the human lord valued them so much, it was no big deal to live in another place. The weak who could not decide their own fate had no choice, and they were used to such a life. Richard was very satisfied with the other party's timely move. After leaving a part of the army to guard, he turned and came to the half-collapsed mansion of the orc chieftain. At this time, the army was piling up the resources they had searched on the open ground. A large area of crystal glittering and dazzling, quite eye-catching. After seeing him, the 3 players immediately became excited. Chinchio boss. Richard looked at him with amusement. After thinking for a while, he asked, Where is the vampire castle that the orcs attacked? Are there any treasures inside? The leading player immediately said, The castle is constantly declining because of the slumber of the vampire duke. There are no valuable treasures in it except the blood coffin. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have surrendered to the orcs. Richard nodded. This was true. It could still squeeze out benefits. These players would not have sold the vampires so easily. Share the map of the castle with me. Yes. After sharing the map, Richard took a look at the location. It was about 300 kilometers away from the orc city. The other party was located close to the ice and snow empire. The steamed bun lover had a very narrow exploration of the surrounding area and had no information so far away. I didn't expect that he would run to the ice and snow empire this time. The ice and snow empire was more than 10,000 miles away from the Death Desert. After confirming that he could not get anything useful from the players, Richard waved his hand and told the other party to get out. The 3 players were immediately overjoyed and rolled out of the ruins, running faster than anyone else. Not to mention the promise made in advance, just the fact that the 2 sides were thousands of miles apart These weak chickens had no effect on him, and he was too lazy to do anything to them. After the players disappeared, Richard waited for another hour or so before the army completed the search. Gunter came to report. "Master, the spoils have been counted." Said. "Yes, a total of rare resources, crystals, gems, 2 piles in total, estimated to be around 20,000 units. The warehouse of ordinary resources has been destroyed by gravel and cannot be picked up. A total of rare level troop nests, 20 orc warriors, 10 orc crossbowmen, and 5 orc shield warriors were found. Rare level troop nests, 5 orc berserkers. A set of full body armor was found on the orc chieftain, which is a 3-star treasure. It is currently damaged and can be handed over to Miss Andal for repair. A 3-star heavy sword. A 3-star staff was obtained from the orc shaman." Richard's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Resources are nothing surprising, and a few 3-star treasures don't interest him. Only the harvested troop nests made him excited. After so many battles, it was the first time he captured so many troop nests. There are 5 rare ones, each of which is worth 5 million resources. If the 35 rare ones are used to synthesize rare ones, the total is 8, worth 40 million resources. There are still 5 rare ones left. This harvest alone can be described as exaggerated. Conquering high-level wild cities, the benefits are simply exaggerated. This reminds him of his own desert. Damn, the barren land is the barren land. It seems that he still needs to find an opportunity to leave the Death Desert and go out to collect money. This development is so cool. After coming to his senses, Richard was in a good mood. This expedition perfectly achieved the set goals. 1. Complete the commission of the steamed bun lover. 2. Hunt the flying dragon and expand the skeleton blood dragon. 3. Conquer the Whitetail cat tribe. In addition to the set goals, other gains are also extremely rich. The most important one is the blood coffin where the Blood Clan Grand Duke is sleeping. The value of this thing is immeasurable. If it is operated well, it can even enslave the opponent. This is an extraordinary existence. How much is it worth? The second is the harvest of the arm's nest. This thing can save him a huge amount of resources. This wave of Dusk City is full of oil. Richard is in a good mood. Gather the corpses of flying dragons. Gaunt, you come to recruit skeleton blood dragons. This time, Gaunt was brought and Gray was left behind, also considering the recruitment of skeletons. As long as he is given the corpse of a giant dragon, this blood lich can produce the top arms of the crown star. Chapter 339. After receiving the order, Gaunt immediately ordered the army to gather the hunted dragons together. Because of Richard's special instructions before the war, Renee brought the dead stone statue to catch and kill the dragons, and in the end, few of them left the orc city alive. Corpses were piled on the gravel everywhere. Taking advantage of this gap, Richard looked at the orc army that surrendered to him. The number of the 3 squadrons was not small, and the potential of all rare soldiers could not hold on until the last moment. However, because of the end of the frenzy, these majestic warriors seemed to have indulged in excessive sexual desire, and their faces were pale, and some could not even stand steadily. The frenzy of orcs can greatly improve their attributes, and their strength is known to the world, but the sequelae of frenzy are also very obvious, which will cause them to be in a weak state for more than 10 hours. Richard frowned when he saw this. After the excitement of having soldiers join him passed, he began to consider whether to accept these soldiers. Orcs are normal life forms, and they have nothing to do with the army of Twilight City. Moreover, these strong guys need food and clean water. Fighting in the desert, they can lose half their lives just by rushing. Bringing them back can only be used to defend the city, which is useless. More importantly, mixing these troops with mummies will have a fatal impact on morale. Who wants to be with the dead all day long? Orcs are not a type of soldier in the desert camp, and there is no possibility of accepting mummies. When they look at the army of Twilight City, the fear that cannot be concealed can tell one thing or another. Richard touched his chin. You are happy for nothing. Although the orcs are not weak, it is useless to bring them back, and it is a waste of food. Manta lovers, I wonder if you are interested in gathering this army and doing business with him again. 3 squadrons of rare soldiers must be worth a lot of money. That guy can get the seeds of the world tree, so he should have a lot of good things hidden. After all, the Harpy is a natural camp. Although they are not on the same front as the orcs tribes, it will not lower morale. During the inspection, Richard roughly checked the attributes of the orcs. Unfortunately, no hero units were found, otherwise they could be sold at a higher price. Those orc soldiers looked at Richard's scrutiny, each with pleading and uneasiness in their eyes. Now, the only one who can decide their fate on this land is this heroic and extraordinary human lord. Richard was too lazy to say anything to these guys, who couldn't even stand steadily. He just looked at his spoils, with the excitement of finally having someone to surrender. It would be great when he could attract some powerful heroes. After a round of inspection, Gunter reported that he was ready. Except for a few that were already buried by gravel, most of the dragon bodies were gathered together. A rough estimate showed that there were enough dragons to form a battalion, thousands of them. The square, which was half buried by gravel, was piled up tightly. Richard saw this scene and showed some expectation. The number of skeleton blood dragons had not increased for too long. Or it could be said that there were too few soldiers with dragon blood, so few that he could not find a suitable target even if he wanted to hunt. After getting his consent, Gunter stepped to the front of the huge pile of corpses. The blood-colored bandages on his body slowly surged with crimson light. Those crimson lights seemed to come alive, and directly wrapped all the dragon bodies. The moment the corpse touched the crimson light, it was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, and began to melt rapidly. It turned into balls of blood-colored energy floating in the air. Not long after, a blood-colored river condensed. The strong smell of blood choked the nose, giving people a strong olfactory stimulation. The blood river gradually became majestic. The light on Gunter's body reflected it, becoming more and more brilliant, and when it reached a certain limit, it spread rapidly. In 3 or 2 minutes, the entire orc city was shrouded in blood-colored mist. Looking down from the sky, you can see that blood-colored energy is constantly rising from the gravel and the ruins of buildings. Those soldiers buried in the gravel could not escape the fate of turning into blood-colored energy. As a large amount of energy poured out, the corpses on the ground gradually became twisted, as if they had been dried by the wind for dozens or hundreds of years. The hideous and terrifying appearance would give you nightmares at a glance. 10 minutes later, there was no more blood energy seeping out of the ground. Gaunt noticed this and slowly pressed down with both hands. The blood river in the sky was like a surging wave, pouring into the broken body of the flying dragon. Under the gaze of everyone, the flying dragon body, which was left with only pale bones, gradually became as crystal clear as a ruby, and its breath began to rise. When all the blood energy in the sky poured into the body, the world regained its clarity. The soul fire in Gaunt's head burst into flames. The next moment, swish, the heads of all the flying dragon bodies suddenly lit up with a faint blue soul fire. Roar, the originally motionless bodies suddenly twisted and struggled, and a low roar that made people's backs cold resounded through the sky. The skeleton blood dragon was born. After these new crowned soldiers got up, they suddenly spread their damaged dragon wings. Whoosh, they flapped their wings and flew. In an instant, they covered the sky. Ding, your subordinate Gunter, recruit 120 skeleton blood dragons, crown 1 star, newborn level 10, from the flying dragon corpses. Richard was a little surprised when he heard the prompt. According to the previous practice, more than 10 dragon blood lives can recruit a skeleton blood dragon. Originally, I thought it would be good to have 7 or 8 teams, but I didn't expect so many extra. Those bodies buried in the gravel are still quite useful. In this way, the number of skeleton blood dragons in his hands expanded from the original 3 teams to 15 teams. This is a 1-star crown army, not a weakling, and with the commander of Aldous, the enhancement of the Death Elegy medal, and the title of the King of Gladiators. With the blessing of several characteristics, these already powerful armies will definitely become the nightmare of all enemies. Looking at the skeleton blood dragon that almost covered the light of the sky, Richard was in a particularly good mood. The higher the level of the army, the more recruitment resources are needed. Not to mention other things, how many resources can he save with so many crown armies? Hundreds of meters away from the orc city, the steamed bun lover who hurried over happened to see the scene of a head of undead dragons soaring into the sky. He was immediately shocked. He remembered clearly that there were only dozens of undead dragons originally, but now they covered the sky. He immediately thought of the key, the recruitment technique of the undead. It turns out that the army of the City of Dusk was obtained in this way. No wonder it is so powerful. My heart was filled with envy. Damn, the undead are indeed a perverted race. The way they raise their troops violently is simply enviable and hateful. After sending someone to report and receiving a reply, the steamed bun lover asked the Harpy army to stay outside, and he led 2 squads of personal guards into the orc city. As he approached, scenes on the ground came into view. The vast yellow sand swallowed up the original city wall. On the huge sand, only 2 arrow towers stood alone, but the height was only 4 or 5 meters from the ground. The buildings that were not buried by gravel in the back were also mostly destroyed in the war. The city, which used to be a prosperous city, has completely become a ruin. Although he was mentally prepared, Witnessing all this with his own eyes still gave the steamed bun lover a huge psychological shock. He thought of the feeling of powerlessness in his heart when he came to explore before and discover the Orc City, and he sighed. Under the guidance of the stone statue of the dead, he landed on the square. The steamed bun lover got off the horned eagle and immediately saw Richard, whose temperament was scorching, and excitedly stepped forward. Qingqiu boss is awesome. The orcs can be destroyed just like that. You are my god. If I didn't like women, I would give you my chrysanthemums. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and glanced at this guy with great disdain. Get lost, don't discuss me. The steamed bun lover smiled, and didn't care at all. Looking around for a few times, he saw the figure of the Whitetail cat tribe, and was full of admiration. It has only been a short while, and everything has been solved. Looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, but it was still a long way from setting. The other party said that he would flatten the Orc City before dark, and it seemed that he could go back to watch the beast-eared girl dance in advance. Perverted. In ancient times, Guan Yu killed Hua Xiong with warm wine, and now there is Qingqiu watching the dress dance at sunset, which is really appropriate. Richard looked at this guy looking around with a sly look, and pointed to the orcs over there in a bad mood. Did you see those orcs? The steamed bun lover was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Did you see it? Isn't this your captive? Richard smiled. Orcs are not suitable for Twilight City. When the steamed bun lover heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss you mean? Richard nodded. Yes, I sold it to you. The steamed bun lover's eyes were filled with tears. Boss, what kind of deal can we talk about? I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your godfather. Chapter 340. Richard finally didn't accept the rebellious son Manta lover. However, he didn't take the orcs with him, and gave them all to this guy. He got the seeds of the world tree last time, and he got so many benefits from the battle against the orcs this time. He didn't bother with these soldiers, who didn't match the City of Dusk. However, Manta lover was also a strong-willed person. He failed to recognize him as his godfather, so he still gave him 2 space teleportation scrolls. This made Richard feel a little embarrassed. He got too many benefits from this guy, but he didn't refuse. He happily accepted the scrolls. This guy is not bad. He can make more friends in the future. On the long journey, no one can predict what will happen in the future. The opponent can get the seeds of the world tree from the beginning. It can be seen that he is very lucky. He may bring him a surprise at any time. The Italian cannon guy is a lesson learned from the past. Without staying in the Orc City for long, Richard took all the spoils and returned directly to the City of Dusk. This made the steamed bun lover feel very sorry. He really asked the beast-eared girl to prepare the dress-up dance, and his original plan to send a few beast-eared girls to Richard fell through. Before crossing the space gate, Richard gave a few extra instructions, asking the steamed bun lover to help him collect information about the vampire castle when he had time, which might be useful in the future. The blood coffin where the Blood Clan Archduke was sleeping was still in his hand. Although there was no way to deal with the boss inside now, he would always be able to pull the other party out of the coffin in the future. The steamed bun lover readily agreed, and was very happy to be able to hold on to Richard's thigh. After Richard easily captured the Orc City, he saw the true power of the City of Dusk, and his idea of holding onto the thigh was firm and unshakable. When the last skeleton blood dragon folded its wings and passed through the space gate with its body lowered, the space in front of it suddenly shattered, and then returned to normal. On the huge city ruins, only the steamed bun lover and the harpy were left. The harpy hero behind him looked at the scene where Richard disappeared and said in a deep voice, Master, Lord Qingqiu has wiped out the main force of the orcs, but there are still a large number of soldiers left outside, and we still need to be careful. His eyes were full of heat as he spoke. Without the threat of the orcs, it's time for us to develop rapidly next. The steamed bun lover smiled bitterly when he heard this. Be careful? The main force has been solved by the other party, leaving only the remnants of the defeated army, and he can't be careless. This gap. Shaking his head, he was too lazy to think about it. Comparing with the other party was purely asking for trouble. Hundreds of billions of people can't compare with the other party. What qualifications does he have? He gritted his teeth and became ruthless in his heart. We must eliminate the threat of the orcs as quickly as possible. Don't wait until the next time the Qingqiu boss asks us about it. We can't even do this little thing well. Also, send someone to find out the news about the vampire castle immediately. Yes, master. The land of quicksand. After returning from the Orc City, Richard kept smiling. This time, he not only fulfilled his promise to the steamed bun lovers, but also made a lot of money that surprised him. If there are similar activities in the future, he will be happy. The blood coffin, where the Blood Clan Archduke was sleeping, was buried by him under the roots of the ancient tree of the evil spirit. Let this boss guard it. There is a huge space under the ancient tree of the evil spirit. There are magical plants planted inside that Richard got from the underground world. The plants in the underground world don't like light, and there is no place to plant them in Twilight City, so he just piled them up in the quicksand. And there are also magical plants that can make ice. His original idea was that after the ancient tree hunted the corpses of heroes, it could be preserved and used to recruit blood mummies alone in the future. Maybe it can produce heroes. Including the corpses of several orc heroes brought back this time, there are more than 20 preserved in it. Now it is used to place the blood coffin, which can be regarded as making the best use of it. And with this boss guarding it, the blood coffin is safer than putting it in Twilight City. After placing it, Richard asked several heroes to return to Twilight City with the army, and he called the Void Sandworm over. This 30-meter-long little guy lay on the sand like a mountain, full of oppression. The body is engraved with dark golden runes, making it look extremely extraordinary. Richard stretched out his hand and pressed on the tightly closed mouth of the Void Sandworm. Light emanated from his body, and his mental power connected with the other party's soul and began to transmit information. The benefits of this expedition gave him a new idea to continue hunting those powerful forces. The Death Desert was too barren, so he had to find a way. But the biggest difficulty of this idea was the distance problem. The Death Desert was so vast, he couldn't spend half a month or a month on the road, right? If the Void Sandworm could solve this problem, it would definitely play a huge role in the development of Dusk City. If the spirit transmits information, if there are detailed coordinates, can a space channel be opened in the main plane? The response from the Void Sandworm surprised him. As long as there are coordinates, it can open a space gap no matter where it is. But after a detailed understanding, Richard felt a little regretful. The Void Sandworm is still in the larval stage, and opening the space gap is a great burden for it. Moreover, due to the perfect rules and restrictions of the main plane, the energy consumed to maintain the space gate is several times that of connecting to the other plane. So at present, he cannot do what he wants to go to wherever he wants. Richard is not disappointed about this. If he can't do it now, it doesn't mean he can't do it in the future. When the Void Sandworm grows up, it will no longer be an illusory dream to leave the Death Desert frequently to go out hunting. After the battle with the orcs, he feels more and more that the Void Sandworm is of unlimited value. Because the map of Glorious Era is so large that it has almost no boundaries, long-distance travel has always been a big problem. Otherwise, he would not attach so much importance to the development of flying soldiers. If the Void Sandworm enters adulthood, it can maintain the space gate for a long time. Then its value is definitely strategic. No wonder the president of the Scarlet Council, the big boss who rubs planes with bare hands, repeatedly reminds me that the potential of the Void Sandworm is unlimited. It's a pity that I only got one, if there were 10 or 8. In the future, won't the entire Glorious Era go wherever you want? He glanced at the remaining ordinary sandworms, and felt a little regretful. But these big guys are also very useful. He seems to have a mechanical transportation workshop that has not been built. It would be a good thing to let these sandworms pull the carts at that time. After asking, Richard planned to return to the City of Dusk. At this moment, the two-way portal connected to the underground world in the quicksand was pulsating, and a blood-red mummy appeared in sight. After the other party appeared, his empty eyes looked around, and after sensing his breath, he immediately stepped forward to salute. "Great Master, there is news from Bloodhouse City," he said with both hands and presented a sealed letter. Richard raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence! After the orcs were done, he was planning to attack the underground world, and now the other party sent a letter. He took it and opened it directly. After reading it carefully, he was a little surprised. The letter said that the Grey Dwarves had gathered all their troops and were marching towards Bloodhouse City. It is expected to arrive at Bloodhouse City on September 6th. The final decisive battle has begun. This battle will determine the ownership of the underground world. Richard also felt a little emotional, and the underground world is finally coming to an end. Although the time that Twilight City actually participated in it was not long. But it also profoundly affected the situation in the underground world. If it were not for Twilight City, the current Bloodhouse City would have been destroyed long ago. It was also because of him that the war continued to this day. After the last time the Grey Dwarfs used a trick to blow him up, he could no longer suppress his inner desire. The desire to unify the underground world and become the only overlord could no longer be resisted. Richard put away the letter, returned to Twilight City, and immediately summoned Brown, the 12th level Grey Dwarf Alchemist. This special alchemist, who was forcibly robbed from the underground world, has now completely surrendered. With the blessing of Gao Minxin, even the toughest character can hardly hold on for too long. This assimilation ability for new members is hard for outsiders to imagine. After seeing Richard, Brown, who was born with a disability and had one arm as short as a bean sprout, saluted very respectfully. "Master." His face was full of respect from the bottom of his heart, no longer the unwilling look when he was first brought back to Twilight City. Richard looked at the hero, who had been in charge of the alchemy-related work in Twilight City, and nodded slightly. "During this period, you have done a good job and lived up to my trust in you." He repeated the changes in the situation in the underground world and finally said, "Now, we are about to use troops against the Grey Dwarfs. Do you have any suggestions?" Hearing this, Brown was so excited that he could hardly control himself. When he was driven out of the main city by the current Grey Dwarf chief, he also fantasized countless times that one day he would be able to kill back and trample the other party under his feet. Now, the opportunity has finally come. He couldn't suppress his excitement even after taking a few deep breaths. Finally, he thought for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. "Master, I have a question for you." Richard sneered. "Speak. Are you going to focus on developing alchemy?" When asking this question, the always cautious Grey Dwarf now stood up straight with a determined look in his eyes. That temperament was completely different from before. Richard shook his head without hesitation. "No, alchemy technology is just a supplement to the defense of Twilight City, and we will not invest a lot of resources into it in the future. Twilight City is not a fortress camp, and no matter how much it invests in alchemy, it is difficult to compare with those races whose main business is alchemy. His thinking is very clear, that is, he is attracted by the great power of alchemy artillery, and he has never thought of changing the development path of Twilight City." Brown nodded, knowing what was going on. "If you don't plan to make alchemy your main business, then I suggest that you occupy the main city of the Grey Dwarfs and control their original production tools when you send out troops this time. At the same time, conquer other Grey Dwarfs and let them work for us," he said with more seriousness. "Not only that, the alchemy department of Twilight City should also be transferred to the underground world. Alchemy technology requires a huge investment of resources. Land, resources, population, treasures, etc. The later the stage, the greater the investment required. The alchemy technology we have now is just the tip of the iceberg. As Twilight City grows, it will definitely be eliminated in the future. So, since we don't plan to invest a lot, then move this technology out of Twilight City. The underground world has a complete alchemy technology system. Using the original foundation of the Grey Dwarfs for development is countless times stronger than our construction from scratch," he said with a bit of fanaticism. "As long as the power of the Grey Dwarfs is completely integrated and the divided Grey Dwarfs are all invested in the research of alchemical technology, I guarantee you with my life that you will definitely get satisfactory results. In the future, we can use the underground world as a weapons factory. Without additional investment, we can also continuously provide Twilight City with the resources needed for war, whether it is alchemical artillery or alchemical bombs." Richard looked at the other party deeply. "Integrate the original power of the Grey Dwarfs, and on this basis, fully develop alchemical technology. Twilight City no longer needs to invest resources, and let the entire underground world become Twilight City's weapons factory." This guy has opened up the pattern. But I have to admit that this made him excited. His original plan was to let the underground world provide Twilight City with various weapons and resources and become his resource library. Now, if alchemical technology can be added, it will be 100 benefits for Twilight City without any harm. After this war is over, the resources of the underground world will no longer be consumed in internal strife, but will be used for development. The result will definitely be different. Chapter 341. After talking with Brown, Richard had a more accurate judgment on the positioning of the underground world. "I have to say, this Grey Dwarf is indeed smart enough." After sincerely considering the City of Dusk, the suggestions he gave are extremely valuable. Since the Grey Dwarfs have been developing in the underground world for so many years, and have laid a solid foundation for alchemy, then next, with a little support, they will definitely be able to move to a higher level. The Grey Dwarfs independently develop alchemical technology to provide Dusk City with enough alchemical bombs and alchemical artillery consumption. Let other races produce ordinary weapons, provide Dusk City with materials for foreign trade, and earn resources. Walking on two legs is not wrong. And as long as he controls the underground world, he can completely lead the land with millions of intelligent lives and develop in the direction he wants. A stable rear base, a golden land that can continuously provide support for Dusk City. This is his clear positioning of the underground world. This process may encounter a lot of trouble. But the military strength of Dusk City is no longer what it used to be. No matter how big the obstacle is, it can be crushed by force. After receiving his affirmative reply, Brown left excitedly. Next, this Grey Dwarf will go to war with the army. This time, he will return as a king and take revenge on the enemies who once trampled on him. Brown is particularly determined at this moment. The Grey Dwarf should belong to the City of Dusk. Only by relying on the Great Master can there be a better future. What he saw and heard in the City of Dusk during this period of time has convinced him. Especially the scene of resurrecting from the dead in the copy and standing still against the attacks of various terrifying monsters, which he will never forget. Only such a master can lead the Grey Dwarves to glory. Richard came back to his senses long after Brown left. He seemed to have thought of something and opened the panel of the troop nest to check carefully. Last time, after using the fusion crystal to create a powerful and fierce dead stone statue, he has not found a suitable troop to fuse. Now the remaining troop types have their own advantages and disadvantages. No matter how they are fused, he is not satisfied. After thinking about it, he decided to postpone it. Fusion crystals are a treasure that can be used one less. It is better to wait for a while and not waste it. After thinking for a long time, his eyes were still focused on the dead stone statue. Since there is no suitable one, it is better to increase the number of dead stone statues first. At present, there are a total of 9 rare dead axe troop nests. Buy 9 more dark gargoyle troop nests to be fully equipped with it. He has not purchased a new troop nest for some time. Firstly, the current military strength of Twilight City is sufficient to cope with the current situation. Secondly, the level of the army nest consumes too many resources, so he has to postpone the idea of a large number of troops. It can't be consumed. Without hesitation, he directly opened the trading forum. Search, Dark Gargoyle Army Nest. The next moment, many options appeared. Dark Gargoyle, rare 3 stars, priced at 2.7 million stone. Dark Gargoyle, rare 3 stars, priced at 2.3 million wood. The price of the Dark Gargoyle is a bit unexpected. The price is as high as more than 2 million resources. Richard took a look at the resources that were only a little over 6 million, and his mouth twitched. Sooner or later, he will die of poverty. After thinking about it, his eyes lit up. He just snatched dozens of troop nests from the orcs. 5 rare, 35 rare. If he sold these spoils, wouldn't he be able to buy it? Check the price first. Open the orc troop nest, filtered rare. A large number of troop nests appeared immediately. Orc Wolf Rider, rare 3 stars, priced at 4.2 million wood. Orc Berserker, rare 3 stars, priced at 3.1 million gold coins. What surprised Richard was that the price of the rare level troop nests of the orcs was above 3 million units of resources. It was much higher than the dark gargoyles of the same level. What was the reason? With some curiosity, he began to look for similar news in the forum. After reading a few posts, he had an idea. Generally speaking, the more players there are in a camp or race, the higher the price of the corresponding weapons and troop nests will be, because the demand is high. Although the nest attributes of some races' soldiers are high, they may not be able to sell at a high price because there are few players. Players are not fools. After several months of exploration, they have already known the relationship between soldiers and races. Rashly using soldiers of other races will often cause morale to decline, and even affect each other's combat effectiveness. Therefore, soldiers are mainly purchased from the same camp. Even Richard mainly uses soldiers from the desert camp, or soldiers with no morale such as dark gargoyles. He is too lazy to even take the surrendered orcs. Realizing this, Richard smiled. He hung up all the orc soldiers in his hand. There are 35 rare ones, each selling for 200,000 units of resources, and 5 rare ones, each selling for 3 million. There is only one level difference between rare and uncommon, but the current prices are very different. Almost all players already have rare arms, but rare arms are still exclusive to top players. What makes him feel sorry is that, after the arms nest is upgraded with the black gold system, it will be bound to him and cannot be sold or given away. Otherwise, he can buy low-level arms nests at a low price, synthesize high-level arms and sell them, and make a fortune by making the difference. Because the price is slightly lower than the market, dozens of arms nests are sold out in less than 10 minutes after they are put up. After 2 copies and several months of development, players have acquired a certain strength and are no longer as poor as before. Not only is Dusk City developing, but all players are growing stronger. 35 rare arms nests sold for 7 million resources, 5 rare ones sold for 15 million, a total of 22 million. The average price of the dark gargoyle nest is as high as 2.4 million, and it cost 21.6 million to buy 9. After counting, it's just enough. Richard looked at the resources he just got, and was cleared out again, and he sighed. Money is not easy to spend. Fortunately, the dark gargoyle is not so popular, otherwise it would cost more. And this thing has no synthesis, the lowest level is rare, and it is impossible to synthesize from a low level. Without thinking too much, after taking the 9 dark gargoyles in his hand, he felt a little better. This means that he can synthesize 9 dead stone statues. Add the original 2, that's 11. The weekly output of the dead stone statue is 10, which means that he can recruit 11 teams every week. This is not a small number. But just when he was about to merge, he was shocked to find that he failed. Ding, fusion failed. Please upgrade the dark gargoyle layer, and the axe of the dead layer to the glorious level. So when the arms were fused before, because they were glorious, all the arms to be fused in the future must reach this level before they can be fused. Why didn't you say it earlier? Richard's mouth twitched. Each of the 18 arms nests needs to be upgraded to glorious, and each requires 5 million resources, a total of 90 million. Thinking of this data, he felt dry mouth. It's too much, 90 million units. This can't be taken out even if the Twilight City is squeezed dry. No, the Whitetail Cat clan must make wine, and the underground world must be taken down. If it continues like this, the Twilight City will definitely be poured to death. This is only the glorious level, and in the future, when the glorious is promoted to the crown, it will cost 50 million resources each. Thinking of this, Richard's heart was trembling. After coming to his senses, he immediately asked someone to call the elders of the Whitetail Cat clan. You can't live without making money. At this time, the white-tailed cats who have not been settled yet are looking at this strange city with both relief and curiosity. Before coming to the City of Dusk, all the white-tailed cats had lost hope. They all thought that the city governed by the human lord, who commanded the army of the undead, must be an evil place with corpses everywhere, full of dangers, and no grass growing. But unexpectedly, apart from the conjecture that there is no grass growing, the other things are completely opposite. This is actually a city where a large number of ordinary humans live. What surprised them even more was that the residents here had nothing to do with the state of slavery and oppression they imagined. Everyone's face was filled with a smile from the heart. Even after seeing these aliens, the human residents did not show any rejection, but were extremely enthusiastic. At first, they thought it was just an illusion to confuse them. But after smelling the kind and sincere breath from the other side, they were all confused. Why does a city dominated by the undead army have such a vibrant atmosphere? They really couldn't figure it out. Even in the prosperous orc main city, it is impossible to see such a scene. The beggars and starving people that can be seen everywhere in other cities are not here. Moreover, the city is clean, and their companions have to be reminded by passers-by when they spit, asking them to pay attention to hygiene and morality, and strive to be excellent residents of the City of Dusk. It's okay for one person to be like this, but everyone is like this. This makes all the white-tailed cats confused and at a loss about this strange city. I don't know what kind of mood to face it with. After hearing Richard's call, Brooke Whitetail, as an elder, had a complicated expression. In order to avoid trouble, he specifically told his tribe members not to cause trouble. After adjusting his mood, he hurriedly followed the messenger to the Lord's mansion. But for some reason, the fear of this strange city disappeared for more than half a year after seeing the unbelievably kind atmosphere. Instead, it was replaced by strong curiosity. Watching Brooke Whitetail, with wrinkles on his face and an old face, trembling into the house, Richard seemed to see an old cat in front of him. By the way, doesn't the Whitetail Cat tribe have a beaster girl? Why should he go to the territory of the steamed bun lover to watch the dress dance? After paying his respects, Brooke said respectfully, Lord, Brooke is at your command. May I ask what you want us to do? Richard was keenly aware that the other party's tone had changed a lot. He was amazed that Gao Minchin was indeed overbearing. It had only been a short while, but he had already affected the other party. Brooke, you should know why I brought you back to Twilight City. Brooke took a deep breath. Lord, please tell me. Richard stared at the other party. Then I will tell you my arrangement for you. The reason why I brought you back to Twilight City, instead of killing you on the spot like other orcs, is because your value in my heart is higher than that of the entire orc city, the tens of thousands of orcs. Your potential is unlimited. Brooke was a little unbelievable, and his heart was full of flattery. What is the status of the Whitetail Cat tribe among the orcs? The protected, the enslaved, the ruled, and the labor tools that need to hand over fine wine every once in a while. Not to mention being personally received or valued by the orc chieftain. Even a slight delay would result in insults and punishment, and even serious cases would result in execution. The Whitetail Cat tribe has always lived in fear. Now, this lord who easily wiped out the orcs and killed the 17th level orc chieftain told him so solemnly that their value is higher than all other orcs combined. That feeling of being recognized is difficult for outsiders to understand. With Richard's current status, even a simple compliment is enough to make people excited. The influence of the superior is nothing more than this. Brooke suppressed his inner excitement, and said in a trembling voice, "Lord, you praise me, but the White-tailed Cat tribe doesn't deserve it. I said you deserve it, so you deserve it." Richard's tone was unquestionable. Just because those idiots of the orcs didn't make use of your value doesn't mean that Twilight City can't see your value. From today on, you completely belong to Twilight City. I will give you unprecedented treatment. If you want resources, I will give you resources. If you want talents, I will give you talents. As long as it is within a reasonable range, all materials in Twilight City will be supplied to you first. I only have one request. Bring out your best craftsmanship and produce the best wine for me. As long as you can show enough value, I will give you everything you want: identity, status, wealth, courtesy, everything. These words made Brooke's face flushed with excitement. Whatever you want, I will give you. He has lived for decades, and this is the first time he has heard such comforting words. If the orc chieftain had this courage, he would have developed a more top-notch wine long ago. Why would it be so late? At this moment, he looked at the charming figure in front of him, and he had a feeling that being captured by the City of Dusk seemed to be his luck. His face flushed, and he answered with his loudest voice, "Lord, our Whitetail Absolute wine is the best wine, and you will never be disappointed. Not only Whitetail Absolute wine, in the future, you have to develop more and better top wines. In the future, you will be very important in the City of Dusk. The Whitetail Cat clan will definitely fulfill your will." Richard stood up and patted the old cat on the shoulder. "Very good, this is the momentum we want. From today on, the winemaking workshop in Twilight City will be in your charge. Any resources you need will be allocated to you as soon as possible. Half a month later, I need to see satisfactory output." After a round of encouragement, Brooke was so excited that he could hardly control himself and left the Lord's mansion. After stepping out of the door, he realized that he had been convinced in such a short time, and even thought about how to produce more top-quality wine for Twilight City. Thinking of this, a little admiration appeared on his face. "Lord, you are worth following." Thinking of the promise the other party had just made, his mood immediately improved. The feeling of being valued is really great. Is his White-tailed Cat tribe finally going to the center of the stage? He must seize this opportunity. After seeing Brooke return, the other members of the White-tailed Cat tribe immediately relaxed their uneasiness on their faces. One by one, they asked anxiously, "Elder Brooke, did the other party embarrass you? Elder, what did the Lord say? How will he arrange us? You are not injured?" The chaotic voice made Brooke frown. He shouted angrily, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the great Lord embarrass me? You can't imagine the Lord's wisdom and bravery. Now, the White-tailed Cat clan has officially become a member of the City of Dusk. From now on, no one is allowed to have a different mind. This will become our home. In the future, if I hear someone say something wrong about the Lord, I will punish him personally." When the White-tailed Cat clan heard this, their faces were full of question marks. The atmosphere became very strange. Many people opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. "Elder Brooke, you didn't say this when you left just now. What magic does the Lord have? Why is the change so great?" Chapter 342. Soon after Brown left, Richard thought about it and asked someone to call Kalu. It is important to focus on the development of the winemaking project. He must keep a close eye on it. He cannot focus on it. He still needs to let the administrative power of Twilight City take responsibility in this regard. In fact, the model of Twilight City has always been like this. He is responsible for setting the general direction, and administrative personnel, like Kalu, are responsible for specific implementation. After explaining the arrangements for the White-tailed Cat tribe in detail, he earnestly exhorted, "The White-tailed Cat tribe will become an important force for us to earn resources, and we must take it seriously." After the voice fell, he gestured to the other party to look at a jar of white-tailed wine placed next to the long table. The unique wine of the White-tailed Cat tribe has a quality of up to 4 stars. Each jar weighs hundreds of kilograms, and a total of 50 jars were seized. The previous action was too hasty, and there was no time to taste it. After thinking about it, Richard stood up, used the wine-pouring tool prepared by the maid to pour a glass for himself, and then poured a glass for Kalu. Kalu took it with both hands, his face flushed with excitement. What an honor it is to have the Lord pour the wine himself. In the huge city of dusk, he is the first one. A strong sense of honor surged in his heart. Then, like a pilgrimage, he slowly drank the wine in the cup. Richard smiled. With Kalu's achievements, he deserved to be poured this glass of wine. Pick up the transparent wine glass and look at it carefully. The wine of Baiwei Junyang is not turbid at all. It is clear with stars, and looks like the stars in the sky flowing in the cup. Full of charm. Visual effect, perfect score. Put it on the tip of your nose and sniff it lightly, and a unique mellow fragrance comes to your nose. It didn't have the pungent smell of ordinary alcohol, but a very special aroma, like the feeling of a cool breeze brushing across your cheeks when standing under a tree by the lake in the hot summer. I relaxed completely. Smell, perfect score. Put it to my lips and take a sip. The liquor entered my mouth. An indescribable wonderful taste blossomed in my taste buds. Not only was it not as spicy and choking as ordinary liquor, but it also gave people a refreshing and wonderful feeling, as if they were floating in the breeze. Taste, perfect score. Gulp, swallowed it. A warm energy flowed from my abdomen into my limbs. The original fatigue began to recover quickly, and I became energetic. After a long time, Richard opened his narrowed eyes. Looking at the contents in the cup, he was amazed. It was indeed a unique wine. The taste, the aroma, the feeling of drinking it, it's amazing. He has drunk a lot of wine on Blue Star, but compared with the Whitetail Absolute Brew, those are no different from washing pot water. The output of the extraordinary world is simply crushing. I finally understand why the steamed bun lovers admire the Whitetail Cat clan so much. If this thing is placed on Blue Star, it can kill any wine in seconds. Kalu also came back to his senses at this moment, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Richard excitedly. Lord Richard, is this wine a gift from the gods? Gods, how can there be such a delicious wine in this world? The more he talked, the more excited he became, as if he could have a sip of it, his life would be complete. Richard also sighed, although Kalu exaggerated a bit, it felt about the same. It is indeed a top-notch wine, with a taste of 90 points, and an aroma of 92 points. This is only 4 stars, I wonder what 5 stars feels like. And he has a single-player copy given to him by Italian Canon, which may contain legendary wine. I don't know what will this feel like. Getting rich is not a dream. This is the specialty of the Whitetail Cat tribe, the Whitetailed Absolute Brew. After the Whitetail Cat tribe takes charge of the winemaking workshop, you ask them to make a list of the materials needed for winemaking. If there is any shortage, report it in time, and I will make up for it immediately. In the next month, all the resources of Dusk City will be tilted towards the winemaking workshop. This is our most important project during this period, no doubt about it. Although he has always advocated agricultural self-sufficiency in Dusk City. But he will not stick to the old ways. If there is any lack of materials for fine wines at this level, he will go to the trading market to purchase them as soon as possible. First meet the production, and then consider making up for it later. Yes, sir. After communicating for a while about the development of Dusk City, Kalu left excitedly. He felt that the white-tailed fine wine was definitely an important pillar of the future of Dusk City. These white-tailed cat tribes must be properly arranged. Richard glanced out the window, and saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky. He shook his head, and gave up the idea of immediately organizing his army to go to the underground world. Although he was already impatient to include the vast underground world in his territory, the army of the Grey Dwarves was expected to gather on September 6th, and there were still a few days left. Going too early might not be a good thing. For the forces in the underground world, the changes in the situation in the past few months were really unpredictable. At the beginning, in the battle between the Grey Dwarves and the Dungeon Barbarians, the Grey Dwarves relied on their superior strength to almost collapse the Dungeon Barbarians. Finally, the enemy troops were at the gates of the city, almost conquering Bloodhoof City. But at this moment, the human lord from the surface appeared. The opponent helped Bloodhoof City win the war with an absolutely domineering attitude. This also led to the Grey Dwarves offering a sky-high reward of tens of millions of units of food to that human. The situation entered the second stage of stalemate and probing. The Grey Dwarves did not dare to attack rashly because of the human lord from the surface, and began to shrink their defense line. Bloodhoof City sounded the horn of attack, and continued to recapture its occupied territory. In the process, the deeds of the surface lord who went to the Grey Dwarf territory alone and captured 7 or 8 cities in succession became a legend. Everyone was shocked. The reward on him became more and more exaggerated. But just when everyone thought that Bloodhoof City would win the final victory, after getting the support of the surface lord, The situation changed again. The strongest reinforcement of Bloodhoof City, the Surface Lord, was killed by the Grey Dwarves. Then, the offense and defense reversed again. The situation entered the third stage. The Grey Dwarves began to mobilize an exaggerated number of troops, sweeping all the way, and compressed the territory of the Dungeon Barbarians to Bloodhoof City again. The Dungeon Barbarians only had Bloodhoof City left. The Grey Dwarves surrounded, but did not attack, and rested for a full half a month. During this period, they repeatedly tested and confirmed that Bloodhoof City had no more trump cards. Finally, they decided to launch a general attack. The forces near Bloodhoof City were very emotional, as they watched the war situation change. During this period, Bloodhoof City's acquisition of weapons provided them with a lot of food. And the other party stated that such transactions would be the norm in the future. This made many forces who were worried about food ecstatic. Food is more precious in the underground world than water in the desert. Bloodhoof City's approach undoubtedly gave them a way to survive. If the Grey Dwarves capture Bloodhoof City, then this kind of transaction will no longer be enjoyed. Who in the underground world doesn't know what kind of personality the Grey Dwarves have? Arrogant, crazy, greedy, blind, and irritable. Apart from being extremely smart, there is almost no good word to describe them. In a complex mood, many forces secretly helped Bloodhoof City, either openly or secretly. It is unlikely to send troops to participate in the war, but it is still possible to quietly pass on some key information. But Bloodhoof City seems to have no power to counterattack. Even with their help, facing the fierce attack of the Grey Dwarves, they can only defend Bloodhoof City. Seeing this scene, the hopes of those forces gradually shattered. Last time, Bloodhoof City was saved by the Lord from the surface. But will there be a savior this time? Even the most optimistic people, looking at the tightly surrounded Bloodhoof City, remain silent. The Lord from the surface has been killed, and the song of victory will eventually be played by the Grey Dwarves. The underground world, perhaps from today, will have a unique ruler. In the huge underground world, not many people are optimistic about Bloodhoof City, but Sel Bloodhoof, the controller of the Dungeon Barbarians, has enough confidence. In the City Lord's manor, the majestic City Lord of Bloodhoof City looked at the herald with cold eyes. How long will it take for those damn Grey Dwarves to arrive? It is expected that the opponent's monster army will arrive in 3 hours. 3 hours. Sel Bloodhoof sneered and continued to ask questions. Has Lord Richard replied? When will Dusk City arrive? Lord Richard said that he will surround and kill the Grey Dwarves from the rear after they join the war, and this time, he will completely wipe out the Grey Dwarves. Sel Bloodhoof was in high spirits. Let the army defending the city get ready. This time, we must never let those lowly bastards go back alive. There can only be one ruler in the underground world. Seeing this, the other high-level officials looked at each other, and were a little excited. Since Richard was blown to death by the goblins, this situation has been set up. Aren't all these efforts just to welcome the arrival of the final moment? Outsiders are wondering whether there will be a savior, but the high-level officials of Bloodhoof City have no hesitation. The human lord from the surface, the master of Dusk City, the vice president of the Bloodhoof City Council, the operator of the extraordinary mechanical puppet, the enslaver of the dragon hero, the destroyer of nearly 20 million units of food offered by the Grey Dwarves, and the great existence with countless legendary deeds, stand with them. Their savior has always been there. Chapter 343. Woo, the deep and long horn sound cut through the sky. In the dim light, one after another, hideous mechanical puppets surged forward on the earth like a tide. Monsters that were stitched with corpses, twisted and swollen, followed the mechanical puppets and moved forward together. They only had one goal, Bloodhoof City. Behind the army, on a huge mechanical platform, the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves, wearing a pure golden crown and luxurious and dazzling clothes, looked at the surging army around him excitedly. Those damn bastards, without the help of the surface humans, who can stop our army? The great Grey Dwarves should have ruled this world long ago. The Grey Dwarves around immediately praised loudly. That damn surface lord went to see the god of death under your clever plan. Great lord, no one can be your opponent. You are our son, and will lead the Grey Dwarves to glory. No one can compare with you. Your wisdom is brighter than the starry sky on the surface. The endless flattery made the Grey Dwarf chief more excited. This race has an extreme character, and doesn't know what it means to have face. After conquering Bloodhoof City, we can find a passage to the surface. By then, not only the underground world, but also the surface will become our ruling area. It is such a great act to counterattack the surface, and spread the glory of the Grey Dwarves to that sunny world. He can't wait to complete it. As for Bloodhoof City, It had been conquered last time without the surface lord. And now, the opponent's savior has been killed by him. In the vast underground world, no one can stop the Grey Dwarves. Thinking of this, the ugly face showed an extremely enjoyable posture. He couldn't wait to accept the kneeling of all the lives in the underground world. He will become the supreme ruler. The Grey Dwarf chief suddenly pulled out the short broken sword at his waist and pointed it forward. Shouted loudly, "All troops, attack!" The voice instantly resounded in every corner of the battlefield through the alchemical magic device on the mechanical platform. The next second, the terrifying army rumbled and immediately charged towards the city wall. Looking down from the sky, mechanical puppets, swollen and twisted stitched monsters intertwined with each other, forming an offensive front that made people's backs cold. The earth has been covered. The number is so large that it is probably more than 5 legions. Looking at Bloodhoof City, after a long siege, the number of troops in the city is less than 10,000 at this moment, not even enough for a legion. The gap in strength between the two sides is enough to make people despair. A few kilometers away from Bloodhoof City, on an unobstructed hill, it is filled with dungeon creatures from various forces near Bloodhoof City. Halflings, snake men, dwarves, harpies, etc. All kinds of strange races gathered here. They did not come to participate in this huge war, but to pay attention to the final outcome of this war. This is a war to determine the dominance of the underground world. Whoever wins will become the only king of this land. The outcome will affect the fate of each of them. However, not many people on the field are optimistic about Bloodhoof City at this time. The long-planned Grey Dwarves are too powerful. Although not many people like to deal with those greedy and arrogant Grey Dwarves, who can change the situation, some people are already thinking about how to get along with the Grey Dwarves next. On the top of the hill, a dwarf with white hair and a young dwarf squeezed in an inconspicuous corner. His expression was full of worry. The little dwarf seemed to have noticed something and asked a little ignorantly, "Grandpa, don't you want the Grey Dwarves to win?" The old dwarf looked older when he heard this. "There is not much food in the tribe anymore." He sighed softly. "I originally planned to cast a batch of weapons to exchange for food, but I didn't expect that the Grey Dwarves would surround Bloodhoof City just after the weapons were cast." The little dwarf seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. "Grandpa, those Grey Dwarves, they can't exchange for food, right?" The old dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. Grey Dwarves. He didn't answer this question, but it was more powerful than answering it. After a pause, he said with a sense of loss, "I had planned to take my people to seek refuge with the Surface Lord, but I didn't expect that he would be killed by the Grey Dwarves in this way." He clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. His tribe only had hundreds of people. It was too difficult for such a weak force to survive on this land. If there were no special circumstances, it would inevitably go to extinction. If it could go to the surface, to that rich world, it might be able to continue. But who would have thought? Later, when the news that Bloodhoof City could exchange food came out, he saw some hope. But who would have thought that the ending would be so unexpected? "Grandpa, what should we do now?" Looking at the blank eyes of the little dwarf, the old dwarf fell into a long silence. He couldn't answer this question or didn't dare to answer it. The forces on the scene were in a complicated mood, the Bloodhoof City was furious, and the Grey Dwarves were excited. The final decisive battle broke out. As soon as the battle started, the forces outside the field were disappointed. One after another, the oval mechanical puppets rushed towards the Bloodhoof City quickly under the cover of the twisted and swollen monsters. The dungeon barbarians who had experienced the last war saw this scene, and their faces changed drastically. They roared and ordered to attack those weird mechanical puppets. But the mechanical puppets were tough, not to mention that there were a lot of monsters to cover them. The archers only destroyed about 20 of them with their concentrated fire. Before they could make more responses, they found that the rest had rushed to the base of the city wall. The next second, boom, boom, a shocking explosion came. The terrifying flame shot up into the sky. Those mechanical puppets exploded directly, and the solid city walls were blown away like bubbles. The boulders splashed dozens of meters high and then fell heavily. The ground made a dull thumping sound, and the vibrations underfoot could be felt thousands of meters away. And as hundreds of mechanical puppets exploded, gaps appeared in the city wall one after another. Before the two sides fought hand to hand, the situation had already tilted towards the Grey Dwarves. The biggest advantage of defending the city is the natural barrier created by the city wall. Now, the natural barrier has been broken, and the overall strength is at an absolute disadvantage. The situation has become irreversible. The dungeon creatures on the hill saw this scene, and the scene became dead silent. Although they knew that the outcome of this battle was doomed. But no one expected that the defense line of Bloodhoof City would collapse directly at the beginning. The old dwarf had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but it was shattered under such a cruel scene. Bloodhoof City is gone. The way out of his tribe also collapsed with the collapse of the city wall. The whole person seemed to have been drained of his energy and spirit, and instantly aged more than 10 years. The chief of the Grey Dwarves saw this scene and danced and screamed. Ha ha ha! Humble and lowly, brainless barbarians, kneel down and surrender. Surrender to your master, the great Grey Dwarves. We will become the masters of this land. This time, no one can save you. Even if that lowly bastard, the disgusting surface lord, is resurrected, nothing can be changed. The Grey Dwarves are destined to be crowned kings. Chapter 344. The sharp shouts of the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves resounded throughout the battlefield. But with the army approaching, even the dungeon barbarian warriors, who were mad with hatred, were powerless to refute. Once Bloodhoof City was captured, the Grey Dwarves would inevitably become the masters of the underground world. Sel Bloodhoof was standing on the Arrow Tower in the central area of Bloodhoof City at this time, surrounded by heavily armored wyverns guarding the sky. Looking at the scene of the collapse of the city wall, his eyes did not fluctuate too much. Let the army gradually withdraw to the city, and fight with the Grey Dwarves in the streets. We must force out all the cards of the Grey Dwarves. This time, no matter how many casualties we have. As long as we can win the final victory, no matter how great the sacrifice is, it is worth it. The high-level heroes of Bloodhoof City around immediately responded in unison. For today's scene, they have deduced countless times. After the order was issued, the army in the city wall area immediately retreated into the city in an orderly manner. There was no need to defend the city wall, which had already collapsed for the most part. The Grey Dwarf army naturally did not hesitate, and immediately went deep into the city. After both sides abandoned the city wall as a battle line, a more intense battle broke out in Bloodhoof City. Bloodhoof City was originally a military fortress, and the defense facilities in the city could be seen almost every distance. And after some preparation, the city was built like a copper wall and iron wall. Although the Grey Dwarves were brave and fierce, they had to leave behind a large number of mechanical puppets, and twisted and swollen blood exchange monsters every step forward. After the city wall was breached, the two sides fell into a more intense collision. Outside the city, the dungeon creatures watching the battle from a distance had some lamentations when they saw this scene. Although the dungeon barbarians put up a fierce resistance, the battle was already over. With their numbers several times greater, and without the city walls, how could they win? And just as they were feeling mixed emotions, a scene that made them even more powerless appeared. The crowned Grey Dwarf chieftain looked at the slow progress. There was a strong sense of impatience in his eyes. Damn bastards! Let the great Grey Dwarf Emperor personally crush everything you have. The words fell. In front of the mechanical platform filled with alchemical weapons. The space twisted. Crack, an exaggerated fist penetrated through the space, and then bang, the unknown life leaned forward and hit, and the twisted space shattered like glass. The next moment, the dungeon life watching the battle took a breath of cold air. There was unspeakable horror in their eyes. The monster summoned by the Grey Dwarf chieftain was a terrifying thing stitched together with the flesh and blood of machinery and life. It was so weird that it made people feel as if their heads were opened, and it was horrifying. It could be seen faintly that it was originally a mechanical puppet, but at this moment, the surface of the mechanical puppet was covered with blood-red muscle fibers without skin. Some places that were not covered by muscles exposed gray mechanical parts. The connection of each joint was no longer mechanical, but pure flesh and blood. With its exaggerated body shape, this man-made thing that was completely different from the aesthetics of this world was more terrifying than the most terrifying abyss monster in myths and legends. Biomechanics. What made them even more trembling was that they felt an irresistible sense of oppression from this monster. Level 19. This monster even touched the threshold of transcendence. The old dwarf, who witnessed all this, his lips were trembling at this moment. He tightly grasped the little dwarf's hand, and didn't feel the pain. The Grey Dwarves actually created such a monster. Bloodhoof City, ah! A deep sigh said it all. After many dungeon races around came to their senses, they turned around and left immediately without stopping. Level 19 has exceeded the original power of the underground world. This news must be told to the tribesmen, and they must be prepared to welcome the rule of the Grey Dwarves. Bloodhoof City gone? The Grey Dwarf chief looked at the hideous and terrifying biological machine in front of him with crazy eyes. Lowly barbarians, did you see it? The great Grey Dwarves are the masters of this world. This is the power of the Grey Dwarves. As he spoke, his tone became more and more excited. That surface lord, even if he is resurrected, will be turned into meat paste under the feet of my destroyer today. With a wave of his hand, the biological machine named Destroyer by the Grey Dwarf walked to the mechanical platform with a little stiffness. Then he lowered his head and aimed his eyes at the platform. Click, and I suddenly moved to the side. The Grey Dwarf chief laughed and stepped from the eyes of the Destroyer into the other's head. The next moment, the Destroyer, who was originally a little dull, immediately became flexible. He turned around and stepped towards Bloodhoof City step by step. Bang, bang, when he stepped on the ground, he could feel the vibration several kilometers away. When he came to the front of the damaged city wall, the Destroyer suddenly reached out and grabbed half of the city wall. Power exploded. Rumble, the city wall was directly pulled up. Huge rocks flew all over the sky, raised it above his head, and threw it hard. Whoosh, a huge sound of breaking through the air exploded and hit the street hard. The surrounding houses were crushed like paper by the rolling huge stone walls. The station dungeon barbarians were even crushed into meat paste. Instantly, there was a bloody scene. After slightly showing its own strength, the Destroyer entered the city directly under the control of the Grey Dwarf Chief. The huge body is the best weapon. Every step can cause great damage to the dungeon barbarians. But the soldiers guarding the city did not stop resisting. The arrow tower of Bloodhoof City had already aimed at the Destroyer. But the bows and arrows that can easily kill ordinary soldiers are like tickling after hitting the Destroyer. The bloody muscles can directly break the arrows, not to mention damaging the mechanical parts wrapped in muscles. Siege crossbow. The barbarian commander was still trying his best. But those crossbows that could break the city walls were also broken by the Destroyer. The terrifying attack could pierce the muscles, but it could not cause damage to the mechanical body inside. The heavy weapons defending the city were almost ineffective. Under the pressure of the dungeon barbarians' concentrated fire, the Destroyer rushed into the streets that the Grey Dwarf army had not yet captured. The next moment, the muscle fibers on the feet instantly spread out in all directions. Like wild grass, they grew wildly. In a few breaths, they covered 100 meters around. The dungeon barbarians in this range were directly entangled by muscle fibers, like insects caught in spider webs. Then a more terrifying scene appeared. In a few blinks of an eye, the corpse suddenly melted, and the flesh and blood were swallowed up by the muscle fibers. When the muscle fibers within 100 meters were retracted, only white dry bones were left in the nearby dungeon barbarians. This scene was extremely impactful. The attack method of this monster was too weird. Sensing the fear from the surrounding dungeon barbarians, the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves became more and more excited. Ha ha ha. No one can stop the Grey Dwarves from moving forward. No one. The taste of death is so wonderful. Let your corpses weave my crown. The sharp voice was neurotic and crazy. Combined with the terrifying body of the Destroyer, it gave people an unspeakable shock. This monster, outside the city. No one on the hill spoke again, just staring at the terrifying monster that was wantonly doing things in Bloodhoof City. No one could tell what their inner emotions were at the moment. They witnessed the history of the underground world. But then, no one could determine whether being ruled by Grey Dwarves was good or bad. Those greedy and arrogant lunatics, maybe one day, they will kill them all, and use them to create monsters. Sel Bloodhoof, watching the Destroyer breaking through the defense line of Bloodhoof City step by step, tightly grasped the sword in his hand. The momentum on his body soared to the sky. In an instant, the Grey Dwarf chief who drove the Destroyer suddenly turned around, and looked at the position of Sel with scarlet eyes. The opponent walked towards Sel step by step. With every step, the muscle fibers on the feet instantly filled the surroundings, leaving only pale skeletons wherever it passed. It seemed to have become the spokesperson of the god of death in the mortal world. The Destroyer stopped 30 meters after stepping into the arrow tower where Sel was. Looking at the arrow tower that was much taller than the Destroyer, the muscles under his feet suddenly burst out. Crack, rumble, the arrow tower fell down violently. This height naturally did not pose any danger to Sel and the high-level officials of Bloodhoof City. But after landing, they could only look up at the Destroyer. The satisfied Grey Dwarf chief looked down at them. The humble lord of Bloodhoof City, Sel Bloodhoof. You have no chance. Even if that disgusting surface lord appears, I will tear him apart with my own hands. Now, the great Grey Dwarf Master, give you a chance to swear allegiance. As long as you kneel down, pledge allegiance to me, and bring the dungeon barbarians to submit to the Grey Dwarfs forever. Then, I will forgive your sins, and exempt you from the death penalty. All dungeon barbarians will receive my forgiveness. The voice reached every corner of Bloodhoof City. Suddenly, the two sides that were originally fighting fiercely stopped. Each of them waited for Sel's response with an inexplicable look. The Grey Dwarf chieftain was so excited that he almost burst out. He was almost crazy with excitement. How long has it been? How long has it been? Today, he finally did it, making the master of Bloodhoof City crawl on the ground and pay homage to him. Outside the city, the dungeon races looked at each other and sighed. The former king has fallen. But fortunately, as long as they surrender, they can survive, and their race will not be exterminated. There is no backbone in the underground world. Even if the other party is the master of Bloodhoof City, no one will feel strange if they surrender. Survival is always the first priority in this land, and everything else can be abandoned. In silence, Sel Bloodhoof, the master of the dungeon barbarians, suddenly seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Then he stared at the destroyer, and under the gaze of the Grey Dwarfs, he showed an extremely mocking smile. A group of greedy and lowly bastards are also qualified to make Bloodhoof City surrender. You are right. From today on, there will only be one master of the underground world, but it is not you Grey Dwarfs, but the dungeon barbarians. As he said, his eyes became extremely hot. Our savior is back. As the voice fell, the Grey Dwarf chieftain raised his head suddenly, and saw in the sky. A group of undead dragons flapping their broken dragon wings suddenly appeared in the sky. The other party seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Feeling those breaths, the anger in his chest was instantly ignited. Surface Lord. Damn bastard, you are not dead. These words suddenly changed the atmosphere on the battlefield. The dungeon barbarians were full of surprise. That great human lord is still alive. There was a commotion in the Grey Dwarf army. Thinking of the terrifying existence that forced them to shrink their strength with only one person, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness. The onlookers outside the city were in an uproar at this moment. The Surface Lord who was assassinated by the Grey Dwarfs with an alchemical bomb that flattened several blocks was not dead. They suddenly thought of the last time when the Grey Dwarfs attacked Bloodhoof City and destroyed half of the city, and the other side descended in the same posture. There was a strong expectation in their eyes. This time, can the other side still turn the tide and repel the Grey Dwarfs? The moment this thought arose, it was like a small flame was poured with a large basin of water and extinguished directly. In the sight, the terrifying destroyer suddenly floated slowly into the air. The aura emitted by one of the opponent's combat units could actually fight against hundreds of undead dragons in the sky. They almost forgot that the current Grey Dwarves are no longer the Grey Dwarves of a few months ago. They have already researched this monster that touches the extraordinary, level 19. Grandpa, can the human lord from the surface win? The little dwarf heard the lively discussions around him, and immediately asked curiously. The old dwarf's hands were shaking unnaturally. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. He hoped that the other party could win, but his reason told him that the Grey Dwarf was driving a level 19 monster, and the other party had almost no chance of winning. The Grey Dwarf chief floating in the air had his eyes shining at this moment. He thought that the dead were resurrected, which was originally a terrifying thing. But now, he is driving the destroyer that consumed all the Grey Dwarf's resources to create. Escape? No, it's impossible. He wants to kill this bastard on the surface, who once scared him away. Gaga. I didn't expect that I could crush you myself. Bastard. Surface human, do you still think that your appearance can save Bloodhoof City? Do you still think that the power held by the great Grey Dwarfs is as weak as it was a few months ago? Summon your broken extraordinary machine. I will tear it into pieces bit by bit, and finally, trample your body and your soul into meat paste. Before the voice fell, the aura of the destroyer began to surge. The world seemed to dim. In the sight, only the hideous body of the destroyer was revealed. Even hundreds of skeleton blood dragons were suppressed. Do you feel this power? This is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Grey Dwarfs, and this is the power that can kill gods in the future. Tremble, be afraid. I, in the name of the 19th level destroyer, will judge your sins. Richard, who was riding on the back of Albus, heard this almost crazy voice, and his face did not change at all. After the voice of the Grey Dwarf chief paused, he glanced at it lightly. You talk too much nonsense. Also, not just any rubbish, you are qualified for me to take action. Fui, cut off his head. The next second after the indifferent words that resounded through the sky fell. In the gaze of the Grey Dwarves below, in the expectation of the dungeon barbarians, and in the astonishment of the outside audience, the dark Valkyrie came out with a knife. The next moment, a blade light as bright as a meteor crossed the sky. The level is as high as 19, and the destroyer is almost invincible in the eyes of everyone. Crack, being cut by the blade light. A huge head flew up. Bang, and fell heavily to the ground. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 345. The huge head of the destroyer fell to the ground, and at the same time, it fell on everyone's heart. The 19th level monster made of flesh and blood and machinery, a terrifying existence that made everyone tremble. At this moment, under their gaze, the head was cut off with a knife. So clean and neat, so unexpected. A huge wave of waves surged in my heart. The shock I received seemed pale and powerless to describe in any words. How is this possible? That's level 19. Is this the true power of the Surface Lord? I can't imagine how powerful it is to kill this flesh puppet with a single knife. The dungeon creatures outside the city widened their eyes, and almost forgot to breathe. When the human lord appeared, many people had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But no one really thought that the other party could defeat the monster. Level 19, how long has it been since such a powerful existence appeared in the underground world? The chieftain of the Grey Dwarf, and the lord of Bloodhoof City are already the top combat forces. The level is only 15. There is a difference of 4 levels, but now, the existence they thought was invincible can't even take a single move. The shock in their hearts made them almost unable to control themselves. Many people even suspected that they were deceived by magic illusions. How could the other party be so powerful? The Grey Dwarves in the back were even more stunned at this moment. No one knew better than them how much resources were spent on making this flesh and blood puppet. The foundation accumulated by the Grey Dwarves for hundreds of years was emptied. The moment the destroyer was created, they had a firm belief that the underground world would be dominated by them. But now, all dreams have been shattered. And they were crushed in such an unreasonable manner. What made it even more difficult for them to accept was that the one who shattered their expectations was the Surface Lord, who brought them countless fears. A few months ago, the other party also appeared like a god descending to earth, with an absolutely domineering attitude. At this moment, the scene reappeared. The soldiers of Bloodhoof City, the inner uneasiness was cleared at this moment, and all dissipated. Their faces flushed with excitement. This is their reinforcement. Lord Richard is not only the Surface Lord, but also the Vice President of the Bloodhoof City Council, their savior. At this moment, Richard, riding on Albus's back, became the center of the world. Although the Dark Valkyrie who cut off the head of the destroyer with one knife was also dazzling, it still could not cover up his brilliance. Because he was the one who gave the order. He was the master who controlled the situation. The huge battlefield fell into an unspeakable weird atmosphere. No one expected that the situation would be so turbulent. But at this moment, the muscle fibers covering the severed head of the destroyer suddenly began to grow rapidly, forming a pile of plant-like tissues, which lifted the head from the ground. The angry and sharp roar of the Grey Dwarf chief resounded through the sky again. Damn bastards. I will tear you all apart. The Grey Dwarf chief is not dead? The situation has changed again? The Grey Dwarf army, whose morale had dropped to the freezing point, immediately surged like a flame poured with gasoline. They have not lost yet. The Great Chieftain is still here. The moment the head made a sound, it quickly moved towards the destroyer. As long as it can be reunited again, this flesh and blood mechanical puppet can be revived again and regain the power of level 19. The head moved very fast, and when the surrounding dungeon barbarians wanted to stop it, it was too late. The audience outside the city saw this sudden scene, and their hearts were lifted again. How could there be changes? They subconsciously held their breath, and the beating of their hearts seemed to sound like drums in their ears. The direction of this war will determine the ownership of the underground world and their fate. Who wins and who loses, they face completely different situations. In the eyes of countless nervous and uneasy people, the head finally came to the feet of the body, under the control of the blood-colored muscle fibers. Sensing the head approaching, the muscle fibers of the headless body also began to spread downwards, trying to meet the other party. But at the moment when the two sides were about to merge, a tall figure holding a sword fell from the sky and landed at the intersection of the two, suspended calmly in the air. Dark Valkyrie. The joy of the Grey Dwarf chieftain, who was about to regain his power, was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Chilled to the core. Lowly bastard. How dare you? The voice was filled with endless fear and panic. The pale golden eyes of the Dark Valkyrie seemed to be staring at an insignificant ant. To the strong, the curses of the weak are nothing but the wail of powerlessness. Meaningless. The wail of the weak. As the words fell, the 3-meter-long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling blade light. The figure flashed out like lightning. Instantly arrived at the huge head. The long sword slashed. Crack. The head that was so strong that even the siege crossbows of Bloodhoof City could not break through the defense was cut like tofu. Neatly, it was split into two parts. In the head covered with alchemical arrays, the face of the Grey Dwarf chieftain with endless fear appeared in the air. No, this is impossible. In panic, the language has lost its logic, and only screams. But at the same time, a huge energy suddenly burst out from his body, protecting him. At this moment, the controller of the Grey Dwarf finally showed some of the momentum of a top-level hero at level 15. Seeing this, the Dark Valkyrie's eyes still did not change at all. The figure suddenly approached, and the long sword slashed. Puff, the energy shield on the opponent's body could not even block the sword for a second and was chopped. A head with wide eyes flew into the sky and fell heavily. The chieftain of the Grey Dwarf was killed. This underground overlord with endless ambitions died in the Bloodhoof City that he dreamed of flattening in a way that no one expected. The Dark Valkyrie's eyes were still calm. Killing a level 15 hero with potential might be a kind of honor for others. But for her, it was too weak, and she was not interested. Even if the flesh and blood mechanical puppet with only level 19 power, but unable to exert sufficient combat power was resurrected, it would not cause any pressure to her. With a wave of his hand, the energy in his body dissipated, and the head of the Grey Dwarf chieftain on the ground floated into the air. Follow her to Richard. The head that was always held high slowly lowered at this moment. Submit to the king. Master, your order has been completed. The Grey Dwarves, who had just seen that the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves was alive, and thought that there was a chance of a comeback, felt their legs go weak when they saw this scene. Their chieftain was gone. Everything was gone. The cruelest thing in this world is to give hope, and then crush it. Richard, who was sitting behind Albus, had never taken action from beginning to end, but at this moment, in the eyes of the Grey Dwarves, he was even more terrifying than the most evil abyss monster. In Bloodhoof City, Cell Bloodhoof, the controller of the dungeon barbarians, felt that his chest was about to explode. The savior of Bloodhoof City once again saved them at a critical moment with an absolutely domineering attitude. They won. The win was clean and neat, and the win was simple and transparent. From now on, there will be only one overlord in the underground world. He looked at the figure riding the undead dragon in the sky with extremely hot eyes. It was like a devout believer seeing the gods descending to the world. All this was given to them by that great being. Praise the City of Dusk. Praise Lord Richard. Outside the city, when the head of the Grey Dwarf chieftain was hanging high in the sky, the whole hill was boiling. Everyone knew that the era of the Grey Dwarfs and the dungeon barbarians ruling the underground world together was over. Now, the era of the surface lords deciding the fate of the underground world has arrived. Although the Grey Dwarf army still has an absolute advantage on the battlefield, and there is not much loss at all. But no one is considering this anymore. These armies are just a group of meat on a felt board. Without the Grey Dwarf leading them, it is impossible for them to burst out with the strongest combat power. Greed, arrogance, cowardice, and all kinds of extreme personalities make the Grey Dwarves never a race that will fight to the death. When encountering danger, their belief is to run away at the first time. The little dwarf was also very happy when he saw the old dwarf with trembling lips. Grandpa, can we exchange food with Bloodhoof City again now? Yes, we can exchange food again, we are saved. The old dwarf's eyes were red. This war to decide who will dominate the underground world also directly determines the life and death of their small tribe. At this time, several dungeon lives who had just left to send a message to their tribe, informing them that the Grey Dwarves had created a level 19 world destroyer, were coming back to watch the battle again. After seeing the scene in front of them, their faces became extremely exciting. That level 19 terrifying existence was killed. Even the head of the Grey Dwarf chief was cut off. Countless doubts arose in his mind. What happened in just a few minutes? How did the situation change so quickly? After a long silence on the battlefield, the scene suddenly became noisy. The dungeon barbarians, with high morale, launched a violent counterattack against the enemies who entered the city. The Grey Dwarfs, whose numbers were several times larger than the dungeon barbarians, were in unprecedented chaos. In panic, they began to flee madly at the speed of an avalanche. Except for the monsters that had blood transfusions and sutures, only 1 in 100 Grey Dwarves, who were still resisting, survived. Some Grey Dwarves were so frightened that they pushed their companions to the ground. The scene looked shocking. However, because there were too many Grey Dwarves, and there were blood-swapping suture monsters and mechanical puppets blocking them, Bloodhoof City did not have much spare energy to stop these Grey Dwarves from fleeing. Seeing this scene, Richard frowned. Although the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves was dead, the high-level officials of the Grey Dwarves were still there, and the Grey Dwarves' organization was still perfect. If these armies were allowed to flee back, as long as a new chieftain was chosen, they could still organize a force of resistance. He no longer had the patience to waste time with the Grey Dwarves. His thoughts came to this point. He drove Alvis to dive down fiercely, and came to the area with the most Grey Dwarves on the ground. Just when everyone thought that he was going to lead the skeleton blood dragon to hunt down the fleeing Grey Dwarf army. The crown of the Dark King on his head, and the cloak of the Dark King behind him exuded majestic energy at the same time. Then, under the gaze of everyone, it was dark. Darkness descends, with the world in a radius of 500 meters, with the world as the center, and the world falls into absolute darkness. The enemy's vision and perception will be compressed within a range of 10 meters. The power of darkness can be manipulated to teleport without limit. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown time, 1 day. Skills attached to legendary equipment. The next second, the Grey Dwarves who were fleeing in all directions suddenly had black eyes, and their vision could only see a few meters around them. It was as if they were locked up in a dungeon where they could never see the light. It was terrifying. And the vast darkness in the distance was more like hiding a group of abyss beasts that could devour everything. It seemed that a giant hand could reach out from it at any time and drag them in. This weird scene made the already terrified Grey Dwarves even more out of control. They began to retreat like crazy. Some Grey Dwarves even swung their weapons at their companions in the darkness. Richard sensed this scene and was amazed. It was indeed a skill that came with legendary equipment. It was simply overbearing. At the moment when darkness enveloped the earth, his perception expanded to the entire area covered by darkness. Everyone was in his perception. And as long as he wanted, he could instantly appear in any corner covered by darkness. Unlimited teleportation. As long as darkness existed, he would be invincible. Taking a few deep breaths could not suppress the excitement in his heart. After forcibly calming down, he slowly stretched out his right hand towards the void. 5 fingers clenched into a fist. The next second, the darkness surging around him seemed to become substantial. It pressed down on the Grey Dwarves, who were fleeing in all directions. Crack, the sound of bones breaking exploded. Even though they were wearing thick armor, the Grey Dwarves were like being crushed by a huge rock, their bodies twisted. The main bones of their bodies were broken, and their heads without helmets were shattered. The scene became extremely bloody and terrifying. With him as the center, all the Grey Dwarves within a radius of hundreds of meters were killed instantly. Thousands of people were killed and injured. The monsters that had blood transfusions and sutures were no exception. Only those with extremely strong vitality could withstand the damage that was like the pressure of a deep sea. The only ones who were better off were the mechanical puppets. But the joints of these mechanical creations were also severely damaged, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Dominate the darkness. When in a dark environment, you can control the darkness within a radius of 300 meters with yourself as the center, and turn the darkness into substance. Richard sensed the results of the battle, and his eyes showed unspeakable surprise. Although I know that the skills attached to legendary equipment cannot be weak, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Dominate the darkness. A skill that kills enemies instantly across the entire map. This skill is simply the boss's exclusive skill. Once released, it will clear the field immediately. Chapter 346. The life outside could not see the scenery in the darkness clearly, and from a distance. All they could see was the endless darkness suddenly covering the earth. Then, there were screams from inside, as if there were extremely terrifying monsters in the darkness. Just when everyone was in doubt, the huge dark area suddenly became silent. There was no movement. And those Grey Dwarves, who were lucky enough not to be shrouded in darkness, were directly scared. They didn't even dare to look at it, and ran out like crazy. The darkness covering the earth lasted less than 3 minutes, and then quietly disappeared. The light covered the earth again. Seeing this, everyone immediately tiptoed and looked at the area with wide eyes. Wanted to know what had just happened. But after they saw it clearly, curiosity turned into fear, and their breathing became rapid involuntarily. I saw a huge ruin. With the undead dragon burning with bloody light as the center, the surrounding area is hundreds of meters. Countless Grey Dwarves seemed to have been crushed by boulders. Their bodies were broken. Even those monsters with strong vitality of blood exchange and suture had become cold corpses at this moment. As far as the eye could see, there was no life that could move in the area just shrouded in darkness. This scene made people feel cold. This was all done by the Surface Lord. What kind of great power did the other party control? There were at least 1.5 legions of Grey Dwarves here, and it was only a few minutes. When they looked up at the figure in the sky again, an irresistible fear suddenly rose in their minds. The impact brought by this scene, coupled with the might of the Dark Valkyrie, who had just killed the 19th level destroyer with one sword, Richard was like a god descending to the world in the eyes of all the dungeon creatures. Ding, you killed the Grey Dwarf Chieftain, level 15, under the gaze of a large number of dungeon creatures, and cleared a half-legion of Grey Dwarf troops. You gained 1 point of Underground World Legend, and 200,000 experience points. Ding, the relationship between Bloodhoof City and Dusk City has been upgraded to reverence. Ding, Cell Bloodhoof's affection for you has risen to worship. A series of system prompts sounded, announcing the final outcome of this Bloodhoof City defense battle. Richard regained his mind, and was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the combination of the two skills of Darkness Coming and Domination of Darkness could be so powerful. The army shrouded in darkness didn't even have a chance to escape. It's worthy of being a legendary equipment. It's amazing. I really don't know how powerful the last skill that can only be activated by gathering 3 pieces of equipment will be. While thinking, he drove Alvis to land on the ground. He turned over and strode to the top of Bloodhoof City. Before he could speak, Cell Bloodhoof, the master of Bloodhoof City, shouted excitedly with a flushed face. Lord Richard, we won. Praise you. Praise the City of Dusk. Praise the gods. The chieftain of the Grey Dwarves is dead, and most of the remaining Grey Dwarves have been annihilated. Even if there are deserters, it will not affect the overall situation. Next, it is time for Bloodhoof City to rule the underground world. Richard looked at the excited Cell and sneered. Now is not the time to celebrate. We must occupy the main city of the Grey Dwarves as soon as possible and break through all other Grey Dwarf cities that still have resistance. The follow-up army of the City of Dusk will arrive soon. Cell and Bloodhoof City will be responsible for cooperation, he said with a gloomy look. Dusk City has no intention of occupying the underground world. After the Grey Dwarves are annihilated, Bloodhoof City will be the master of the underground world. However, I want the main city of the Grey Dwarves. I want to reintegrate the alchemy technology of the Grey Dwarves, which Dusk City can use. In the future, the underground world will become a world without war. Everyone can eat enough, drink clean water, and live in a safe environment. Bloodhoof City must shoulder this responsibility. Richard did not hide his inner thoughts, and told the other party. The underground world will be the logistics base of Dusk City in the future. For Dusk City, the cost of directly ruling this chaotic land is too high. Bloodhoof City can spread this cost, and can perfectly act as his agent. And with the rapid increase of Dusk City's strength, he does not need to do anything, and the underground world will gradually be conquered by Dusk City. Until there is no second thought, and they will work for him obediently. Strength is the eternal truth. After Cell got Richard's assurance, the last worries in his heart disappeared. These words, spoken when he just entered the underground world and repeated now, had completely different effects. The current Dusk City has the ability to flatten Bloodhoof City. But the other party still maintained the original attitude, which was enough to reassure him. Moreover, if Dusk City really had ulterior motives, it only needed to wait until the Grey Dwarves broke through Bloodhoof City, and then reappeared, and it could also directly rule the underground world. The news that the Grey Dwarves who besieged Bloodhoof City were defeated again, and the 19th level monster they researched and created was killed with one sword, and most of the remaining troops were killed by the Surface Lord alone in the war, swept the entire underground world like a whirlwind. All the dungeon creatures who heard the news first reacted to disbelief. The Surface Lords had been blown to death? How could they help Bloodhoof City? Could people still be resurrected from the dead? But after repeated verification, after receiving a positive response, the emotions in their hearts were extremely complicated. One man destroyed thousands of troops, and at the last moment, he came with force to save the dungeon tribe again. This is the best hero in myth and legend, right? What made them even more complicated was that the defeat of the Grey Dwarves this time determined the ownership of the future ruler of the underground world. Who could have expected that the situation would change so quickly? And in the complex emotions of many races. The City of Dusk and Bloodhoof City launched the final offensive against the remnants of the Grey Dwarves. On September 6th, after eliminating the Grey Dwarves who were attacking the city, Richard personally led 12 teams of skeleton blood dragons, 6 teams of dead stone statues, and 20 teams of dead axes and dark gargoyles, and began to march towards the main city of the Grey Dwarves. He did not attack directly, but pushed forward in an upright manner. Wherever he passed, all the cities of the Grey Dwarves were destroyed. While harvesting a large amount of wealth, under his order, Brown, a 12th level special alchemist, participated in the post-war prisoner collection work and collected a large number of Grey Dwarves who mastered alchemy skills. Both people and goods were captured. On September 9th, for 3 consecutive days, more than 10 Grey Dwarf cities were captured. A huge amount of wealth was taken by the City of Dusk. In the end, Because of the large number of cities captured, the Blood of City, which cooperated with the City of Dusk, could not send people to garrison the city because of the small number of troops. In the end, several tribes that were friendly with the Blood of City were recruited to help with the defense of the other side to solve this problem. On September 13th, Richard and the excited Cell pushed forward and arrived at the main city of the Grey Dwarves, Furnace City. This main city of the Grey Dwarves was built in a towering mountain. The mountain was used as the city wall, and a large number of alchemical artillery were arranged inside. The defense was extremely terrifying. But Richard did not let the Grey Dwarves' defense work, and cast the two killer weapons of darkness coming and domination of darkness again. Directly cleared the Grey Dwarf army near the city wall. The solid defense of Furnace City did not last for 10 minutes. September 14th. After capturing the main city of the Grey Dwarves, Richard led the army and spent a whole day to completely occupy the Furnace City, which was built in the mountain and dug countless secret passages. The Grey Dwarves hiding in the hidden passages were annihilated. The City of Dusk showed no mercy to the Grey Dwarf army, and killed them when they should be killed. But for the Grey Dwarves with special skills in the city, they were directly captured and handed over to Brown for management. These precious talents are important labor for the development of alchemy technology. After the main city of the Grey Dwarves was occupied by the City of Dusk, it was completely declared that the Grey Dwarves, once the overlord, had fallen from the altar. Then, Richard took the main city of the Grey Dwarves as the center. He ordered the army to attack in all directions, and incorporate those Grey Dwarf cities that had not been occupied into the territory. The remaining Grey Dwarves were originally very afraid of being liquidated. At the beginning, they even fled with their property. But later it was discovered that Brown, a special alchemist who once had great prestige in the main city of the Grey Dwarves, was actually a member of the City of Dusk. And he was also in charge of the collection of prisoners. At this moment, many Grey Dwarves took the initiative to join Brown. This race has no moral integrity. Loyalty and sacrifice are just bullshit to them. How can death be better than living? So what Richard didn't expect was that after Brown showed up, the speed of recovering the Grey Dwarves was accelerated. September 18th. It took nearly half a month. The Grey Dwarves who ruled half of the underground world for hundreds of years were completely cleared out. All the cities occupied by the Grey Dwarves were garrisoned by Blood of City. Later, Blood of City even used up the manpower of other tribes, and had to temporarily let the tribes near those cities garrison and maintain law and order. Richard had no interest in occupying these cities, whose wealth was harvested. All left to Blood of City. Even if he wanted to manage the current population of Dusk City, he was powerless. For him, supporting Blood of City was much less troublesome than going into battle himself. Furnace City, City Lord's Mansion. In the magnificent main hall, Richard sat on a golden throne inlaid with various gems, looking at the list of spoils in his hand with interest. Eliminating the Grey Dwarves is at least a high-level map. The power of the Grey Dwarves is no less than that of the orcs faced by the steamed bun lovers. After the war, there must be gains. After confiscating the accumulation of the Grey Dwarves for who knows how many years, the rich gains made him extremely happy. While thinking, a sound of footsteps stepped into the hall. It sounded particularly crisp in the empty hall. Turning his head, and seeing the other party's figure clearly, he couldn't help but ask with interest. "Gray, do you have any new discoveries?" Gray, the mummy hero, rarely had a little excitement in his tone. "Master, in the deepest part of the main city, the army found a treasure house hidden in the rocks, and found more than 30,000 units of gems. This is the list that has just been updated." Richard closed the list in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. "Report the latest list." "Yes." Gray's empty voice sounded. "First of all, rare resources. A total of 60,000 units of gems, 70,000 units of mercury, 40,000 units of crystals, and 30,000 units of sulfur were found. In order to create a level 19 destroyer, the Grey Dwarves consumed most of the rare resource inventory, so this data is not much. Ordinary resources have not yet been counted, and it is estimated to exceed 50 million units. 30 million units of food, this resource has been used to support the reconstruction of Blood of City. 215 elite level, 78 rare level, 21 uncommon level, and 3 brilliant level troop nests." Gray said this, and Richard was not without emotion. It is true that people cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and horses cannot get fat without night grass. All these resources, when converted into rare resources, are close to 200 million units. They can upgrade 4 brilliant level troop nests to crown level. The rewards for conquering advanced maps and wiping out a race are indeed generous. It seems that the plan of using the void sandworms to leave the Death Desert to cause trouble can indeed be tried in the future. Gray's report continued. In addition, the harvest in terms of talents is also very rich. There is 1 master alchemist, 9 special alchemists, 232 senior alchemists, and more than 1,200 intermediate and low-level alchemists in total. Brown said that with the addition of these top talents, the alchemy department can quickly get on track, and it won't take long to provide strong support for the City of Dusk. The smile on Richard's face became brighter and brighter. The Grey Dwarf's talent for alchemy is almost maxed out, and there are so many talents that he is overwhelmed. The biggest surprise is the Master Alchemist. It is already extremely difficult to be a special grade, and it is not possible to be promoted from a special grade to a master grade. It is not possible without a genius. The other party broke through to the master grade because he created a level 19 world destroyer. This is a top talent that has just been released. His favorite general, the Pearl of Dusk City, Andal, broke through to become a special grade blacksmith not long ago under the full cultivation of Dusk City. You can imagine the value of the master grade. With this alchemist, Dusk City will have enough confidence to invest in alchemy-related projects in the future. Military supplies, 123-star giant mouth cannons, 50,000 alchemical bombs, 300,000 units of alchemical gunpowder, 12 4-star explosive cannons, 1,500 matching alchemical bombs, 12 strategic equipment 1-star, 6 2-star, for 3-star. At this point, Gray finally stopped and handed the latest list to him. After Richard took it, he read it carefully several times. Finally satisfied. These newly captured alchemical cannons can greatly improve the defense of Twilight City. The one-armed blacksmith, after being given extraordinary skills by him, has been researching advanced technology. Next, after the technology upgrade is completed, Twilight City can be upgraded to the Middle City. After the city is expanded, more than 200 alchemical cannons will be placed on the city wall. That scene will definitely be very cool. This wave can definitely be called a sudden wealth. Using all the harvest this time will definitely make the strength of Twilight City soar. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I looked at the resources above. The Dark Gargoyle and the Axe of the Dead can only be synthesized into the Statue of the Dead after upgrading to Brilliance. Now that I have resources, I can upgrade this powerful troop first. This powerful troop is already the trump card of Twilight City, and must be strongly supported. Although the material harvest this time is already amazing, what Richard values most is that from now on, the underground world completely belongs to him. In the future, this piece of land will become his personal property. Next, he can develop the underground world in any way he wants. And unlike Twilight City, although the natural environment of the underground world is harsh, but there are many intelligent life forms, and they have a strong foundation. Such a large piece of land, and millions of intelligent life forms, will be controlled by him. One thought can change the fate of countless people. That feeling is hard to describe. Chapter 347. It took a long time for Richard to get out of his excitement. The underground world he had been thinking about was in hand, and the next step was how to arrange its development. But after thinking about it, he felt a headache again. There were so many things to think about, and he didn't know where to start for a while. While thinking hard, the soldiers at the door came to report that Cell Bloodhoof wanted to see him. Richard came to his senses and called him in. Cell, the controller of Bloodhoof City, trembled when he saw Richard sitting on the golden throne. In a trance, the scene of seeing him for the first time appeared in his mind. Richard's level was only level 9 at the time. His biggest reliance was the seriously damaged extraordinary mechanical puppet. In just 3 or 2 months, the other party has grown to a level that does not need the mechanical puppet, and can bring him endless pressure with every move. He is level 15. Take a few deep breaths and forcefully suppress the emotions in his heart. Cell stepped forward and saluted with his chest in an extremely respectful manner. Lord Richard. Richard saw the change in the other party's attitude, and his mood was a little subtle. The original equal status of the two sides has gone forever with the rapid growth of Dusk City. Strength is the only pass. The underground world that believes in the law of the jungle has magnified this rule to the extreme. Now Bloodhoof City, no, even the entire underground world, is no longer qualified to stand straight in front of him. Richard was silent for a moment and smiled. No need to be polite, Cell. Bloodhoof City is still an ally of Dusk City, and you, Cell Bloodhoof, are still my friend. Cell's body trembled, and his expression became extremely complicated. Finally, he took a long breath and saluted again. Thank you. After standing up, the caution in his eyes had mostly disappeared, and his expression became much more sincere. He said with a smile, My lord, all the cities of the Grey Dwarfs have been taken into our pockets. I have sent people to gather the materials that you didn't have time to collect before, and they will be transported to the Furnace City soon. His face became excited as he spoke. Now, the underground world is completely ours. The layout of several months has finally paid off. Next, no one can compete with us for resources. Hearing this, Richard also smiled. The natural environment of the underground world is harsh and food is scarce, but there are also resources that make the surface indie minerals, very rich minerals. The chaotic thoughts that I didn't know where to start suddenly became clearer because of this sentence. After thinking about it, I asked seriously, Sir, tell me, what do you think about the future development? Next, Blood of City will become his spokesperson and rule the underground world for him. It is necessary to seriously discuss the issue of future planning. He can't let the underground world go beyond his control. Sir immediately became excited. Sir, the most important thing for Blood of City now is to restore the army of Blood of City. In the previous war, we suffered too much loss, and only 1/10 of the army survived. Now with the resources of the Grey Dwarves, the soldiers killed in Blood of City can be restored to their original state in at most 3 months. Secondly, continue to trade weapons with surrounding forces. The biggest benefit is to stabilize people's hearts and prevent those forces from having other thoughts. At the same time, it can also provide sufficient supplies for the City of Dusk. After Blood of City regains its heyday, we can proceed to the third step of pacifying the underground world. This step not only requires conquering those chaotic areas, but also requires bringing all forces under the rule of Blood of City. In the underground world, there must never be another race, like the Grey Dwarves, that can confront Blood of City. Finally, explore and clean up the unexplored areas of the underground world, and completely control the underground world. Richard nodded, and did not comment on this. Although these arrangements are not considered to be a sophisticated plan, they have been thought about. A peaceful underground world is obviously more in line with the interests of Dusk City. Although the remaining races are numerous, they are not united. If Blood of City can't even deal with a pile of scattered sand, then they have no value in existence. Searle looked at Richard without speaking, and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Sir Richard, what is your plan for the underground world? Richard looked at the other party's somewhat nervous eyes and smiled. Don't worry, what I want is also a peaceful and stable underground world. In the future, I hope that the underground world can become a super arsenal that can produce top-level weapons and equipment under the rule of Blood of City. Furnace City will conduct alchemical technology research and produce alchemical weapons for Dusk City. As he spoke, his eyes became serious. The underground world is too small, and it is far from our home. In the more distant future, I hope that Blood of City can join me in conquering the surface, fighting against humans, undead, demons, elves, and orcs. To conquer those powerful races, plant the flag of Blood of City all over the main plain. This made Sel feel enlightened. After the Grey Dwarf was overturned, he suddenly had no enemies, and felt empty in his heart. But at this moment, he saw a bigger goal. His heart was filled. The dungeon barbarians were not kind creatures, and they had longed for the rich surface. There was no chance before, but now he heard Richard's expectations for him, and immediately raised a strong expectation. Let the flag of Blood of City fly in every city on the surface. Let the powerful races such as elves, humans, and orcs tremble at the feet of Blood of City. That picture, just thinking about it can make him tremble. Richard waited for the other party to get over the excitement, and then continued. But before that, we still have to pacify the underground world first. We need to have a stable rear. At the same time, Blood of City must become strong enough. The enemies on the surface are hundreds and thousands of times stronger than the underground world. As he said this, his eyes were a little majestic, staring at him. 2 months ago, the City of Dusk had hunted down the avatar of the god of kobolds, who had descended to the main plane. Searle, if you want to follow me to the main plane, the current Blood of City is far from enough. Searle was shocked. The City of Dusk had hunted down the avatar of the gods? The gods, in this world, are majestic and lofty beings. Who dares to blaspheme even a little? Even slander can be considered blasphemy, and will be hunted down by the sect. Now, the other party actually told him that the City of Dusk can even kill the avatar of the gods. How crazy is this? A feeling of looking up to the mountain suddenly arises. Compared with the other party, the Blood of City is like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see how big the sky is. The original pride and complacency in his heart suddenly disappeared, and what he left with was a feeling of following the right person and hugging the right thigh. Lord Richard, don't worry, I will definitely integrate the underground world into the territory of Blood of City as quickly as possible. From now on, this land will only have one voice. There were so many races before, because the two powers were fighting for hegemony, and had no spare energy to pay attention to those forces. Now, it's time to clear all obstacles. Seeing Cell leave with excitement, Richard also smiled. After integrating the resources of the underground world, the power of Bloodhoof City must be able to meet his requirements quickly. In the future, there will be an extra force in his hands. This force is even stronger than the top part of the tens of billions of players. When the Void Sandworms grow up and can open the space door stably for a long time, they can also take the gang of brothers from the underground world to attack the city outside. It doesn't matter that Dusk City is not compatible with the armies of other races. It's enough to cultivate a few forces of other races. Thinking of the future, Dusk City doesn't even need to take action, just give a target where the enemy is. The little brother of the underground world can drag the spoils back, and Richard's mood is very good. Some powerful beings like to support the attached forces, and it seems that there is a reason. Not long after Cell left, Brown entered the main hall with a companion whose head was 3 times larger than that of an ordinary Grey Dwarf. Brown sends the highest regards to the Great Master, the ruler of the underground world, and the controller of Dusk City. The tone of this 12th level alchemist was exaggerated, with only one normal arm waving like a clown showing his funny face on the stage, which made people smile. After Brown saluted, the Grey Dwarf, with a particularly large head, immediately knelt on his knees and put his head on the ground. His posture was extremely humble. A sharp voice with a bit of fear sounded. "Great existence, Jedula salutes you, may the gods bless you." Richard heard this and looked at this guy curiously. This is the master alchemist, who was specially brought by Brown. Open the attribute panel. Jedula level, 15 potential, A-level profession, alchemist, master level, increase research success rate by 70%, increase research speed by 50%, reduce research consumption by 50%. Skills, alchemy expert, super research, fast production, mechanical puppet repair, blood exchange. Alchemy hero characteristics. When entering research, increase intelligence by 50%. Racial talent, extra love for wealth. When researching alchemy that can generate income, the efficiency is increased by 40%. Bond alchemy. When studying alchemy, the success rate of research increases by 5% every 10 days. Introduction. A rare alchemist master. Perhaps he can research some alchemy items that outsiders cannot research. After reading the other party's attributes, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Master level is amazing. His skills are more exaggerated than those of Andal, the Pearl of Twilight City. And this guy's potential has also reached the powerful A level. The harvest from conquering the underground world this time is too rich. In a good mood, he looked at Jedulu with admiration. No need to be polite. After letting the two stand up, Richard looked at Brown. How are the Grey Dwarves settled? Is there any accident? Brown responded with pride. Master, those little guys heard that the alchemy department will be stationed in Furnace City in the future, run independently, and be managed by you personally. They all cooperated very well, and no one had any objections. Richard also laughed at what he said. It seems that I asked too much. The Grey Dwarves are so spineless that some people dare not say anything if they have any opinions. Is there anything that needs my intervention now? Not for now. Brown shook his head quickly. What kind of major event would it take for Richard to intervene? The Grey Dwarves are not going to rebel. He quickly changed the subject. Master, we are counting the alchemy production tools seized during this period, and we are also restarting various departments in Furnace City. It is expected that we can resume alchemy research in a week. Just give us some time, and we will definitely not let you down. Richard raised his eyebrows. It still takes so long? The Grey Dwarves were defeated so quickly that they did not cause much damage in the process of occupying the city later. In theory, they should have been able to restart a few days earlier. Brown smiled bitterly. Those facilities were not destroyed, but there were too many dead Grey Dwarves, and we couldn't get enough manpower. And because of the rise of alchemical blood exchange, a lot of alchemical equipment has been idle. So it takes time to restart. Richard finally understood. Then he became interested. Is alchemical blood exchange worth investing in and researching? The 19th level destroyer left a deep impression on him. Although it was killed in seconds, it was still very good for dealing with low-level troops. Brown shook his head. The original intention of alchemical blood exchange was to use other life forms to strengthen the bodies of the Grey Dwarves, but it completely changed after research and became the creation of monsters. But even if we continue to research, can we create monsters stronger than the top soldiers of other races? It's impossible. Grey Dwarves are not undead. Our strongest point is alchemy. Our mechanical puppets are no worse than the dwarves on the surface. It's a wrong way to create some stitched monsters instead of researching the strongest things. Richard thought about it, and it seemed to be the same. Those blood exchange stitched monsters looked ferocious, but their combat effectiveness was completely unimpressive. Not to mention the level of soldiers, like the dead stone statues, even ordinary dungeon barbarians can deal with them. On the contrary, the combat effectiveness of the Grey Dwarf's mechanical puppets is very impressive. After giving up the idea of developing in this direction, Richard looked at the alchemist Master Jejelu with a very spectacular head. He was a little suspicious whether this guy's head was swollen. Otherwise, how could it be so big? This thing can't be so exaggerated even if it takes in 10 or 8 kilograms of water. Could it be that a big head will make you smarter? Is this the way things are in the extraordinary world? Jejelu, I heard that the 19th level destroyer driven by the Grey Dwarf Chief was made by you. Jejelu answered cautiously. Yes, Great Master. But that flesh and blood puppet is just a semi-finished product. I originally planned to make it into a super-level combat power. Unfortunately, in the end, there was not enough material, and that stupid idiot forced me to interrupt the manufacturing, otherwise the power could be even stronger. Richard suddenly realized. The 19th level destroyer seemed very bluffing, but its actual combat power was not strong. He thought it was not made well before, but he didn't expect there was such a secret inside. Jejelu paused for a moment after speaking, and didn't see Richard say anything, and said nervously, Great Lord, Lord Brown said that you have a super-class mechanical puppet that is seriously damaged. Richard's eyes lit up. This guy has a special skill, mechanical puppet repair. Yes, can you help me repair it? Unexpectedly, Jejelu shook his head directly. No, sir. What do you mean? Seeing Richard frowning, Jejelu didn't dare to keep it a secret anymore and said quickly, I can transform your mechanical puppet to be stronger, and even give it independent wisdom and become a real life. Richard stood up suddenly. His eyes showed amazing pressure. What did you say? Chapter 348. Transform the extraordinary hunter into real life. Does this big-headed alchemist really know the meaning of this sentence? The extraordinary hunter is a mechanical puppet. This guy wants to enter the realm of the creator and become the god of creation? Even the gods dare not say such big words, right? Looking at Richard's soul-stirring serious eyes, the Grey Dwarf alchemist Jejelu felt a great pressure. Although his level has reached level 15, as a living profession, his combat power may not be as good as that of a level 8 or 9 hero. In panic, he responded quickly. Yes, Great Master. When I made that level 19 destroyer, I found a way to give it life. Richard frowned. Speak. Jejelu didn't dare to talk nonsense and said repeatedly. Use blood exchange to give it flesh and blood and a body. Use alchemy to integrate the souls of other lives into it, so that you can get a completely normal life. This will allow it to have its own combat consciousness, and can perfectly exert the combat power of the mechanical puppet. And it will not be controlled by mental power spells. He said with a bit of excitement. As long as you can give me enough materials and resources, I am absolutely sure that I can successfully transform that extraordinary mechanical puppet. Richard was relieved when he heard Jejelu's explanation. It turned out that this method was used to scare him just now. I really thought that this guy could directly transform the machine into life. If he can really do that, the current head of the god should be this guy. After coming to his senses, thinking carefully, what the other party said seems to be somewhat feasible. First create biological muscles, then imprison the soul into it. The 19th level destroyer seems to be operated in this step. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, the 19th level destroyer body can be handed over to you for repair. After the repair is completed, you can transform it according to your own ideas. First produce results, then talk about other things. The extraordinary hunter is seriously damaged and can't stand the toss. Even if the other party is a master alchemist, it won't work. Moreover, the previous 19th level destroyer has obvious defects. Although the level is enough, the combat power is really nothing outstanding. But since the other party has this idea, let him try. It won't be a loss. If it really produces results, it will not be a loss to transform the extraordinary hunter into an extraordinary combat power that can fight automatically. Jejelu was slightly disappointed when he heard this. Compared with the extraordinary, the 19th level destroyer is only one level lower, but the real difference is not a little bit. But he didn't dare to say more, and nodded immediately. As a newcomer who just surrendered, he is not qualified to ask for anything now. He can only make achievements and talk about other things after he has a position. After thinking through the key, Jejelu's mood immediately improved. In any case, His life is saved now. Since he can be responsible for the research of the World Destroyer, he doesn't have to worry about the Surface Lord pulling him out and chopping him. Richard didn't dwell on this topic too much. Although the blood exchange alchemy is very strange, in his opinion, the greatest value currently revealed is to solve the problem of the seal of the god of dogs in Xena's body. The seal was solved a few months ago, and now he knows that the potential is not high. If he continues to go deeper, the cost performance is very low. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out a blueprint from the system space. This blueprint is for a transportation machinery manufacturing workshop, which can be used to produce transportation tools. See where in the Furnace City it is suitable to build it. Twilight City now needs a transportation tool that can travel in the desert. This is the blueprint obtained by exchanging points for the first copy, and there has been no chance to build it. Richard had planned to build it in Twilight City before, and it is a good choice to place it in Furnace City now. This thing is naturally suitable for Grey Dwarves. Traveling in the desert is always a big problem. The harsh environment is enough to give any normal life a headache. In the future, as Twilight City grows and develops, it will definitely trade with the outside world. Desert Crown Honey, Desert Crown Robe, and the top-notch Whitetail Absolute Brew, he already has enough products in his hands. Trade is not far away. After the underground world, he will go to Solen City on the edge of the desert to find the one-way flower chamber of commerce to engage in in-depth trade. Trade is very important, but also very complicated. He can't keep an eye on it all the time. It is inevitable to let the administrative system complete it. Prepare for a rainy day. To get rich, you must build roads first. With transportation, everything will be much more convenient. As for using void sandworms to connect to the outside world, there is no sign of it yet. Even if this void life that can open space grows up in the future, it will have more important tasks, and may not be able to devote itself to the trade of Dusk City all the time. Brown respectfully took the blueprint. Yes, sir. Richard thought about it, told him the idea of using sandworms to pull carts, and finally gave them instructions. When sandworms grow up, their volume can reach 100 meters, which is a good source of power. You should do research first. When these larvae grow up, they may be just right for use. Jurgla was very confident about this. Great Lord, don't worry, we will produce a satisfactory means of transportation in a month at most. A master alchemist has this confidence. Richard looked at the other's big head, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if he had grasped something. He frowned and began to sort out his thoughts, looking for the source of the inspiration. After a moment, his eyes lit up. What he had always thought about was to let the Furnace City specialize in the production and development of alchemical artillery for the City of Dusk, and not engage in other things. But now think about it, since the alchemical foundation of the Furnace City is so strong, then is it a waste to do so? Can we go to the forum to buy some valuable or player-needed alchemical items and produce them here? In this way, wouldn't it solve the problem of excessive consumption of alchemy? Let the Grey Dwarves make money to support themselves. He touched his chin, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way to do it. Researching alchemy is scientific research, which requires a lot of investment. Although there are many resources in the underground world, they may not be enough for long-term development. If we can earn resources to meet our own development, it will undoubtedly save a lot for the City of Dusk. The Grey Dwarves with top alchemy can be used to conquer key technologies for the City of Dusk. The remaining low-level Grey Dwarves can be used to earn resources. There are tens of billions of players, and the market is so big that there will always be people who have needs. It is impossible for everyone to be self-sufficient. Write this idea down. Wait until the underground world is completely stable, then we can do it. Now there is a lot of work to be done, let's get the Furnace City back to work first. Recovering his mind, Richard encouraged the two of them, and let them go first. In the next few days, Richard did not leave the Furnace City, and he was in charge of the overall situation and handled various tedious government affairs. Until September 20th, when the situation had completely stabilized and there would be no more accidents, Richard planned to return to the City of Dusk. The overall situation has been decided, and the remaining things are nothing more than pacifying those races, who have their own troops and refuse to obey orders. It is enough to let the Bloodhoof City, which is now in a prosperous period, take care of these trivial matters. And this is not a problem that can be solved in a day or two. Now, what he wants to do most is to take the supplies looted from the Grey Dwarf City and upgrade the army nest first. Then go to Solen City to see this NPC city he has longed for. And this time it was not just for fun. How to solve the problem of how to prevent the agricultural area from being invaded by the outside world has always troubled him. He couldn't find a solution on the player forum, so he wanted to see how the NPC solved this problem. After delivering some trivial matters, Richard left a team of skeleton blood dragons to follow Brown's arrangements. Then he led the remaining army, carrying extremely rich spoils, and returned to the City of Dusk. In the huge underground world, only Richard's legendary deeds were circulated. Dozens of kilometers away from Bloodhouse City, under an inconspicuous hill, there were only 100 dwarves living here. At this time, the members of this race started an unprecedented fierce quarrel in an open space. There was only one topic around. "We must go to the surface, Lord." The old dwarf, who had witnessed Richard's descent from heaven outside Bloodhouse City, spoke with unquestionable determination. "The Grey Dwarves have been wiped out, and Bloodhouse City will dominate the underground world. At that time, we will either surrender or be destroyed. In that case, why don't we go to the human lord and get greater development?" The tone became more and more excited. "We have been silent for too long. We need a lot of resources, and a better environment to reproduce the glory of our ancestors. This opportunity must not be missed." The one who opposed was a young dwarf, his voice full of strong dissatisfaction. "No! The Surface Lord will never accept us. We will definitely be degraded to slaves if we go to him. Why should we trust the damn surface humans? Those greedy and evil beings are not worthy of the dwarf's trust. The glory of our ancestors? Haha, let's talk about it after we survive." Both sides had very good reasons. No one could convince anyone. This argument has been going on for half a month. From the initial expression of their own views to the current fierce quarrel, the two sides not only did not accept each other, but the differences became more and more serious. Seeing this, the old dwarf looked even older. Looking at the tribesmen surrounding the young dwarf, he sighed. He made a decision silently in his heart. "In this case, let's split into two groups. Those who are willing to stay here can stay here. Those who are willing to leave with me can pack up their things and leave immediately." This made the atmosphere on the field a little subtle, but no one spoke to stop it. After a few days of fierce quarrels, the two sides have already had an unbridgeable rift, and it is impossible to go back to the past. In silence, more than half of the dwarves quietly packed up their things and came behind the old dwarf. And the young dwarf also had followers around him. Both sides looked at each other with complicated expressions, and the scene was silent. After a long time, the old dwarf took his grandson's hand, turned around silently, and took the dwarf behind him to leave the settlement where he had lived for decades. Walked towards the choice that the young dwarf thought was hell. "Grandpa, will the Surface Lord accept us?" After the little dwarf left a long way, he looked back reluctantly. The old dwarf smiled. "Yes, we are ancient dwarves, and the blood of gods flows in our bodies." Surface. Coming out of the two-way portal in the quicksand land. In sight, the ancient trees of gods that covered the sky and the sun were slaughtering the void lickers wantonly. Next to it, the void sandworm, which was over 30 meters long, had a mysterious rune on its body that glowed with brilliant golden light. It supported the space gap in the void. The void sandworm and the ancient godly tree, one opening the door and one big dog, cooperated perfectly. These two top-level combat forces, any one of them would make players salivate, and even the aborigines would tremble. Whenever Richard saw this, he felt a sense of success in stamp collecting. This damn collecting habit. He opened the attribute panel of the ancient godly tree. His eyes were fixed on the transformation progress that concerned him the most, 92%. After more than half a month of hunting, this boss finally took a big step forward. At this rate, perhaps we can reach the 100% mark in early October. Looking at the increasingly terrifying boss, his eyes were full of expectations. "I really don't know how powerful the other party will be after swallowing the dark god blood and activating the power of the gods in his body. Leave the quicksand and let the army disperse on its own." Richard returned to the Lord's mansion. The first thing to do is to sell all the Grey Dwarf army nests obtained from the underground world. Together, with the harvested resources, the total amount of resources exceeded the 200 million mark. Unprecedented wealth. Then, he promoted the 9 axes of the dead and the 9 dark gargoyle army nests to the glorious level. Rarely promoted to glorious, each requires 5 million resources. This action directly consumed 90 million units of his resources. Then he combined the 2 arms into the dead stone statue, and each combination required 5,000 units of crystal. A total of 45,000 units. After spending a huge amount of resources, Richard looked at the 11 dead stone statues in front of him, and his heart was surging. 11 brilliant 3-star troops can produce 110 dead stone statues every week. What is this concept? It is simply invincible. This powerful troop, The combat effectiveness of a single soldier is even higher than that of the skeleton blood dragon. It is simply a fortress. Because it has been 2 weeks without recruiting troops, Richard recruited 220 from the 11 dead stone statues' troop nests. Together with the original 6 teams, a total of 280, close to 3 squadrons. Overnight, this troop has formed a considerable scale. When 28 teams of dead stone statues flew in the sky of Dusk City, Richard's smile never stopped. At the Death Arena, if we could lead these 28 teams of dead stone statues, even if a few heroes did not take action, we could defeat the 30,000-player army. In addition, Richard did not hesitate to recruit all the remaining troops. The power at his hand soared again. Mummy Guardian 450,510. Axe of the Dead 515. Bandage Mummy 147,189. Scorpion Warrior 99,113. Giant Axe Death Knight 261303. Condensed Sand Archer 550650. Crazy Sand Mage 295345. Cursed Pharaoh 6070. Glorious Arms Dark Gargoyle 240. Axe of the Dead 70. 110 Dead Stone Statue 60280. Heavy Sword Warrior 20. Crown Arms Skeleton Blood Dragon 120. Earning resources and recruiting arms. This feeling is quite good. After an exaggerated consumption, there are still more than 100 million resources in hand. It's really wonderful. After thinking about it, he decided not to rush to upgrade these arms. He would wait for a while. He would go to Solen City in 2 days to see if there were any high-level arms nests for sale in the hands of NPCs. If there were suitable ones, he would buy them back and fuse them. It would not be too late to upgrade them later. This time, he could spend money freely. After the matter was settled, Richard had people place the alchemical artillery seized from the Furnace City. This time, he got more than 100 guns from the underground world. Together with the original ones, this stuff is more than enough to form an artillery regiment. And there are tens of thousands of alchemical bombs as logistics. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is enough to support a large-scale battle. If Lowley had the firepower configuration of the City of Dusk, the City of Peace would have been razed to the ground long ago. The only thing that made Richard a little regretful was that he did not find any high-level strategic equipment in the Grey Dwarf's nest. Even the mithril required to repair the Extraordinary Hunter was used up in the construction of the 19th level destroyer. After 2 days of rest, September 22nd. After confirming that there was no urgent matter to deal with, Richard prepared to leave for the long-awaited Solen City. But he didn't expect that before he could leave, a strange caravan had already entered the Dusk City. The leader said that she was the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of the Frost Wolf of the Ice and Snow Empire, and came to visit the Dusk City on purpose. Chapter 349. How far is it? Rebecca Frostwolf rode on the back of a dromedary camel, looking into the distance with a bit of fatigue. Traveling in the desert is definitely a double test of the body and will. Desolate, dry, hot, and full of dangers, in this environment, even a warrior with a strong mind will inevitably feel bored. Especially in the Death Desert, where flying troops cannot be used, it is even more difficult to travel. Miss, we are almost there, and it is estimated to take half a day. A gray-haired old man beside her responded slowly. Rebecca immediately became energetic. Finally, we are here. The tone is like the relaxation of finally having a summer vacation after making up for a semester. I thought it was an easy trip. Although the desert environment is harsh, it is nothing for her who is well prepared. But I never thought that there would be so many twists and turns on the road. For the first time, she also realized the true meaning of the name of the Death Desert. Quicksand, wild beasts, sand bandits, desert tornadoes, and even a group of desert dragons passing through. She could not imagine how the Twilight City survived and developed in a natural environment that was even more severe than the Ice and Snow Empire. Moreover, it seemed to be developing quite well, otherwise she would not have come all the way here. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at the old man, curiously. Uncle Clee, do you think that the Twilight City is really as extraordinary as Onyx said? Although she did not think that the Luanwihue Chamber of Commerce would deceive her, what the other party said was too incredible. The old man responded softly. Miss, you will know when you see her later. After saying that, she looked at the other party with dissatisfaction and smiled dotingly. She watched the other party grow up, and in her heart, she was no different from her own daughter. Without waiting for the other party to ask again, she became more serious. Luanwihue Chamber of Commerce is not simple, especially President Windsor. When he was a minor, he took over the Luanwihue Chamber of Commerce, and then relied on his superb skills to expand the Chamber of Commerce to the extent that the ice and snow empire thousands of miles away heard of it. His life experience can be described as legendary. The news they revealed may be exaggerated, but it should not be too outrageous. As he spoke, there was a bit of doubt in his eyes. But what I can't figure out is that according to the news from the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce, Lord Richard, as a Lord of Divine Grace, only appeared a few months ago. No matter how fast it develops, it is impossible to do what the other party said. There are quite a few Lords of Divine Grace around the Frost Wolf territory, but the most powerful among them are just ants to us. What's more, the other party's territory is in the barren Death Desert. This is what puzzled Rebecca. Even if the Lord is extraordinary, he can't go beyond the law of territory development, right? Although the source of this news is the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce, she didn't believe it completely and kept a cautious attitude. While the two were discussing, suddenly, a Pathfinder guard in front drove a desert horse back quickly. After approaching, Rebecca found that the other party had a strong look of horror on his face, as if he had seen something terrifying. She was shocked. What happened? Before she asked, the guard roared loudly a few dozen meters away. "Miss, there is a sandstorm ahead." Rebecca was shocked by these words. She looked up and looked far away. Instantly, at the end of her sight, the dark clouds in the sky were slowly turning. Because the distance was too far, it was difficult to tell whether it was a sandstorm without careful observation. After receiving the report, she looked again and immediately found something different. Although there was still some distance, she could already feel the fierce sense of oppression. Sandstorm, the most terrifying disaster in the desert. Even if it was a supernatural being, it was not safe and sound. The old man named Kale said anxiously. "How far is the sandstorm from us?" "Estimated 50 kilometers. Build a protective wall immediately. It is impossible to outrun the sandstorm." "Yes." The whole caravan started to build fortifications to defend against sandstorms, like crazy. The sky was full of dust and flying. Fortunately, the sandstorm did not move very fast. After they built the fortifications, they still stayed at the horizon. All the people hid in the fortifications and waited quietly. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours later. Rebecca looked at the still clear sky, with some confusion in her eyes. How could the sandstorm not come in just 50 kilometers? After waiting for another hour, she immediately stood up and came out when she saw that there was still no movement around. She called everyone over. She stared at the soldiers who were investigating. "Are you sure there is a sandstorm?" "Yes, you can see it by looking at the horizon." Could it be that the sandstorm has ended in front? Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it wasted a few hours, it was still a gain to avoid the sandstorm. I pondered it secretly. Send someone to investigate closer to see if the sandstorms are blowing in this direction. "Yes, miss." After the guards left, the caravan fell into an anxious wait. They did not dare to leave the fortifications. It took a full half-hour for the guards, who were investigating, to return. The other party's expression was extremely interesting at this moment. "Miss." Seeing the other party hesitating and unable to say anything, Rebecca frowned. "What did you find out?" The guard organized his words and said carefully, "Miss, the sandstorm is not moving towards us. No, the sandstorm is not moving in any direction." He gestured a few times anxiously. "I mean, the sandstorm has been in the same place and will not move." "Will not move?" Rebecca looked confused. Did she have little experience? A sandstorm that will not move? What a joke. The old man next to him also showed a surprised expression, thought for a moment, and said directly, "Come on, take me to see it." "Grandpa Clee." "Don't worry, since they can come back safely, nothing will happen to me either." After saying that, he immediately set off with the guards. This time the trip took longer than the last time. When the other party returned, the gray-haired Clee's face was full of amazement. "Miss, I have lived for decades, but this is the first time I have seen such a magical area. Those sandstorms really don't move around." Rebecca was also very interested. "Is there really such a wonder?" Then he seemed to think of something and said hesitantly, "Onik didn't mention that there is this area around here. And it's so close to the City of Dusk, could it be?" Clee turned his head, with some surprise in his eyes. "Miss, are you saying that this magical sandstorm was created by the City of Dusk?" After saying that, he shook his head again and again before waiting for the other party to respond. "Impossible. If you want to control natural disasters, extraordinary strong people, no, legendary strong people can't do it. How long has that God's Grace Lord come to our world? Can he surpass the legend?" This made the guards around nod their heads again and again. After witnessing the horrible scene with their own eyes, They knew how powerful the sandstorm was. How could it be artificially created? The other party was just an ordinary God's Grace Lord. Does he have this ability? It's not like they haven't seen the God's Grace Lord before, who was so weak that they couldn't arouse the slightest interest. Even if this God's Grace Lord was particularly powerful, it would not be beyond their understanding. Rebecca thought about it, and it was true. If the other party really had this ability, why would he stay in such a harsh environment as the desert? Since the sandstorm won't move, let's set off. If something unexpected happens, it will be difficult to deal with. Let's get to Twilight City first. Yes! The order was given, and the caravan, which had just hidden for a few hours because of a dark cloud, set off again. This time, they bypassed the sandstorm by a long way. But even though they were more than 10 kilometers away, they could clearly feel how terrifying the sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun was. Even veterans who had fought hundreds of battles would feel a strong sense of powerlessness in their hearts when facing this level of natural disaster. Unmatched. After seeing the spectacular scene, Rebecca directly denied the idea that Twilight City had created the sandstorm. Just attributed to the strangeness of the Death Desert. Finally, after a long circle, when half of the sun sank into the yellow sand, they arrived at their goal, the City of Dusk. Looking at the city in front of them, that was very conspicuous in the desert, Rebecca showed a long-lost smile on her face. This time, as long as she can get enough flame dragon rabbit fur, her plan to control the Frost Wolf family will be greatly advanced. Mother, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. I will definitely control the Frost Wolf family. Her eyes were full of determination. No matter how much she paid this time, she must achieve her goal, absolutely, because they came for trade. So the huge caravan stopped when it was still some distance away from the city wall, and did not rashly break into the city gate. After asking someone to report, while waiting for the summons, Rebecca looked at the territory in front of her with interest. This city in the desert is not big, and for the Frost Wolf family, it can only be described as small. But after a few glances, she felt a little surprised. On the top of the city, there were densely packed alchemical cannons. The number was so large that she felt a chill down her spine. Judging from the energy emitted by those cannons, they were at least 3-star level. She even sensed the existence of 4-star. The City of Dusk is still developing alchemical technology. She continued to look around in surprise. The soldiers on the city wall were all mummies, which was very consistent with the characteristics of the desert. What made her feel a little incredible was that the aura emitted by these troops was several levels stronger than the same level of troops. Even the strengthened troops of the Frost Wolf territory might not be comparable to the other side. This is not simple. After looking at it for a while, Rebecca was suddenly shocked. Because in her sight, a group of undead dragons with blood-colored energy burning all over their bodies suddenly flew up. Dragons, whether alive or dead, are top-level soldiers. But now, this tiny territory actually has more than one squadron. This is not the end. After those undead dragons took off, nearly 3 squadrons of special troops flew up. Those soldiers were strong, holding fierce battle axes with dark red patterns in their hands, and long chains wrapped around their arms. They flapped their wings like gargoyles. In their empty eyes, a cold soul fire burst out. The sense of danger brought to her by these special soldiers was even greater than that of undead dragons. Realizing this, the shock in her heart was hard to describe. The level of these soldiers seemed to be only level 9. How could they be so strong? Rebecca thought that this was the end. Suddenly, she noticed a large number of figures swaying in the 3 towering arrow towers behind the city wall. In a moment, several exaggerated crossbows stretched out from the air and slowly aimed at them. From the surging magic energy above, it can be sensed that the level of these giant crossbows is definitely 5 stars. If she guessed correctly, these heavy crossbows are used to hunt dragons. Looking at the arrows that are thicker than her arms, she felt a chill. If the trigger is pulled, those crossbows can tear 7 or 8 camels into pieces at will. Looking at the city in front of her that was just inconspicuous, the extremely sharp fangs were revealed in the blink of an eye, and Rebecca subconsciously pressed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Her scalp was tingling. At this moment, she finally understood where the admiration in Onyx's tone came from. How long has it been? For months or 5 months, in less than half a year, the Lord of Divine Grace has such a level of military power, how outrageous, when Rebecca just took a breath. Suddenly, an indescribable danger surged into her heart. It seemed that she was being stared at by the god of death. A feeling of a blade against her neck, which might be cut hard in the next moment, shocked her mind. The face of the gray-haired old man, Klee, who was protecting her, also became extremely solemn at the same time. The breath on his body began to surge, ready to attack at any time. After Rebecca took 2 quick breaths, she suddenly looked up at the sky. In her sight, a mysterious figure floating in the air appeared. The opponent held a slender sword in his hand, wearing black armor, and the cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. The most impressive thing was the pair of pale golden eyes under his helmet. It was as if a falcon was hunting, piercing people's eyes. The momentum on his body was like a mountain thousands of feet high pressing on the heart. It made people feel difficult to breathe. Even if the opponent did not make a move, one could imagine how terrifying this mysterious existence was. Grandpa Clee. Rebecca turned her head and wanted to ask something, but the next second, she was horrified to find that the old man who had always been calm and composed was now sweating like beans on his forehead, but the opponent did not even dare to wipe the sweat. The mysterious existence had almost collapsed before he made a move. Rebecca was shocked to see the scene, and her eyes were full of unbelievable horror. Until this moment, the owner of this territory has not appeared, and her army and greatest support are all scared out of their wits. What is hidden in this territory? Why is it so powerful? Grandpa Clee is a level 19 hero. Chapter 350. The situation suddenly fell into a delicate situation. Rebecca couldn't describe her inner emotions at this time. The power displayed by this city made her feel palpitations deep in her pores. If she was facing a powerful noble force, she would not be so, but the other party was a lord of divine grace. Before she came, she expected that it was just a relatively outstanding lord of divine grace, and the power she brought could completely sweep it. But now, it's more than outstanding. It's simply explosive, let alone sweeping it. Don't let the other party dislike it, and push it away, even if the goddess of luck favors you. Feel the sharp edge suddenly revealed by the powerful Dusk City. The guards behind the caravan immediately dispersed. The warriors wearing azure full-body armor guarded Rebecca in the center. The momentum of these soldiers is extremely fierce. If you look carefully, you will be surprised to find that these are all level 15 top soldiers. And the number exceeds 2 squadrons. At a level 19 hero, this power is absolutely amazing. But at this moment, no one dared to move. Everyone's expression was extremely tense. They were afraid that the guards in the city in front of them would let go of the arrows in their hands. The 19th level Clee looked at the figure in the sky, his heart pounding, uncontrollably speeding up. Although the opponent did not move, it was like a sharp blade that cut off the mountains hanging over his head. If there was any unusual movement on his side, the opponent would definitely burst out with a shocking blow. Level 15. Clee gritted his teeth. Where did this pervert come from? Only level 15, the pressure he gave him was even stronger than that of level 19. And in the tense confrontation, the situation suddenly changed. A translucent shadow emerged in the sky. Looking at the night elf intently, his face was so delicate that it was flawless. He held a long sword with intricate patterns in his hand, and a longbow with mysterious inscriptions on his back. He exuded a dark aura. Level 14. Clee's heart beat violently, and his face became even uglier. Because he found that this illusory night elf was also very dangerous. The opponent was equally deadly. Fuck, it's okay for a level 15 to be a threat to me, but a level 14 can also pose a threat to me? What kind of perverts are these? Tap, tap. A crisp sound of footsteps sounded, and on the top of the city wall, a centaur holding a long-handled battle axe appeared with curious eyes. The opponent was accompanied by 2 very special mummies. Are these all hero units? And they are all heroes with great potential? Clee made a judgment immediately. The emotion in his heart at this moment is hard to describe. The city that originally had an ordinary first impression made him feel unfathomable mystery at this moment. The power of this city is something that ordinary lords may not be able to accumulate in 10 years. No, 20 years. It is easy to obtain soldiers, but it is too difficult to recruit top heroes. But once the opponent made a move, he counted in batches. It was simply outrageous. In the increasingly tense atmosphere, whoosh, a sound of flapping wings sounded. The flying soldiers lingering over the Dusk City slowly dispersed, and a terrifying existence that was 3 times larger than an ordinary undead dragon flapped its wings. The aura emitted by the opponent made Clee feel numb. Undead dragons are also heroes. Moreover, the soul fire burning in its head was even more surging than that of this 19th level hero. Rebecca was also attracted by this scene at this moment. She looked at the dragon, and then immediately found the heroic figure on its back. The first time she saw that figure, she was sure that this person was definitely the ruler of the City of Dusk, the Lord of Divine Grace, who could make Onik, a merchant of the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce, worship him almost without limit. That temperament was too outstanding. The other party wore a black and red crown on his head, and a dark red cloak with mysterious runes on his back. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, which made people tremble. Especially when he drove the dragon, his posture was even more majestic and unparalleled. The dragon was the top mount in Glorious Era, not to mention that this was a dragon hero with unlimited potential. Even the Dark Valkyrie, who was overwhelming everything with her momentum, could not be compared with her brilliance in the eyes of Rebecca and Klee. Rebecca took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and said loudly, "Dear Sir Richard, I am the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Frost Wolf of the Ice and Snow Empire. This time, Sir Onik of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce and President Windsor introduced me to trade with the City of Dusk with sincerity." She raised the letter she had just taken out. Rebecca Frost Wolf, potential A level, level 14. After Richard checked the other party's attributes, he took another look at the troops protecting him. Frost Wolf Guard, potential, crown 3 stars, level 15. In addition, there is a hero with a level of 19 and potential B level. This noble girl from the Ice and Snow Empire is quite something. Ms. Rebecca, welcome to your arrival. For safety reasons, please let your army wait outside the city. I will provide them with food and water. You can enter the City of Dusk with your guardian. Although the other party is not a fake, it is impossible to let so many troops enter the city rashly. Be on guard against others. If there is any accident and a fight breaks out in the city, no matter how many buildings he has, they will not be enough to demolish. As for the level 19 hero, it's okay. The Dark Valkyrie or Renee can take him away in one wave. Rebecca has no objection to this arrangement. Strength determines the right to speak. The other party's strength is qualified to arrange everything. Let the army stay outside. Rebecca and Klee passed through the city gate and entered the City of Dusk. After entering the city, Rebecca looked around curiously. Although I have heard Onik talk about the magic of this city, but I was still a little amazed when I saw the scenes in front of me. There were no beggars, no poor people hiding in dark corners, the streets were clean and tidy, and even garbage could not be found. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces, and the unique atmosphere could make people relax instantly. They thought of the Frost Wolf territory. Although it was also rich in the Ice and Snow Empire, the mental outlook was completely different. The gap was too big. Although it was just a cursory glance, the first impression could still feel the difference of this territory. More importantly, this was established in just a few months. In a special mood, Rebecca followed the soldiers to the Lord's mansion and paid special attention to the conversations of the surrounding residents. "Brother, I haven't finished my homework yesterday. The teacher will check it tonight. Otherwise, you can help me write it?" "Mr. Mark, I heard that the underground world is recruiting a group of managers recently. I wonder if I can be selected. The Lord is so great that he can easily conquer the underground world. Madam, your son's performance at the food workshop seminar yesterday was very impressive." The passing residents discussed topics related to life, without complaints or dissatisfaction. When talking about the Lord, his tone was full of respect and enthusiasm. This was completely different from the attitude of the common people towards the Frostwolf Duke when she heard them chatting in the Frostwolf territory. Here, people seemed to love the territory and the Lord from the bottom of their hearts. Rebecca came to the Lord's mansion with Klee in a complicated thought. After stepping into the gate, she felt a little uneasy inexplicably. Entering the hall, she immediately saw the owner of this territory sitting in the main seat and drinking tea. At this time, watching from a close distance, the other party's outstanding temperament made people unable to take their eyes away. Rebecca felt her heart beat faster. With her status and position, she had seen countless outstanding opposite sex in the Ice and Snow Empire. But at this moment, in front of this Lord of Divine Grace, those who used to be handsome and charming were simply unbearable to look at. The most eye-catching thing was the other party's dazzling temperament, like the bright moon, which made people unable to control themselves. Looking back, behind the other party, 2 terrifying beings that had just floated in the sky were looking at her indifferently. Rebecca's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the emotions in her heart, and her eyes regained clarity. The eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf Grand Duke was not a vase. She saluted again with her hands on her chest. "Sir Richard, I am Rebecca Frostwolf, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family of the Ice and Snow Empire, and I send you my greetings." This identity is precious enough in the Ice and Snow Empire, but at this moment, she is very humble. To treat the strong, one must maintain sufficient respect, which is the most basic principle of the Glorious Era. The City of Dusk is qualified to let her lower her attitude. Richard stood up and extended his hand to support her. "No need to be polite, Ms. Rebecca. Since Onik introduced you here, we are all friends. Please sit down. After Rebecca stood up, she smiled a little, stepped forward, handed the introduction letter to Richard, and then sat down with the gray-haired 19th level hero CLE. She was elegant and calm, and her temperament, which was brought up by aristocrats since childhood, also attracted people's attention. After Richard took the letter, he sat down slowly, opened it and checked it, and said casually, "You came from the east. Didn't you pass through the sandstorm area?" This made Rebecca and Clee both startled. They suddenly thought of the immovable sandstorm. "What does this mean?" Rebecca tentatively said, "Sir Richard, we avoided that sandstorm." Richard said casually, without taking his eyes off the letter, "That's good. When I arranged it, it was to prevent the enemy's surprise attack, not to deal with our own people." This relaxed and carefree words made the two of them breathe for a moment. Thinking of the terrifying scene that covered the sky, the backs felt cold. "You created that sandstorm?" Rebecca's voice was a little hoarse. Richard looked up at the two of them, and nodded without paying much attention. "Yes, it was originally intended to block some wild monsters." After getting confirmation for the second time, Rebecca's heart jumped, and she turned her head to look at Clee, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. That was a sandstorm. The most terrifying natural disaster in the desert. In this magical world, the power of a sandstorm may not even be resisted by a supernatural being. Now, it is actually man-made. An indescribable shock surged in my heart. Looking at that casual figure again, I suddenly felt a sense of awe. The Dusk City, which had become very mysterious because of the scene in front of the city gate, was now covered with a hazy veil that could not be explored. Chapter 351. Richard had not expected that the sandstorm in the east would have such a huge impact on the two. In his opinion, this was just a 5-star treasure, although the system introduction said it was extremely rare. But with the quicksand land in front, it didn't seem so rare for the City of Dusk. After reading the letter in his hand twice, Richard raised his head. At this moment, Rebecca and Clee didn't want to be looked down upon, so they suppressed their emotions and their faces returned to normal. He didn't find too much abnormality. The content written on the letter was very normal, but at the end it emphasized Rebecca's identity and the wealth of the Frost Wolf family, and at the same time pointed out what the other party wanted. He was very satisfied with Onyx's move. This guy was also a smart guy. This opened the way for him to use the Flame Dragon Rabbit to blackmail the Frost Wolf family. Ahem, no, a reasonable transaction. Ms. Rebecca, Onyx has already said what you want in the letter. Richard showed a faint smile on his face. For friends who take the initiative to do business, Twilight City has always been welcoming. Hearing this, Rebecca took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. Mr. Richard, thank you for your trust. You must also know that the environment of the Ice and Snow Empire, and therefore the Frost Wolf family, has a great demand for the rabbit hair of the Flame Dragon Rabbit. Pause for a moment. Looking at Richard's non-committal expression, he continued. So I want to buy the rabbit hair of the Flame Dragon Rabbit from Twilight City. After saying that, he quickly added a sentence. We are willing to buy it at the price of the finished product made into the Desert Crown robe. Richard smiled. It turned out to be a big dog owner. He liked to deal with such local tycoons. Dusk City doesn't mind selling the fur of Flame Dragon Rabbit to the outside world, but the specific details of the transaction need to be discussed. Business is business, and the two sides have no friendship. The bargaining chips that the other party has taken out are far from enough. Now that he holds the initiative, he naturally wants to strive for more benefits. Rebecca was obviously prepared for this, and had no objection. After thinking about it, she asked, Sir Richard, can I know how many Flame Dragon Rabbits Dusk City has now? How much rabbit fur can be provided every month? This is the most important link. If the number is not large, then it will not be valuable for her to get it. Richard turned his head, and looked at the mummy guard at the door. Go to the breeding area and call Qingya. Yes, master. I have been too busy recently, and I let the people below do the agricultural area. I didn't keep an eye on it all the time. With his status and position, it is not worth it to investigate such trivial matters all day long. Not long after, the skinny desert goblin entered the hall excitedly. After seeing Richard, he immediately saluted loudly. Qingya sends the highest regards to the great master, the conqueror of the underworld, the master of the desert. He knelt on one knee, and put his right hand on his chest. He looked quite decent. Richard looked at this frail and thin goblin with a smile on his face. He waved his hand. Get up. Looking at the ugly face that smiled brighter than chrysanthemums after getting up, the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't laugh. It's so ugly that it can scare the undead. Qingya, how many Flame Dragon Rabbits have reproduced now? Qingya immediately straightened his chest and said proudly, "Master, there are currently 875 adult flame dragon rabbits and 395 young rabbits. The young rabbits are expected to reach adulthood in the middle of next month." "So there are already thousands of them?" Richard nodded with satisfaction. The reproduction speed of the flame dragon rabbit is indeed amazing. However, why is the number of young rabbits decreasing? As if seeing his doubts, Qingya said hurriedly, "Master, I have told you before that the flame dragon rabbit cannot reproduce indefinitely due to bloodline problems. After reaching a certain number, the reproduction speed will slow down. Once the reproduction speed slows down, it indicates that the flame dragon rabbit king will be born. After the king appears, the reproduction of the flame dragon rabbit will enter a downturn, and the number of offspring will drop to 1 or 2 in the future. If the king is not born, the flame dragon rabbit will gradually lose control and riot due to the bloodline in its body and enter self-destruction. This group is expected to reproduce to about 3,000, and the king will definitely be born." Rebecca on the side heard this, but she was not too happy, but very disappointed. "What can we do with just over 1,000 flame dragon rabbits? Even if there are 3,000, it won't be very useful. Killing them all and taking their fur can only arm a few battalions, which is much worse than she expected." Richard got the answer he wanted, and didn't ask any more questions. He waved his hand, and let Qingya leave. Then he looked at Rebecca and said softly, "Ms. Rebecca, Dusk City can provide 1,000 flame dragon rabbits for every month in the future." Rebecca was stunned and asked in confusion, 1,000 every month? But don't you only have thousands of them?" Richard smiled. "We use extremely precious treasures and special methods to raise them. Currently, the flame dragon rabbits can change their fur once a month." "This is true. The flame dragon rabbit can only survive in the sun. Isn't the sun precious? It is a rare treasure. How many treasures in the world can compare to the sun? And the special feeding method, have you ever seen a rabbit that can only bask in the sun without eating? This method is too special." Rebecca instantly changed from sadness to joy. "Praise the ice and snow goddess. This must be your grace," she said excitedly. "Sir Richard, no matter how much the City of Dusk can produce, we want it." The tone was firm, and she didn't even talk about the price. This is her first step to control the Frost Wolf family, and it is worth it no matter how much it costs. The rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit is too rare. The few pieces of clothing mixed with rabbit fur that have appeared so far are luxury goods that only kings and nobles can enjoy. Richard was very satisfied with the other party's attitude and thought about it. "Ms. Rebecca, let's talk about the specific price. How many resources do you plan to exchange for 1 unit of rabbit hair?" The size of the flame dragon rabbit is half a person's height and weighs more than 100 kilograms. Each adult rabbit produces about 10 kilograms of rabbit hair per month, which is 10 units. These are naturally shed rabbit hairs, and the quality is excellent. When this batch of flame dragon rabbits are all adults, they can produce tens of thousands of units per month, reaching 3,000 at their peak, which is 30,000 units. To make a yellow sand robe, including losses, the required materials are about 5 units. Now the production of thousands of rabbits, even if all are used to produce yellow sand robes, can produce 200 pieces per month. Each yellow sand robe can be sold for thousands of rare resources, and the current income alone can reach 200,000 units per month. Richard calculated a little, and was amazed at the infinite business opportunities contained in it. This thing is simply a gold mine. He has accumulated for such a long time, and plundered the underground world in the middle. Now he only has a few 100,000 units of rare resources. Farming is still promising. Since the original value can reach 200,000 units of rare resources, the transaction with the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf family cannot be less than when he sells himself. Rebecca turned her head and glanced at Clee, who had a subtle look, but did not speak. The girl seemed to have received some hints. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a concentrated voice. "Sir Richard, the Frost Wolf family controls a part of the mineral vein in the Eternal Frost Land. We are willing to use a frost mine to buy 5 years of production from you." Richard was very interested when he heard this proposal. Use a mineral vein to trade? What is this frost mine? Is it so precious? After thinking about it, he turned his head and looked at the corner. "Call Andal." The guard left again. The glorious era is too big. Except for the God of Knowledge, no one dares to say that they can understand everything in it. He also heard about the frost vein for the first time. Not long after, Andal, who had panda eyes and didn't get enough rest, hurried into the hall. "Sir Richard." The voice was a bit cute. "I'm researching it. It's the last moment." Ever since she got the 5-star treasure, the psychic gem, which can improve the characteristics of the troops, the girl has plunged into research. After conquering the underground world for so long, the other party has never left the door of the blacksmith shop, and even sleeps on the floor of the blacksmith shop. Richard felt distressed and amused about this. She said unhappily, "Okay, there's no rush. Let's go back and rest for 2 days before researching." "What's the point of researching when you're exhausted?" Andel's face fell immediately, looking aggrieved. Rebecca and Clee looked at the girl with a few dust marks on her face with great curiosity. After Clee carefully sensed it, his heart trembled. The Ice and Snow Goddess is another hero with unlimited potential. In addition to the one that appeared on the city wall, this is the first one. The Frost Wolf territory is not so exaggerated. This Lord of God's grace is simply too much. Richard ignored the girl's little mood and simply recounted the transaction between the two parties. Then he said meaningfully, "Ms. Rebecca plans to exchange a frost mine for 5 years of flame dragon rabbit for production in Dusk City. What do you think?" Andel's originally dull look immediately became energetic like watered grass. He turned his head and looked at Rebecca in a hurry. "Frost ore? Can it produce frost ore full of ice magic?" Rebecca nodded confidently. "Yes." Andel was very excited after receiving a positive response. "My lord, frost ore can be forged into weapons with ice magic. Attacking the enemy will freeze the enemy. There is no other place to produce it except the Ice Empire. It is very precious," she said with her big eyes rolling. "But the flame dragon rabbit is also precious. Unless it is a giant frost ore, the value is not equal." Richard laughed dumbly. Not bad, he also knew to add chips for himself. Rebecca heard it and nodded decisively. "Yes, it is a giant frost ore." Andel's eyes curved into crescents. She turned her head and looked at Richard eagerly, as if to say that if you agree quickly, we will get a big bargain. Chapter 352. Richard looked at Andel, who was pursing her lips and blinking at him, and was inexplicably touched by this cute girl. After thinking for a moment, he stared at Rebecca. "Ms. Rebecca, the chips you offer are very sincere, but not enough. The Ice Empire is too far away from the desert. It is very difficult for us to travel tens of thousands of miles to mine a vein. Besides, frost ore is not necessary for us. Even if we get it, it is just icing on the cake." This is true. He has never seen frost ore. From what Andel said, although it is precious, it is not indispensable for the current Dusk City. The soldiers of Dusk City, from the beginning of recruitment, all have their own weapons, and he does not need to forge them extra. Only races like elves, orcs, and humans need to pay extra attention, because these races can not only recruit soldiers from the soldiers' nests, but also train the natives into the army. This is a racial talent. The barracks are used to transfer jobs for ordinary residents, but the development path of Twilight City is obviously different, and ordinary residents do not need to be converted into soldiers. All the weapons obtained from the underground world were sold in exchange for resources. Rebecca frowned subconsciously. She looked straight into the deep eyes in front of her, and her tone was serious. "Sir Richard, believe me, you will agree to this decision after you see the frost ore." Her original bargaining chip was not this very precious vein, but after coming to Twilight City, she saw Zong Zong's extraordinariness, which forced her to change the bargaining chip. The original exchange item was obviously not qualified to be brought to the negotiation table. This mysterious territory was not as simple as she imagined. But now a new problem has arisen after changing the chips. She was embarrassed to find that she did not carry the frost ore, so she could not show the extraordinary nature of this ore. At this moment, it was a little embarrassing. Andel was so anxious that she stared at him. If she had not been unable to make a decision, she would have agreed on the spot. Richard pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to speak again, Rebecca suddenly took out a treasure and put it on the table. "Sir Richard, how about I add this treasure as a chip?" Richard looked at it intently. It was a statue of a girl in a long skirt carved from ice and snow. It was crystal clear and exuded a hint of coldness. The statue was vivid, as if it could come to life at any time. Reaching out to take the statue, feeling the huge magic contained in it, he immediately became interested. He did not rush to respond, but opened the attribute panel first. After taking a look, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ice and Snow Elf statue. Level, 5 stars. Features, 1. Placed in the territory, the temperature of the territory can be adjusted freely. The highest temperature cannot exceed 27 degrees, the lowest temperature cannot be lower than -20 degrees, and it can be maintained all year round. 2. Can summon 100 ice and snow elves. The ice and snow elves have normal intelligence. When fighting, They can add magic to the army and cause negative effects such as freezing, cold, stiffness, and trembling to the enemy. 3. Can release the skill Ice Shield, which can condense the shield to protect the entire territory. Duration: 1 hour. Cooling time: 24 hours. You can input magic into the statue to extend the shield time. Introduction: a treasure made of the coldest ice, with powerful power. Wow, a 5-star treasure, and the attributes are still so outstanding. 3 skills, each more practical than the other. The first skill can be called a large air conditioner. This thing may not be useful in other territories, but this is a desert. The dry and hot weather is simply torture for ordinary people. A treasure that can adjust the temperature over a large range is amazing. The second skill, summoning ice and snow elves, is also good for fighting. What he values most is the ability to summon an ice shield. This skill makes up for the defensive weakness of Twilight City. And you can also input magic power to increase the duration of the shield. This undoubtedly directly hits the point he desires most in his heart, the safety of Twilight City. Richard was moved. This chip is obviously much more attractive than the pie drawn by the other party. This treasure can be exchanged for half a year's output of flame dragon rabbits in Twilight City. I need to see the frost mine before signing the rest of the deal. The moment the voice fell, Andel's eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled very happily, and the joy seemed to overflow from the bottom of her heart. That satisfied expression was pleasing to look at. Rebecca also smiled. Although this treasure is precious, it is nothing compared to controlling the Frostwolf family. Happy cooperation, Sir Richard. May the ice and snow goddess bless our cooperation. This transaction was not complicated, just a simple barter. After the general direction was agreed, the remaining details were quickly agreed. When both parties reached an agreement, Richard asked the key question. Ms. Rebecca, how can we guarantee the interests of both parties after our cooperation? This cooperation will last for several years. Rebecca looked at him in surprise, and said with a subtle look, You don't know about the ice and snow contract? Seeing Richard shaking his head, Rebecca explained with a smile. The ice and snow contract is the glory spread by the ice and snow goddess in the main plane. As long as the terms are signed on the ice and snow contract, the goddess will become the notary of the contract. Once anyone violates the terms of the contract, he will be punished by the goddess. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with pride. In the entire main plane, there are less than 10 gods who can notarize contracts, and our great ice and snow goddess is the most fair one. So a large number of merchants from other empires will come to buy the ice and snow contract specifically to let the goddess witness it. Richard nodded thoughtfully. This ice and snow goddess has some skills. Doing this not only makes her famous and makes money, but also spreads faith and expands influence. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As she spoke, Rebecca took out the translucent ice and snow contract. Richard opened the attribute panel and confirmed that the effect was as the other party said, and it would really be witnessed by the gods, so he was relieved. After writing down the terms, both parties signed their names. At the moment of signing the contract, he felt vaguely that he was being watched by the ice and snow goddess. A pair of indifferent eyes seemed to glance in this direction. Although it turned away, the sacred aura still made him admire it in his heart. Compared with the ice and snow goddess, the god of dog-headed man is nothing. The contract stipulates that the flame dragon rabbit fur produced by Dusk City within 5 years belongs to Rebecca, and at least 10,000 units are provided every month within half a year. After half a year, Dusk City cannot intercept more than 10%, and the retained ones cannot be sold to the Ice and Snow Empire. And Rebecca needs to pay the Ice and Snow Elf statue, and a frost vein located in the eternal land of frost. The 2 parties agreed that if Dusk City did not accept the frost vein, it would only provide half a year of output of flame dragon rabbit fur. The terms were simple and clear, without any extra nonsense, but because of the existence of the gods, the constraint effect was almost full. No one would risk being punished by the gods to violate the terms. Of course, if you want to die, that's another story. After the transaction was completed, Richard took the ice and snow elf statue in his hand and polished it carefully, and was very satisfied. This is a 5-star treasure. Normally, except for being a little easier in the dungeon, you can use points to exchange it. In the main plane, you can only have a chance to get it by taking a huge risk to capture some high-level maps. Moreover, this treasure also fills the gap in the defense of Dusk City. In the future, you don't have to worry about the enemy directly crossing the city wall and attacking the city. After the business was discussed, Richard took Rebecca to the breeding base for a walk. Rebecca was very satisfied watching the lively flame dragon rabbits walking around, while the goblins took the opportunity to collect the rabbit fur of the other side. This is the hope for the future. Not long after, 2 goblins appeared in Rebecca's sight, and they walked out with some unknown magical plant roots. Those roots exuded strong magical fluctuations, and judging from the tooth marks, they seemed to have just been eaten. Are these the food used by the Dusk City to feed the flame dragon rabbits? Rebecca and Clyde looked at them for a few more times. The goblin was sharp-eyed, and immediately covered the roots with something to prevent them from looking at them. Rebecca and Clyde looked at each other, and felt a little regretful. But they didn't investigate further. It was a secret that they could feed the flame dragon rabbits that no one knew how to raise, so they naturally couldn't know about it. However, Clay secretly memorized the shapes of those plants, thinking of asking someone to look for them later to see if they could find similar ones. Richard ignored the 2 people's gazes, and seriously introduced how difficult it was to raise them. After the flame dragon rabbit visited, he took the 2 people to the Elaeagnus angustifolia forest, and tasted the fresh desert crown honey. The wonderful taste made the 2 people's hearts fly. The sun sank on the earth, and the moon hung high in the sky. In the evening, Rebecca was welcomed with a sumptuous dinner. At the tea party after dinner, Richard asked the question that had been bothering him curiously. "Ms. Rebecca, the ice and snow empire is so cold, how do you grow food? And how do you prevent the food from being destroyed by wild monsters?" This question made Rebecca a little stunned. After thinking about it, she didn't hide it, and asked directly. "Our food is a plant called ice fruit, which likes cold and can take root in the ice. There is a piece of land in the Frost Wolf territory inside the iceberg, which is specially used to produce food and can supply millions of people. As for resisting danger, the enemies outside cannot enter unless they capture the entrance." Richard was a little disappointed. This experience was of no reference value to Twilight City. He wanted to find a safe place, but the terrain of the desert was too difficult for him. He didn't keep it a secret, and talked about the agricultural problems of Twilight City, and finally asked, "Is there any way to prevent the agriculture of Twilight City from being destroyed by war?" Rebecca shook her head decisively without thinking. "The desert is too barren, and the terrain is too monotonous. It is not suitable for agricultural development at all, or even for developing territory. Sir Richard, with your ability, you can definitely develop better if you leave the desert." Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I came here for you to give me advice, not for you to pour cold water on me. The disadvantages of the desert are numerous, but the advantages are also obvious. This vast desert is a natural shield. There are no enemies around that can threaten the City of Dusk. It can give him enough time to develop." After thinking about it, he was still unwilling and continued. "How do human cities deal with this problem?" Rebecca thought for a moment before speaking. "The geographical conditions of each territory are different, so it is difficult to summarize. But in general, it is still based on local conditions. There is always a way suitable for your own territory. As far as I know, some powerful forces will distribute production tasks, by land around dozens of cities, and share risks. Some also sign long-term contracts with some lords, who own manors, and even carry out targeted acquisitions. Some even occupy a plain for production." After hearing other methods, Richard didn't feel much. But the last sentence reminded him of the plain stone that he had been holding for a long time. In addition, he even had a world tree seed that could support a medium-sized plane. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed again. He felt that the safe production environment he wanted to find might be possible from these 2 treasures. But the biggest problem was how to make use of these 2 top treasures. Richard's thoughts began to turn. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any good solution. His head hurt. The plain stone was too advanced, and he didn't know how to use it at all. The world tree seed needs 100 drops of divinity to activate, and now Renee will input a drop of divinity into it every week. At the current speed, it will take more than a year to make it revitalized. Perhaps, I may have to wait until I enter the extraordinary level to use the 2 treasures. Richard smiled bitterly. Extraordinary. The most powerful boss in Twilight City, the Dark Valkyrie, is still 5 levels away from this level. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Not to mention the extraordinary, it will take a long time for him to reach level 15. He rubbed his temples with a headache, but didn't dwell on it. Anyway, the treasure is in hand, and it will come in handy sooner or later. After skipping this topic, Richard's thoughts suddenly jumped, and he thought of the blood coffin buried under the roots of the ancient tree of the evil god. This blood coffin was robbed by the orcs from the vampire castle near the Ice Empire. There is also a super vampire duke sleeping inside. If we can deal with this duke, can we use these 2 treasures in advance? He said with some deep meaning. Ms. Rebecca, I heard from my friends that there seem to be many vampires in the Ice Empire. I wonder if you have heard about those evil races. His subordinates are all undead. He said that others are evil races. Clee couldn't help but smile. Vampire? Rebecca raised her eyebrows, a little confused why Richard suddenly asked about this. Richard nodded slightly. Yes, there are traces of vampires near my friend's territory, so I want to find out more about this race. The girl's face relaxed, and she turned to look at the level 19 hero beside her. Grandpa Clee knows more about vampires than I do. He participated in the Blood War 30 years ago. Blood War. Can you tell me more about it? Hearing this unfamiliar word, Richard's interest soared. Is there a hidden secret? Looking at the enthusiastic Richard, Clee didn't want to refuse, and some memories appeared in his eyes. Sir Richard, 30 years ago, countless vampires lived on the land of the Ice and Snow Empire. Those evil creatures ruled a vast territory and had been collecting blood taxes from the humans below, requiring everyone to pay a certain amount of blood as tax every once in a while. At first, because vampires were so powerful, the Ice and Snow Empire was still in a cooperative relationship with them. But until a major earthquake caused an ancient relic to merge into the main plane, the situation changed. That relic, we call it the Land of Eternal Frost, and Frost or is its specialty. The vampires wanted to occupy the territory that was home to countless precious mineral veins, and the Ice and Snow Empire and an unprecedented conflict broke out. Under the astonishing wealth, anger continued to accumulate, and the two sides finally broke up completely. Finally, in the Land of Eternal Frost, the two sides launched a shocking war. Supernatural, legendary, and even demigods fell on the ice, and blood flowed into rivers, soaking the earth. In this battle, the Ice and Snow Empire won the final victory. The vampire high-ranking officials were killed, and their protector, a demigod-level blood prince, was killed on the spot. From then on, the number of vampires became fewer and fewer, and even gradually disappeared from sight. Only in some remote areas can traces of vampires be heard occasionally. Richard was thoughtful. Could the vampire duke sleeping in the blood coffin be the one who survived the war 30 years ago? His eyes narrowed slightly. He said with some deep meaning. Chapter 353. Ms. Rebecca, to be honest, I have captured a sleeping vampire before. The other party is quite powerful. I want to enslave him. I wonder if you have any ideas. Richard's voice sounded without any taboos. The good thing about the desert camp is that you can recruit any soldiers and heroes that suit you. You don't have to be as careful as the good camp. If the good camp recruits soldiers from the evil camp, the morale will drop in a minute, and there may even be defections in the battle. The Ice and Snow Empire is also a neutral camp. It has had a long-term cooperation with vampires before. Rebecca and Klein have no aversion to Richard's words. In the eyes of the neutral camp, kindness or evil is not that important. As long as it can be used, it's fine. They are absolutely practical. Sir Richard, can I know the other party's strength? The other party is sleeping in a special treasure, and the estimated level is not less than level 15. Richard naturally couldn't guarantee the bottom line, so he gave an ambiguous answer. If he could really learn how to subdue the vampire duke from the two of them, not to mention the combat power brought by the extraordinary, just the possibility of using the plain stone and the world tree seeds would be a big profit. A stable production base can be a perfect bonus for the farming business of Twilight City. Clee's heart trembled when he heard it. Level 15, Vampire Marquis, this must be another hero unit. He suddenly thought of the exaggerated number of heroes in Twilight City. Could it be that those heroes came from this? His eyes were full of envy. Why doesn't the lady have such good luck? If they had the number of heroes in Twilight City, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to control the Frostwolf family. Rebecca had the same feeling. Top heroes that were extremely rare outside did not seem to have the attribute of being rare in Twilight City. After thinking carefully, he said slowly, for vampires above level 15, the soul has been completely integrated into the body. This evil race has terrifying power. It is extremely difficult to enslave them. Rebecca answered seriously. It is difficult to work according to ordinary methods. Only the power of the gods can achieve your goal. Richard saw that the other party was not joking, and he also became interested. Ms. Rebecca, how can I get the power of the gods? The soul contract rewarded by the goddess of ice and snow. Rebecca's eyes were bright. The soul contract has the power of the goddess. There is no problem in using it to enslave a sleeping vampire. Not to mention it's only level 15. Even the extraordinary can't resist it. Richard's heart moved. He asked with a try mentality, but he didn't expect to get something. Asked softly, Ms. Rebecca, how can we get the contract granted by the ice and snow goddess? Does the Frostwolf family have one? Clee answered from the side. Sir Richard, the contract of the ice and snow goddess is given by the goddess herself. The number is extremely rare, and the price is even more expensive than the legendary treasure. The Frostwolf family does not have such a treasure. At present, except for the king who has one, I have never heard of anyone else having one. The tone of voice hesitated. If you want to get the soul contract, you must first establish friendship with the king. The words were not finished, but the meaning was also very clear. It was unlikely. Richard was not disappointed and thanked him seriously. He thought of the dark contract he got from the copy. This thing was also obtained by chance. In the future, he can collect intelligence in this direction. If he can't get the contract of the ice and snow goddess, he may not be unable to get the fire goddess. There will always be a way. As long as he doesn't open the blood coffin for the sake of death, there is still enough time for him. Rebecca asked curiously. Sir Richard, did you find the vampire you captured in the Ice and Snow Empire? Richard smiled and didn't hide it. Yes, I went to help a friend before and accidentally discovered the sleeping vampire. It's fate. My friend's territory is not far from the Ice and Snow Empire, so I asked you for information. After saying that, he thought of the guy who loved steamed buns. The underground world has been conquered by him. I don't know if the other party has found out more about the vampire castle. Next time, we can send troops to conquer the castle. He was very interested in attacking such advanced maps. Orcs could break through the vampire castle, so Dusk City could do the same. Expeditions against orcs and raising the underground world, these wars made Richard taste the taste of making extra money. Once those NPC cities with strong strength are successfully attacked, the gains are extremely considerable. He couldn't refuse such benefits. No one could refuse. Rebecca heard this, and her smart eyes turned slightly. She took out something from the space ring on her hand and handed it to Richard. Richard took it. It was a crystal clear ice and snow plate with a lifelike giant wolf carved on it. Sir Richard, this is a token of the Frostwolf family. You can give it to your friend, he said with a wink. You are so far away from the other party that it is difficult to take care of him all the time. After giving it to the other party, as long as he takes it to the territory of the Frostwolf family, he will definitely be treated well. Richard praised at his heart and thanked him with a smile. Although this thing is nothing in his eyes, it is definitely not inferior to a 5-star treasure for ordinary players. It is a great honor to be taken care of by the Frostwolf family in the Ice and Snow Empire. What made him even more impressed was that Rebecca knew how to behave. She was worthy of being trained by a great noble. Every move made people feel comfortable. After this scene, the atmosphere between the two sides became more harmonious. After chatting for a long time, Rebecca also had a better impression of Richard. The other party's conversation, temperament, vision, and mind, everything revealed during the contact, were all top choices. Suddenly, in the heated atmosphere, a maid walked into the room and reported that the elder of the Whitetail cat tribe, Brooke Whitetail, wanted to see him. Richard heard this, and did not hesitate to let the other party in. After the Whitetail cat tribe took over the winemaking workshop, the winemaking business finally got on track. The other party specifically reported that the first batch of white-tailed wine would be ready in the next 2 or 3 days. Brooke Whitetail, who looked old and looked like an old cat, walked into the room, followed by 2 young cat girls holding 2 trays covered with black cloth. Arriving at the long table, Brooke touched her chest and saluted. "Good night, master." Then he touched his chest to Rebecca and Clay. "Good night, distinguished guests." Rebecca and Clay did not dare to be arrogant and immediately stood up to return the greeting. Richard ignored these courtesies and looked at the trays held by the 2 cat-eared girls with curiosity. "Brooke, has the Whitetail Absolute Brewing been made?" Brooke said with a little excitement, "Yes, master." He then stepped forward and lifted the black cloth on the tray on the left. Swish, a transparent glass bottle filled with wine appeared in sight. The glass bottle was dotted with stars, as if there were galaxies flowing in it, with a unique charm. "We have brewed it successfully. Whitetail Absolute Brewing, the real Whitetail Absolute Brewing." Looking at the appearance of the Whitetail Absolute Brewing, which was almost the same as the one he brought back before, Richard was in a good mood. It's not easy. Since he planned to develop the winemaking industry, how much energy and resources has he spent? Almost every time he came back from going out, the first thing he did was to call Kalu to ask about the winemaking workshop. It's been almost half a year, and Twilight City finally has top-quality wine to show off. This is a hard-won achievement. Pour the wine, let the 2 guests, who have come from afar, taste the top-quality wine in Twilight City. Rebecca doesn't like wine very much, so she didn't care much. On the contrary, Klee looked at the Whitetail Absolute Brew curiously, which seemed to flow like a galaxy. The Ice Empire is located in a very cold place, and the demand for wine is particularly strong. He is an absolute wine fan. But because the cold is not conducive to brewing, most of the wine is strong, and good wine is rare. But as a member of the Frost Wolf family, a level 19 hero, what kind of wine do you want to drink? So Klee just took a curious look at it, and didn't take the Whitetail Absolute Brew to heart. Wine is not like other things. It's useless to look good. The truth is that it tastes good. The Frost Wolf territory also has a winemaking department, which has a history of at least 100 years, but it was not until the past 10 years that the quality of the wine has improved. Although this territory is extraordinary, for this industry that requires accumulation of foundation, it is probably only slightly better than vinegar. But as a guest, it is naturally not good to lose the other party's face. Klee showed a polite smile on his face, and did not take the so-called wine to heart at all. Brooke did not notice these details, and excitedly put the glass wine jar on the table, then slowly opened the lid, and filled a glass for each person. Klee, who was originally careless, was stunned when he smelled the smell when the wine glass was brought to him. Why is this fragrance so special? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and couldn't wait to take it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. A feeling of standing in the wilderness, and being brushed by the breeze emerged. The whole person seemed to float up. Good wine. Although he hadn't taken a sip yet, the special aroma of the wine had already made him feel relaxed and happy. Klee suppressed his excitement, and took a sip slowly. When the wine entered his mouth, the clear and mellow aroma exploded on his taste buds. He narrowed his eyes, and savored the wonderful taste carefully. After a long time, he swallowed it down with a gulp. The wine flowed into his stomach, exuding a warm breath, and then gradually flowed to his limbs. It was like soaking in warm water, and today's fatigue was swept away. Does this wine have additional properties? After a long time, Klee put down the wine glass, feeling the aftertaste in his mouth and the warmth from his limbs, and looked at Brooke in amazement. Is this wine called Baiwei Junyang? Brooke felt the change in the other party's mood, and felt quite proud. Yes, sir, this is the result of hundreds of years of research by the Whitetail Cat tribe. No one in this world can brew it except us. After saying that, he added another sentence. Even the Whitetail Cat tribe of other tribes can't do it. Klee gave a thumbs up sincerely. Ice and Snow Goddess, I swear, this is the top 5 wines I have ever drunk. Brooke smiled even more brilliantly. Rebecca also came back to her senses from the wine at this moment. Although she didn't feel much about wine, as a noblewoman trained by a great noble, wine tasting is just a daily training. Good or bad, you can taste it with half a mouthful. She felt that the several top wines developed by her family at a high price were not as good as this one in taste. After putting down the wine glass, her eyes showed strong interest. Sir Richard, does Dusk City have any plans to sell this wine? As long as the price is right, I buy it all. It's a huge profit to operate fine wine in the Ice and Snow Empire. Richard sneered. Of course there are, but the process of producing Whitetail Absolute Brew is difficult, and the price is not cheap. Rebecca nodded as a matter of course. Of course. After thinking for a while, she said directly, how about 50 units of rare resources to buy 1 unit of Whitetail Absolute Brew? This price is not low. The microveins of rare resources have a reserve of only 100 units. Although Richard has hundreds of thousands of units of rare resources, most of them are obtained by plundering orcs and grey dwarves. God knows how many years the other party has accumulated. But he didn't rush to agree, and turned to look at Brooke. How much Baiwei Junyang can we produce every month now? Brooke thought for a moment before answering. With the current productivity, we can produce 5,000 units every month. Richard nodded. This number was expected. Baiwei Junyang is a 4-star fine wine. The production process is not easy. It is impossible to achieve large-scale mass production in a short time. It is unrealistic. It has been calculated before that the production cost of each unit of Baiwei Junyang is around 10 units of rare resources. This has already included the costs of labor, raw materials, venues, etc. 5,000 units of production per month, sold at a price of 50 units of rare resources, then it is 250,000 units. After deducting the production cost of 50,000 units, 200,000 units of rare resources can be earned. Richard smiled brightly. He originally planned to use the Flame Dragon Rabbit to earn resources, but now he has made a deal with Rebecca and cannot sell it for the next 5 years. The Whitetail Absolute Brew can just fill this gap, and the gap in rare resources in the future will be greatly alleviated. After the level of the arm's nest is improved, the resources required for recruitment have changed from ordinary resources to rare resources. For example, for the dead stone statue, now each recruitment requires 200 units of crystal and 200 units of gems. Including the 11 nests that have been synthesized, the current weekly output of the dead stone statue is 110. To recruit all of them, it will cost 22,000 crystals and 22,000 gems. For weeks a month, it comes down to 176,000 units. This is just the current burden. If the arms nest continues to be upgraded in the future, the pressure on Dusk City will be even greater. Richard thought of this, and was very emotional. Although he made more and more money, he spent it faster and faster. We still need to continue to increase investment in key industries, such as alcoholic beverages. We need to earn more resources to ensure the rapid development of Twilight City's military power. In this world, strength is the eternal first priority. Dragons will not associate with ants. Without sufficient strength, Rebecca and CLE will probably not be so friendly to discuss cooperation with Twilight City today. Chapter 354. The deal for the Whitetail Absolute Brew was quickly concluded, as both parties were interested. The final price of the deal was raised from 50 units per unit of Whitetail Absolute Brew to 60 units. Richard and Rebecca were both very satisfied with this price. For Richard, this meant that 300,000 units of rare resources could be earned every month. After deducting 50,000 units of production costs, there would still be 250,000 units of net profit, which could fully cover the resources needed to recruit the dead statues. For Rebecca, this level of fine wine meant more than just earning resources. She now controlled part of the Frostwolf family's wine sales channels. With this fine wine, her performance would undoubtedly be more impressive. Both parties got what they needed. After the discussion, Richard continued, "Ms. Rebecca, I will go to Solen City in 2 days. If we can find a suitable place, Dusk City will establish a Chamber of Commerce in Solen City. In the future, you can go directly to the Chamber of Commerce in Solen City to exchange materials, and you don't need to spend a long time crossing the desert." The idea of establishing a Chamber of Commerce in Solen City came to him during a conversation with Rebecca. In the future, Dusk City cannot continue to develop in silence, and it is inevitable to trade with the outside world. The special rules of the Death Desert will make flying soldiers lost and finally fall into various terrifying places, so they can only travel on the ground. But this undoubtedly increases the difficulty of trade. The solution is not difficult. Since it is not easy for you to come, why don't you go out of Dusk City? His talent has given the residents of Dusk City a very special attribute, never getting lost in the desert. This gives the City of Dusk the capital to trade in the Death Desert. The Grey Dwarves are already developing desert transportation. When the sandworms grow up, they can trade on a regular basis. If there are important materials, flying troops can be sent there. It's a pity that the number of space treasures in Glorious Era is very rare and cannot be popularized on a large scale, otherwise it would be easy. Rebecca was quite surprised when she heard this. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce in Solen City? That's great. The long journey in the desert this month has almost left her with a psychological shadow. If possible, she doesn't want to enter the desert again in her life. Enough. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Sir Richard, I have a medium-sized manor in Solen City. If you don't mind, I hope to give it to you as a testimony of our friendship." Richard looked at the girl's serious expression and felt deeply. As a partner, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family has done her best. Even if you try to find fault, you can't find any fault. Giving a token and a manner, this kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have. No need to be polite at the moment. In that case, I will accept it. She raised the wine glass in her hand to signal. "Miss Rebecca, I am very happy to meet you. May our friendship last forever under the blessing of the goddess of ice and snow." From Miss to Miss, this title silently represents the closer relationship between the two. Rebecca naturally noticed this, and the smile in her eyes was equally bright. Raise the glass. May our friendship last forever. After the two drank it all, the atmosphere rose to a higher level. After Richard put down his glass, he looked at the girl with a faint blush on her face with some curiosity. "Miss Rebecca, as the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf, even if the Flame Dragon Rabbit is precious, you don't have to come here in person, right? Few people are willing to endure such a harsh environment as the desert for a month. With the other party's status, there is no need to take risks at all." Looking at the charming existence in front of her, Rebecca's eyes flashed with a subtle light. After taking a deep breath, she said slowly, "Some things have to be done. I want to control the Frostwolf family." Richard frowned, and then relaxed. Because the creator god of Glorious Era is a goddess, the status of women is extremely high, and there is no idea that women cannot be in power. But the key point is not whether Rebecca is a man or a woman, but in such a big family, you don't have to think about how fierce the competition is. You want to be the clan leader, but others don't? We all have the same blood. You are so great just because you were born a few days earlier? Naturally, whoever has outstanding ability will be the leader. Rebecca obviously wants to make some achievements. After finding out the other party's purpose, she looked straight at the girl. She said in a deep voice, "Miss Rebecca, as a friend, I will do my best to support you. I am looking forward to seeing the Frost Wolf family welcome a new Grand Duke." Feeling the sincerity in the words, Rebecca was slightly stunned, and then her face was like a spring flower, blooming with dazzling brilliance. For some reason, the pressure that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time suddenly dissipated for the most part at this moment. It seemed to be a particularly happy thing to be recognized by Richard. "Sir Richard, thank you. The Frostwolf family, with me here, we will not be controlled by others." She once swore to the goddess that her mother's last wish would be fulfilled. No one can stop it. Richard also heard the determination in the girl's tone. His thoughts began to diverge in this direction. Although the Ice and Snow Empire is far away from the desert, it is not a bad thing to support an ally with strong power. And the two sides now have a foundation for deep cooperation. The Ice and Snow Empire has a lot of good things. Especially the soul scroll rewarded by the Ice and Snow Goddess. Only the royal family of the Ice and Snow Empire has one. This is the best solution known to enslave the vampire duke in the blood coffin. But he is unfamiliar with the place, and it is too difficult to get the soul scroll. It is not realistic to leave the City of Dusk and go to the Ice and Snow Empire for a long time to plan. But what if it was the Frostwolf family? As a Grand Duke family, its status in the Ice and Snow Empire is extraordinary. If Rebecca could get to the top, after controlling the Frostwolf family, and help him with all her strength, it might not be impossible to get the Soul Scroll. More importantly, the Death Desert is tens of thousands of miles away from the Ice and Snow Empire, and the climate is extremely cold in one and hot and dry in the other, so there is no conflict between the two sides. Even if Rebecca becomes the king of the Ice and Snow Empire in the future, she will not do anything harmful to the Dusk City. There will be no future troubles. Thinking of this, Richard suddenly laughed again. It seems that he thought too much. The current Dusk City does not have the power to support the eldest daughter of a Grand Duke. But it's not wrong to prepare for a rainy day. Dusk City will eventually grow up. The competition for the heir of the Frostwolf family will not be a short-term thing. After waiting for another year or so, the role that Dusk City can play will inevitably become more and more important. It may not be the last feather on the scale. He withdrew his thoughts and looked directly at the elegant girl in front of him. He said slowly, "Although Dusk City is not strong at present, it has its own strengths. Miss Rebecca, I wonder what you lack. If I can help, I will not refuse." This touched Clee next to him. He thought that Richard was just being polite, but he didn't expect that the other party was serious. Rebecca's eyes were as bright as stars, and she smiled. "Sir Richard is thoughtful. Dusk City can provide a large amount of rabbit fur steadily, which is the greatest help to us." Richard smiled. "Of course." Then, he was a little curious. "I wonder what Miss Rebecca is going to do with these rabbit furs. Make warm equipment?" Rebecca nodded generously. "Yes, the coldness in some areas of the Ice and Snow Empire is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Apart from the ice and snow elements, almost no life can survive in those areas. And it just so happens that in some extremely cold places, there are veins that can produce top-grade ores and hard-to-find magical plants. Although top-grade equipment has the ability to keep out the cold, the cost is too high, and it is impossible to popularize it on a large scale. On the contrary, the rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit is very suitable for equipping ordinary troops. In addition, these rabbit furs also contain powerful magic power. If made in a special way, they can be forged into equipment that reduces the damage of ice magic. The value is immeasurable. I see. Richard immediately realized the value of the flame dragon rabbit. This thing is definitely a strategic treasure in the Ice and Snow Empire. No wonder the other party came all the way here in person. He also felt a little interesting in his heart. Who would have thought that the specialty of the desert would play an important role in the extremely cold area tens of thousands of miles away? The world is full of wonders. After getting the answer, Richard did not ask any more questions and changed the topic. Miss Rebecca, after you return to the Ice and Snow Empire, if possible, please help me find out more about the Soul Scroll. Rebecca blinked. It seems that the vampire is very important to you. Very important. The extraordinary power is the top existence, no matter which force it is placed in. For the City of Dusk, it is completely equivalent to obtaining nuclear weapons, and it is not too important to attach too much importance to it. I will go to the City of Frost next month, and then I will ask the king to give me this treasure, Rebecca said, with a helpless look in her eyes. But this is the goddess's gift, and His Majesty the king may not reward it. Sir Richard, don't hold out your hopes. Hearing this, Richard was quite touched. He didn't expect the other party to be able to do this. It's not easy. He nodded slowly. Rebecca, thank you for your help. It would be best if it succeeds, but it won't affect anything if it doesn't. The blood coffin is still there, and the vampire duke can't run away for a while. Rebecca, who was only called by her name without the suffix Miss or Ms., was not only not unhappy at this moment, but was particularly happy in her heart. You are polite, Sir Richard. As friends, it is right to help each other. Richard looked at the smiling face and relaxed a little. Yes, we are friends. At this point, the main topic has been discussed clearly. Richard looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock, so he ended the tea party tonight. He waved to the maid who was looking at the corner and felt sleepy, and asked her to take Rebecca to the guest room to rest. Clee insisted on living with the soldiers of the caravan, and Richard didn't care, so he asked someone to take him to the barracks. Those level 15 soldiers were arranged here. Rebecca came to the guest room on the second floor of the Lord's mansion under the guidance of the maid. After washing up, Rebecca changed into plain clothes. When she was about to let the maid leave and go to bed, a small head suddenly appeared at the door. Rebecca sensed a strange breath and immediately turned her head to look. A shy centaur appeared in her sight. Is this the centaur hero on the city wall? She immediately stood up and smiled and nodded. Good night, centaur lady, Rebecca greets you. Although it was unclear why this strange hero came at this time, he still maintained sufficient courtesy. Noble cultivation. After being discovered, Amirida walked into the house a little shyly. Then she looked at Rebecca with curiosity. Good night, Sister Rebecca, Amirida greets you. As she spoke, she showed some excitement on her face. Are you from the Ice and Snow Empire? My father said that the Ice and Snow Empire is very cold, and it will snow a lot. Sister Rebecca, does it really snow in the sky? What does snow look like? Hearing the childish tone, Rebecca was a little surprised. But seeing those pure eyes without a trace of impurities, he seemed to think of something and showed a kind smile on his face. It will snow. The snow is pure white, like cotton. When it snows heavily, it will cover the ground. It looks like the ground is covered with cotton. Long-lived races, like elves, often reach adulthood after 200 or 300 years. The centaur in front of him is also for a similar reason, looks older, but is actually still a child. Childishness and innocence cannot be acted out by acting. That kind of childish posture cannot be fake. Amirida's eyes are bright. It's great. I must ask my father to take me to the Ice and Snow Empire to see the snow in the future. Children in dry and hot areas always have a strong curiosity and yearning for snow. Rebecca was a little surprised. Father? Is your father Lord Richard? Amirida nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Father is the best to me. Looking at the body with the lower half of the body as a horse, Rebecca looked a little strange. Sir Richard is really good at playing. But after thinking about it, the other party is so young, it should be impossible for him to have such a big daughter. Is this centaur the other party's adopted daughter? It makes sense to think so. After all, if it is a biological child, it would be too heavy. After confirming that the other party is really a child, Rebecca put down her guard and started chatting with Amirida. Not long after that, she began to like this little guy who looked 16 or 17 years old, but was still about 4 or 5 years old in her mind. Her face was full of maternal love. But the good times didn't last long. After chatting for more than half an hour, Amirida suddenly seemed to think of something, slapped her head, exclaimed, and stood up quickly. Sister Rebecca, I almost forgot that I still have to go to class. Today is Teacher Ma's class. I'm late. Teacher Ma is very strict and will slap your palms. Rebecca looked at the startled little centaur and was immediately in tears. Don't worry, I asked for your help. Is that Teacher Ma and your private teacher? No, Teacher Ma is everyone's teacher. You can't stay any longer. If you go too late, the square will be full and you won't be able to find a good seat. Square. Rebecca was a little surprised. This hero with unlimited potential is taking classes in the square? At this moment, he suddenly thought of what Onyx said, that Dusk City imparts knowledge to every resident. Is this true? The other party didn't lie to him? He immediately became very interested. Amirida, Can I go to class with you? The little centaur nodded happily. Of course, Mr. Maine's class is very interesting. After receiving a positive answer, Rebecca did not delay, and went downstairs with the little horse with strong curiosity. After walking out of the Lord's mansion, she immediately found that the small square in front was already crowded with people. Old people with gray hair, children of 7 or 8 years old, aunts in their 40s and 50s, uncles with calloused hands. This complex personnel composition shocked Rebecca. When she was in class, her companions were all dressed neatly and politely. When had she ever seen such a scene? In the dense crowd, there was a small platform next to the residential area. A blackened wooden board was hung on the wall, and a middle-aged man was writing something on it with white stone. After writing it down, he turned around and said loudly to the residents below, "Let's learn these words today. Everyone, read it aloud with me." Then the middle-aged man picked up a wooden stick and pointed at one of the words and read it aloud. The residents below immediately started to read along. Rebecca looked at the residents of the City of Dusk, who were taking notes and reading along carefully under the light of animal fat. She was stunned. Although the readings were uneven, they touched her heart. Although the teaching was so shallow, at this moment, the expressions of those ordinary residents with rough palms and old faces, who had been working for many years, who were reading aloud carefully, gave her an indescribable shock. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand why this territory looked so different from beginning to end. Because the owner of this city really treated these inconspicuous residents as individuals. These low-level residents, in other territories, would not even have the qualifications to study, let alone be human beings. They can only become the labor tools of the Lord's slavery. How precious is knowledge! Want to learn these tools? Dream on, even in the Frostwolf territory. If she learns the way of Twilight City, I am afraid that the family members will turn upside down the next day. The knowledge that only nobles can master, those lowly poor people are also qualified? Why should they? It is because she knows the cruelty of the rules of this world that she is so shocked by the serious eyes of those inconspicuous civilians at this moment. Perhaps, only a lord with such courage can build an amazing city in a barren desert in just a few months. Twilight City, Richard. After Rebecca murmured several times, her eyes shone with an extremely bright light. She has never believed so firmly that the name Richard will one day resound throughout the main plain. This city will eventually rise. Chapter 355. The next day, Richard found Rebecca a little tired while eating lunch, as if she had not slept all night. When asked the reason, she just smiled and shook her head, without saying much. Richard did not delve into it, just thinking that she was not used to the unfamiliar environment. After finishing the meal, he suddenly remembered that the ice and snow elf statue had not been used yet. He did not hesitate, and went straight out of the Lord's mansion. Under the curious eyes of the passing residents, he placed this 5-star treasure in the small square in front of the Lord's mansion. Ding, do you want to place the ice and snow elf statue here? Note, after placing it, the body will return to its original size, and cannot be moved anymore. Confirm. The moment you make the choice. The miniature statue on the ground instantly burst into a blue light. It was as if a blue sun rose from the earth. The body that can be held in the hand and played with quickly grew like a balloon. In just a dozen breaths, a 5-meter-high statue rose from the ground. The statue itself is crystal clear, exuding a refreshing chill. The sculpture is of a young girl in a long skirt, with a clever and lifelike posture, as if she were alive. After the statue was restored to its original appearance, the blue light surged around like a wave. In the area where the light spread, the residents watching the excitement suddenly felt the temperature drop rapidly, the heat dissipated, and was replaced by a comfortable coolness. The eyes of the people around were full of surprise and surprise. It's cooler. That statue can withstand the temperature of the sun. It's so comfortable. Praise the Lord. What is this? Why is it so cool? In the scorching desert, even in the second half of the night, when the temperature is the lowest, it is still hot and unbearable. At this moment, the temperature suddenly dropped from 37 or 38 degrees to 25 or 26 degrees, which made everyone feel comfortable at home. Some nobles would prepare cool ice cubes to relieve the heat in summer, but that was a treatment only for nobles, and ordinary civilians were not qualified to enjoy it. The blue energy emitted by the ice and snow statue stopped quietly after spreading to the city wall, just covering the City of Dusk, without any extra energy. At this moment, whether in the street square outside or in the building, everyone could feel the temperature dropping. The coolness made the residents restless, and many people left the house in surprise, asking excitedly what happened. Not long after, knowing that this was done by Richard and that the City of Dusk would always be shrouded in coolness in the future, the whole city became noisy. And the voices shouting "Long live the Lord" were endless. In the hot summer, turning on the air conditioner is simply a beautiful thing in the world. Richard looked at the excited crowd and smiled. The three great artifacts of summer are air conditioner, watermelon, and Wi-Fi. He already has an air conditioner, and he has a 3-star treasure, 100 acres of watermelon field, which can be cultivated at any time. The only regret is that there is no Wi-Fi, but there is a forum where you can see the wonderful speeches of sand sculpture players, so it is not lonely. Ignoring the excited residents, Richard looked at the ice and snow elf statue that seemed to come alive at any time, and his mind moved. The next second, the blue light emitted by the statue suddenly became brighter, and streams of energy turned into streams of light, and quickly condensed in the air. After a few breaths, the sharp-eyed residents discovered that the blue energy had condensed into a petite figure with wings. After a moment, the shadow took shape, and everyone saw the other party's face clearly, and they were immediately amazed. So beautiful. The mysterious existence condensed by blue energy was only 1 meter tall, and looked extremely petite. The other party was wearing a blue long skirt, shining in the sunlight, very beautiful. There was a pair of wings carved from ice, and snow growing behind her, like a flower fairy in mythology and legend. The face was even more exquisite and perfect, as cute as a porcelain doll. The second characteristic of the ice and snow elf statue. It can summon 100 ice and snow elves. The ice and snow elves have normal intelligence. When fighting, they can add magic to the army and cause negative effects such as freezing, cold, stiffness, and trembling to the enemy. Under Richard's control, the energy in the sky was condensing rapidly, and soon, 100 ice and snow elves appeared in the air. After these little guys were born, they immediately turned their big blue eyes and looked at everything in the Dusk City with curiosity. Some of the bold ones flew to the ground from time to time, watching the residents battling something. These little guys almost melted the surrounding residents. In addition, the coolness they exuded made the surrounding people more fond of them, and they all smiled and got close to these special lives and played with them. And those little guys were not shy, but very bravely fluttered their wings and played with the residents. This scene looked full of the flavor of a fantasy world. At this moment, a chubby ice elf flew to Richard, and the other party tilted his round face and looked at him with some doubts. The tip of her nose moved slightly, and after smelling his scent, her eyes immediately curved into crescents. Babbling, mumbling incomprehensible words like a baby, flapping her wings and flying over to him. She hugged Richard's neck with her chubby hands, rubbed her face against him, and showed a satisfied smile in her eyes. Soon, more ice elves found Richard, and then a large group of little guys swarmed in and wrapped him up. His whole body seemed to be full of fruits. Even a little guy rode on his neck, waving his hands happily. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and it took a lot of effort to get out of the heavy encirclement. Finally, looking at the chaotic flying scene, he couldn't help but have a headache. The introduction said it well, these little guys are smart, but they are all too smart for children. After thinking about it, he appointed 10 ice elves as team leaders to manage other companions. Although they couldn't understand the other party's babbling baby talk, the information transmitted directly with mental power still let these little guys know the meaning. With the captain, the chaotic situation was slightly regulated. After these curious ice and snow elves dispersed, the Dusk City immediately added interesting scenery. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you have changed the living environment of Dusk City, the comfort level has been greatly improved, and the public opinion of Dusk City has increased by 1. The current public opinion is 94. Richard was delighted. The public opinion has increased again? 94 points? He didn't know what the highest public opinion of other players' territories was, but judging from the difficulty of improvement, 94 points was definitely the best in the field. According to the previous rules, an increase to 95 points will inevitably activate new features. I wonder what bonuses can be obtained. I was looking forward to it. The only pity is that, after the people's hearts reach 90 points, it becomes more and more difficult to improve. If you want to improve to 95 points, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. And the ultimate goal of 100 points is even more difficult. He shook his head, and didn't hesitate much. He looked at the third characteristic of the ice and snow elf statue. Ice shield. It can condense a shield to protect the entire territory. Duration, 1 hour, cooling time, 24 hours, you can input magic power into the statue to extend the shield time. This 5-star treasure is the most important feature for him. It can be said that its value lies. Richard's face was a little serious. He turned his head to look at the dark Valkyrie, who followed silently beside him. You go outside the city and wait for orders. Yes, master. When the dark Valkyrie left, the yellow sand light on Richard's body dissipated and enveloped the ice and snow elf statue. In an instant, the statue exuded a cold energy, like a storm passing through. Before I could blink, the energy surged to the surrounding city walls. Crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Starting from the city wall, a semi-transparent solid ice grew wildly. The naked eye could hardly keep up with the speed of the solid ice condensation. In a few breaths, the solid ice shield protected the Dusk City, shaped like an upside-down bowl on the ground. Looking from the inside, the sunlight shone in the semi-transparent solid ice, scattering various strange colors, magnificent. The defense condensed by the 5-star treasure, the frozen shield. Richard was very interested. I wonder what the real defense is? Immediately let the Dark Valkyrie outside the city use the strongest attack to attack the frozen shield. The next second after the order was issued, the dazzling blade light cut through the sky and earth. Crack, the moment the heavy shield and the sharp spear collided. The blade light disappeared, and the ice shield shattered in large pieces. The outermost area attacked was covered with dense cracks, as if it would break in the next second. Richard looked down and saw that the shield, which could last for an hour, suddenly dropped by 20 minutes after this attack. The ice and snow elf statue dimmed visibly. A 5-star treasure can only block 3 swords from the opponent at most. He felt a little subtle, and didn't know whether the Dark Valkyrie was too strong or the shield was not thick enough. His mind moved. The magic power in his body began to be madly input into the statue. Not long after, the originally dim light became dazzling again, and the broken ice in the sky began to repair rapidly after receiving magic support. After noticing this scene, his heart was at peace. As long as the magic power is enough, it can fully support the shield for a long time. After having a rough idea of the defense strength, Richard ordered the troops inside the shield to attack. What made him quite excited was that the opponent's shield had considerable defense. When attacking from the inside, the shield would not hinder the internal attack at all. It would even cause a certain amount of frost damage to the arrows. He was very satisfied with this. It was indeed a 5-star treasure. It was extraordinary. After Rebecca rested in Dusk City for 2 days, she proposed to go back in the morning of September 25th. The established goal had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. Next, how to make the flame dragon rabbit for work better was the key. Hearing this, Richard smiled and responded. And he proposed to send her off, and by the way, go to Solen City to settle the matter of the Dusk City Chamber of Commerce. Rebecca's face was full of surprise when she heard that Richard was going to go with them. Sir Richard, this is the best news I have heard today. The road is long, and the half-month journey is too long. It is definitely a good thing to have someone to talk to. Clee and the guards around him are old acquaintances. It is really boring to be silent for half a day on the road. Richard did not say much nonsense and immediately summoned the army. He planned to go to Solen City before Rebecca came, but it was delayed by the arrival of the other party. Now he is a company, and at the same time, Rebecca promised to give him a manor, and this time he went to hand it over. He will not be polite to this rich woman, with the status of the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. Richard only plans to go with the Air Force this time. It takes too much time to travel by ground. Before the Grey Dwarves developed transportation, he would not try this slow journey. The heroes accompanying this trip are Alvis, Dark Valkyrie, Renee and Cena. They are all top-level beings. Amirita, Gunter, Grey, and the Ancient God Tree stayed in Twilight City. With the Ancient God Tree, he was not worried about the safety of Twilight City, not to mention that he had obtained the ice and snow elf statue. If he really couldn't beat them, he would open the shield and wait for the Ancient God Tree to come to support him. Half an hour later, the caravan brought by Rebecca gathered next to the ice and snow elf statue. Everyone brought enough food and water for the journey. Looking at the skeleton blood dragons and the stone statues of the dead that kept gathering, the girl was a little puzzled. Judging from this, the City of Dusk is planning to use flying troops to travel. He looked at Clee. Grandpa Clee, doesn't Lord Richard know that flying troops cannot be used for a long time in the Death Desert? No one can resist the almost regular power of loss. Once the flying time reaches a certain limit, you will lose your mind. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless people have thought of ways to crack it, but none of them worked in the end. Unless the flying troops are used as ground troops and are not allowed to take off from beginning to end, then wouldn't it be redundant to bring flying troops? After thinking for a moment, Clee smiled. It is said that the life living in the Death Desert has a certain range of activity space, and only after leaving this range will they get lost. Perhaps, Lord Richard is using flying troops to send us a distance, and then let the army return when we reach the zero boundary. Rebecca nodded suddenly. That makes sense. Richard was unaware of the two's doubts. After explaining to the heroes who stayed behind, he directly asked Rebecca's caravan to put all the goods on the backs of the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead. Rebecca did not hesitate and immediately ordered to cooperate. The work efficiency of the extraordinary world was very exaggerated. Not long after, the materials were transferred, including more than 2 squadrons of 15th level soldiers, all sat on the backs of the stone statue of the dead. Rebecca and Clee were arranged to ride the skeleton blood dragon. After Richard confirmed that everything was ready, he ordered to take off without hesitation. Under the gaze of the residents below, the army immediately spread its wings and flew. But just when it flew halfway, an accident occurred. Rebecca suddenly found that the camels and horses of the Chamber of Commerce were still tied in the corner of the square. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Richard, who was riding on Albus not far away. He shouted loudly, "Sir Richard, our camels and horses are still downstairs." Richard looked down. "I know." Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Without horses and camels, our journey will be delayed by many times." Clee also spoke up. "Sir Richard, although the flying troops can take us part of the way, it is too tiring to walk such a long distance behind. Why not let some of the troops go down and ride on horses and camels, and we will wait for them in front?" Richard looked at the 2 people who kept persuading him and smiled. "Who said we have to stop halfway?" Rebecca and Clee looked at each other, both a little confused. "Not stopping halfway? What are you going to do? Can you fly directly?" Rebecca was shocked. "Sir Richard, you don't want to ride the flying troops to Solen City, do you?" Seeing the other party nod, the girl's expression became very interesting. Immediately anxiously said, "Sir Richard, you may not know that the Death Desert cannot." Richard waved his hand. "I know that flying troops will get lost in the Death Desert." Rebecca didn't understand now. "Then you are?" Richard said slowly. "Rebecca, this is the City of Dusk. That rule is invalid for us." "Invalid?" After saying that, he looked around. "Let's go!" All the troops immediately flapped their wings and flew eastward. Looking at Richard, who was left with only his back in the blink of an eye, Rebecca was shocked. That heroic figure seemed to have the heroic spirit of conquering the world. He didn't say much, but it was more important than 1,000 pounds. "I can't tell what I feel at this moment. This is Twilight City." Such a simple sentence, why is her heart trembling? The shock in Clee's heart at this moment is much stronger than Rebecca's. Not limited by the lost rules, this sentence is simple, but it represents too many things. This is the Death Desert. For many years, many forces have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to invest, but they can't break the power of rules. Now it is invalid for Twilight City. This means that in the huge Death Desert, Twilight City can travel freely. This is the power that many forces and chambers of commerce dream of. Twilight City, which has a high status at his heart, has soared again at this time. From entering this territory to leaving, the impact he has received in the past few days is more than he has in 10 years. Perhaps, some people are born extraordinary. Clee let out a long breath, his eyes dim. "When I go back, I must persuade Miss Rebecca to keep a relationship with Twilight City, and never miss this territory with unlimited potential." He had an inexplicable feeling that perhaps in the future, the Dusk City could play a huge role in the fight for the family heir. Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Rebecca beside him, wanting to remind her, but the next moment, he found that his worries seemed a little redundant. The girl looked at the figure that had already flown away, and there was a bright light in her eyes that she had never seen before. Chapter 356. Flying in the endless desert, a sense of desolation hits you. The yellow sand land always makes people feel heroic. Richard, riding on the back of Albus, is looking forward to the next journey. Solen City. From the day when Anik, the merchant hero of the Lanwihui Chamber of Commerce, came to Dusk City, he has been curious about this city on the edge of the desert, which is said to be extremely glorious. He never had the opportunity before, but now he finally has time to come. This is also the first time he has gone to an NPC city in nearly half a year since he came to this world. Although he always sees other players discussing it on the forum, the information is not enough for him to form an intuitive feeling. There are 3 goals for this trip to Solen City. First, to establish a chamber of commerce and open up trade with the outside world. In the previous transactions with the Lanwihui Chamber of Commerce, Dusk City has always been passive and can only wait for the other party to take the initiative. Once a Chamber of Commerce is established in Solen City, Dusk City will have the initiative. The benefits of having a Chamber of Commerce are self-evident. Overproduction can be sold actively, and lack of supplies can be purchased freely. And the most important point is that the resources currently controlled by the indigenous people are far beyond the reach of players. The trading forum cannot meet all the needs of the City of Dusk. The second purpose is to find out how to use the plain stone and the world tree seeds. He originally wanted to explore how to build an agricultural area that is not disturbed by the outside world. But after getting the methods of other forces from Rebecca, he felt helpless. Because the experience of those lords is useless to him, the desert is too barren and does not have the conditions of the other party. This made him change his mind. Having treasures of the level of the plain stone and the world tree seed in his hands is a luxury. If he can use them, he may be able to solve this problem that is giving him a headache, and he may get more at that time. The system's introduction to the world tree seed has a clear description, which is enough to support a medium-sized plane. This made him imagine infinitely. Third, look for treasures like the Dark Contract and the Soul Contract, and try to subdue the sleeping vampire Duke in the blood coffin. The existence of the extraordinary level is undoubtedly a nuclear weapon level power. The earlier the vampire Duke is enslaved, the more security of the Dusk City will be guaranteed. The Soul Contract of the Ice and Snow Goddess is only owned by the royal family of the Ice and Snow Empire. It is too difficult to obtain it, and you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Thinking about this, Richard took a deep breath. The Death Desert will merge with other planes, this sword of Damocles, which makes him always tense. Don't dare to take it lightly. The only thing he could do was to make the City of Dusk stronger as soon as possible. The Knoll God lurking in the darkness was still planning how to flatten the City of Dusk. The pressure he faced was not small. This world was not a safe world. Although the current City of Dusk had grown to a height that could sweep away any player. But for the indigenous forces that had existed for who knows how many years, the foundation was still too shallow. The sense of urgency in his heart, in addition to the current situation, was also largely due to the uncertainty of the future. From the information of other players, it can be learned that the current main plane looks very peaceful. There weren't even many large forces colliding. But this is often the most fatal. This is Glorious Era. Gods, abyss, undead, hell, all kinds of hidden dangers are lurking. According to the game settings, when the players grow up, huge turmoil will inevitably break out. Either the abyss is broken or the undead disaster. These plots are too familiar to him. That classic game, Warcraft, has swept the undead disaster so many times. And the fact that the Death Desert will merge with other planes in the future is even more powerful evidence. If you don't achieve your goal this time, after you come back, go to the rule-broken land where a Mirida is sealed. Try to get the World Tree Seed, and the method of using the plain stone from the remnant soul of the god. Among the high-level maps currently known, the one that makes Richard most excited is the rule-broken land. The revived god is like a young girl who has lifted her skirt to her waist, tempting him all the time. The last time he went there, the remaining soul of the god was frightened by the statue of the old god and hid in the broken kingdom of God. He was not sure that he could defeat the other party at that time, so he did not take action. Now, he has the Dark Valkyrie, Renee, and the ancient tree of the evil god that is about to transform. He has the strength to go and explore the depth. The god definitely knows how to use the plain stone. It depends on whether he can get what he wants. In addition to this god, the Dark Monarch, who is imprisoned in the dungeon and has reached extraordinary strength, has always been in his mind. Breaking through the dungeon will subdue the other party. This is a huge challenge. If he can get the treasure to enslave the Vampire Duke in Solen City this time, then the gods of the Broken Rule Land and the Dark Lord in the dungeon will all become meat on his chopping board. In this situation, a supernatural power is enough to change the current balance of power. Richard's meditation did not affect the army's journey. However, due to the heavy load, the flying speed was not as fast as expected. But the speed of nearly 150 kilometers per hour is still difficult to achieve by ground marching. It only took 1 day, and the long journey was close to 1/3, and this was because of the 7 or 8 hours of rest at night. September 26th, noon, during the flight. Rebecca suddenly drove the skeleton blood dragon to speed up and approach Richard, with a somewhat anxious tone. "Sir Richard, there is a special or area ahead, we'd better take a detour." Richard looked at the girl with some curiosity. "Or area? What ore?" "An ordinary glass vein, but the ore area is exposed on the ground." Richard looked into the distance, and under the sun, a bright light flashed. "Is there any problem?" Rebecca's face became serious. "When we came here, we encountered a group of desert dragons in this area. Of the 3 squadrons of level 15 soldiers I brought, nearly 1 squadron was killed here." "Desert dragon?" This familiar name suddenly reminded Richard of the level 15 desert dragon he found when he first entered the single-player copy of the Burning Village. The other party's majestic figure left a deep impression on him. It was that quick glimpse that made him determined to catch a dragon as a mount. After obtaining Alvis and the skeleton blood dragon in the copy, his dream was fulfilled, and his obsession with the desert dragon gradually faded. Unexpectedly, he heard the news from the other party again. He immediately became interested. How many desert dragons are there? How strong are they? He had no interest in enslaving normal lives that needed logistical supplies, but the number of skeleton blood dragons needed to be expanded. The desert was too barren, and there were too few lives with dragon blood, which resulted in him having only 12 teams of skeleton blood dragons. Even recruiting one more Crown 1-star soldier would be a big profit. Rebecca saw his surprise, and was a little amused. Why did the other party think differently from normal people? That was a dragon. But after the girl looked down at the skeleton blood dragon sitting down, she understood something. Maybe it was because of these undead dragons? It was no secret that the undead used corpses to recruit soldiers. Even children of 3 or 5 years old knew it. The number of desert dragons attacking us is more than 2 squadrons, with levels between 15 and 17, led by a level 17 dragon hero. Because the enemy occupies the sky, we can only passively defend when we are attacked by the enemy, so the losses are not small. The Death Desert cannot fly, which is a huge limitation for outsiders who step into the Death Desert. Once they encounter an attack by air forces, they fall into an absolute passive position before the battle begins. It is impossible to carry heavy weapons during the long journey, and ordinary longbows are like tickling for dragons. Richard's interest is getting stronger and stronger. Have those desert dragons built nests in this mining area? No, the desert dragons are attracted by the glass veins, and their nests are not here. Rebecca shook her head. Those greedy creatures are particularly fond of glowing things. The goddess of creation once wanted to create the most perfect life, and put all the characteristics on the dragon. But the most fundamental rules of the world do not allow perfect life to appear, so after the goddess of creation disappeared, the dragon was infected with negative personalities such as greed, arrogance, and lust. Is this the ancient secret about the dragon? Richard thought. After coming to his senses, he turned his head and looked at the sparkling area in front of him at the end of his sight. Are those dragons still there now? Rebecca nodded. This mineral vein has just been formed not long ago. Those greedy creatures will definitely mine it clean, and will occupy it for at least 2 or 3 months. Richard nodded. After marking this area on the system map, he waved his hand to signal the army to take a detour. There are priorities. Going to Solen City is the first priority now, and the others should be put aside. If we go there rashly now, we don't know how much time will be wasted. If there is any accident on the way, and a few terrifying dragons come and let Rebecca die here, then the loss of Dusk City will be great. How much benefit can a granddaughter, who is determined to control the family, bring to Dusk City? Seeing that Richard listened to her advice, Rebecca felt inexplicably happy. The feeling of being trusted is particularly comfortable. After leaving this dangerous area, the rest of the journey became easier instantly, and there was no danger like the desert dragon on the way. Even if some flying soldiers attacked on the way, it would not cause any waves and would be easily destroyed. The further out, the lower the level of field troops, and the lower the danger level. He flew in the desert for 3 full days. On the morning of September 28th, a new icon lit up on Richard's map, Solen City. Finally, we arrived. Sir Richard, Solen City is ahead. The most powerful city of the Holy Temple Empire on the edge of the desert, with legendary strongmen in charge. Richard looked forward following Rebecca's guidance. At the end of the desert, a huge city that made people tremble rose from the ground. The city wall was more than 100 meters high and as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't imagine what kind of siege machinery could cause a wall of this level to collapse. Even if it was 2,000 or 3,000 meters away. It still gave him a feeling of standing under the heel of a giant beast that could devour the world. He was extremely small. Alves, with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, was like an ant in front of this city. Above the Black City wall, a row of exaggerated crossbows are neatly arranged. The arrows of the siege crossbows are 3 times thicker than the waist of an ordinary person. Not to mention normal people, even a giant dragon would find it difficult to bear. Every distance along the city wall, there is a towering tower. At the top, there are crystal balls surging with majestic magic energy. It seems that in the next second, those crystal balls will release forbidden spells. Looking over the city wall, neat arrow towers stand like trees. The arrow towers gradually rise in height. A 3-dimensional firepower network is formed. Once attacked by the enemy, a rainstorm-like attack can be launched instantly. Above Solen City, a group of Pegasus cast shadows on the ground. At a glance, there are at least 3 battalions with the same level of 19. Richard took a deep breath. At this moment, he truly felt the foundation and strength of the Aboriginals. These forces that have lasted for hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, and the power they control are definitely not comparable to the current players. Even if the players develop for another 3 to 5 years, they will not be able to catch up. But after being shocked by the magnificent scene, Richard's heart became more determined. He looked at the magnificent miracle city in front of him with burning eyes. His heart was full of fighting spirit. One day, the City of Dusk will be more thrilling than this city. When Richard stopped to observe, a group of Pegasus Knights came straight towards them above Solen City. There was only one squadron, but the formation was so neat that it seemed to be printed out of a mold, which made people tremble, and its momentum gave people a strong sense of oppression. The elite among the elite. After the Pegasus Knights approached, the leader came out alone. He glanced at the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead with a bit of disdain. The Holy Empire is lawful good, and has always hated this kind of evil army. If it hadn't sensed that it belonged to the desert camp, I'm afraid it would have been cleared out by now. The neutral camp will not be deliberately hostile. After a quick look, the leading Pegasus Knight immediately found Richard riding on the back of Alvis, with an extraordinary temperament. Feeling the burning soul fire of the dragon hero under him, the originally somewhat unhappy look immediately eased, revealing a kind intention. This kind of temperament, few heirs of the big families in Solen City have. The soldiers riding on the undead were all of level 15, with the mark of high nobles on them. The other party was definitely not a nobody. As a guard officer, eyesight was absolutely the most important. Dear guest, welcome to Solen City. But I'm sorry to inform you that Solen City law stipulates that no one can bring troops into the city except heroes. You can leave the troops in the custody yard outside the city. Richard nodded slightly. Rebecca had already reminded him before, so he was not surprised. Basically all cities in Glorious Era have similar regulations. Unless the contribution to a certain city reaches a certain level, you can get the privilege of carrying part of the army. After thanking him, under the guidance of the Pegasus Knight, he came to the area where the army was stored. Dozens of huge space gates stood on the ground. Each space gate corresponds to a separate camp, and there will be no scene of elves and demons mixed together. The other side of the space gate leads to a half-plane. After all the troops enter, they will enter a dormant state, and the Lord can wake them up with a token. This scene once again allowed Richard to see the foundation of Solen City. Using a half-plane as a parking lot is simply too arrogant. After paying 100 units of gems, Richard temporarily stored the army inside. Rebecca did the same, but she had a special token that allowed her to bring a 3-team army into the city. After leaving the storage area, there were all carriages waiting for guests to arrive. From this, it can be seen that the trade in Solen City has developed very prosperously. There are all kinds of industries. After hiring 10 of the best carriages, Richard and Rebecca slowly entered Solen City. Passing through the city gate that was more than 50 meters deep, looking out from the glass window, the extremely prosperous scene of Solen City appeared before their eyes. The dome buildings that rose and fell were closely built along the streets, and each building was embossed with exquisite patterns. The most eye-catching thing was that the roof of each building was painted blue. It was unforgettable at first sight. Dense crowds of pedestrians shuttled back and forth. All that came into view were black heads. Richard looked around the crowd with curiosity, and soon found one player after another shuttling among them. These guys were dressed in a mess, and it was obvious at a glance that the equipment was randomly put together, and the combination was full of disobedience, but these guys didn't care and swaggered past. From time to time, he could hear a few sporadic wow, which made him feel strongly. Sure enough, you are still you. In the center of the road for carriages is separated from the pedestrian road, and they do not affect each other. On both sides of the street, there are shops full of goods and countless taverns. The carriage is driving on a road more than 100 meters wide, and the wheels make a creaking sound when pressing on the stone slabs. Rebecca and Richard are riding in a carriage together. The knowledgeable girl introduced him to some of the iconic buildings in the city. Angel reliefs, griffin bronze statues, Pegasus sculptures. It seems that every eye-catching pattern has a fascinating story behind it. Her aristocratic cultivation is fully displayed at this moment. Richard listened with relish, and even had no interest in watching those sand sculpture players. Crossing the bustling streets, the convoy drove straight to the city center. Sir Richard, let's return to the manor first. The smell of the opposite sex around her kept rushing into her nose, making Rebecca's face always flushed. Once she met Richard's eyes, she would subconsciously turn her head away. Take a rest for a night. Tomorrow we will visit the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. Presidents Onik and Windsor are waiting for the desert crown honey you brought. You can also listen to their suggestions on establishing a Chamber of Commerce. The Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is more familiar with this than I am. With your relationship with them, I believe they will be happy to help. The black market in Solen City will be open for 3 days on the 1st of every month. If you are interested, we can go shopping after visiting the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. There will be a lot of good things in the black market every time. Maybe there will be treasures that can enslave vampires. Black market? Richard's eyes lit up. In normal game settings, black markets generally have special functions. I just don't know if the black market in Solen City has been ruined by other players. Chapter 357. The long carriage team stopped in front of a majestic manor. After Richard got off the car, he looked at the manor with 10-meter-high angel statues erected on both sides of the gate, and the walls, as high as city walls, and his expression was a little subtle. He turned his head and glanced at Rebecca, whose face did not change. Is this what you call an ordinary manor? The area of Twilight City is not as large as this manor. A wealthy dog owner. The background of the Grand Duke's family really cannot be inferred by common sense. Rebecca was in a good mood. After leaving for a month, I finally came back. Traveling in the extremely harsh desert environment is really not something that ordinary people can bear. It's too painful. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the heroic figure beside him wearing a black and red crown and a dazzling temperament, and his mouth corners were raised high. This time, it was not in vain. Stretch out your hand to indicate the front. Sir Richard, welcome, said and blinked. From now on, this manor is yours. Welcome home, the owner of Violet Manor. In a big city like Solen City, even ordinary houses are not affordable for ordinary people. This manor near the central area is valuable enough to be considered expensive. There are countless nobles around her, but no one is worthy of her gift. Only by giving it to Richard, she felt that she had made a profit. This trip to Twilight City, after seeing everything in that territory with her own eyes, she intuitively knew how much potential this city has. Onik of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce did not lie to her at all. No, she even felt that he was conservative. The value of Twilight City cannot be compared with a manor. If the other party is willing to surrender to her, she can even offer a price that will make anyone's heart beat. But unfortunately, this idea has no chance of being realized. Although she has not been in contact with Richard for a long time, she can clearly sense that this man, who often wears a faint smile on his face and looks peaceful, has unparalleled pride and confidence. No one can make him bow his head and surrender. No one can. Some people are born to be the king who leads the tribe and are born to be superior. As her thoughts were scattered, the closed door of the manor slowly opened with a slightly hurried footsteps. Dozens of servants in uniform came hurriedly, and then stood in uniform at the door to greet them. An old man dressed as a gentleman with white hair walked forward with a straight waist. He put his right hand on his abdomen, bowed at the waist, and performed a very standard aristocratic etiquette. Welcome back, Miss Rebecca. Butler Kent, no need to be polite. Rebecca nodded gracefully, and when she answered the other party, her tone was long, and her pronunciation had a fixed tone and rhythm, which was very different from normal conversation. She said, and gestured to Richard beside her. Please welcome my distinguished guest into the manor, Butler, Kentucky. As you wish, Miss Rebecca. The old butler came to Richard meticulously, bowed slightly, and stretched out his hand to gesture forward. Dear guest, Violet Manor welcomes you. Richard was amused, and could clearly feel that these etiquettes were not pretentious, but the other party really integrated them into his bones. Is this the noble cultivation of this world? Although he had no interest in these, he was still polite enough. He nodded slightly. It's my honor. After the courtesy, Rebecca took Richard through the angel statues on both sides of the gate, and stepped into the spacious manor. The moment he entered the manor, large patches of blooming violets appeared on both sides of the main road. The bright colors gave people a strong visual impact. After being accustomed to the dead silence in the desert, this scene made people feel that they were given life again. Richard felt a little better for some reason. Following the guidance in front, he walked towards the hall. Behind the Violet Manor, 2 players wearing mixed equipment and looking a little wretched were standing on tiptoe in a corner, looking at what was happening in front through the dense vegetation. Boss, did you see clearly? Who is the big shot with such a big commotion? I didn't see clearly, but Butler Kent went to receive him, so he definitely can't be an ordinary person. It's very likely that Rebecca, the high-level NPC, is back? Fuck, that Duke's eldest daughter? Can we finally take the mission from her? I saw her face. It's Rebecca. Ha ha ha. Third brother, we have to seize the opportunity this time. With her identity, if she slips a little bit of stuff through her hands, we can both make a lot of money. No, Rebecca. Ka is actually accompanied by someone. What level of NPC can walk side by side with her? Fuck, so many people, blocking the way. Boss, how can we contact each other? Butler Kent doesn't allow us to enter the front hall. Stupid. We have done so many tasks here, and our favorability is not low. We can always find an opportunity. We can also go in by serving tea and water. You should pay attention when the time comes, especially the NPC next to Rebecca. It seems that he has a very high status. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke is just accompanying him. His status must be amazing. It's hard to meet such high-level NPCs. If we can trigger the mission from them, we'd be very lucky. Okay, I go to the kitchen later to see if we can go up when we had tea. I just asked those male servants to go to Jasmine Street yesterday, so I should have some face. Fuck, I said I couldn't find you yesterday. It turned out that you went to such a dirty place. Why didn't you call me? Violet Manor, the largest living room. The wooden long table was placed in the center. Rebecca sat in the main seat, and Richard sat on the left. Xena, the dark Valkyrie, stood behind him safely. Not far away. Renee returned to the statue of the old god. Clay stood behind Rebecca, and Butler Kent arranged the maid to work. In the huge living room, only 2 people sat down, and the others could only stand aside. But no one dared to raise any objections. After the tea and snacks were served and they chatted for more than 10 minutes, Rebecca suddenly thought of something and turned to Butler Kent, whose hair was combed very neatly, and there was not a single wrinkle on her black dress. Butler Kent, please bring the title deed and related transaction documents of Violet Manor. Butler Kent was a little puzzled. Miss Rebecca, the title deed is in the secret room. You need to open the magic circle to take it out. What do you need the title deed for? I will do it immediately. Rebecca looked at Richard with a smile. From today on, the title deed will be handed over to His Excellency Richard for safekeeping. I have given Violet Manor to him. At this moment, 2 players holding tea just entered the hall. Hearing this, they couldn't help but take a breath. They looked at each other, and saw the surprise and excitement in their eyes. How high is the value of Violet Manor in Solen City? How awesome must it be to give away the special NPC who returned with Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke? The more top-level characters are, the harder it is to contact them. This is a fact recognized by players. At this stage, they are not even qualified to contact the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. They can only have a relationship with the servants below. If they can get closer to these 2 NPCs with exaggerated status, take 2 tasks from them, and get some benefits, the picture is exciting. In excitement, they quickened their pace, and came to the long table. They poured tea in a proper manner, and neither of them spoke in this environment. If you want to take a task, you can't just ask directly. They are too familiar with the nobles. If they interrupt now, they will definitely be annoyed or even driven out directly. How can a servant have the right to speak in front of the master's distinguished guest? The purpose of pouring tea now is to make him familiar, so that it won't be so abrupt to talk to him when he is alone. Rebecca looked at the 2 people dressed strangely, and raised her eyebrows, but she didn't want to say anything more in front of Richard, so she could only pretend not to see it. Go back and ask Kent, the housekeeper, when did the Lord of God come to her manor as a servant? These guys are not people who do things with peace of mind. Fortunately, the 2 players behaved well, and didn't make any mistakes. They turned around and left after pouring the tea. This made Rebecca's face relieved a little. Richard recognized their identities from the first time they came in, which was a bit funny. These guys are really omnipresent. But after seeing that the 2 were only level 8, he stopped paying attention. The gap was too big, and he really couldn't get interested. After the 2 players finished pouring tea and left the living room and walked to a deserted place, they looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Boss. Third brother. The player called the boss waved his hand and spoke first. Let me ask first, have you detected the attributes of that NPC? No, the system prompts that the other party's magic power covers the breath and cannot be detected. The third brother said with a bit of disbelief on his face. That's not what I want to say, boss. Have you found that the NPC looks familiar? Familiar? Your tracing talent is triggered? It shouldn't be. This NPC has such a high status. If we have met before, why don't I have an impression of it? Yes, my talent took effect. After seeing that NPC, The figure of Qingqiu suddenly appeared in my mind. The boss's heart trembled, and he looked at him in disbelief. Qingqiu? You mean that NPC, Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Duke, is Qingqiu? Third brother, you are not mistaken, are you? How could it be Qingqiu? The effect of the tracing talent cannot be fake. When we watched it in the live broadcast room, although Qingqiu covered her face with gravel, her figure and demeanor were exactly the same as that NPC. No, she is even more charming now. Getting a positive answer, the eldest brother's face flushed with excitement. That NPC actually brought Qingqiu back. Is he going to heaven? No wonder Butler Kent said that Rebecca would go to the desert for a while. Isn't that pervert Qingqiu the Lord of the Desert? That's right, and Rebecca seems to want to give this manor to him. At this point, the two players looked at each other, and saw the envy and jealousy in each other's eyes. They are not qualified to contact Rebecca, a top NPC, but Qingqiu, a pervert, has been treated as a guest of honor. What's more shameless is, how much is the Violet Manor worth? Just give it away. Is there any justice in the world? In the living room, I heard that Rebecca was going to give the manor away. Butler Kent was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the girl in confusion. Miss, the Violet Manor was given to you by the Grand Duke. If you give it to others, do you need to ask the Grand Duke? And this is our place to stay in Solen City. If it is given away, how can we stay next time? Rebecca smiled. Butler Kent, my father sent it to me, so I will take charge of the rest. Grandpa Clee, please go with Butler, Kentucky. Yes. Butler Kent wanted to say something, but because Richard was there, he could not speak, so he could only nod. Not long after leaving the living room, he could not suppress his doubts. Clee, why didn't you speak up to stop it? What did you experience in the desert this month? Why is the lady so generous to Mr. Richard? This is Violet Manor. How can you just give it away? And the other party is a Lord of God's Grace. Doesn't he know what the Lord of God's Grace is like? Look at the two guys who were dressed in a mess just now. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is the Lord of God's Grace, right? Although he is not weak, is the Lord of God's Grace worthy of the lady's attention? Clay looked at the butler Kent, who was full of doubts, and smiled. Kent, if Violet Manor was given to someone else, even if it was the heir of the Grand Duke, I would not agree, but it would be different if it was given to Lord Richard. As for the reason, I can only tell you, because the other party is Lord Richard, the master of the City of Dusk. That's enough. You haven't seen the magic of that city, and you haven't seen the unfathomable depth of Lord Richard, so you can't understand why the lady is so generous. If you were there, believe me, the deed of the manor has now been delivered to Lord Richard by you in person. As for whether you deserve to apologize, Lord Richard is more qualified than anyone else to accept this gift. Even if the Grand Duke denies it, I will not change my position. Looking at Clay's firm tone, Butler Kent was stunned. He really couldn't imagine what they had encountered in the desert in the past month, and why their attitudes changed so dramatically. If the two of them were not really fine, he would have suspected that they were bewitched. He let out a long breath. I will abide by the young lady's decision, whether it is reasonable or not, but as a butler, it is my duty to make suggestions. Butler Kent said expressionlessly, and walked towards the secret room. Clay sneered. This old stubborn man shook his head and didn't care. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe the things in the City of Dusk? Butler Kent walked a short distance, suddenly stopped, and looked in a certain direction. His brows frowned. Who let you two into the main hall just now? Look at what you are wearing. The servants of the Frostwolf family are not so ignorant. After seeing Butler Kent, the smiles on the faces of the players, who came up to talk excitedly, froze. Fuck, this old man, can't he say something nice? They have all fallen to the point of serving tea and water to Qingqiu, who is also a player, and they are still complaining about their poor clothing. Do they have any humanity? They want to refute, but looking at the serious expression, they dare not say anything. The relationship that has been established with great difficulty cannot be wasted. The eldest brother forced a smile on his face and praised. Butler Kent, we also want to make some contributions to the manor. In addition, we have great respect for Ms. Rebecca and will never offend her. We dream of working for Ms. Rebecca. The third brother nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Ms. Rebecca brought Qingqiu back this time. I believe there must be a place where our Lord of God's Grace needs to be used. Butler Kent was indifferent to the flattery of the two, but the next word made his eyes widen suddenly. Qingqiu? After being shocked and losing his voice, he immediately asked. You said that the Lord of Divine Grace brought back by Miss Rebecca was Qingqiu? The strongest being who fought 1 against 100 and killed out of 20 billion Lords of Divine Grace? The two players looked at the excited Kent housekeeper and were puzzled. No, you brought back someone, but you don't know his identity yet? Didn't Miss Rebecca tell you? Don't talk nonsense. How did you recognize him as Chinchio? Butler Kent, have you forgotten that I have a talent for tracing my roots, and anyone who has seen me will have an impression of me? Butler Kent finally woke up, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Clee. He sighed. Miss, you are wise. I will go to the secret room and bring the deed to Lord Richard. It's worth it. Looking at the Kent housekeeper who changed his attitude 180 degrees, Clee was a little confused. What Chinchio? What 1 against 100? What does this have to do with Lord Richard? When he went to the desert, the death fight in the dungeon had not yet started, and the players had just entered the dungeon and were not aware of the news. I came back in a hurry, and had no time to pay attention to these things. I was puzzled and asked, who is Chinchio? What is his relationship with Lord Richard? Kent housekeeper smiled and repeated all the things about Chinchio in the dungeon, and finally exclaimed, to be able to stand out from the 20 billion gods grace lords, and become a well-deserved king, the potential of this Lord Richard is shocking. And the lady didn't know the other party's specific identity, but brought him back. This is definitely the favor of the goddess. Clee was surprised and happy to hear it. Although I know that the City of Dusk has unlimited potential, I didn't expect that the other party would be so strong that they could fight out of 20 billion gods grace lords and finally rank first. Their impressive record of fighting 30,000 enemies with 300 troops made him, who was used to big scenes, a little dazzled. They really didn't see the wrong person. Ha ha ha. The two players were a little confused when they saw the NPCs smiling brightly at the same time. No, Chinchio's incident has been going on for almost a month, and you NPCs who control such a huge force don't even know about it. What's even more outrageous is that you brought the person back, but you don't know his identity? How did you get by? I wanted to say something, but I saw that Butler Kent and the 19th level hero left happily without even looking at them again. The two looked at each other's disappearing backs, wanting to cry, but without tears. What a sin! Is there any humanity? Chapter 358. Sir Richard, I sincerely apologize for my previous disrespect. Please forgive my ignorance. This is the deed of Violet Manor. Please keep it properly. Later, you can send someone to go with me to the Solen City Hall to change the owner's name on it. From today on, you are the owner of Violet Manor. Richard looked at Butler Kent with some amusement. Changed so quickly, Rebecca was also a little confused when she saw the respectful Butler Kentucky. Just now, he was reluctant. Why is his attitude so good this time? He glanced at CLE and seemed to have the answer in his heart. Grandpa CLE must have told Butler Kent about the Dusk City and their cooperation. Just when he was about to speak, Butler Kent turned around and apologized to Rebecca. Miss Rebecca, your vision is unmatched. You can find Lord Chinchio. It must be the guidance of the ice and snow goddess. Rebecca was stunned for a moment and said puzzled, Chinchio? Who is this? She looked at Richard blankly. Is there any connection between the two? Seeing this, Clee took 2 steps forward excitedly and whispered in her ear. After a while, Rebecca's face was surprised and happy. After Clee stood up, she immediately turned her head and looked at Richard with a burning gaze. 1 against 100, ascended the throne from 20 billion gods grace lords. The strongest existence recognized by all gods grace lords. This sudden news made her heart waver. Although she knew that the other party must be extraordinary, she didn't expect that Richard had made amazing achievements. Although the gods grace lords at this stage are not strong. But the other party also came to the main plane at the same time as those gods grace lords. He was able to kill his way out of 20 billion people and conquer all the gods grace lords, which was enough to explain everything. At this moment, she really believed that going to the City of Dusk was the guidance of fate. If not, why was it such a coincidence? Sir Richard, I didn't expect that you would be Chinchio who made the gods grace lords fear you. When Richard heard what the two said, he immediately thought of the 2 players who brought tea into the room. It was a bit funny, these guys really have dog eyes. He covered himself with the power of yellow sand, but he could still be recognized. But he didn't take it seriously. The main plane is so wide, and the players are scattered. With the fierce power he had accumulated before, even if everyone knew where he was, no one would come from afar to die. You won't die in the dungeon, so players can naturally let go of their nature. But in the main plane, you will die. Who has nothing to do, and comes to give away their heads. The 2 players actually didn't plan to make it public. After thinking about it for a while, they even planned to curry favor with Rebecca. If Richard could say a few good words to Rebecca and let them assign a few tasks, wouldn't it be great? It's just a chance encounter. Richard smiled. The current strength of the Lord of Divine Grace is not strong enough. Rebecca blinked. You are too modest. After teasing for a while, the girl didn't say much on this topic. Now the two sides have established a very friendly relationship. With this beginning, she is confident that the two sides can have in-depth cooperation in the future. Investing in a person with unlimited potential feels like buying a stock that you know will rise, which makes people feel happy. The atmosphere became more harmonious. Then Rebecca introduced some information about Solen City to Richard, and she stopped talking until dinner time. In the evening, under Rebecca's hospitality, Richard enjoyed a luxurious dinner. In contrast, the food used by Twilight City to entertain guests was simply not pleasing to the eye. After dinner, he did not go out at night, and went back to the room directly. In the living room, outside the room, Richard looked at Xena and the Dark Valkyrie. Thoughtfully, Fui, can you sense the breath of the legendary strongman in Solen City? The Dark Valkyrie turned her head and looked in a certain direction. I can only roughly sense that there is an extremely terrifying existence in the east, that is, a power above the extraordinary. And after I stepped into this city, I was stared at by a special breath. Although that breath cannot be approached, if I do anything extraordinary, it will definitely be sensed. Richard nodded slightly when he heard this, and did not dwell on it. The current Dusk City is not comparable to Solen City. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, in this city, do not take action without my order. Yes, master. After Richard gave his instructions, he looked at the heroic Hina. It's not easy to come to Solen City. Is there anything you want to buy? Let's go to the black market tomorrow. Hina's eyes lit up, and she said softly, if possible, I would like to buy a set of suitable armor. This brave and fearless warrior has always been the first to charge on the battlefield. With the power of a super A-level hero, he can recover quickly even if he is injured. But having a set of solid armor that fits her well can be of great help to her. Not only can it reduce physical consumption, but it can also allow her to attack freely. Richard nodded and kept this in mind. Then he seemed to think of something and continued. This time, I will accompany you to the Krina tribe. Last time, when the god of the dog-headed man attacked, Xena asked the Krina tribe for help, but received no response. The girl has been worried about her people. She left the Krina tribe to find a way to unlock the seal. Now, after the operation of alchemical blood exchange, she has found a way. But the problem is that she can't contact her people. This makes her feel a little uneasy. Although she has completely pledged her loyalty to the City of Dusk, she is not a mechanical puppet. Her attitude towards her people is still consistent. Hearing Richard's words at this time, Xena's eyes softened immediately, and her heart was warm. With so many important things on hand, the other party still remembered her worries, which made her feel that her efforts were not in vain. A sweet smile appeared on her cold face for the first time. Nodding vigorously. Looking at Hina, who had regained some of her girlish appearance, Richard smiled and rubbed her head with his hand. This warrior who always charged at the front in battle was only in his early 20s. On Blue Star, he had just graduated from college. Although the heads cut off by the other party could be piled up into a mountain, they still needed to be cared for. At this moment, a maid knocked on the door and reported that two God's Grace lords outside wanted to see him. Richard instantly thought of the two players who recognized him. He didn't want to pay attention to them, but suddenly thought of Rebecca's mention of the black market that would open tomorrow. The black market in the eyes of the natives must be different from that in the eyes of the players. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, after pondering for a while, he called the two in. After entering the house, the two players looked at this luxurious room with envy. They have been here for so long, and they have always lived in a servant room for two people. Compared with this other party, it is simply incomparable. Then he thought that this manor would belong to the other party in the future, and he had nothing to say in his heart. People will die if they compare themselves with others. Chinchio boss. After the two greeted each other, they looked at this top player with an extremely high status in the forum with a little trepidation. Now the gap between them and the other party is already a world of difference. Even a word from the other party can change their fate. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people, sit down. Richard waved his hand casually. Although the strength of the two did not interest him, he was too lazy to show off in front of the players. Moreover, he always had a familiarity with the players in his heart, which made him quite relaxed and didn't need to put on airs. How did you recognize me? The third brother said hurriedly, Brother Chinchio, I have a talent called tracing the roots, which can find very subtle traces to find the cause. Your previous cover-up only covered up your face, figure, and temperament, which are all like a beacon. Richard finally understood. It turned out to be a talent, so there is no reason to explain. After the other party finished speaking, he hurriedly added, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Richard smiled and didn't say anything more about it. He changed the subject. Why did you come to Violet Manor? Do you have any mission? Seeing that he didn't pursue it, the two of them were certain in their hearts and responded quickly. I accidentally discovered that this manor has a complicated origin. Later, I found out that its owner, Ms. Rebecca, is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frost Wolf, so I have been doing quests here, hoping to get more treasures. Richard laughed dumbly. It was a simple reason. Where is your territory? Why do you spend so much time here? The boss smiled bitterly. Boss Qingqiu, not everyone has the talent to manage a territory. We have managed our territory for 2 months, but we can't hold on any longer, and we went bankrupt. And those unruly people want to rebel against us, so we simply sold the territory and came to Solen City. Richard was a little emotional when he thought of the large number of players who abandoned their territories on the forum. Managing a territory is not an easy task. Once you open your eyes, there are hundreds and thousands of people waiting for food. After solving internal problems, you must always be vigilant against unknown enemies attacking the territory. There are countless players who can't hold on after 1 or 2 months without leadership and organizational skills. The difficulties faced in the real world are not what you can imagine by playing the Lord game in front of the computer and clicking the mouse. The game has rules, but the real world has no rules. This is the biggest difference. Some territories may be well developed, but suddenly a giant dragon passes by and exhales a breath of dragon, destroying the territory. There are all kinds of strange encounters. How long have you been in Solen City? After losing the territory, I have been in Solen City. Richard nodded and asked the most interesting point. Do you know the black market? The third brother hurriedly said. I know, but the black market is a high-level map of Solen City. Only players who have contributed 1,000 points in Solen City can enter. We only have over 100 contributions now, which is far from enough. I heard from other players that high-level treasures often appear in the black market. Last week, even legendary items appeared. However, the price is so high that we can't afford it even if we sell it 100 times. Boss Qingqiu, what are you going to buy in the black market? Maybe we can help you find out the news. I know a lot of friends who have been to the black market. I know everything, Richard said slowly. I want to buy a treasure that can enslave heroes of the evil camp. Special items like contract scrolls. If you have a way, you can help me find out. As long as I can get what I want, I will reward you handsomely. The two looked at each other and became excited. A handsome reward, the weight of the words coming from this person is different. This is Qingqiu. You are polite. We will do our best. Can you give me more details of your needs? Richard thought for a while and said softly. The higher the level of the treasure, the better, and it must be effective against evil heroes. The target I want to enslave is likely to be above level 15. If the treasure is too weak, it will not be effective. The words were not too detailed, but they were enough for the two to go and find it. The two players took a breath. Level 15? Fuck, is this the boss? They are still a long way from level 10, and the other party is considering enslaving a level 15 hero. Richard added another sentence after he finished speaking. I still have 2 3-star treasures in my hand. If the information you find is useful to me, I will give you 2 treasures as a reward. You can also tell your friends about this news. As long as you can get accurate information, I will also reward you. 3-star treasure? The two players came back to their senses from their amazement, looked at each other, and immediately became excited. The best treasure they had was only 2 stars, and it took them half a month to complete the task. As expected, he is a big boss, and his moves are extraordinary. Boss Qingqiu, do you have any additional requests? If possible, please help me find out if there are any special treasures in the black market, especially armor and the like. Okay. After talking for a while, the two players left excitedly. After leaving Violet Manor, the eldest suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the third. Have you noticed that the person standing next to Boss Qingqiu seems to be a boss in the Sky Arena? I didn't watch the live broadcast, how would I know? You must have seen it wrong. Can a boss stand behind a player? Who told you that a boss can be conquered? That's true. Maybe I'm dazzled. Let's go to Jasmine Street. Let's get those guys together tonight. We finally met Boss Qingqiu. We can't lose face. If this thing is done well, maybe we can hold a thigh in the future. Boss Qingqiu is generous. 2 3-star treasures, I'm excited just thinking about it. There must be brave men under a heavy reward. For the top players, 3-star treasures are very rare, not to mention ordinary players, like them, who have lost their territories. Richard didn't lie. He got a few useless treasures from the Grey Dwarf. If the other party can really give him the information he wants, he will not be stingy. Enslaving the Vampire Duke is really too tempting. Once the other party is successfully captured, the power of Dusk City will surge. That is extraordinary power, nuclear weapons. The special nature of players gives them a broad vision and a different way of thinking. Although they are not strong, their flexible minds can make up for it, which may bring him surprises. And even if they fail, he will not lose anything. It is considered to be a big pie for them. After a night's rest, the next morning, a team of cars embroidered with the Frostwolf family emblem slowly drove out of Violet Manor. Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. President Windsor was looking at the excited Onik in front of him with interest. This top dignitary, who holds the power of Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, is wearing a red noble dress with blooming roses embroidered on it today. The close-fitting design makes her figure look curvy and full of feminine charm. With the elegant and noble temperament of the superior, it makes her even more precious. But no one in the house dared to take a second look. This man killed the enemies of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce in the past, and the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce can have the status it has today, which is inseparable from his tough tactics. You mean, the owner of the Dusk City, the mysterious Lord of Divine Grace Richard, has come to Solen City? Onyx smiled particularly brightly. Yes, President Windsor, Miss Rebecca has brought His Excellency Richard back to Solen City yesterday. Just now the maid came to inform that they will visit you this morning. Windsor heard this, and a bit of amusement appeared on his face. Onik had told her a lot about the magic of the Dusk City, and the two special products, the Desert Crown Honey and the Desert Crown Robe, made her curious about the Dusk City. She wanted to see if the Lord of Divine Grace was really so extraordinary. After thinking about it, she looked at Onik with a smile. Onik, do you think that Richard can be compared with Qingqiu, the most powerful Lord of Shan'an? After saying that, he waved his hand and interrupted Onik, who was about to speak. Forget it, you can't give any new answers. I ask him in person later. It's interesting that the Lord of Shan'an in the Death Desert can develop so well. But what makes me most curious is whether that Lord Richard is as special as you said, and the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is not qualified to make him surrender. Chapter 359. Sir Richard, this is the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. Rebecca gestured to Richard to look to the side through the glass window. Richard turned his head and followed the girl's gesture to see the densely packed buildings in front of him. Unlike the Violet Manor, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is not in the form of a manor, but a large group of buildings. Several wide roads in the middle extend into the building, and a large number of carriages go in and out, which is very busy. The people coming and going are all wearing uniforms, and some managers wear special medals on their chests. This scene reminded Richard of the office locations of those large companies on Blue Star, which are very different from the Violet Manor, which is mostly residential. The only thing in common is perhaps that the area is equally amazing. The carriage slowly drove into the core area along the middle road. Then it followed the carriage of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce in front, and stopped in a wide open space. Richard got off the carriage, and asked the Dark Valkyrie and Xena to wait in the carriage, and did not let them follow. He did not want to expose his power completely. The fewer people knew about the Dark Valkyrie, the better. He was also thinking whether to ask the other party to change his equipment next time. There were many players who had seen the Dark Valkyrie in the live broadcast room. Just after he finished his instructions, he saw Onik with an excited face. Sir Richard. The merchant hero with a big belly walked over quickly, wishing to give him a hug. You finally came to Solen City. Richard looked at this old acquaintance and smiled. Onik, long time no see. The other party was the first group of natives he met in Glorious Era. At that time, Dusk City had more than a dozen military units and 200 residents, which was too weak to look at. Sir Richard, Dusk City is too far from Solen City. It takes nearly 2 months to go back and forth, and I can't go there often. Onyx smiled bitterly. Sometimes he really admired Richard. In such a harsh environment in the Death Desert, he could still develop Dusk City to this extent. If it were him, I'm afraid he would roll back in less than a month. The hot and dry desert is really not a place for ordinary people. After a few simple polite words, Onik remembered Rebecca and hurriedly saluted with his chest. Miss Rebecca, please forgive my rudeness. I haven't seen Sir Richard for a long time. Rebecca smiled and nodded. It's reasonable. There is no need to apologize. I have to thank you. If you hadn't established a connection with Dusk City, maybe I wouldn't know Sir Richard. Hearing this, Onik said with some surprise. It seems that Miss Rebecca has already got what she wanted in Twilight City. I wish you the best, and hope that you will soon become the heir of the Frostwolf family. Rebecca has never concealed her desire to control the Frostwolf family. She doesn't care what others think. The girl's goal has always been unwavering. After a brief courtesy, Anik enthusiastically greeted Richard and entered the real hub building of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce from the front door. A blooming Luanwihua. The unique dye is applied to the surface of the building, making its color very bright. From a distance, a blooming Luanwihua vividly reflected in the pupil. This Luanwihua was built when the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce was founded, and it is also the symbol of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. Anik proudly introduced everything in front of him to Richard. Entering the building from under the flowers. A comfortable and cool breath hit me. Each of our buildings has solidified constant temperature, which can keep cool all year round. Richard turned his head to look at Rebecca, thinking of the ice and snow elf statue in the City of Dusk. He smiled and said nothing. Turning around, the style is quite exquisite, which is different from the roughness of the desert. Various oil paintings, antiques, and reliefs can be seen everywhere, elegant with luxury, without the slightest impetuous breath of merchants. It gives people a sense of the heavy heritage of hundreds of years of history. Some things need time to settle, and they cannot be owned in a short time. The hurried staff along the way performed their duties, and no one was blind to stop them. There were quite a few players passing by on the way, but they did not dare to approach, and only dared to watch secretly from a distance. Crossing the hall, Anik met Richard and his party, and stood in front of an alchemy elevator. Richard looked at this strangely shaped alternative version of the elevator, and felt very interesting. The technology of this world has taken another path. Although it is not as developed as that of Blue Star, it is also very unique. Anik opened the door of the alchemical elevator, with a bit of pride, and stretched out his hand to indicate the front. This is the alchemical technology of the Fortress clan, please come in. He looked like he was showing off a toy. Richard stepped in with a bit of amusement. But it seems understandable to think about it. The division between the upper and lower classes in Glorious Era is very exaggerated. The civilians at the bottom of this world can't even get enough food, and the overall development level is still at a very low state. It is indeed worth being proud of having such alchemical technology that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Walala, after Anik closed the door, a slight sound of chain stirring sounded from above, followed by a centrifugal force, rising rapidly. 9th floor. Snap, the sound of buckles tightening sounded. Anik tidied his clothes and elegantly opened the elevator door. Inside is the office of President Windsor. Richard nodded and stepped out. The two guards looked over immediately with knife-like eyes. But Richard ignored them directly, and walked to the door, in front under the leadership of Anik. The moment he entered the house, a touch of fiery red appeared in Richard's pupils. A beautiful figure in a bright red noble dress was staring at him with a bit of scrutiny. The other person's skin was white and tender, and his face was exquisite and perfect, as if it was a gift from the gods. No matter how picky, you can't find any flaws. The light purple eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars, revealing a soul-stirring light. The most amazing thing is the other party's temperament, which is elegant and dignified. It seems that all the beautiful adjectives are not too much for the other party. Ordinary noble girls may not even be able to raise their heads in front of the other party. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, although her appearance is also amazing, under the other party's special temperament, she looks much more immature. Richard's eyes did not fluctuate too much. Instead, he opened the other party's attribute panel with a little curiosity. Compared with the other party's unparalleled appearance, he is more interested in his strength. But he just took a quick look and his eyes became solemn. Windsor. Boss unit. Level, ? Boss unit. This Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce controller, who looks only 27 or 28 years old, is actually a boss. This reminds him of the president of the Scarlet Council in the first copy, the top boss, who rubbed the plane with his bare hands. This Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce president is definitely not simple. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, a smile appeared on his face, and he leaned sideways with his chest. Good day, respected President Windsor. Lord Richard of Dusk City greets you. The tone was polite, neither humble nor arrogant. Now, he came to visit on behalf of Dusk City. Even if the other party is a legend, he will treat him equally. Moreover, there are only 3 boss units in Dusk City. The strength in his hands is the greatest confidence. Windsor looked at Richard, who had an extraordinary temperament, and his eyes lit up. This temperament, looking at the entire Solen City, there are few people who can compare with it. The Dark King's crown, leadership skills, legendary points, and all these characteristics combined made his temperament and charm reach an astonishing level. Good day, President Windsor, thank you for your help. Before Windsor responded, Rebecca also stepped forward to greet him. Seeing this, Windsor looked at the positions of Rebecca and Richard with interest. This Lord of Divine Grace seemed to be extraordinary, as he could make the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke fall behind. He nodded slightly. No need to be polite. I hope you can control the Frostwolf family as soon as possible. After saying that, he looked at Richard and also bowed in return. Hello, Mr. Richard. Welcome to your arrival. He extended his hand to the white tea table next to him. Please take a seat. Richard nodded slightly and took a seat with Rebecca. After the maid filled the tea, Windsor first glanced at Anik, who was pregnant, and then smiled at Richard. Sir Richard, Anik admires you very much, and even said that among all the lords of God's grace, no one can compare with you. Richard laughed dumbly. He looked at Anik, whose face was slightly red, and didn't expect that Dusk City had such a high status in this guy's heart. He doubted whether the cans of Desert Crown honey softened the other party's mouth. He said softly, President Windsor is too kind. Although Dusk City has accumulated some power, it is far from enough. The Lord of God's grace is full of hidden talents. No one dares to say that no one can compare with him. This is true. Who knows what adventures the sand sculpture players will have, and they may get some forbidden spells or other treasures. You said you are invincible, right? Come and taste my big baby. Windsor smiled. That may not be the case. I wonder if Richard has ever heard of Qingqiu. He swept through the competition among the 20 billion God's Grace Lords this time, and ascended the throne in an invincible manner. Such a person, can't he be called unrivaled? And I also heard that Qingqiu also won the crown in the last mission arranged by the gods. I heard that the commotion that time was even bigger. He fled with an empire princess, faced the siege of the evil and good camps, and fought alone in the world. In the crisis, the other party also designed and created a terrifying rift collapse by himself, burying millions of enemies with his own hands. In the end, he escaped unscathed. Speaking of this, his eyes were full of admiration. Such a person of the hour, even a God's Grace Lord, deserves her respect. Anik, who was standing aside, felt a little uncomfortable. In this way, Twilight City seemed to be outdone. He was a staunch supporter of Twilight City. But the other party's record was too exaggerated, and he couldn't blacken it. I can only whisper. The main plane is so big, and the 20 billion lords of God's grace are scattered around. The probability of us meeting the Qingqiu is so small that it can be ignored. Mr. President, Dusk City also has its own strengths. Perhaps, there is no need to compare with that Qingqiu. Others are the strongest among the 20 billion people. Lord God's grace has carried out 2 missions of the gods, and the other party is the first. This is a bit incomparable. Hearing the discussion of the two, Rebecca's expression was a little subtle. Turning her head to look at Richard, who had a calm face, she felt particularly comfortable. This is the first time she has heard of the amazing deeds of burying millions of people. Sir Richard is really amazing. His eyes were shining. Looking at the two people who were still sighing at Qingqiu's amazing record, she smiled. Like a child who had stolen candy. Chapter 360. Listening to the conversation between Windsor and Anik, Richard's eyes were a little subtle. He suddenly thought of something, opened his attribute panel, and his eyes stayed on the column above him for a moment. Legend. 3. Fame spreads. Entering the underground world adds an additional 5 points of legend. Additional features. Deterrence. Intimidating enemies with lower legends than you, making them feel awe, improving personal charm, and there is a chance to attract heroes to actively surrender. When entering the underground world city, the relationship is automatically upgraded to all. The attribute of legend was activated when he became the deputy speaker of the Bloodhoof City Council. At that time, he obtained 2 points, and it was limited to the underground world. After flattening the Grey Dwarves and conquering the underground world, he obtained another 3 points. Now his legend in the underground world has reached 5 points. However, it can only be used in the underground world. And the 3 points of universal legend are the rewards he got after becoming the king of the gladiator in the death arena. At that time, he was still curious about how these legends would be displayed. Now I know. More than 10 billion players are the best publicity personnel. Players obviously spread the idea of Qingqiu throughout the main plane. Although the overall strength of the players is not strong now, it is legendary to be able to win the first place among tens of billions of people. With 3 points of legendary degree, his experience in the first dungeon was dug out, and the record of killing millions of people by using the Rift Pit is obviously also legendary, so it is not surprising that it spreads. These 3 points of legendary degree have brought a lot of influence. I don't know how many points of legendary degree can attract high-level heroes to come and join. After conquering the orcs last time, He got a lot of orc warriors to join him. Although they were all given to the steamed bun lovers later, he also tasted the sweetness of it. This made him look forward to the scene that one day he only needed to show his ID to get a large number of younger brothers to join him. After regaining his mind, he looked at the two and said softly, "There will always be a chance to meet the Windsor president of Qingqiu. This time I came to visit. One is to deepen the cooperation between Dusk City and Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, and the other is to ask for advice." Windsor didn't bother about the comparison between Qingqiu and him after hearing this, and he still had to take care of Onyx's face. Although they just met and didn't talk in depth, the other party's demeanor gave her a very good first impression. Even if the other party is not as good as Qingqiu, the leader among the gods' lords, he is still worth looking up to. Looking directly into those deep eyes. "Sir Richard, please don't be polite. Just say what you want to say. The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has always been friendly to our partners." Richard organized his words and spoke slowly. Dusk City is located deep in the desert. It is very difficult to contact the outside world. In order to better carry out transactions, we decided to establish a Chamber of Commerce in Solen City. Dusk City does not have much experience in this regard, so he didn't finish his words, but the meaning was very clear. Windsor smiled. "This is a good thing. In the future, you don't have to spend 2 months deep in the desert to buy desert crown honey. Onyx, help Sir Richard solve this problem." He seemed to think of something and added another sentence. "Sir Richard, establishing a Chamber of Commerce requires a fixed office address. If you don't have a suitable location for the time being, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce can provide you with a house for free. It's not too late to move out when you find a suitable location." Richard sneered. It was rare for the other party to offer help when they met for the first time. The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce could be regarded as a giant for the current Twilight City. Although the things provided were not a big deal, the goodwill released by the other party was still real. However, with Rebecca in front, the other party's goodwill was not needed. Just as he was about to say no, Rebecca spoke first. "President Windsor, don't worry. I have already presented Violet Manor to Mr. Richard. The Chamber of Commerce in Twilight City has already settled down." Windsor's eyes condensed. Looking at the smiling Rebecca, he was a little surprised. Violet Manor is the only residence of the Frostwolf family in Solen City. Although its value is nothing to a Grand Duke family, it is definitely not cheap. Now, the other party gave it away as soon as he said it, and the gift was a Lord of Divine Grace. More importantly, this Lord of Divine Grace had no intersection with the other party before. She just went to the desert. She glanced at Richard, who had a calm face, and looked up to him again in her heart. She didn't think that the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke would be a fool. Rebecca gave away the manor as soon as she met the master of the City of Dusk. There must be something special about the other party that made him value it very much. Is it the rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit? Although it is precious, it is not worth giving away a manor directly, right? She gathered her mind and looked at Richard meaningfully. "It seems that I worry too much. Your Excellency Richard is indeed extraordinary." Richard smiled and said, "I will remember the kindness of President Windsor. In the future, the City of Dusk will definitely have better cooperation with the one-way flower merchants." As he spoke, he took out 2 jars of honey in glass bottles from the system space. It was as thick as amber, and had a faint golden glow. It looked quite eye-catching. "This is the latest special honey produced by the Desert Crown Bees, only 2 jars. Dusk City is not as wealthy as the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce, and we can't give out too many treasures, so we can only use this to express our gratitude. The Desert Crown Honey is a long-term cooperation project with the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce." After he conquered the underground world and plundered a lot of resources, he upgraded the desert bees, which were still high level, to special level. The honey produced now has also been upgraded to special level. Although it has only been upgraded by 1 level, the taste and effect have been upgraded by more than 1 level. The current Desert Crown Honey can definitely be called the top level food. The rabbit fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit was sold at a good price. As the first treasure he got, the Desert Crown Honey naturally cannot lag behind. Windsor's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up one of the bottles and examined it carefully. Even though it was sealed in a glass bottle, the refreshing fragrance was still faintly visible. Windsor couldn't help but look at Richard and exchanged glances for a moment. After receiving a signal from the other party that he didn't mind, he didn't call the maid and opened the bottle cap himself. In an instant, a scent that was several levels richer than the previous high-grade Desert Crown Honey came to his nose. The high-grade Desert Crown Honey was already amazing, and the premium honey was simply a gift from God. Everyone's saliva was secreted uncontrollably when they smelled the fragrance. "Is this premium honey?" Windsor was quite surprised. With a bit of impatience, he picked up the spoon for snacks next to him and scooped a spoonful. The moment he put it in his mouth, Richard saw this lady with a strong aura, and his eyes instantly curved into crescents, like a little girl getting the snack she had longed for. There was an inexplicable contrast. Richard's eyes were a little subtle, and he suddenly remembered what Onyx said before, that his president liked desert crown honey very much. It turned out that it was not a polite remark. After savoring it for a while, Windsor's eyes suddenly changed slightly. After swallowing the honey into her stomach, she only felt a great energy rushing into her body, and in an instant, the whole person became energetic. She looked at the excellent honey with surprise and joy. Not only did it taste better, but even the original recovery effect was greatly improved. After carefully closing the bottle cap, she looked at Richard with a burning gaze. "How is the production of premium desert crown honey?" "No less than 300 units per month." This number made her quite satisfied. "Sir Richard, our transaction pricing should be updated. Premium desert crown honey is 200 rare resources per unit, and for premium, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce hopes to use 1,000 rare resources to buy 1 unit. The price has increased 5-fold. This is much more than Richard expected. Open the attribute panel and take a look. Desert bee nest level, special queen bee, premium, promoted to extraordinary queen bee. The hive can produce better quality honey. Features: it can produce premium quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can immediately restore 30% of physical strength and injuries, 30% of magic power, and greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries, and greatly increase the recovery of magic power in the next hour. Number of bee colonies. Large subhives, 14, can have 2 advanced. For intermediate, 8 primary deputy queen bees. Production. Minimum weekly production of 30 units of premium honey. Total weekly production, 30 units. Advanced queen bees produce 15 units of premium honey. Total weekly production, 30 units. Intermediate queen bees produce 10 units. Total weekly production, 40 units. And primary queen bees produce 5 units. Total weekly production, 40 units. Introduction. A rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. After the desert bee is promoted to premium, the number of hives increases to 15. All the hives combined can produce 140 units of premium honey per week, 560 units per month. Each unit is sold for 1,000 rare resources, which is 560,000. It is more exaggerated than the current income generated by the flame dragon rabbit. The monthly recruitment requirements for the 11 stone statue nests of the dead are only more than 200,000 rare resources, which can fully cover the recruitment requirements of more arms nests. In the future, we will not have to worry about lack of resources for recruitment when expanding the army. Richard was very satisfied. Farming is indeed a project with low returns in the early stage and high returns in the later stage. Of course, the most important thing is the black gold system that can improve the level of the army's nest. This is the eternal god. Seeing that Richard did not respond, Windsor said slowly, "Sir Richard, this price is not low. Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce will not treat our partners unfairly." Richard came back to his senses and smiled. "I naturally believe in President Windsor." As he said this, he suddenly seemed to think of something and said in a deep voice, "I came to Solen City. In fact, I have another thing I want to ask Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce for help. If the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce can help me, then the output of desert crown honey for 3 or even 5 years can be donated to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce for free." This surprised Windsor a little. This is a huge fortune. "Tell me, if I can help, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce will definitely not let you down," Richard said in a serious tone. "I accidentally got a sleeping evil camp hero, and the opponent's strength is above level 15. I need a contract scroll that can enslave the opponent." This time he came with 3 main goals: to find the treasure to enslave the vampire duke, to establish a chamber of commerce, and to find a way to use the plain stone. Establishing a chamber of commerce is the simplest, and the latter 2 are not easy, and you can only use all the forces you can. Let the players go to find information like this, and use the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce as well. Windsor looked at him thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he shook his head slowly. "Sorry, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce cannot help you with this matter. Treasures like this are very rare, and will not even be circulated in the market. Treasures that can enslave heroes are so valuable. It is not easy to get them. However, today is the opening time of the black market in Solen City. You can try your luck, and maybe you can get something." After saying that, he said with some deep meaning, "In the black market, There is a store called Red Dragon Grocery Store, which sells all kinds of strange items. You can go and ask, maybe you can get what you want. If you can't enter the store, you can mention my name. Richard's eyes lit up. With the other party's identity, he could specifically tell me, so the Red Dragon Grocery Store must be very expensive. Moreover, the other party specifically told him that he could mention her name, which showed his goodwill. Sure enough, the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Thank you, President Windsor. After both parties got what they wanted, the atmosphere became more harmonious. After chatting for another 20 minutes, Richard said goodbye and prepared to go to the black market. As for the plain stone and the world tree seed, he did not intend to inquire about the news openly. This thing is too precious, and it will never have a good result for a child to take gold to the market. Windsor did not keep him and asked Onik to send him out of the Chamber of Commerce. When Onik came back, the powerful top boss said with interest, "This Lord of Dusk City did not disappoint me. Although the conversation was not in-depth, his temperament, conversation, and knowledge were all top-notch. The heirs of the big families in Solen City may not have such a temperament. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Duke, was able to give away the manor so easily. The other party obviously saw something in her." Onik was a little hesitant at this time. "Mr. President, would it be a bit?" After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any words to describe it. Windsor smiled. "Didn't you notice? The crown on his head and the cloak behind him are all legendary treasures. How extraordinary is it for a lord who has only been in the main plane for half a year to obtain legendary treasures? And the Red Dragon Grocery Store will not eat people. My teacher is an honest man in the good camp. He is very curious about the Lord of God's grace. With the ability of this Lord Richard, he may really get the contract scroll from the teacher." He looked at the desert crown honey on the table. "He makes me look up to the group of Lords of God's grace. This Lord Richard, who is not well known, is so outstanding. I wonder what kind of style Qingqiu, the strongest existence among the Lords of God's grace, is?" Chapter 361. After leaving the Violet Manor, the two players came to a mixed hotel. Players can be seen everywhere here. The boss reached out to stop a maid with a burst chest. "Is Brother Jazz here?" The maid glanced at them, looking at the messy clothes, and said unhappily, "On the second floor." After saying that, she turned away with disgust. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. These days, if you don't get along well, you will not be welcomed anywhere. With a different mood, I went up to the second floor of the tavern and immediately saw a figure sitting by the window. The other person's bald head was particularly conspicuous. "Brother Jazz?" The bald man heard the call and turned his head to look at the two. He said casually, "Bossly, Li Lao San, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you gain anything in that Violet Manor?" The two were not special among the many players in the tavern, so naturally they would not be valued. Strength determines status. This sentence is never false. The eldest brother stepped forward and sat directly opposite the bald man. His face was a bit mysterious. "Sir brother, I have received a high-level mission from a big shot. I wonder if you are interested." The bald man narrowed his eyes. "Tell me about it." The third brother interrupted. "Violet Manor is the property of the Frostwolf family. Its owner, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, Rebecca, is back." The bald man's eyes lit up. "Did you receive the mission from the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke?" "Sure, brother." The eldest brother shook his head. "Not that NPC." The bald man's excited expression froze. "Is that the housekeeper of Violet Manor?" "Not a housekeeper either." The veins on the bald man's face gradually bulged. "Who the hell is that?" The third brother chuckled. When the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf returned, there was a powerful, mysterious being beside her. Do you know what the first thing the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf did after returning? What? Stick her butt? Take off her skirt? Or kneel down? We can't see this kind of show, but the excitement is no less. The other party gave the Violet Manor to that big shot. The bald man's irritability disappeared immediately, and he said with surprise, "Give away the Violet Manor? Are you kidding me? How much is this manor worth? Just give it away. We heard this with our own ears." The bald man asked excitedly, "So, you received the task from that mysterious person?" The eldest brother nodded. "Yes, the reward for this task is extremely generous. If you complete it, you can get 2 3-star treasures." The bald man's eyes suddenly widened. 2 3-star treasures? At this stage, 3-star treasures are definitely top-level treasures. 4-star and 5-star treasures are too difficult to obtain. It is basically impossible to obtain them by completing tasks. The difficulty of the tasks has exceeded the limit, and they cannot complete them. Only some lucky people can get them by chance by opening treasure chests. Tell me, what is the task? Looking at the bald man who was full of interest, the two did not keep it a secret and repeated the task assigned by Richard. Finally, they said, as long as we provide accurate information, we can get rewards. We don't need to get them. That big shot also said that no matter who gets the information, they can go to him to claim the reward. That's what they said, but who knows who that big shot is except the two of them. As long as there is news, it must pass through their hands. Baldhead also noticed this. He couldn't help but sigh that those who can get to this point are really not fools. I hope what you said is true, otherwise, I will let you know what it means to be so. Come on, Jazz Brothers, we are not outsiders, don't use this trick. I came to you to make a fortune together. This mission is just the beginning. Hold the thigh of that big shot. There will be many benefits in the future. They are not willing to join the players, but if the other party is the first of the two copies and the strongest among the players, that's another story. Who doesn't want to hold the thigh of the world's richest man? I hope to meet that big shot. No problem. We will go together when there is news. Baldhead asked some more details, and after confirming that what the two said was true, he immediately spread the news of finding treasures that can contract evil camp heroes. This tavern is a gathering place for players in this area. Not long after, a large number of players knew the news. As long as you know the news of the contract scroll, you can come to the tavern directly to get a 2-star treasure. 2-star treasures are already rare for most players, and not many people can ignore them. After the power of the players is activated, it is like a big net extending to every corner of Solen City. After leaving the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, Richard and Rebecca took a carriage and headed in another direction to the Black Market. In most games, the Black Market is a special place. With Windsor's suggestion, he was also interested in it. Red Dragon Grocery Store. After repeating the word several times, he turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. Rebecca, have you heard of Red Dragon Grocery Store? Rebecca shook her head. I am not familiar with Solen City. If it were not for the Flame Dragon Rabbit, I would not have come here in person this time. After all, the desert is still too far away from the ice and snow empire. Richard nodded, without further investigation. You will know what is inside by going to see it. The convoy was moving very fast, and in less than half an hour, it stopped in a wide square. Looking around, the Black Market was not built in a dark area as imagined, but an ancient castle occupying a large area of land. The dome-shaped buildings more than 10 or 20 meters high were closely arranged in the castle, looking quite exquisite. In the center of the square, a griffin statue was located here, and 100 meters behind the griffin was the entrance to the castle. A large number of soldiers were guarding here. From time to time, groups of Pegasus flew across the sky, casting a shadow under the sun. As long as there was an accident, the army would come to support at any time. At the entrance of the castle, a huge sign shone in the sun. Solen City Black Market. There was a special high-level text on it, and even illiterate people could understand its meaning at a glance. Such a blatant recruitment was completely unrelated to the name of the Black Market. Richard saw this, and could only sigh that the city was full of tricks. So the Black Market was controlled by the Solen City government, so could it still be called a Black Market? Butler Kent, whose hair was combed meticulously, was waiting in the square early. When he saw the carriage with the Frostwolf family logo, he immediately brought people to greet it. Rebecca and Richard saluted immediately after getting off the car. Miss Rebecca, Lord Richard. I have arranged it, you can go in directly. Rebecca glanced at Richard, confirmed that he did not intend to walk around, and nodded slightly. Take us in. Yes, miss. Butler Kent did not waste any words, turned around, and signaled the 2 teams of 15-level soldiers around him to disperse the guards. Push aside the crowded crowd and leave enough space. Richard and Rebecca walked towards the front entrance easily. The Dark Valkyrie and Cena followed closely behind. Along the way, the soldiers guarding the surroundings did not stop the group at all, and they were unimpeded. On the contrary, many players watched eagerly from the side, and some even wanted to find a chance to sneak in. But they were all stopped by the sharp-eyed soldiers, and the scolding was endless. Richard ignored the stupid player and looked around after passing through the castle gate. The interior of the castle was a commercial street, with shops displaying all kinds of goods. Unlike the shops outside, the shops here sell something special. Bloody wolf heads, rotting corpses, minerals with magical fluctuations, talking water, flying leaves, and strange things were everywhere. This also made Richard feel very satisfied. After staying in Twilight City for a long time, This was the first time he saw such a scene. He found a lot of good things on the way, such as 2-star and 3-star resource treasures, but the prices were ridiculously high. There was no such thing as selling artifacts for 10 gold coins. This made his original idea of picking up a bargain aborted. The natives have been living in this land for many years. Those who can make a living in the black market are not stupid. Generally, they can tell whether something is good or not by just looking at it. If you really want to find a bargain, you can only find those sellers who set up stalls alone, but most of those people are professionals in this field. Maybe the things they sell are from the same workshop. After Butler Kent introduced the basic rules here, Richard immediately lost interest. Sure enough, it is too unreliable to find a bargain while shopping. Without the utilitarian idea, with a playful mentality, it is quite happy. I have to say that shopping in a fantasy world is really interesting. You can see all kinds of weird things. Half an hour later, his curiosity was satisfied, and Richard asked Butler Kent where the Red Dragon grocery store was. Butler Kent was not vague, and immediately led a group of people to the Red Dragon grocery store. This castle covers an exaggerated area. It took more than 20 minutes to finally get to the most central area from the crowded crowd. Red Dragon grocery store. When Butler Kent mentioned the place, Richard still couldn't imagine it. In this prosperous place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, there is such a shabby store. Standing at the door and looking, the floor of the grocery store is covered with black stains, as if no one has cleaned it for several years. The various shelves and furniture in the house are even more shabby, with messy things placed everywhere. Anyone who sees this scene will frown. Looking inside along the shelf, an old man with gray hair and one eye covered with black cloth is half lying on a mechanical rocking chair that emits magical fluctuations and swings back and forth. His eyes are slightly narrowed, as if he is half asleep. He looks very leisurely. Seeing this scene, Richard was actually aroused with some interest. Why does this guy look a bit like the Fire Cloud Evil God, another big boss? Open the attribute panel. Pim. Level 3. It is covered by special energy and cannot be detected. After reading it, Richard was stunned for a moment. Level 3? This old man is really a loser. Retracting his thoughts, he took 2 steps forward, stepped into the grocery store, stood in the messy cabinets, and said softly, "Hello, may I bother you?" This politeness is impeccable. Hearing the voice, the old man who was lying on the rocking chair slowly opened his eyes, subconsciously touched his heart with his right hand, and then looked up at Richard. After seeing his figure clearly, he said unhappily, "Who asked you to disturb my sleep? Take whatever you want to buy, pay quickly after you take it, and don't bother me," said, and planned to lie down again. Richard was at a loss for words. "You know you own a grocery store. Mr. Pym, President Windsor asked me to come to the black market to seek your help." Windsor only told him about the grocery store, but that didn't stop him from using the tiger's skin as a banner. Although the other party's level was low, he must be extraordinary to be introduced by Windsor. Sure enough, after hearing the word Windsor, the old man who was about to lie down slowly sat up again. He looked him up and down for a few times, and finally curled his lips. "Windsor, this little girl, should go out and gain some experience. A little lord of level 13, what can he do to help me? And he is also a lord of God's grace who knows nothing." Little girl, can the powerful Luanwihu Chamber of Commerce be described like this? Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man has a close relationship with Windsor. And one more thing, he has been covering his whole body with desert power. But the other party saw his strength at a glance. This seemingly old figure is not that simple. Lord Shannon may not be unable to help you. The old man sneered. Then you think too highly of yourself. After thinking for a while, he said with a tut. There is a lord of Shannon named Chinchio, who is not bad. It's not that I look down on you. Unless you are as strong as Chinchio, leave quickly and don't disturb my sleep. Richard smiled and said casually, Mr. Pym, let me introduce myself. I am the Lord of Dusk City, Richard, and also the Lord of Shannon Chinchio. As the voice fell, a majestic breath surged out. In an instant, it was like a sandstorm sweeping across the world. Everything was blurry. The old man who was about to lie down for the second time immediately sat up straight, widening the eye that was not wrapped in black cloth. Are you Chinchio? Under such a powerful pressure, this existence of only level 3 was not affected at all. Richard immediately noticed this, and his mind turned quickly, and he slowly restrained his breath. At this time, Rebecca also walked into the grocery store, looking at the old man's somewhat surprised look, and felt a little proud. Responded first. If the Chinchio, you are talking about is the one who won the crown after competing with 20 billion god lords in the last god mission, then that is Sir Richard. Like a child showing off his beloved gift, his tone was full of pride. The one-eyed old man finally showed some interest. Yes, this little girl Windsor has a good eye. She finally helped me find a decent God's Grace Lord. Although God's Grace Lords are all trash, you are pretty good to be the strongest among 20 billion people. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you praising me? What is your purpose in coming to me? Richard was also clear, and repeated his requirements for finding the hero treasure of the evil camp. After listening, the old man had a slightly strange expression. The soul contract of the ice goddess can be obtained by this little guy with the blood of the Frost Wolf family. Why did you come to me? The Frost Wolf family also has soul contracts? The girl beside him was a little surprised. Seeing this, the old man shook his head. It seems that you haven't become the heir yet. He looked at Richard. I can help you get the contract, but I also need you to do something for me. Richard felt a strong sense of joy in his heart. Really? You say? The old man looked at him and said word by word. I want you to help me find a heart of a god. Richard's expression instantly became very interesting. Does this old man really know what he is talking about? Chapter 362. The Heart of the Gods? Richard looked at the old man with one eye wrapped in black cloth and said slowly, Mr. Pym, do you have any misunderstanding about my strength? Pym stood up tremblingly, and the blue eye stared at him. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Sure enough, the Lords of God's Grace are a group of lunatics, who are not afraid of the gods. I asked you to help me find the heart of the gods, and you declined just because you were worried that you were not strong enough, not because you were in awe of the gods. I don't see any fear of the gods in your eyes. I like your attitude. Richard was stunned. This guy was really unexpected. Shrugged. So what does Mr. Pym want to express? The old man showed a subtle look on his face. I need you to go to a temple and retrieve the heart of the god sealed inside. There is a prerequisite for entering that temple. You must be a non-believer, someone who does not believe in gods. Richard narrowed his eyes. Is the other party serious? Mr. Pym, a temple that can seal the heart of a god, are you sure I can step into it? If what the other party said is not a lie, then the exploration level of this temple is probably sky high. God, the controller of the rules of glorious era, the end of all things. How terrifying power should their hearts have, and how exaggerated will the place where the heart is sealed be? The old man shook his head. Of course, in fact, due to special rules and restrictions, only the Lord of Divine Grace can enter it. Richard's eyes lit up. Is this a special copy? The other party did not stop talking. Before you, 20 God's Grace Lords had already gone there, so you can rest assured. Has any player accepted this mission? What about them? The old man shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, I haven't seen any of them come back. Richard's eyelids twitched. No one came back? This is an old scumbag. Pym said, looking at him kindly. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any big danger inside. With your strength, I believe you can handle it. Did you say the same thing to the more than 20 players who didn't come back? Richard's mouth twitched. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, Mr. Pym, I need to confirm what level of enemies there are in that temple. Also, I need to get the contract scroll first. Pym straightened his neck immediately, stared at the one eye, and shouted loudly. Damn you, kid, you're just daydreaming. How can I pay you first? I can only give you the reward if you get the heart of the god back. Mr. Pym, you know it's just a daydream? You don't pay anything, but you want me to explore a horrible place that seals the heart of the god. After getting the benefits, you take the big share. There's no such good thing in the world, right? Both sides stared at each other. Neither of them backed down. Glorious Era is full of dangers. If you go on an adventure rashly and meet a tough guy, you will really die. However, if you can get the contract scroll and subdue the vampire duke in advance, that's another story. After a moment of confrontation, Pym suddenly relaxed and slowly laid down on the mechanical rocking chair again. He looked at Richard in amazement. Boy, among so many people, you are the first one who dares to talk back to me. No wonder you can stand out from the Lords of God's Grace. The Lords of God's Grace before me, they dare not say anything when I say one thing, typical waste. You are very good. Richard was speechless. I wonder if those players, who were killed by this old man, will turn into undead to fight him after hearing this evaluation. After calming down, he said softly, Mr. Pym, can I know what you are looking for the heart of the gods for? This made the old man cover his chest subconsciously. Then he grinned and laughed. Nothing, just missing a heart. Richard did not smile, but looked solemn. Mr. Pym, are you serious? This old man gave him a very strange feeling. He was a little confused about the other party's bottom line. Pym laughed and slowly opened his black shirt in front of him. The shirt was made of unknown material. He pulled it left and right, and it split like a rubber. With Rebecca there, the scene felt a bit like a hooligan. But the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Richard and Rebecca could clearly see a fist-sized hole in each other's chest. The heart that should have existed disappeared at this moment. Only the blood-red muscles were slowly moving. This scene gave people a strong psychological impact. This one-eyed old man actually had no heart. Richard was shocked. Taking a few deep breaths could not suppress the ups and downs in his heart. When he looked at the old man again, his eyes were full of solemnity. He couldn't imagine what kind of strength it would take to survive after losing his heart. And there was a level 3. Judging from the appearance of the grocery store, the other party might have lived for quite a while. Rebecca was also shocked at this moment. She could sense that the old man was a normal human being, not a race like the undead, who could survive after removing their heads. Normal humans can live well without a heart. As the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, she had seen countless strange things, but she had never seen such a scene. Pym looked at the two people who were shocked and smiled, like a child showing off his toys to shock his friends. Then he wiped his clothes, and the crack that had just opened returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. After Richard came to his senses, he lowered his voice a little. Mr. Pym, can you tell me the reason? No special reason, Pym said slowly. I fought with a red dragon and had my heart dug out by it, but I didn't suffer any loss. I cut off the head of the red dragon. Richard suddenly remembered the name of this store. The Red Dragon grocery store is really related to the Red Dragon. Ordinary hearts are useless to me. Only the heart of a god with infinite power can make me recover. Pym looked at Richard meaningfully. The strongest lord among the lords of God's grace, Lord Qingqiu, you can get Windsor to recommend you. I believe you will not let me down. Richard took a deep breath and said slowly. Mr. Pym, you haven't told me the level of the enemies in the temple. Pym was very honest and spread his hands. I haven't been in there, how would I know? Richard looked at the old man who seemed to be asking for a beating, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the other party had an extraordinary origin, it was really hard for him to feel any respect for him. Then how did you know there was a heart of the gods inside? An ancient secret. Then I still have the same request, you need to get the contract scroll first, otherwise this mission cannot be completed. Pym was a little annoyed. I can only give you the contract scroll after you get the heart of the gods. Seeing that Richard was about to say something, the old man waved his hand unhappily. The next moment, the space suddenly twisted. Under his gaze, a silver-white balance emitting a holy light slowly appeared and just floated in the air. The moment the balance appeared, in the eyes of the people around him, the world lost its light at this moment. Only the balance remained forever. There was a small tray on each side of the silver-white balance, tied with thin chains. There were pure white feathers on the tray at one end, and the tray at the other end was empty. Pym had a bit of pride in his eyes. Young man, let alone the contract scroll, I can give you anything you want. Richard put away his doubts, and curiously opened the scale attribute panel. But after just one look, his breathing immediately became rapid. Wishing scale. Level, advanced artifact. Features, after making a wish in your heart, put an item of equal value on the other end of the scale, and the wishing scale will fulfill your wish. Restrictions. 1. Each time you make a wish, the items put in must be of equal value. If the value is not enough, the wish cannot be fulfilled. 2. Cooling time is 3 months. Introduction. The artifact forged by the first-generation god of wishes was originally intended to make a wishing balance that does not require payment, but due to the constraints of the rules, the forging was not perfect, but even so, it still has incredible power. His eyes were full of shock. Although the appearance of this balance can be seen to be extraordinary, he never thought that this thing is so powerful, high-level artifact. This is too much, right? Seeing the shock in Richard's eyes, Pym sighed slightly. Your Lord of Divine Grace really has the ability to know the origin of treasures. It is really an enviable talent. Then he said proudly. Now you don't doubt it? With a wishing balance, you can get any treasure you want. Richard thought about it, and said in a concentrated voice. Since there is a wishing balance, why doesn't Mr. Pym directly exchange the heart of the god? Pym's face was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he said angrily. What do you know, little kid? How many treasures do you need to exchange for the heart of a god? Who can afford it? I spent most of my savings to exchange for the information about the location of the heart of a god. Richard finally understood. It turns out that the information about the heart of a god was also obtained by using the wishing scale. It seems that the function of this high-level artifact is more practical than what is introduced. At that moment, his eyes became hot. With this high-level artifact, enslaving the vampire duke is just around the corner. You can even learn how to use the plain stone and the world tree seed from it. But before he could be happy for long, his face suddenly stiffened. This artifact is indeed powerful, but the biggest drawback is that you need treasures of equal value to make a wish. This is a bit too much. The wishing scale might as well be called the exchange scale. By the way, can I make some weird wishes? And if I want to get the contract scroll that can enslave extraordinary beings from the wishing scale, what level of treasure is enough? Thinking of this headache-inducing question, I immediately looked at Pym. Chapter 363. Pym glared at Richard unhappily. Boy, don't look at me like that. Just tell me whether you will accept this mission or not. Looking at the other party's attitude of playing bad, Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man has a very good character, and he has a bit of the demeanor of a gangster until old age. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, Mr. Pym, what is the price to exchange the scroll that can enslave extraordinary heroes from the wishing balance? Pym said unhappily. Don't even think about such a good thing. Are extraordinary beings also accessible to you now? Why do you, the Lords of Divine Grace, ask such messy questions one by one? Last time someone asked me if I could exchange the Godhead with the wishing balance. If I could exchange the Godhead, would I still be talking nonsense with you? After complaining a few words about the unreliable sand sculpture players before, he continued. Although the supernatural power is nothing, it has already entered another level. Even if the other party stands and offers you a contract, you can't make a contract. Richard was unmoved. Mr. Pym, this is my business. You just need to tell me the price I have to pay. Pym didn't care at first, but seeing his serious look, his blue eyes narrowed slightly. He said with a smile, It seems that I underestimated you. After thinking for a while, he said softly, The scroll that can contract the supernatural power is expensive. Even some nobles, who have accumulated hundreds of years, cannot afford it. But I can promise you that as long as you can get the heart of the god back from that temple, I will help you pay no matter how much it costs. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Just about to speak. Suddenly, a familiar system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding, you triggered the S-level mission, the Profane Heart. As a demigod-level boss, Pym's heart was torn apart in a battle with an ancient red dragon, and his strength fell to the freezing point. He used the wishing balance snatched from the ancient red dragon to save his life, and at the same time learned that the heart of the god could restore him. For this, he started a long plan. But the mysterious place where the heart of the god was sealed has very special rules. He spent a full 10 years, and failed to step into it. Just as he was gradually despairing, the Lord of Divine Grace appeared. Mission requirements: take out the sealed heart of the god from the special area, the profane temple, and hand it over to Pym safely to restore his demigod power. Mission reward: Pym's gratitude, a chance to use the wishing balance. Note, this mission reward is not fixed. Any action you take in the mission may affect the final reward. Richard looked at the prompt, his face a little subtle. S-level mission? The first time he received an S-level mission was in the first copy. The Scarlet Council stole the Princess of the Empire. He had to take the Princess of the Empire, and avoid the pursuit of the whole world. The danger was simply explosive. He was able to survive, which was definitely a push from the Goddess of Luck. Now another one. He took a deep breath, suppressed his fluctuating emotions, and read the prompts again. After thinking for a while, he looked at Pym meaningfully. This old man with only one eye left and trembling walking was indeed not that simple. Demigod. This title is enough to explain everything. The wishing balance was snatched by Pym from the ancient red dragon, which also surprised him. Dragons are the top life in this world. The longer they live, the more terrifying their strength. With the word ancient in the prefix, I'm afraid they will not be far from becoming gods. How strong was this old guy in his prime? Mr. Pym, is there a time limit for retrieving the heart of the god? Pym grinned. 3 months, I can still hold on for 3 months. If you can't get the heart of the god in 3 months, I will go to see the god of death. There was no fear or terror in his tone, and his attitude towards death was as relaxed as going out for a picnic. Richard was certain in his heart. 3 months, there is still room for operation. Although the rewards for S-level tasks are generous, they are definitely a life-and-death struggle. In the last S-level task, he was hunted by the whole world, and the good and evil camps went into battle together. Even with the support of the big boss of the Scarlet Council, he was on the verge of death countless times. This time, he had to explore the temple that could seal the heart of the gods alone. You can imagine how terrifying it was. However, there was a chance. Richard's eyes showed some thought. He had a trump card in his hand that was rarely used, but absolutely not to be ignored: the hero altar. After the hero died, he could be resurrected in the altar. This building immediately gave him the confidence to face this S-level mission calmly. Even if he failed, the loss would not be too great. Mr. Pym, I always like making friends, not to mention that you are a friend recommended by President Windsor. I take this mission. Within 3 months, the heart of the god will definitely be handed over to you. Richard's tone was calm, but with strong confidence. Although the S-level mission is difficult, the rewards are also explosive. As long as there is a chance, you can't miss it. Pym nodded with satisfaction. I like the fearless attitude of you god lords. He took out a thumb-sized mini compass from his arms. After entering the Death Desert, drop a drop of blood on it, and the compass will guide you to the direction of the temple. The moment Richard reached out to take the compass, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! You have accepted the S-level mission Blasphemous Heart. Please complete the task within 3 months. If you exceed the time limit, the task will automatically expire. He took a deep breath and looked at the old man on the mechanical rocking chair with a burning gaze. I will live up to your trust. The reward of this S-level mission must be fought for by Dusk City. The significance of this is too great. Extraordinary. As long as the contract scroll can be obtained, the City of Dusk will have the strategic power of Extraordinary. Whether going out to fight or guarding the territory, you can have a calm choice. After discussing this, the task was decided. This trip was worth it. Not only did he see the top artifacts such as the Wishing Scale, but he also found a way to enslave the Vampire Duke. At the same time, he also received an S-level task. As long as he completed it, the reward would not disappoint him. After receiving the task, Richard discussed with Pym for half an hour, and asked a lot of information about the temple. At the same time, he also asked a few questions about the Plain Stone and the World Tree Seed. Although the old man's strength dropped to level 3, he was worthy of being a top boss, and gave him a lot of valuable information. After asking all the questions, Richard did not hesitate, and slowly left the grocery store with Rebecca and the people behind him. Watching Richard's back disappear from sight, Pym seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant, slowly leaning on the mechanical rocking chair, his eyes half closed. At this moment, a figure covered by a cloak slowly emerged behind him. The other party seemed to have been here all the time. The blue eyes under the black cloak stared at the outside of the grocery store, and said in a deep voice, Lord Pym, this Lord of Divine Grace is not simple. Judging from his aura, he may have changed his job to a legendary profession. And the crown on his head, and the cloak behind him are legendary treasures. Not only is he unusual, but the female warrior holding a long sword, and wearing black armor, outside the grocery store even makes me feel a little dangerous. Although the warrior next to her is only level 13, judging from the perceived soul and blood, his potential may have reached Super A level. The man with the hood looked at Pym, who didn't react much and seemed to be asleep again, with a complex and expectant look in his eyes that was difficult for outsiders to understand. Lord Pym, perhaps, the strongest of the Lords of Divine Grace, can really take back the heart. We have been waiting for this day for too long. Everyone in Crimson Moon is waiting for you to stand up and lead us again, Lord Pym. Chapter 364. After leaving the Red Dragon grocery store, Richard continued to stroll in this bustling area. Amid the bustling crowd, he felt a little strange as he watched all kinds of people passing by. I don't know when the City of Dusk will be able to see such a scene. There is a long way to go. After experiencing the lively atmosphere for a moment, Richard turned his head and looked at Rebecca beside him. Looking at the girl who was still thinking about something, he said slowly, Rebecca, have you heard of Pym before you came? A demigod who can survive without a heart is simply a myth. In addition, the other party also has a high-level artifact. If such a person had not lost his power, he would probably be a guest of honor for the kings of various empires. Rebecca shook her head. The main plane is too big. There are countless powerful and mysterious beings like Mr. Pym. Besides, this is not the Ice and Snow Empire. Richard was silent. Glorious Era is really a place where crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers are hidden. The indigenous forces that have existed for who knows how long are far beyond the reach of current players. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, the City of Dusk is located in the desert, and is naturally isolated from the outside world. There is no need to worry too much about colliding with these terrifying forces when it is weak. After thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. What do you think of Pym? Rebecca's tone was somewhat yearning. I'm afraid that His Majesty was incredibly powerful in his heyday. If I can have the power to kill the ancient red dragon, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of heir to the Frostwolf family. After saying this, he seemed to have thought of something, turned his head, and looked at Richard, and said seriously, Sir Richard, going to that temple to retrieve the heart of the god may be more dangerous than you can imagine. If you are not absolutely sure, please consider it. The potential of Twilight City is unlimited, and you don't need to take risks yourself. After pausing for a moment, his eyes were filled with a subtle light that was difficult for outsiders to understand. After getting the rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit, some of my plans can be put into practice immediately, and then I will definitely be able to control more resources of the family. I will take this opportunity to do my best to find the contract scroll for you. Looking at the girl's serious eyes, a warm current rose in Richard's heart. This noble eldest daughter, with an extraordinary origin, is indeed a good person. Nodding slowly. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for this matter. I will not take risks easily without absolute certainty. Rebecca looked at him so solemnly replying to her, and she felt inexplicably happy. No more words. From the contact during this period of time, the other party is not an impulsive person. After this incident was revealed, Richard seemed to have thought of something and asked, Rebecca, where can I buy high-level armor in the black market? Buying armor for Xena was the original purpose. The Dark Valkyrie came with a full-body armor, which had considerable defense and could be repaired automatically, so he didn't need to prepare anything extra. Rebecca smiled and glanced at Xena, who was following her. Grand Duke Solen's shop may have the equipment Miss Xena needs. Grand Duke Solen? Richard was a little curious about this title. Yes, the ruler of Solen City, a legendary ascetic. Rebecca said this with a look of respect. She said in a tone of amazement. Grand Duke Solen had already reached level 29 the year before last, and was only one step away from becoming a demigod. It is really admirable that an ascetic monk could become a legend. Is an ascetic monk a very rare profession? This was the first time Richard had heard of this profession. Rebecca was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that he had not even heard of this. Thinking of his identity as the Lord of Divine Grace, she understood and immediately explained. No, the ascetic is not rare, it is just an advanced class for warriors, and can be chosen after level 10. But few warriors will change their job to become an ascetic, not because it is difficult to change their job, but because it is extremely difficult to upgrade after becoming an ascetic. Ascetic monks cannot wear armor or use weapons, and can only fight with their bodies. If you want to upgrade, you need to improve your body's strength first. Only when you reach sufficient strength can you upgrade. So you can often see ascetics going to various terrifying places to hone themselves and fight monsters with bare hands. This kind of suffering is not something that ordinary people can endure. But such hard work has enabled every ascetic monk to have a physique comparable to that of a dragon of the same level. What's even more exaggerated is that an ascetic monk can even fight 4 or 5 heroes of the same level alone. Hunting dragons with bare hands is not a legend for them. As for the legendary ascetic monks, I can't imagine how terrifying they are. I'm afraid that Grand Duke Solen can only use his body to resist the dragon's breath. Entering the magma naked may not feel more than taking a hot bath. My father once said that above the extraordinary, the ascetic monks are one of the most powerful beings. Richard was thoughtful after hearing these secrets. He wrote down this profession. If he encounters an ascetic monk in the future, he must be more careful. Those who are cruel to themselves are not weak. At least, he will not go to fight the ferocious beast with bare hands without his equipment. Then let's go to the Grand Duke's Chamber of Commerce to see if we can see the style of the legendary ascetic monk. Rebecca smiled. The Solen Chamber of Commerce is managed by Grand Duke Solen's daughter, Her Highness Chris. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet Grand Duke Solen. While the two were talking and laughing, the butler Kent, who led the way in front, took them to another direction. Not long after, the group stopped in front of a shop with an exaggerated area. It looked like a gymnasium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. In front of them, on a huge plaque, the 4 characters of Solen Chamber of Commerce were written in the common language of the continent. The outer wall of this building is embossed with dozens of Pegasus statues more than 10 meters high. After being blessed with magic, the Pegasus keeps running on the outer wall. This scene looks quite visually impactful. At the entrance, 2 rows of 10-meter-high magic stone statues hold long-handled battle axes and guard on both sides. They are all top-level soldiers of level 19. People come and go around, and it is very lively. Richard and his group of more than 20 people are inconspicuous here. Because soldiers cannot be brought into the store, it took some time to place the 15th level soldiers of the 2 teams. Butler Kent then led them into the house. Passing through the magic stone statues, and through the tall and sturdy gate, the view suddenly opened up. On the top of the 20-meter-high sky, there are intricate and exquisite patterns carved, and on the surrounding walls, there are colorful oil paintings hanging. Before he could take a closer look, a staff member in his early 40s came up with a smile. "Dear guests, Solen Chamber of Commerce welcomes you all. I will serve you all from now on. What are you going to buy?" Richard came back to his senses, and gestured to Hina beside him. "I need to buy a set of high-quality armor." "Armor? What level do you need?" "4 stars and above." Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled even brighter. "For treasures of this level, you need to go to the 2nd floor. Please follow me." Richard nodded and followed. But just after passing through the crowd and reaching the stairs, before he stepped on the steps, a quarrel came over. Richard turned his head subconsciously. At this time, several players were shouting something with an unhappy face to an old man with a goatee standing behind the counter. In front of them, there was a pile of severely damaged items. You can tell at a glance that they just came back from the wild and came to sell treasures. The rusty sword, the broken shield, the broken longbow were full of the breath of time, as if they were picked up from some ancient ruins. The middle-aged man who led the way looked at Richard's curious eyes and smiled awkwardly. "Sir, there are often some God's grace lords who come to sell equipment they got from somewhere. Some are valuable, and some are just rags, so disputes occasionally occur. You don't need to worry about it. Please follow me." Richard nodded, no longer paying attention, retracting his gaze and walking upstairs. At this time, the quarrel over there became more intense. This is a legendary equipment. Even if it is seriously damaged, it shouldn't be worth so little money, right? That's all. One more set is not worth it. When has the Solen Chamber of Commerce ever cheated people? Impossible. The price your people gave me last time was 3 times higher than yours. You are just cheating people. Who is it? How come I didn't know about this? The players were arguing, and suddenly found the middle-aged man who became conspicuous halfway up the stairs, and their eyes lit up immediately, pointing at the stairs and shouting, "Last week, we sold it to him. Call him over and let's talk." The goateed old man at the counter immediately turned his head, and the middle-aged man who led Richard was embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but it was difficult to speak. This wave was purely a joke for outsiders. I will advise the president to move the acquisition area to the backyard later. At this time, the movement here has attracted a lot of attention. The middle-aged man couldn't just leave at this time. At that moment, he could only apologize to Richard with a smile, call a staff member not far from the stairs to accompany him, then turn around and go down the stairs, with a grim face, walking towards the players. Richard saw this and also became interested. He was not in a hurry to go up, and took Rebecca and the others down the stairs again, walked through the crowd, and approached the people who were still arguing. "The things I sell are exactly the same as last time. Why is the price less than half this time, you tell me?" Among the players selling goods, the leader held a rusty bronze long sword in his hand, and glared at the two indignantly. Seeing Richard following, the middle-aged man looked at the players with even more displeasure. "Humph, last time I bought your equipment, I wanted to take it back to our forger to restore it, but do you know the result in the end? Our top forging master said that it is impossible to repair it if it is broken like this. Even if it can be repaired, it is not worth it. The resources needed to repair it are enough to forge a brand new one." The player did not believe it. "Humph, who knows whether what you said is true or false? If you don't believe it, you can go to another store to sell it, and see if there is such a price." After listening for a while, Richard also understood what the players were arguing about. The last time they came to sell treasures, the price was generous. This time, they got the same treasure again, but the price given by the Solen Chamber of Commerce was not even half of the last time, which was unbalanced. The same is true for the Solen Chamber of Commerce. Last time, they thought that they would use it to repair it and make a fortune after purchasing it, but they didn't expect that the cost of repairing it even exceeded the price of the treasure itself, which was not worth it at all. So this happened. After watching for a while, Richard became curious about the treasure in the player's hand. Opened the attribute panel and took a few glances. Broken bronze sword. Level, none. Status, severely damaged. Introduction. Once a legendary weapon, it has lost its power under the erosion of time. Broken black long sword. Broken longbow. More than 20 weapons, each of which is severely damaged and none of them can be used. Interestingly, half of them are legendary equipment. I don't know where the players got so many high-level broken ones. After learning from the middle-aged man that these weapons could not be repaired, The goatee appraiser finally didn't want to offer even half the price. He drove the players away like a fly. The players were very depressed, cursing the world incomprehensible words, greeting the two families, and finally took out a black cloth bag and reluctantly put away the broken equipment on the counter one by one. The arm can't twist the thigh. Richard looked at it and laughed. These guys really don't change their nature. After watching this excitement, he didn't stay for long and turned away. Just after 2 steps, the players collected the last few items on the table. Ding-ling-lang, a long knife broke directly because it was too rusted, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Richard turned his head subconsciously. Seeing the scene of the players picking it up with curses, he was a little amused. Originally, he didn't take it seriously, but at this moment, the leading player took out a dry branch from the cloth bag and swept the last 2 treasures on the table into the cloth bag, like collecting garbage. Richard's heart jumped violently. His eyes were fixed on the dry branch in the hands of the players. He felt a strange and familiar breath, like the ancient tree of the evil gods. No, it was more evil and darker than the ancient tree of the evil gods. And more importantly, this dry branch was not like other rags, which seemed to have been passed down from ancient times. Instead, it was very new. I was very curious. Where did these players get this branch? Chapter 365. The branch was mixed with a pile of rubbish, and was not noticeable. Although the aura was special, if he had not been in contact with the ancient tree of the evil spirit frequently, he would not have taken it seriously. To outsiders, it was at most a piece of garbage stained with the aura of the dead. Watching those players, who were cursing, and packing up their things and preparing to leave, Richard subconsciously wanted to follow them, but he stopped again when he saw the crowd around him paying close attention to this place. He didn't want to attract too much attention. While thinking, he turned his head to look at Rebecca. He stepped closer to her, leaned slightly, and whispered in her ear. "Rebecca, help me keep those God's grace lords. They have what I need." Rebecca felt a hot breath coming from her ear, and her face immediately flushed. Her heart beat faster and faster, and she felt that her breathing was a little unstable. After agreeing, he pretended to be calm and turned to look at Butler Kentucky. After whispering a few words, Butler Kent immediately stepped out and caught up with the players with ugly faces. After chatting for a while, the faces of several players immediately became excited. After saluting Butler Kent, they left happily. After a while, Butler Kent stepped back. "Miss, it has been arranged. I asked them to wait at the entrance of the black market. If they don't wait, you can go to Violet Manor to find us at night. I also asked for their address. Lord Shannon values interests the most. I promised to buy those broken treasures at a high price. They will not miss it. Other chambers of commerce will not give me the price I offer. After their psychological expectations are raised, they will not sell them before they reach an agreement with us." Richard smiled. Butler Kent really knows the player's mentality. "I just don't know if there will be any extra gains this time. What is behind a branch with a darker and more evil aura than the ancient tree?" While thinking, the middle-aged man has returned, and the other party keeps apologizing to him. After Richard responded with 2 sentences, he continued to follow the other party to the 2nd floor. "Now let's get Xena's armor first, and there is no rush for the players. Go up to the 2nd floor. It can be clearly felt that there are fewer people than on the 1st floor. And correspondingly, the temperament of these people's clothes also gives people a feeling of being rich or noble. There are many nobles with family emblems tattooed on their chests." The middle-aged man took them to the open tea room in the corner of the hall. Richard sat down, and the maid immediately brought hot tea. After the middle-aged man whispered a few words to the staff next to him, the other party brought back a beautifully made booklet not long after. "Sir, this is the armor we haven't sold yet, all of which are treasures above 4 stars. Richard took it with great interest and opened it carefully. This thing really feels like shopping. It records the styles of the armor and various attribute skills, which is dazzling. It has to be said that the Solen Chamber of Commerce is indeed rich. There are more than 50 pieces of armor in the booklet. Looking at it, the attributes of any armor are excellent. Richard couldn't find a unique one, so he simply handed it to Xena and let the girl choose it herself. After a while, Xena found one that she was interested in. Bloodthirsty armor. Level, 5 stars. Features, 1. Bloodthirsty. Every time you kill an enemy, you can turn blood into energy to restore your own strength, and at the same time, you can control the blood energy to repair the armor. 2. Blood boiling. Can cast powerful blood blessing on the armor, increase its defense by 500%, duration, 20 minutes, cooldown time, 1 day. 3. Fight bravely. Immediately remove all control skills and magic on the body, cooldown time, 30 minutes. Introduction. The masterpiece of the orc forging master, with strong defense and tyrannical power. These skills are very suitable for Xena's fighting style, especially bloodthirst, which can undoubtedly greatly improve its endurance. Richard was also quite satisfied. How much is this 5-star armor? Sir, the bloodthirsty armor is priced at 2 million rare resources. 2 million rare resources? This price is sky high. It was the first time he knew that the price of 5-star treasures in the hands of the natives was so exaggerated. With the current accumulation of Dusk City, even if you don't eat or drink, you have to save for 3 to 5 months to afford this armor. The middle-aged man seemed to see his surprise, and hurriedly explained. 5-star armor is larger than weapons, and shields of the same level, so the price will be relatively higher. In addition, the properties of this armor have been tested in actual combat. Although there are not many, they are all excellent. Although the price is high, you will never suffer a loss. After a pause, he continued. You can also exchange it with treasures of the same level. If the treasure you provide is not valuable enough, you only need to make up the difference. Richard nodded without comment. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Took out a special treasure from the system space. Broken Lake. Level, 4 stars. Features. Can summon a lake with a diameter of 5,000 meters and a depth of 100 meters that can float in the sky. Introduction. A treasure with magical power. This treasure was obtained in the Broken Rule land a few months ago. He had witnessed the magnificent scenery of the lake floating in the sky, which was quite shocking. It's a pity that the City of Dusk is a desert, and there is only one of this thing. He doubts whether it will suddenly dry up one day without water supply in the future. So it has not been used until now. Put the broken lake on the table, introduce the function in detail, and ask, how many resources can this treasure sell for? The middle-aged man was quite surprised. If this treasure is really as you introduced, it can sell millions of rare resources. This requires a more professional appraiser to come. He can't determine the detailed data of this treasure. Richard was a little surprised. This thing can be sold for millions of rare resources? The other party saw his gaze and smiled and explained. Some great nobles will be interested in this. I believe no one would mind owning an aerial swimming pool. In addition, the lords living by the lake may also need it. It is a good choice to use it as a war fortress. Richard thought of the Broken Rules land and the half-fish people shooting at them in the lake, and he immediately understood. The lake water is a natural wall, and the fortress that can float in the sky seems to have great strategic value. As for the hobbies of the nobles, let's not talk about them. Those great nobles who have accumulated hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, who knows how deep their foundation is. It is too reasonable to build a few sky swimming pools when they have nothing to do. After thinking for a while, he turned his head and glanced at Rebecca, but before he opened his mouth, the girl seemed to know what he wanted to say. He said softly, "This price is very fair." Seeing this, Richard also relaxed. But what bothered him was that although this treasure could be worth millions of rare resources, there was still a big gap. He only had more than 200,000 rare resources, and this was after plundering the underground world. But fortunately, he had more than one treasure in his hand. Then he took out the second item from the system space. Legendary Treasure Victory Gem. After he became the final winner in the death arena, he received a colorful treasure chest as a reward. This gem was opened from the colorful treasure chest. The two characteristics of the victory gem left a deep impression on him. 1. The person holding the victory gem will bring endless hope to his subordinates. Even if he is defeated to the last soldier, they will follow him unwaveringly. His subordinates will never betray him and never give up. 2. He is immune to all magic that shakes the morale of the army and reduces morale. Every half an hour, he can cast a purification spell to remove the negative effects of the evil camp on the army. Introduction. This is the treasure used by the goddess of victory to reward loyal believers. If it is inlaid on strategic equipment, it will be blessed by the goddess of victory. There are not many skills, but the effect is very good. The only disadvantage is that it cannot be used in the City of Dusk. So the moment he got it, he didn't plan to use it himself. He always thought about finding a buyer to sell it when he came to Solen City. A legendary gem must be worth at least 18 million. The wealthy Solen Chamber of Commerce seems to be a good choice. However, what Richard did not expect was that Rebecca's face changed drastically when she saw him take out the victory gem. She explained subconsciously, "Victory." He stopped talking halfway and immediately reacted. But the disbelief and surprise in his eyes were so obvious at this moment. The girl quickly reached out and pressed the gem in his hand, with a somewhat urgent and serious tone. "Sir Richard, I will help you make up for how many resources you lack. There is no need to sell this treasure." Richard was about to say something, but looking at the girl's scorching eyes, his heart moved slightly, and he took the victory gem back into the system space. "In this case, I trouble you." Rebecca turned her head and looked around. After finding nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man did not know what the gem was, and he was still confused at this time, but he did not say much. The Solen Chamber of Commerce is not a small and unknown chamber of commerce. Their controller is the lord of the city, a legendary and terrifying existence. There is no treasure, so it doesn't matter whether it is sold or not. Not long after, a senior appraiser came and appraised the broken lake, and the two sides reached a deal. After selling the broken lake, Richard emptied his family's assets and finally got this 5-star armor. The gap of more than 700,000 resources was directly filled with the support of Rebecca, a rich man. This made him have a great liking for this girl with excellent character. Although he didn't say anything, he kept it in mind and must return it when he had the chance in the future. He also felt a little emotional. When he used points to exchange for treasures of this level in the copy before, he didn't have much concept. Although it is not common, it is not very precious. Now, after contacting the natives, I know the subtleties. As expected, I still need to contact the outside world more. The news in Twilight City is too closed. After paying the resources, the dark red bloodthirsty armor was delivered to Richard. He didn't waste any words, and asked Hina to change in the dressing room. After a while, Hina came back dressed neatly. This set of armor can automatically adjust according to the body's fatness and thinness, and there is no such thing as whether it fits or not. The cold dark red metal appearance is full of oppression, which makes Hina look heroic. It has an indescribable charm. Hina also loves this set of armor. When she looks at Richard, her eyes seem to drip with water, and her face is flushed. 5-star War Dragon Long Sword, 5-star Bloodthirsty Armor. Hina's equipment is complete. This brave and fearless super-level warrior, with the blessing of equipment, will surely shine more brilliantly in the future. Richard is looking forward to what wonderful expressions his future enemies will show when facing the fearless Hina. After being satisfied, he did not stay any longer, and left the Solen Chamber of Commerce directly with Rebecca and others. But not far away, Rebecca could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and asked in a low voice, "Sir Richard, is the gem in your hand the victory gem?" Richard looked at the girl with some curiosity. He had been watching the other party's reaction just now, which made him a little confused. "Is this gem so famous?" "Yes, I got it by accident. Although its properties are not bad, it shouldn't surprise you so much, right?" This is the point that puzzled him the most. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke is not a person who has never seen the world. It's just a gem. Even if it's a legendary gem, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Rebecca was surprised and delighted after getting a positive answer. Surprised? No, Sir Richard, this is far from being surprising. This is the victory gem. Richard was very confused. What's wrong with the victory gem? Rebecca was almost crazy, and said in a low voice excitedly, "The victory gem can summon the goddess of victory. After inlaying the gem on the equipment, you can even let the goddess bless the equipment in person." Richard's heart skipped a beat. This, are you kidding? Can it summon the goddess of victory? Is this gem that came out of the colorful treasure chest so powerful? He said, how can it become a legendary gem with only 2 characteristics? It turns out that there is such a secret in it. My thoughts spread out instantly, and it seems that there is a lot of room for operation. Chapter 366. Rebecca was still in a state of excitement. She continued to lower her voice. When I was young, I saw the scene of using the victory gem. The goddess of victory descended into him. Her brilliance is unforgettable. I thought that such a treasure would never be seen again. The eyes were filled with unspeakable emotions at this moment. I didn't expect that this gem would appear in your hands. Sir Richard, I have seen countless lords of divine grace in the past 6 months, but only you are the most outstanding and special. Perhaps, you are the one who is truly favored by the gods. Richard looked at the fanatical girl with a bit of laughter and tears. A gem can make the other party so excited. In glorious era, the majesty of the gods is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, the operation of summoning gods is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That is the end point of the world's power, and the controller of the rules. Richard thought about it, and said softly, "How can I summon the goddess of victory?" Rebecca thought for a moment before answering. "Let the cardinal of the Temple of Victory, who is at least a legendary existence, activate the mark inside the victory gem. When the goddess senses it, she will descend." Richard's eyelids twitched. "A legendary cardinal? Are you sure you are not kidding?" He didn't know that this level of aboriginal extraordinary was already the backbone of a force. As for legends, which one of them is not a big boss with power? It's a bit difficult. Does the blessing of the goddess of victory directly enhance the attributes of the equipment? Rebecca nodded. Yes, the goddess will grant extremely powerful attributes to the equipment, but they are mainly based on the skills of the good camp. In fact, the victory gem is the goddess' reward to the believers, who have made great contributions in resisting the invasion of the abyss. The number of gems is not large. According to statistics, there are only more than 100. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, most of them have been consumed. At this point, the voice was a little subtle. The goddess is a god of the good camp, and she hates evil very much. For you, perhaps? Although the words were not finished, Richard understood the meaning. The army of Dusk City has nothing to do with the good camp. Not counting Dusk City in the evil camp is completely due to the light of the desert camp. It's a pity. But he was not disappointed, because he didn't plan to use it himself. Now that there is this origin, it should be able to sell it at a better price, so it's not a loss. What is the price of the victory gem? Rebecca was stunned, looking at Richard with some laughter and tears. Are you still planning to sell it? Richard nodded. Although this treasure is good, it is not suitable for Twilight City. It is more suitable to exchange it for resources now. Even if he is given a divine weapon, he will not keep it if he can't use it. For Twilight City, the victory gem is just a waste. It is better to exchange it for resources that can be used now. As long as Twilight City develops, everything will be there. The territory is the foundation of everything. Looking at Richard's indifferent eyes, Rebecca sighed in her heart. No wonder the other party has built such an excellent territory in just half a year since he came to the main plane. This decision is indeed rare. If she gets such a treasure, she will never sell it even if she doesn't use it, and it's fine to pass it down to the family. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Sir Richard, if you really plan to sell it, I hope to buy it from you. He added, I have a piece of equipment that means a lot to me. I hope to improve its quality, so that it can always follow me in battle. Before the words fell, a hand suddenly came over. The hand tightly grasped the gem full of surging energy. Rebecca looked up at Richard in astonishment. Sir Richard, what are you doing? Don't you need it? Richard shrugged nonchalantly. Rebecca looked at the handsome figure in front of her, and her heart was trembling at the moment. She took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, Sir Richard, we haven't agreed on the price yet, Richard smiled. Remember to send me anything good later. Rebecca, we are friends, aren't we? I believe you. Although they had not known each other for a long time, the character of this eldest daughter of the Grand Duke won his recognition, and it didn't matter who she was sold to. Not to mention that with her character, she would definitely not let him suffer a loss. Even if she was really given away, he would not feel bad. This noble eldest daughter, with great potential, is worth investing in. If she can be supported to the position of Grand Duke of Frostwolf, then Dusk City will have an extra strong helper. This is the same reason why he invested in the Lord of Fire element. Unfortunately, the other party is not an imperial princess. It would be interesting if she could train a queen like Lu Bue did. Rebecca took it with trembling hands, and felt the energy inside like magma erupting. She couldn't suppress the waves in her heart. After putting the victory gem into her space ring, her breathing was still rapid. It took a long time for her to calm down and return to normal. She looked at Richard with bright eyes, and her tone was a little hot. Sir Richard, I feel more and more that coming to the Death Desert is the guidance of fate. It is my greatest luck to meet you. Richard laughed dumbly. He didn't care at first, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that everyone he knew, as long as they were friends, was doing well. Under his suggestion, your Italian cannon avoided the 2-star copy in the early stage and escaped. He cleared the orc forces that threatened the steamed bun lovers, and he left a few squadrons of orc soldiers for that guy. The Fire Elemental Lord also stepped onto the extraordinary stage because of him. The Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce obtained the right to sell the Desert Crown Robe and Desert Crown Honey. Now, the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf family not only got the rabbit fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit and the Whitetail Absolute Brew, but also got the Victory Gem, a treasure that can summon gods. Although they also paid a lot in the process of interacting with these people, in general, they are all moving in a good direction. Thinking about it, could it be that I have really been slept with by the goddess of luck? It's a pity that he doesn't remember what it feels like to be a goddess. He actually likes to turn on the light. After this matter came to an end for the time being, Richard remembered the dry branch in his heart, and didn't walk around anymore. Rebecca got the Victory Gem, and was in an excited state. She also wanted to go back and study it carefully. The group didn't stay any longer, and went straight out of the black market. After passing through the gate, they hadn't taken a few steps. The players who were selling damaged treasures surrounded them in a hurry. Lord Kent. These guys didn't know Rebecca, and they looked eagerly at the housekeeper Kent, whose hair was not messy at all. Miss. Housekeeper Kent looked at Rebecca, waiting for orders. Rebecca looked at Richard again. The relationship was so complicated that several players were confused. So these high-level NPCs still needed a player to make decisions? Who is this person? Is he so powerful? Although Richard's information could not be seen, the system had a very clear distinction between players and natives. You could tell by opening the system and looking at the attribute panel and the color. Let's talk about it when we get back to the manor. There were many people talking, and the person was already in front of them, so there was no rush. After a brief negotiation, several players had no objection and followed them to get on the carriage with the Frostwolf family emblem. Such nobles were the most credible group of people, and they were not afraid of any accidents. On the carriage, after the 4 players sat down, they began to discuss in a low voice. What do you think of that player's status, who could make those 2 high-ranking nobles so obedient? This is definitely a high-ranking player, maybe the top player who ranked 1000 last time. Nonsense, what level of existence is it to be ranked 1000? It's not easy to meet such a big guy. In my opinion, the other party may also be doing a task. When the time comes, we will give him some benefits, let him take a look, and see what the bottom line of the 2 NPCs' bids is. This is possible. Damn, this pile of junk finally has a sign. It's worth our hard work. It's a pity that the ruins have collapsed, otherwise we can get a lot of good things. Returning to Violet Manor, Rebecca had no interest in the players and their rags. She gave the main hall to Richard and could not wait to take Clee, the 19th level hero, to the secret room to carefully study the Stillwarm Victory Gem. The 4 players saw the 2 main NPCs leave, staring at each other, and finally looked at Richard, who was sitting at the head of the long table, in doubt. From the moment they entered the manor, they were sure. This is definitely a top noble. Not only are the guards all level 15 soldiers, but there are also level 19 heroes. This kind of manor is not something that ordinary nobles can own. But what puzzled them now was that the 2 main characters left. And how did that player sit in the head seat? It would be fine if the maids around didn't care, but why did they still have such an expression? Are players doing so well these days? They didn't even have a seat arranged now. It was too shabby. The oldest player calmed down and walked forward with a smile on his face. My friend, my forum ID is MO Leeching. This time I am mainly here to sell some top treasures. Are you in charge of this? It's really fate. Hearing this ID, Richard said with interest. You guys didn't name yourself after Mo Lees Ho, Mo Lee Hai, and Mo Lee Hong, did you? The player named Mo Lees Ho nodded slightly embarrassedly. I didn't think so much at the time. Richard laughed dumbly. These idiots are as stable as ever. But compared with your Italian canon and Manta Lover, this ID seems quite normal. Very good, easy to remember. You're right. I'm in charge of purchasing for Violet Manor now. Can I show you your top treasures? When he mentioned the top treasures, he emphasized his tone. Mo Lees Ho was embarrassed. This thing can only fool NPCs. In the eyes of players, everything will be exposed when the attribute panel is opened. He coughed dryly and lowered his voice. Brother, we are not outsiders. It's not easy for me to get this batch of treasures. Please be generous and let's make friends today. He stretched out his hand and gestured with one finger. As long as the price is right, we can give you a 10% commission. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good guy, this trick is really skillful. He smiled and shook his head. Don't bother with that. It's whatever it is. As long as the items are good, I won't treat you unfairly. He said with a serious look. But there is only one thing. Those 2 have told me that you need to explain the origins of all the treasures, where you found them, any special bosses or items around, and tell me the detailed locations. The few people looked at each other and smiled. Anyway, the ruins had collapsed, so these were not a big deal. No problem. As long as the price is right, all the information will be given away for free. Richard stopped talking nonsense and said directly, Then take them all out. The oldest player, Mo Lees Ho, opened the cloth bag and put the severely damaged treasures one by one on the table. They were piled up in a mess, and it really looked like a scrap collection station. In front of the NPCs, they would pretend and visit them one by one, but now they were too lazy to pretend. Richard took a glance and immediately found the dry branch pressed at the bottom. At this moment, the evil and dark breath became clearer when he was sensing it from a distance. It was indeed correct. It was a similar breath to the ancient tree of the evil spirit. No, a more evil breath. Although he had already had a goal in mind, his expression was still calm, and he picked up one by one from top to bottom. After looking at the properties, he deliberately grouped them together according to the degree of damage. It looked like he really wanted to buy them, which made the 4 players quite excited. Finally, from a pile of rubbish, Richard turned over the dry branches pressed underneath. He took it in his hand and asked casually, "This branch is stained with the breath of the undead? Where did you get it from?" Old Liesho didn't think there was anything wrong and smiled. "It's not stained with the breath of the undead, but this breath of the undead is its own breath." "Oh, what do you mean?" Seeing Richard's interest, Old Liesho immediately turned into a salesman. "The origin of this branch is extraordinary. I broke it off from a dry tree." Richard's mouth twitched. "Am I here to listen to your nonsense?" Looking at his expression, Old Liesho laughed awkwardly and knew that he was stupid. He quickly made up for it. "That tree is different from ordinary trees. It grows on a bloody corpse. This is the first time we have seen this strange undead tree, but unfortunately, when we found it, the tree had died a few months ago. If it had been discovered earlier, we might have made a fortune." Richard's eyes lit up. "This growth habit is indeed like this. Isn't this a replica of the ancient tree of the gods and evils? This should be a species of undead trees. What is the name of the tree?" Old Liesho answered very affirmatively. "Rotten tree." He added another sentence. The system introduction said that it was an evil tree that grew in blood and corpses, and that it could produce a kind of blood fruit. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything at the time. Chapter 367. Richard pondered for a moment and asked the most concerned question. "Where is that area?" Old Liesho did not hide it. He opened the system map and shared the location with him directly. It was originally an ancient ruin, but it collapsed a long time ago. "We have been searching inside for 2 months, and we haven't found anything good." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was hard to find a ruin, but there was no treasure inside, which was really disappointing. Richard opened the map and took a closer look. There was a conspicuous mark on it. It is about 500 kilometers away from Solen City, and is located in the desert. I made up my mind to explore it before returning to Dusk City to see what happened to the rotten tree. The breath it exudes is more evil than the ancient tree of the gods. It shouldn't be so easy to die, right? While thinking, he looked at the properties of the dry branches a few more times. Dry branches. Features. It comes with an evil breath. Introduction. A branch broken from a tree. There was no difference at all. He bet that if these players had not seen the rotten tree, they would have ignored this branch on the road. After closing the system panel, he did not give up and directly opened the black gold system. A more detailed prompt appeared on it. The dry branches of the rotten tree have a faint vitality, which can be reactivated by consuming 100 points of divinity. This branch actually still has vitality. Richard was greatly surprised. This thing has become like this. Although it needs 100 points of divinity to activate it, just like the seeds of the world tree, but this is not the point. The point is, even the branches that have dried up like this ghost have vitality. Is that dry and rotten tree really dead? He was very interested. He didn't mind digging another ancient tree back to the City of Dusk. The desert is very large, and it is completely possible to plant trees. He collected his scattered thoughts, and continued to ask about the situation of the ruins. Old Liesho also pointed out that Richard bought his goods at a high price, so he didn't hesitate to tell him all the information he knew. Anyway, they have been looking for 2 months, and there is nothing good in it. Richard asked very detailed questions. He understood all the situations. Finally, he had a clearer concept of the ruins. The rotten tree was just an inconspicuous corner of the ruins. Now, after the ruins collapsed, most of the area has been buried by gravel. The only dangerous place is the center of the ruins, where there is a group of terrifying monsters, the Great Keepers. The level is above level 15, and the number exceeds 5 squadrons. They even saw a level 19 hero commander. But there were no treasures in there, and they used special means to explore it more than once. After the chat, Richard had a plan in mind. This ruins is definitely a high-level map, and it is definitely a nightmare difficulty for players at this stage. But with the current strength of the City of Dusk, it can handle it. He keenly felt that the collapsed ruins were far from as simple, as several players said. There is also a central area with Great Keepers, and perhaps the real starting point is here. Moreover, most of the ruins were buried in the desert, which was not a problem for him, as he was a professional sand digger. If he went to explore, as long as he could get the rotten tree, he would make a lot of money. For others, it might be a dead tree, But it was different for him. He was not vague at the moment. He bought 10 legendary equipments that were not so damaged from the Solen Chamber of Commerce at a price half a cent higher than that of the other party. He spent a total of 1 million units of resources. Keeping his word is his bottom line. He got the information he wanted and didn't mind giving the other party a reward. The value of this news is far beyond the resources for him. Looking at the hundreds of millions of resources on the panel, Richard didn't feel anything when he paid the bill. He had made a fortune by plundering the underground world before, but the only pity was that this way of obtaining resources was unsustainable. After the resources were obtained, several players were also very excited. 1 million units? This is definitely a huge sum of money for them. For players who have lost their territory, the channels for earning resources are very limited. They could no longer let the residents of the territory mine mineral veins like normal lords. The speed at which one person earns resources could never be compared with a territory with thousands of residents. After the deal was concluded, Richard informed the 4 players that he was looking for a sole contract and asked them to help get the news. When they heard that there was a 3-star treasure to be taken, several people immediately patted their chests. Players are a group of profit-driven people. As long as there is profit, they will definitely pay more attention than anyone else. After they left, Richard casually put a few pieces of tattered legendary equipment into the system space without even looking at them, leaving only the branch for careful study. It is impossible to activate it with divinity, as the World Tree Seed has already occupied Renee's output. Now we can only hope that the dry and rotten tree will also contain a trace of vitality. When Rebecca came out with a somewhat excited expression, she was watching Richard playing with a dry branch, and she said strangely, "Sir Richard, what are you doing?" Richard smiled. "I found something interesting." He put the branch away and looked at her with interest. "How is the research on the Victory Gem?" The 19th level hero CLE behind him smiled bitterly. "The Victory Gem is too advanced, and we can only vaguely sense the special mark contained in it, and we can't activate it. We can only go back to the Frost Wolf territory and ask the Grand Duke to help." Richard asked curiously, "Is the Grand Duke of Frost Wolf a believer of the Victory Goddess sect?" "No, the Grand Duke is a close friend of a believer of the goddess, and the other party happens to be a legend." Richard's mouth twitched. "Is the circle of big men so plain and simple?" Rebecca suddenly seemed to think of something, and looked at Richard solemnly. "Sir Richard, please come back to the Frost Wolf territory with me. I will definitely bring you treasures that will satisfy you." Richard looked at the girl's serious expression and smiled. "When I have time, I will definitely go to the Ice and Snow Empire. It's not for your treasures, I want to see my Frost ore." When the two sides traded the fur of the flame dragon rabbit, Rebecca directly exchanged a vein. He was also somewhat curious about the Frost vein that made Andal so excited. In addition, the vampire castle can also be cleaned up when I have time, and I will ask the steamed bun lovers if they have found out more information. The orcs snatched the blood coffin where the vampire duke was sleeping from the vampire castle. Who knows what other good things there are? Luanwihu Chamber of Commerce. In the reception room, Windsor looked at the curious girl in front of him and smiled. "Didn't Sir Richard go to your Solen Chamber of Commerce? Why are you asking me?" The girl looked confused. "Ah? When did he go? How come I don't know?" Onik, who was standing aside, said, "Your Highness Chris, this morning, Sir Richard went to the black market after leaving us. Our people met them at the door of Solen Chamber of Commerce." Chris, who was wearing a pure white dress, had a lively temperament and a nearly perfect appearance, shook her head. "I didn't go to the black market today," she said curiously. "Shouldn't you accompany Sir Richard to Solen City?" Onik thought of the situation this morning, and said with a somewhat emotional tone, "Miss Rebecca brought Mr. Richard there." Chris frowned slightly. "Rebecca is back? Why didn't she come to see me? And, are they so close?" "They just went to buy the fur of the flame dragon rabbit." Windsor took a sip of the hot tea in the cup, put it down gracefully, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "That Mr. Richard is extraordinary. You probably don't know that Miss Rebecca has already planned to give him Violet Manor." Chris's eyes widened, and she was a little unbelievable. Impossible? How could Rebecca give Violet Manor to a Lord of Divine Grace? Even if she was asking for something from him, it wouldn't be like this, right? Onyx said softly. "This is what Miss Rebecca said this morning. It shouldn't be false." He was also a little confused about Rebecca's attitude. Logically, the relationship between the two should not go any further, but the other party did it. He couldn't figure it out, so he could only attribute it to the extraordinariness of Twilight City and Richard's infinite personal charm. Didn't he always pursue that magical territory after leaving Twilight City? Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was also a little unreasonable. Chris couldn't sit down anymore. He got up in a hurry and walked outside. No, I have to go see Rebecca. This guy must have been deceived by the Lord of God's grace. Your Highness Chris, this is not the case, you. Before she finished speaking, the girl waved her hand, walked away in a hurry, and disappeared from sight. Onik didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and turned his head to look at Windsor, whose face did not change. Whispered, President, do you want me to go take a look? Windsor said slowly. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. He seemed to think of something, and his eyes showed some thought. Have the people who went to the Red Dragon grocery store returned? Not yet, but they should be soon. Windsor narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a complicated tone, I don't know if Mr. Richard can get the teacher's approval. Time is running out. Onik thought of some secrets, and suddenly fell silent. When the house fell into silence, a strange sound came slowly from outside the door. From far to near. When Windsor heard the sound, his eyes immediately showed some joy, and he stood up and came to the door. In the blink of an eye, a figure sitting in a mechanical wheelchair appeared. Teacher. Pym looked up at the eye-catching figure in front of him and smiled kindly. Little girl, push me in. The president of the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce, whose words were final, and even ordinary staff dared not look directly into his eyes, came to the mechanical wheelchair like a little girl and pushed Pym into the house with a smile. When Onik saw Pym, his face immediately flushed with excitement, as if a believer had seen his own God. He bowed his head and saluted with the most humble attitude. Good day, Your Majesty Pym, Onik sends you the highest regards. Pym waved his hand without saying anything. After pushing the mechanical wheelchair to the side of the coffee table, the elegant Windsor personally poured a cup of hot tea for the old man, who had lived for a long time without a heart. Pym drank it all in one gulp, tasted it, and smiled. Yes, the tea from the Southern Griffin Empire is still so refreshing. I send it to you later. Pym shook his head. Not really. No matter how good something is, it will lose its taste if you drink it all day long. Windsor smiled, and did not comment on it. Changed the subject. Teacher, why are you here? Pym grinned. Why, do I need to ask you for permission to come to your Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce? Windsor smiled. I hope you can come every day. By the way, teacher, Sir Richard, did you visit you at the Red Dragon grocery store? Speaking of this topic, Pym immediately became interested. That Lord of Divine Grace is not bad. He is the only one I can appreciate in the past few months. Maybe he can create miracles. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, his expression was inexplicable. Windsor was a little surprised to hear this evaluation. Her teacher was once the most powerful person in the world, with a very high vision, and never praised others too much. Those who could be praised by him must be extremely outstanding big figures. It was incredible that Sir Richard could get the recognition of the other party in such a short time. In her eyes, Pym's praise was better than Onik's praise for a month. Different status, the value of words is very different. At the moment, he was quite curious. Teacher, is there anything special about Sir Richard? Why can he get your recognition so easily? Pym looked at Windsor with a strange face. Don't you know the person you recommended to me? Windsor was stunned. I don't know much about Sir Richard. Is he special? She heard everything she knew about Richard from Onik, but Onik said mostly about the magic of that territory. As for Richard's own strength and other specialties, Onik couldn't tell clearly. From the contact this morning, although the other party's conversation and temperament are among the most outstanding people she has ever met, she can't really say that she knows him well. Pym frowned. Special? The other party can stand out from the 20 billion God's Grace Lords and become the strongest. This can be considered special. Windsor was stunned. The strongest of the 20 billion God's Grace Lords? Isn't this the God's Grace Lord named Qingqiu? Pym nodded. That's right, that Richard is the Qingqiu mentioned by the God's Grace Lord. He looked at her with some confusion. You don't know? Windsor lost his voice. What did you say? Sir Richard is Qingqiu? Her eyes were full of disbelief, as if she had heard something unacceptable. This morning, she had praised Qingqiu in front of the other party. The Qingqiu that she praised so much turned out to be the person in front of her. Chapter 368. Onik was less shocked than Windsor. The moment he heard Pym say that Richard was Qingqiu, he believed this statement without reservation. With the magic of the City of Dusk, it seemed that the other party was Qingqiu, which was more in line with his expectations. He felt that it should be like this. That was Lord Richard, he was the strongest among the Lords of God's Grace, isn't this normal? Turning his head to look at Windsor, who had not yet recovered, he inexplicably felt a sense of honor. Even the great Lord Pym recognized Lord Richard in such a short time. Sure enough, his vision was still so outstanding. After Windsor recovered, his eyes were a little complicated. No wonder Rebecca gave violet manner to the other party. If the other party was Qingqiu, everything seemed to make sense. Investing in a Lord of God's grace with unlimited potential, this price is not expensive. But what she didn't know was that when Rebecca made this decision, she didn't know the relationship between Richard and Qingqiu. It can only be attributed to the great vision of the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. At this moment, Rebecca, who has the victory gem in her hand, has obviously obtained the best benefits. Suppressing the subtle emotions in his heart, Windsor said slowly, "Teacher, have you given the task of exploring the temple to Sir Richard?" Pym said disapprovingly. "I have already issued tasks to dozens of God's grace lords. One more or one less will not be too much." He paused. "There is no better way. Only the God's grace lords can enter that strange temple, and he can't use his strength," Windsor said slowly. "Teacher, the Solen Chamber of Commerce is already doing its best to train the God's grace lords. But now it is certain that the method of giving the God's grace lords arms nests and resources for free will not work. They can't enter the temple. The rules inside are really mysterious." Pym smiled. "If it was so easy, I wouldn't have spent 10 years to find a way to get in. You don't have to worry too much. You can live for 3 more months. It's a good thing." Looking at the old man, with the same personality as always, Windsor said with some distress, "Teacher, you will be fine. I believe that Sir Richard will definitely create miracles. He is Qingqiu. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. With the blessing of the legendary degree, Richard's experience in 2 copies has been highly spread by players. Knowing his past glorious achievements, the inner sense of trust is naturally different from usual. This is not comparable to Onyx singing of praises. Pym's vicissitudes of life are filled with memories. I have lived long enough. In the past 10 years, countless failures have made me mentally prepared for the final result." As he said this, he looked at Windsor with some expectation. "If no one succeeds after 3 months, the Crimson Moon will be in your hands. I have spent countless efforts to build a force that carries the ultimate dream. I don't want it to decline. With your ability, you will definitely give the Crimson Moon a new lease of life. Windsor, Solen City is still too small, and it restricts your ability. This world is your stage." The moment the voice fell, a mysterious figure in a black cloak slowly appeared behind Pym. Onyx and Windsor looked normal when they saw this, as if they were used to it. The figure hidden in the hood whispered with some unclear meaning, "President Windsor, the Crimson Moon is handed over to you. This is not only Lord Pym's idea, but also the unanimous opinion of the elders. Except for Master Pym, only you are qualified to lead the Crimson Moon." Windsor shook his head firmly. "No, the teacher will be fine. The Crimson Moon can only be led by the teacher, and no one can replace the teacher's position." Pym's old face showed some emotion. "Windsor, I know your intentions, but people will always die. The cycle of life is the most fundamental rule of the world. Even if I get the heart of a god, there will be a day when my soul will fail. The Crimson Moon, no matter what, must have an heir." He narrowed his eyes. "In the past 10 years, the Crimson Moon has been silent for too long. The believers of the gods seem to have forgotten our existence. It's time to make those high gods fall into fear. I have been planning for 10 years. This time, no one can stop the rise of the Crimson Moon. Windsor, you must take over." Windsor looked at Pym, who was unquestionable, and did not speak for a long time. On the bustling streets of Solen City, a carriage embroidered with noble emblems was heading towards Violet Manor quickly. When the soldiers patrolling the streets saw the eye-catching pattern on the carriage, they would stop immediately no matter what they were doing, clench their fists, and salute their chests. As long as the passing carriages and pedestrians met the carriage, they would stop and make way for the first time. Even in the sky, there were several squadrons of Pegasus Knights cruising above the carriages, always keeping a close eye on the movements below. Once they encounter danger, they will unleash a thundering attack. All this is because this carriage belongs to Chris Solen, the only heir of Grand Duke Solen, the most noble person in the entire Solen City. The other party's travel will be protected at all times. At this time, Chris looked out the window angrily and muttered in the carriage, "Jasmine, why did Rebecca give violet manner to that Lord of God's grace? Was she deceived?" The maid beside shook her head. "Your Highness, Miss Rebecca must have a reason for doing this. It must be that Lord of God's grace has something special." Chris didn't believe it. Rebecca is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. Can Lord of God's grace compare to the descendants of those high-ranking nobles in the Ice and Snow Empire? I have never seen Rebecca give a manner to others. Why is this matter so weird? I helped her to decorate the manor in the beginning. She was angry when she said this. She spent more than a month. How could she give her hard work to Lord of Divine Grace? No, Rebecca must change her mind. The maid couldn't say much, because Chris could say this, but she couldn't. Fortunately, the carriage arrived at Violet Manor soon, so the maid didn't have to be embarrassed. Chris hurried in, and went straight to the main hall. At this time, only Rebecca was in the main hall. After turning her head, and looking for a few times, and not finding the Lord of Divine Grace, Chris walked over to Rebecca and sat down. She stared at her with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you look for me when you came back?" Rebecca smiled, put her arm around the girl's arm, and pinched her cheek. "I didn't have time. I rested all day yesterday, and went to the black market with Lord Richard today." The relationship between the two was established when they were studying in the capital, and they can be called close. It's okay if Richard is not mentioned, but Chris is furious when he is mentioned, she said with wide eyes. "Sister Windsor said that you want to give Violet Manor to that Lord of Divine Grace?" Rebecca nodded as a matter of course. "Yes." She looked at her puzzled after saying that. "Is there any problem?" The other party even gave her a treasure like the Victory Gem. How can a manor compare to the Victory Gem that can summon the goddess? Thinking of Richard's previous action without any hesitation, a sweet smile appeared on her face. The feeling of being trusted is great. Besides, that was Lord Richard. Seeing that Rebecca did not realize her mistake at all, Chris said indignantly, "I worked for more than a month to build this manor for you. You just give it to me? Do you think it's worthy of my efforts? I've never seen you do this to other noble descendants. Did Lord Shaneng cast a dark spell on you? Otherwise, why would he give you his only manor? No, come with me to the city lord's mansion. Father will definitely be able to crack it." Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Chris, I took the initiative to offer it to Sir Richard. The blood of the Firstwolf family will not be affected by magic," she said with a sparkling look in her eyes. "Besides, giving the manor to Sir Richard is still a win for me." Chris was almost going crazy. "You've made a profit? I think you're stupid. He's just a God's Grace Lord. Even if Anna keeps boasting about how extraordinary his territory is, he can't make you think so highly of him, right? You just went to that guy's territory. Why has he changed so much? Did you leave your brain in the desert? Or is it because the sandstorm was so severe that sand got into your brain? Rebecca is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. How could she treat a God's Grace Lord like this? It's too abnormal to just give her the only place to stay in Solen City. Isn't she clear about who the God's Grace Lord is? Those guys will rush forward as long as there is interest. In the past few months, there are at least 8,000 people who want to get close to her. There are even some who want to pursue her. Gods above. Thinking of those guys' obscene eyes, she felt sick. Dealing with those God's Grace Lords is simply a nightmare. All these experiences really made her look down on the God's Grace Lords. Rebecca heard this, and realized that Chris seemed to have many misunderstandings about Richard. She immediately restrained her smile, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Chris, Mr. Richard is not comparable to ordinary God's Grace Lords. He is the most special." Seeing that Rebecca was still stubborn, Chris could not sit still, and said bitterly, "The most special? How special can it be? If you give the manor to Qingqiu, the strongest of the God's Grace Lords can still be explained. He can ascend to the throne from the competition of 20 billion people, and is worthy of this gift. But Richard, a small lord in the desert, even if he has a treasure like the flame dragon rabbit, is he worthy of your attention?" As soon as the girl finished speaking, Rebecca frowned. Others said that she was fine, but she was quite dissatisfied with Richard being belittled like this. Her voice was cold. "Chris, you are right. So, is there any problem if I give Violet Manor to Qingqiu, that is, Mr. Richard?" Chris's indignant expression froze. He looked at her in astonishment. He is Qingqiu? Although he did not think much of the Lord of God's Grace, it was only a month since the last time that 20 billion Lords of God's Grace went to perform the God's mission together, and disappeared at the same time. Qingqiu's name is now famous. Rebecca nodded slowly, and was about to say something. At this time, Clee came into the room from the side door, with an excited look on his face. Because of the angle, he did not see Chris. He said loudly as he walked, "Miss, I have passed the news of your obtaining the Victory Gem back to the family. The Grand Duke has already known about it, and he is full of praise for you." The tone of voice became more and more excited. "Praise Lord Richard. This is the Victory Gem. Goddess of ice and snow, you must be favoring us. Miss, we can know Lord Richard, it must be the goddess's guidance. Who would have thought that the Victory Gem, such a rare treasure in the world, would be in the hands of Lord Richard? Coming to the desert this time is simply the most wise decision. After being excited, Clee saw Chris, swallowed the rest of the words, and immediately saluted. Good day, Her Highness Chris. I didn't feel too much strange in my heart. Chris and Rebecca had a very close relationship, and it was not a big deal for her to know this news. Moreover, with the power and status of Grand Duke Solen, Chris would not peek at a gym. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Chris stood up suddenly, and looked at Rebecca in disbelief. Victory Gem? You got the Victory Gem that can summon the gods and goddesses to come? Rebecca seemed to think of something, her eyes curved into crescents and nodded, saying casually, Yes, that's right, it's the Victory Gem, which Richard got accidentally before, and gave it to me this morning. As he said this, he opened his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a gem emitting rich magic fluctuations appeared in his palm. Feeling the majestic energy, Chris widened his eyes. The clarity in his heart was particularly complicated at this time. The expression was even more wonderful. She thought Rebecca was deceived to give away her only manor in Solen City, but now it seems that this is not a deception. This is clearly a big bargain. This is the Victory Gem, and its preciousness cannot be described in words. This is especially true for the top powerhouses above the legendary level. Because through this gem, you can see the goddess of victory, that is a god. If you can get a few tips or feel something after the other party descends, then it is not impossible to go further. This has been recorded in ancient books. There was once a legendary powerhouse, who summoned the goddess with the Victory Gem and became a demigod after getting tips. Now, the Lord of Divine Grace actually gave this level of treasure directly to Rebecca. This made her eyes full of envy, and she wanted it too. Blinking her big eyes, she looked at Rebecca pitifully. Ahem, Rebecca, where is Mr. Richard? Can you introduce him to me? Chapter 369. After returning from the black market, Richard was idle for several days. On the way, he went to the Solen City Government Hall and took over the Violet Manor completely. At this moment, this huge manor covering an area of more than 50 acres in the city center has become his private property. In the future, the Chamber of Commerce of Twilight City will also be based here. As the gift giver, Rebecca not only did not feel the slightest bit of pain, but was particularly satisfied. Taking advantage of the rare free time, Richard and Rebecca, along with Hina and the Dark Valkyrie, went to play in this prosperous city. While visiting the scenery and humanities of the city, they also inspected the layout of the city. He got a lot of inspiration from the buildings in various areas, and had new ideas on how to build Twilight City. Big but not chaotic, big but not complicated, big but orderly, this is his summary of Solen City. Although the various plans of this city are still a long way from perfection, they have achieved the points of adapting to local conditions, and being reasonable. It deserves the title of the most prosperous city on the edge of the Death Desert. The only difference is that there is a graceful figure around him these days. The owner of this city, the daughter of the legendary monk Chris Solen. This noble girl, who is not yet 20 years old, is still the controller of the Solen Chamber of Commerce. What makes him quite amused is that this noble girl comes to please him from time to time, and finds some random topics to talk about. She also mentioned the Victory Gem several times in a roundabout way. He understood the girl's little thoughts after a few glances. But he was completely uninterested in a little girl, whose mind was still in the state of a girl, and responded perfunctorily. Rebecca has the ambition to become the Grand Duke of Frostwolf, and he is willing to bring the two sides closer and give investment. This Princess Chris is just a child playing around, and he has no interest in coaxing a child to play, even though there is a legendary terrifying existence behind her. But it is interesting to say that, after seeing those God-Grace lords, who always pursue her, Richard's careless reaction has aroused Chris's competitive spirit. Why can the other party give Rebecca a treasure like the Victory Gem, but remain indifferent to her? Is she so unattractive? At that moment, she became more excited about Richard. This mentality is very much like children competing with each other to see whose toys are better. When Rebecca saw Chris entangled, she secretly apologized to Richard in private, asking her not to be serious with Chris, because the other party was spoiled since childhood and had a simple and stubborn personality. Richard did not comment. October 2nd. Evening. Violet Manor Hall. Chris looked at Richard with great interest. Sir Richard, is there really a never-ending sandstorm outside Twilight City? Where did you get this treasure? Seeing the other party drinking tea calmly, he didn't care and continued. Also, what is the underground world like? Next time I go to Twilight City, can you take me to the underground world to have a look? I heard that there will be black dragon treasures in the underground world, and there are spider nests everywhere. How about we go there to explore? It would be best if we could steal a few dragon eggs back. It must be very interesting. The chirping sound is as crisp as a bird's song. Although it talks a lot, it doesn't make people feel disgusted. Richard had gotten used to this nagging after a few days. He said unhappily, "Can your father let you leave Solen City?" Chris's face fell immediately. Then he said resentfully, "I'm already level 14. As long as I reach level 15, I can make my own decision." "Then wait until you reach level 15. Sir Richard, you're so kind." "Thank you." "I'm not praising you, bastard." "Don't say rude words, Your Highness Chris. Don't talk to me like that." Rebecca smiled and watched the two bickering. With Chris's status, it was the first time someone dared to get along with her so casually. Richard's careless attitude made Chris very excited, and she liked this atmosphere quite a lot. She could feel that Richard really didn't regard her as a highness, which was quite novel in the class strict glorious era. Just as Chris was chattering, tap tap, a sound of footsteps came from the door. "Ms. Rebecca, 3 lords of divine grace want to see Sir Richard. 2 of them are servants of the manor before, and 1 has never been seen before." Rebecca turned her head subconsciously to look at Richard. Richard's eyes lit up. Could it be that those players heard about the soul contract? Although he received the task at the Red Dragon grocery store, the reward was the soul contract, but the difficulty of the S-level task was beyond his expectations. He would not go rashly before he was fully prepared. If he could enslave the vampire duke in the blood coffin before entering the dungeon, that would undoubtedly add a bit of confidence, leaving room for both offense and defense. Slowly said, "Call them in." The guard took the order and turned to leave. Chris asked curiously, "Sir Richard, what do those God's Grace Lords want you to do?" Richard looked at the little girl with some amusement. The other party is definitely a standard curious baby, interested in everything. Some private matters. Oh, Chris's eyes turned, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said with interest, "Sir Richard, are they looking for you to go to Nightingale Street?" Richard almost spit out the imported hot tea he just drank. Nightingale Street is the most famous street in Solen City. It is famous for its affordable prices and outstanding services. It has always been a place frequented by the people. He looked at the daughter of the legendary strongman with a bad temper. "What are you thinking about?" Chris said innocently. "But my subordinate said that after Lord Shannon came to Solen City, 70% of the people went to Nightingale Street." He looked at him curiously. "Sir Richard, why don't you take me there tonight?" "They don't let me go there, and I'm curious about it. If your father knew that I took you to a brothel, I guarantee that he would wipe out the city of dusk. Don't even think about it. Go back to bed early tonight, and don't go anywhere." The two were chatting. The eldest and the third players were approaching the hall quickly with a bald player. Looking at the elegant and luxurious decoration of Violet Manor, the bald man whispered, "Bossly, was this manor really given to that player by the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke?" He was full of envy. "Fuck, how many resources are needed to buy a manor of this level? The player is so proud of the gift." The eldest brother chuckled. "You will know when you meet the boss later. I can't lie to you." The third brother muttered, "It's a pity that I didn't get the news of the Soul Scroll this time, otherwise I would have got the 2 3-star treasures." The bald man said slowly, "Didn't he say that we can tell him if there is other news? Our news is definitely not worse than the news of the Soul Scroll." "I hope so." The 3 gradually approached the hall, and they felt a little subtle in their hearts. All of them are players. Now, they have what the other party needs, but they still have to come to see each other. The gap in status is too big. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he stepped into the hall. At first glance, the bald man saw Richard sitting in the main seat. The moment he opened the attribute panel and confirmed the other party's player identity, he was shocked. What's going on? This player is sitting in the main seat? He looked around subconsciously. He saw the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf for the first time, but the noble emblem on her clothes showed her identity. He continued to look. His pupils shrank suddenly. "Lady Chris? The daughter of the city lord is also here? The eldest daughter of a Grand Duke and the daughter of a legendary strongman. With their status, they can only sit on the left and right, and cannot sit in the main seat. What is the identity of this player? It's a bit exaggerated. The background of Glorious Era is the feudal society of the Middle Ages, and all kinds of rules have long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It's almost impossible to see people sitting not according to their status." Richard didn't know that the other party thought so much. The 2 girls were both straightforward. After getting familiar with each other over the past few days, no one cared about the main and secondary seats, and Richard just sat casually. "I never thought that this unintentional act would shock the bald man." The eldest and the third player saluted Rebecca and Richard and looked at him with envy. The boss is indeed the boss. With two noble girls of the highest status accompanying him, this life is simply amazing. Richard didn't waste any words and asked directly. Boss Third, have you heard about the Soul Scroll? The eldest shook his head. Boss Chinchio, although we have mobilized players to search for it in the past few days, we have not received any feedback. The Soul Scroll that can be contracted above level 15 is too precious. We have heard about the treasure that can be contracted to heroes below level 5. Rebecca and Chris had no reaction to the word player. The natives already knew how the Lords of Divine Grace addressed each other. At first, they were interested in finding out, but now it is not a rare thing. Richard's mouth twitched. Below level 5, so the first one is removed, right? To conquer a level 5 hero, you still need a contract scroll? Then do you have any other news this time? Hearing this, the boss immediately became alert. Of course, he said, looking at the bald man. Sir brother, speak up. The bald man was awakened. He stared at Richard. The emotions in his heart were like a sea of overturning. Chinchio, fuck! This big guy turned out to be Chinchio. Before he came, he was a little suspicious whether the two guys, the eldest and the third, were fooling him. But when he heard the word Chinchio, all his doubts disappeared instantly. This is Chinchio. The only daughter of a legendary strongman, and the eldest daughter of a Grand Duke can only sit in the second seat. The boss of Chinchio is really awesome. The two fools, the eldest and the third, can actually get in touch with such a boss. They are simply stepped on by the goddess of luck, immediately said with energy. Boss Chinchio, I opened a small tavern in the 12th block of Solen City, and the people are mixed inside. Yesterday when I was trying to find out about the Soul Scroll, I accidentally learned a special information. I thought you might be interested, so I came to visit you specially. Richard nodded. Tell me about it. The bald man looked at the two girls hesitantly, and hesitated for a while without speaking. Richard laughed dumbly. Don't worry, Chris and Rebecca are my friends and can be trusted. This made the eyes of the two girls sparkle. The bald man immediately gave a thumbs up secretly. The boss of Chinchio, you are so good. I didn't waste any words and spoke. That guy went to Nightingale Street to whore, cough cough, and explore the truth of life. He completed a special task that is difficult to describe, and finally got a dungeon key. Before Richard spoke, Chris looked at him excitedly, blinking her eyes, as if to say, right, just say that your Lord of God's Grace likes to go to Nightingale Street. Richard was speechless, not looking at the girl, staring at the bald man. Is there anything special about that dungeon? The bald man said excitedly. It is a faction dungeon, with a total of 10 factions competing against each other. Each faction can enter 5 players. The final winner can get a faction treasure. Richard became a little interested. Faction treasure? Yes, faction treasure. I have seen the attributes posted by other players on the forum before. They are perfect for this faction, and the final winner can choose whether to get strategic equipment or resource equipment. The player who posted the attributes is an elf. The other party got a golden tree of life, which can summon a golden elf, with a newborn level of 12, and a potential crown of 2 stars. It is very fierce. Boss Chinchio, we are all from the desert faction. Maybe we can get a golden pyramid and recruit golden mummies. He became more and more excited. And this dungeon is like an ATM for you. In the eyes of the bald man, the word Chinchio is an absolute golden signboard. The legendary scene of 1 against 300 in the death arena is still in front of him. With this boss here, this race dungeon is not easy to get? Richard was indeed interested in him. Golden Tree of Life? A troop with an initial level of 12? It seems like there is something going on. When will the dungeon be opened? What are the restrictions? You can pre-register for the dungeon. It will be open when it is full. How many people do you have? Me, the eldest, the third, and the player who got the dungeon, plus you, there are exactly 5 people. Call the player who got the dungeon. If the dungeon information is not too different from what you said, then I agree to this matter. Okay. I go now. The 3 of them immediately turned around and went out excitedly. This wave is settled. Holding Chinchio's thigh can make them laugh in their dreams. Richard looked at the backs of several players leaving, and he also felt a little emotional. Finally, he found some feeling of finding people to team up for the dungeon. I just don't know how to play this dungeon. I hope it will be more interesting. As soon as the 3 of them stepped out of the door, he looked at Chris, who was eager to try and was about to speak, when the system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The expansion pack Crimson Moon will be launched on December 28th. The Crimson Moon will rise from the earth, and the eternal gods will fall into fear. By then, the structure of the main plane will undergo a huge change. Please prepare yourselves, lords, to welcome the rising of the Crimson Moon. Richard was shocked. Expansion pack? Crimson Moon? Chapter 370. Richard looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He didn't expect the system to update the expansion pack at this time. And the description above was so exaggerated. What exactly is this Crimson Moon that can make the gods fear? Is it a force against the gods? Or a mysterious ancient relic? Or some powerful profession? Unfortunately, the short prompt gave too little information, and he couldn't explore more. While thinking, he opened the player forum. At this time, the forum was already flooded with this news. Wow, what is this Crimson Moon? Why does it look so awesome? Is there a 20-centimeter eagle out to talk about it? My friends, why do I feel that something is wrong? I am a believer in the sun god. Will it overthrow us? Brothers, rise tomorrow. New expansion packs often represent new opportunities. Rise up. Most players are boring and nonsense, and there is no useful information. Richard opened the private message with a little disappointment. I sent a message to the Italian cannon to ask. Not long after, the other party's message came back. Brother-in-law, I was looking for you too. Are you asking about the expansion pack? My sister has only heard about this expansion pack, but she has not participated in it personally. The general situation is that a group of powerful beings, who are not afraid of gods, intend to use gods as research objects to gain more powerful power. They will attack the faith of the gods in the main plane. The gods are based on believers. Once there are no believers, they will fall. The beginning of this expansion seems to be the fall of a god. As for the ending, I don't know. Richard was quite surprised after reading the information. Good guy, is this wave going to be so big? With the fall of a god as the beginning, what kind of impact will the aftermath have? That Crimson Moon is also fierce. Taking gods as research objects is simply against the will of heaven. As expected, the world is big and there are all kinds of ruthless people. What made him fall into deep thought is how the City of Dusk will deal with the turmoil that follows. After thinking for a moment, he responded. Any other important information? Italian cannon, my sister's suggestion is that Crimson Moon can make such a big fuss. I'm afraid there are many ruthless people. If you can enter it in the early stage, you will probably get a lot of benefits, but I'm not optimistic about the later stage. The gods are the controllers of this world after all. Richard also agreed with this. It is impossible for a crisis to destroy the gods, and the controller of this world is too weak. However, the waves in this will not be small. After chatting with Italian Cannon for a while, Richard did not get more news. He opened the private message of Manta Lover and asked about the news of Vampire Castle. Manta Lover replied faster than Italian Cannon. Boss Chinchio, I have already figured out the Vampire Castle. There is a 5,000-strong vampire army in the castle. The average level is around level 10. It is led by a level 18 vampire Marquis, who is very powerful. But the castle has strict defense measures, and is difficult to attack from the outside. Richard was thoughtful. This strength is no worse than the orcs that were wiped out before. It seems that I have to take time to go there. This is the castle with the blood coffin, and there is a high probability that there are other good things. The gains from conquering such a high-level map made him have to face it. Although there are still hundreds of millions of resources on the attribute panel now, each glorious level troop nest needs 50 million units to be promoted to the crown level. These hundreds of millions of resources can't be spent at all. With such a big money swallower as the troop nest, the thirst for resources in Dusk City will only become more and more exaggerated. Continue to explore, and report any new intelligence in time. In addition, you did a good job. I will reward you with a special treasure. He sent the Frost Wolf family token given to him by Rebecca to the Steamed Bun Lover by email. This was given to him by Rebecca because she heard that he had a friend near the Ice and Snow Empire. With this token, he can get the help of the Frost Wolf family. Fortunately, the value of this thing itself is not high, and only 300 rare resources were spent as a handling fee. The Steamed Bun Lover was quite surprised after receiving it. Boss Chinchio, it is said above that this is a token of the Frost Wolf family. Could it be the Grand Duke family of the Ice and Snow Empire? Yes. Awesome, boss. You can establish friendship with the Grand Duke family of the Ice and Snow Empire in the desert. When you go to the city of the Ice and Snow Empire to do business in the future, just take this token to the Frost Wolf family's residence. Okay. The Steamed Bun Lover was quite excited. In his heart, he was very grateful for holding on to his thighs. The decision at the time was simply wise and heroic. After chatting for a while, the Steamed Bun Lover took the initiative to end the topic, and Richard didn't say anything and closed the private message. Although this guy doesn't have the Italian cannon to make him feel at ease, as a spare man, he has a good layout and may be used at any time. The Crimson Moon that concerns him will not open until December 28th. There is still 2 months of buffer time, so it is not so urgent. Arrangements can be made for this. Sir Richard? What are you thinking about? Chris pouted and looked at him dissatisfied. I called you so many times. Richard came back to his senses and looked at this chattering little girl unhappily. What's the matter? Chris glared and said indignantly. Sir Richard, why do you talk to me in such a fierce tone? Do you have any objections? Yes, and it's very big. Hold it back, don't mention it. You are bullying me. I will mention it if I want to. Looking at Chris, whose attention was diverted in a few words, Rebecca smiled. It always feels that it is particularly interesting to sit together with two people with unique personalities. After mumbling for a long time, Chris suddenly remembered what she wanted to say. She looked at Richard with great interest. Sir Richard, take me to Nightingale Street. Your Lord of God's Grace likes it so much, I also want to see it. Richard was a little speechless about this curious baby. A little girl is obsessed with brothels. What is there to be curious about? Sir Chris, please stay away from me. Why? I dislike you a little. Sir Richard. You bastard. Don't say swear words. Ah, I'm so angry. As they were talking and laughing, the 3 players came back. This time, they were followed by a tall orc player. A domineering lion head with majestic sideburns. Looks quite majestic. Although it doesn't have the handsomeness of a human, it also has the wildness of a wild beast. Some noble young ladies, who like heavy tastes may like this one very much. Boss Chinchio, this is the player who got the dungeon of that faction, Hyena. Richard's mouth twitched. After all, he has a lion's head, so why not call him Hyena? Hyena stepped forward and looked at Richard excitedly. Boss Chinchio, I didn't expect to be able to team up with you to go to the dungeon. What a fate. Before coming, Hyena was actually a little reluctant to find an inexplicable outsider to join. But after hearing that the other party was Chinchio, he immediately became willing. Richard nodded. They all told you before you came, right? I need to see the token of that copy. They all told you. It's okay, I take it out right away. He immediately took out a round crystal chess piece from the system space, with a word being engraved on it. Richard reached out to take it, felt the magic power, and directly opened the system panel. Chess piece Bing, sequence, 7, level, 3 stars. Features. The holder can open a special camp copy and compete with players from other camps. The final winner can get rich rewards. Currently selected camp. Desert camp, participating number, 5, registered number, 4, total number of camps, 10. Current total number of registered people, 43, after 50 people, the camp copy will be activated. Introduction. In ancient times, the gods created this kind of treasure to resolve disputes. The gods in dispute would each select a part of their believers to enter the game. Whoever's believers could win the final victory would have to accept defeat. Richard nodded slightly. Yes, the players didn't hide anything. After reading it several times, he didn't rush to return it to the other party, and continued to open the black gold system to check. Sure enough, a more detailed introduction appeared on it. Found a copy of Life and Death Beast Chess, copy level, 3 stars, average strength of troops, brilliant. Is there a hero unit? Yes. Is there a boss unit? Yes. The highest level unit, level 35. Faction camp, 10 units, desert, temple, fortress, elf. Tip, the copy level cannot be upgraded. Richard took a breath. This is too exaggerated, the highest level unit is level 35. Fuck, there are gods in this copy. Level 30 is a demigod, level 31 is an eternal god, and level 35 is not a weakling among gods. While thinking, he reopened the system description. This is a treasure created by gods to resolve disputes. So, it's not that the gods will come out in person, but the rulers of this level will watch. After clarifying the idea, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, a 3-star level copy can't be too exaggerated. If there is really a 35 level existence, then there is no point in playing. After making sure that nothing was missed, Richard handed the chess piece back to the hyena. Okay, count me in. When they got the affirmative answer, they immediately smiled. With this big guy coming out to lead, this wave is stable. When the little bastards in the other 9 camps saw the Chinchio big guy appearing in front of them, I wonder if they would be scared to pee their pants? Thinking of the enemy rushing to kill, and then seeing the scene of Chinchio standing next to them, they were excited. After the hyena took the chess piece, he asked Richard to drop a drop of blood on it. The blood merged into it, and the number of places on it became 5, full. Chris watched from the side and felt itchy. He didn't care that there were other players present, and hurriedly said, "Sir Richard, are you going to explore the ancient ruins?" Her eyes were bright and full of yearning. With her status and position, she would not lack any treasures. She naturally had no chance to explore the ancient ruins, which was full of legendary things. Richard smiled. "That's about right." He narrowed his eyes, and refused directly before the other party opened his mouth to beg. "Don't even think about it. Wait until you reach level 15, and can leave Solen City." Chris was immediately very aggrieved. "You are only level 13, why can you go?" she said with her big eyes rolling. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Now, can you promise to take me to Nightingale Street?" she said, and directly hugged Richard's arm in her arms, pulling back and forth and acting like a spoiled child. "Please, Sir Richard, please, take me there once." Several players saw this scene and their eyes widened, each with an inexplicable look of horror. "Fuck, this is the daughter of the Lord of Solen City, a legendary strongman. What's going on? It's okay to act like a spoiled child, but she also begged Chinchio to take her to Nightingale Street?" The look she gave Richard was full of complexity. "Beast, you can do this." Prince Chris is confused. This guy is just a little more handsome, taller, stronger, and more charming than them. Apart from that, what else can compare to them? Chinchio can take you there, and we don't mind taking you there. Richard looked at the touch of his arm, and smiled helplessly. The little lotus has just begun to show its tip. It was very disappointing. He pulled his hand out, and said with a smile, "You are the Prince of Solen City, and you are not afraid of being embarrassed. Pay attention to etiquette, Chris." Seeing that she failed to act like a spoiled child, Chris was immediately angry. She snorted and sat back down, raising her head without looking at Richard, looking like a proud girl. Then, as if she thought of something, she turned her head and looked at several players. "Did you see anything just now?" The four of them shook their heads in unison, faster than a rattle. "We haven't been here today." "I'm glad to know. Do you have anything else to do?" "No more." "If you don't have any more, get out of here." "Yes, Your Highness Chris, we get out now." After the hyena answered, he turned his head and looked at Richard and whispered, "Brother Chinchio, we come back after everyone is here. You better not leave Solen City these 2 days." After he nodded, he turned around. Looking at the backs of several people leaving quickly, Richard laughed and shook his head. "Every time I'm with players, I always feel inexplicably relaxed. Facing these sand sculptures, there is no need to consider and worry too much." Recovering from my senses, looking at Chris who was still unhappy, I chuckled like coaxing a child. "Chris, when you reach level 15, I will take you to Dusk City to play. I can take you to pick honey from the desert crown honey, pluck the hair of the flame dragon rabbit, brew Whitetail absolute brew, and surf in the sandstorm. I can also take you to the underground world. I have a very interesting city underground, which has many alchemical creations of the Grey Dwarves." Chris's eyes lit up when she heard it. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't put down my face. I could only hum. "You invited me, I didn't take the initiative to go." Richard laughed. "Yes, I invited you. Please agree, Her Highness Chris." For some reason, this chatterbox always gave him the feeling of his own sister, so cute. Even if we put aside personal feelings, the ascetic monk standing behind this girl is enough for the City of Dusk to have a good relationship with her. However, this time, he didn't have any thoughts of benefit in it. He just thought it was fun to tease this little girl. Chris nodded with a smile. "Okay,